Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance is back in the saddle after being, I didn't know you'd get back in the country, if you want to know the truth.
Well, I thought it was,
you didn't lose your passport once?
No, we put it in a safe, and I'm not in charge of passport. I did leave my earphones and phone on the plane. And then had to wait at immigration, had to wait at customs for somebody from the plane to bring it down to me because I couldn't get back up onto the plane to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that.
Yeah.
So now I've done that in Cuba. I've done it in Mexico.
So that must have been a good hour or so that you were.
No, it was only about 20 extra minutes.
Oh, 20 extra minutes, but by the time you had to go through the line to come through.
Oh, customs. I actually wasn't too bad. It was only took about 15 minutes to get through there. Yeah.
Oh, that's not usually.
They say it's usually a lot worse.
Yeah.
So I got kind of lucky. We were also on a Tuesday. But so now I've left my phone on planes, phone or iPad or suits.
Yeah.
In New York City.
You do it. I mean,
I've done Key West, Cuba. No,
Yeah.
Cuba was in a taxi, and they had to race to the airport to get it to me before I took off back to the States.
Right.
Yeah. Mexico City. I mean, a lot of them in Vegas, of course. I was just there and left it. You were with me there in Vegas.
Did you pick Mexico City to go to because the Astros played the Rockies there, and you wanted to see where?
Kind of Did
you go to the stadium just to look at it? And
kind
do
of
a
the home
tour
of
or something?
Azteca. No, they didn't play at Azteca, but no. But my guide, we paid for a guide, and who also drove us, and he knew English. His name was Leo. Leo. The second day, Leo is a baseball player for like a men's league, like kind of like not even semi-pro. They play with the softball. So they play with the softball overhand.
Overhand?
They pitch overhand with the softball. Probably a lot of UCLs jumping off.
Oh, you would
which
think.
Is kind of Astro-y to have a bunch of guys with arm injuries.
I think that's what the Astros have been doing.
Yeah, the bunch of guys with arm injuries, that's the Astros, basically.
Right.
And Leo, as you can tell here, is an Astros fan.
Oh, yeah.
He put his hat on. Leo, who was, like I said, you pay for him, and he's got his own car. He got like a Suburban. He's driving you around. He tells you the history of stuff. And he was like, oh, yeah, I went to the Astros series when they were here. I went up, he goes, for the first 3 innings, I was paying attention. Then I started hitting the beer hard, and then I forgot to watch it for the next 5 innings.
I forgot to watch the game for the next 5 innings.
He said I was just drinking the whole time. You would have loved me because I was just drinking the whole time. I totally forgot about the game until the 9th inning. And he said, but I got a hat. I'm an Astros fan. He goes, he said he's an Astros fan. So, yeah, our guide was an Astros fan. And a lot of people, I brought an Astros hat, were excited when they saw me.
Yeah.
A lot of people called me, they kept saying grand champion. And every time they'd see me, and I'd say, oh, thank you, grand champion. El gran chingón. I said, oh, grand champion.
Well, no, grand.
And they kept saying, grand champion, el gran chingón. I'm like, and I think it was the hat. I think it was the Astros hat.
Okay, all right.
They kept saying grand champion, and so I was very excited about that. But,
but
Astros were huge there.
Nice little trip.
Everyone could talk about it.
Nice little trip to Mexico City.
Yeah, I kept up with our boys.
Yeah.
I mean, I said, and my dad would call me every day and say, oh, look, Javier's
Oh, did he
back.
call you when Jake Myers came up with a big pinch hit single?
I did not get it.
You didn't get that
call?
call?
I got a couple calls I didn't answer. So he may have.
Can we get off Joe Espada now? Making the right moves, bringing in a pinch hitting. Now, it was Trey Cabbage at the plate with runners on. So, but bringing in Jake Myers, who hadn't been killing it, but Jake came up with one of the big hits of the weekend, as a matter of fact. Mm-hmm. Coming in, pinch hitting, and getting the job done in a big situation there. And that actually, was actually pretty damn, that was pretty damn important right there. That got the whole thing going for Justin Verlander. Actually, they had scored, but that blew it open, made it 3-0, and then 4-0 with Dubon. And Dubon needs to play every day too. But ever since Eric Layden played taps for your Houston Astros, This is our version of the tombstone.
No, when
Eric Layden played taps. He had Austin was on the board. Me, Dell, and Eric Layden were at Klein's last week on Thursday.
Klein's.
Klein's.
When did that happen?
Well, that happened on Thursday.
Did we know that was going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they had just lost their second game. Austin is a.
I never heard of Austin.
No one knows. No one knows who Austin is. But actually, he apparently he filled in or something. No one knows. Anyway, they had lost again to the New York Yankees, and Eric Layden played taps. They'd lost their second straight. The season is over. He bet me that they would not win that night, which they did, and he lost his bet. He had to bring me a six-pack of Coors Light. And then they went on to win 2 out of 3. And, oh, by the way, Verlander looked great. Verlander was back yesterday. Oh, by the way.
Now, Verlander was – now, I've been alive long enough to know that – I was in Mexico City long enough to know that he had a good start and a horrific start. I mean, horrific start.
Well, he said after that start, I'm going back to work tomorrow, and there's a lot of work to be done. And sure enough, he did. And he came up with a 2-hitter with 8 strikeouts. Not too bad.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not been good this year.
No, it's not been good this year, but at least it was good.
So we're
and Detroit has been a pretty good team.
Wait, we're hanging our hat on the 2 out of 3 against Detroit because of the taps. They're back?
They beat the Yankees that night, and then they won 2 out of 3. They won 3 or 4 ever since Eric Layden played taps.
Well, I'll take that.
Yes, they won 3 or 4, beating the New York Yankees. Now, Javier did not.
I didn't get to see it. So were there some positive signs? I saw no strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 home runs, 1 1/3, 7 earned runs. Like, was there anything positive about that?
Not
start?
really, because his fastball was at 89 and 90.
Oh, okay, 89 and 90. Yes. Nothing to be concerned with there.
Nothing there. But
why are we rushing him back
now? And you look on the negative side. Did you see Hunter Brown's line?
Hunter Brown had a big game.
Yeah.
It looks like we got a new reliever.
Maybe long relief is exactly where Hunter Brown needs to be.
Well, welcome back to the bullpen, Hunter. Did he really have 8 strikeouts?
He looked good.
He must have looked really good. Astros account tweeted out the Diesel 8 strikeouts or something like that, and everyone was, shut up, who cares?
Well, no, you did care. He had 7 Ks.
7 Ks.
7 Ks. Yeah. Five hits in 5 innings. Not great.
That's Huntery.
1 run, no walks. That was pretty damn good.
No, I'd take that. I'll
take a 1 whip.
Now that was after the Javier.
Yeah, that was after Javier just been destroyed. Yeah, that was second inning. The game was over. But bounce back
everyone
nicely.
In Mexico City's talking about Singleton. Everyone's talking about Singleton.
Everybody's talking about Singleton.
That's the thing.
And how about this? And they're scoring runs late now. They scored runs late yesterday.
They always get by. If you bet against the Astros in the first 5 innings, you pretty much have made enough money for a house in River Oaks.
Well, you got Kyle Tucker homering in the first, and that's it. That's all they'll do.
Because the Astros will give up 3 to 7 runs in the first 3 innings of every game.
And not score many runs. But what about, on Friday night, they came up with 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, and 1 in the 9th, which is not anything they've been doing lately.
No.
Coming up with clutch runs is not what they do. Okay, and Justin Verlander, that was yesterday's Verlander. But on Friday night, they took care of business with a 4 spot in the 8th inning, which is very un-Astros-like. So that was nice. That was when Jake came up with a big hit. So things are starting to turn a little bit.
So you had Jose Urquidy and Chas McCormick made starts yesterday, rehab starts in Sugarland. Urquidy beat up a little bit. I mean, he had some moments, but pitched like 3 innings, gave something like 3 runs. It was very, very, well, it's kind of Astro-y, but Urquidy at least on the mound pitching. So that's something. Chas McCormick, I did not see what his box score was, but the more I think about this, Javier at 89.90, which I didn't know that. My score app doesn't tell me what his. I didn't look at the MLB. I wasn't watching MLB app. I probably should have done that because I would have had his speeds. That's a big concern. Why are you rushing him back? Is he being rushed back? If Javier's not popping 92 pretty consistently, working at 92, so he's not back. His arm's not ready.
Yeah. Well, this is, he was down last year. The World Series year, he was great. He was popping it. He was no-hitter, World Series. He was fantastic. Last year, he lost a little bit of velocity.
Yeah.
He lost
Now, the thought, though,
tad.
John, was maybe World Baseball Classic combined with all that additional
Well, he should be
pitching.
rested now.
No, I know. He's been off, and is his arm, does he just need more rehab starts? 89, 90.
Yeah.
And obviously there was no swing and miss stuff going on either.
Nothing.
4 walks. He's not working into the mid 90s with his fastball. He's usually like 93, 94. He doesn't throw as hard as I always assumed he was. When I looked at Fangraphs last year, it was down a little bit last year, but even in 2022, it wasn't 96. He feels like he's a 96 mile an hour pitcher. And you know who is? Fromber. And Fromber doesn't feel like it.
Yeah. And then there was this. Did you see Bob Nightingale's story? Apparently, Bob Nightingale wrote this. He wrote a big piece about Davis. I don't. Anyway, he's got an odds and end notes at the end around the base paths. He talked about the Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani, blah 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 blah. The Houston Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with their pitching injuries. But 2 prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. If the Astros miss the postseason and decide to make a change during the winter, the 2 hottest managerial free agents this winter are Alex Cora of the Boston Red Sox and Skip Schumacher of the Miami Marlins. I hate this kind of reporting. But 2 prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. To whom?
To him.
Not to him. Not to.
You don't think?
No.
Could be. I don't know if Nightingale's got that kind of, but a lot of times the information comes directly to, or a lot of times from agents of players will tell me.
Yeah, but see, that's so.
You think somebody from the Astros?
So
is
now
that?
in that locker room, Espada's wondering who's talking behind my back. To whom? Is it to Dana Brown? Is it to Jim Crane? Is it what does that mean? 2 prominent players have privately expressed complaints. Who'd they express it to? Their agents?
No.
No. Well, but it doesn't say who he expressed it to.
Well, privately expressed is going to mean to front office.
Maybe not.
I see. This is a concern because how do you handle things when everything's going well? For the most part, it's easy.
This is just crappy reporting, if you ask me.
Well, is it inaccurate?
We don't know. I don't even know what the story is. 2 private players have privately. Privately to who? Their mom? Privately to their wife? To their agent?
No, to me.
No, it does. How do you know that? You don't know that.
Well,
he doesn't say that.
Well,
it could have been to
that's
their agent. He could have been talking, and he talked to the agent and said, "Hey, well, those a couple of guys have
I guess
told
so.
me."
I mean, the first thing I thought of is they just.
But it doesn't explain
They didn't do anything. They just went right to management. But are you not worried that maybe is that your takeaway, and not that Joe Espada may not? Do you think Joe Espada makes it through the year?
Oh yeah, I think it makes sense.
No doubt.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'll tell you. Well, we'll break it. There's because I want to get into this. The pathway, I've kind of envisioned this for a while, and I think it's in its timeline's really speeding up on what's going to happen with Jim Crane. I want to talk about the Astros and what direction they head in. One of the worst things that could happen now is if the Astros just kind of play better baseball, and then they miss out on any opportunities
Or
for
win
trades,
3 out of 4 the rest of the way.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, they're still not a good baseball team. I mean,
according to you.
Justin Verlander was almost as bad as Javier his last start.
And then
Joe Espada's having to lead guys in just because he can't just keep going to the bullpen in the second inning every game.
And then what happened?
And then
That's right. That's right. And then he came back with 2-hit performance. How's that? Yeah. Great.
Yeah, it's still not a good team.
No. But I know who has a good team, and that's Chastang Ford. They have an SUV sales event going on right now, okay? On select 2024 SUVs, 2.9% APR for 72 months. You can stretch these payments out for 72 months and no payments for the first 90 days. I don't know how many 2023 F-150s they still have left, but 1.9% financing for 72 months on those. If you're a business and you need an F-150, there's never been a better time to go to Chastang Ford and pick up that 2023. What do you care that it's 23 and not 24? It's brand new. And you get the best financing you could possibly get on it. And you're going to get all the rebate. You're going to get all the deals you could possibly get because they just got to get rid of these. They just have to get rid of them. You take advantage of Chastang Ford there. But they got this 2.9% APR for 72 months on select SUVs. What? No payments for the first 90 days. That's ridiculous. You got to take advantage of Chastang Ford right now, and the best dealership in the city of Houston. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
Hey guys, I want to talk about Vanderford Air. I can tell you this now. I was in.
Let's talk about Aqueduct. You could talk about them later.
Well, you know
That's
what?
what we want.
Yeah. See, I'm rusty because
well,
I hope Eric Layden doesn't take my job. Like you guys are trying to make me scared. Dale's like, people don't care what you say anymore because Eric Layden's here.
Well, no, he did not do one commercial.
Has Eric Layden never had a repiping job by Aqueduct Plumbing Company?
No,
he hasn't.
Yeah,
I have. Has Eric Layden never had them come and fix the leaky faucet? No, but I have. See, I know about companies like Aqueduct Plumbing Company because Billy Brown is a guy who gets things done for Houstonians, not people who live in La Jolla. Okay, he doesn't go all the way out to La Jolla. It's too long a trip. But if you can hear my voice, and not on the app, if you can hear my voice, he can get to your home and he can start working on leaky faucets. They can work on hydrostatic testing, which is testing in your pipes to see if you have leaky pipes. If you do, you're going to have them replaced. If you have never had your pipes replaced, it's original piping. They're going to crack and they're going to leak, and it's going to be an issue at some point. That's just how it works here in Texas. So make sure that you get Aqueduct Plumbing Company. If you don't have any issues now, put it in your phone so when you do, you can get to them quickly. They come out and work on it quickly. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Gross. Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still ahead. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? I'm sure Lance has one since he was in Mexico City.
Well, I just learned. You told me that El Gran Chingon is not the grand champion.
No,
they weren't calling me grand champion?
He's a big badass, apparently. Yeah, big badass.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what you are. But it's not grand, Yeah. Apparently, Lance has some. He's got some thoughts on what he saw in Mexico City. So we'll do that. You get one sentence. That comes up in about 25 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you've got any thoughts on the weekend, you're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776. Yeah, we got plenty to talk about with Joe Espada. But what about the Rockets having the third pick overall?
So I got a call from my son. I'm flying back. It's Mother's Day. Mason hasn't called and said Happy Mother's Day to Mom. He calls and like, hey, Dad, coming up is draft lottery's coming up right now. So just letting you know draft lottery's coming up. And I said, okay, is that all, Mason? Yeah, I said, do you want to say Happy Mother's Day to Mom? He goes, yeah.
Oh,
he goes, Happy Mother's Day. I said, it's still me on the phone. Hold on. Let me hand the phone to your mom. And then she said something else to him, like, I need you to do this and that. He goes, I need to wait until after the draft lottery. And he just sounds like Napoleon Dynamite. Sure enough, he texts probably 15 minutes later, we're in the top four. We're in the top four. Automatically, we're in the top four. So I was like, oh, Nick, this is bigger than Mother's Day. Actually, sorry.
So they're the third pick once again in the top. I mean, now the rumor is that they're ready to trade it. This is not okay. Would you?
Okay, wait. Dell's got to go get from Clutch Fans. You got to go get Rafael Stone. Go to Clutch Fans. Go to Dave Hardesty's Twitter and take the video. You say that, but that's not the rumor, according to their general manager.
Oh, really?
Wait until you hear Rafael Stone talking to the media. They had a quick little.
Yeah.
And Rafael is like all over the place. He's like, well, there's a slightly better than average chance that we'll like the player better than trade. No, we'll probably like the player better than more than trade. No, we're definitely, are going to like the player. Which one is it? He's saying this, obviously. He's saying this because you don't know who the players
you don't know who the players are out there. No. First of all, you can't put no value on the player. On the pick.
That's why Rafael's just saying stuff right now. Yeah. The fact is, the pick plus a player plus another first-round draft pick could end up bringing you a pretty good haul, even though this is not considered to be a great draft. Let's hear from Rafael Stone right here. And as he gives, I won't say mixed messages, the message just changes inside the answer.
I think the caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it. But at the same time, valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably, at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3, probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Or at least sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too. And so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that. So
he started off by telling you, I think the truth by saying, slightly better chance. And then he went all the way to a much better chance. By the end of it, he was like, oh, we're going to like the player too. But then he goes, but maybe another team will too. What he's telling you is that they're open for offers, as any general manager should be, with a team that has – this is the way I look at this, John. And I got into it a little bit with a couple people. Not got into it. We just had just friendly discussions. My belief is they have several good basketball players. There's not enough. We talked about this multiple times. I'm not sure how you get everyone. Now that you're adding Steven Adams, where are all the minutes coming for all these talented players? Jabari Smith, you're going to have some. So I don't know how they're handling Steven Adams and Şengün at the same time. Are they going to play double bigs? If they do, then either Dylan Brooks or Jabari Smith is not going to play when that happens. Most people say no, they're not going to, but I think they will do that some. And then, depending on who the matchup is, you've got Dylan Brooks and Jabari Smith playing what amounts to the same position, although right now Jabari's at the 4, Dylan's at the 3. But at any point, Jabari could be the 3. You got to find room for Cam Whitmore, Amen Thompson, and we haven't even gotten into, obviously so your point guard's Fred VanVleet, then Jalen Green, then you got Cam
Fred
Whitmore.
VanVleet is fleeting. I mean, that's only a couple of years, so I don't mind taking
maybe only one more year.
Hey, listen, if there's a good point guard there right now, yeah, maybe more.
No, but my point is, so they're talking about Reed Shepherd being the pick from Kentucky. That's the early talk. My only concern is you've got look, Fred VanVleet's not. Let's not count Fred VanVleet, but Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, who I didn't mention. You got Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore. I'm already to 6 before I get to Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün. My whole thing is, yeah, you got a bunch of good players, and then you got some good players with a chance to be a couple guys with a chance to be maybe great. John, then you move up to what? You're going to move up to you're going to get another player. You're just collecting players at this point. To me, I would rather have a good strong 7 than a deep 9 or 10. Like, give me the right combination of the right guys. If you took a future first and you took Jalen Green and you took the 3rd pick and was able to move it and I just brought Donovan Mitchell. I mean, you got to think about that.
Well, but here's the deal: is that there's the top of this draft
and financially
is
to make it work.
Is not anywhere near what it was with Wembanyama.
No.
Here are the top possibilities for the Houston Rockets: Alexander Sarr, a French big man. French forward Zachary Rissacher. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's another Frenchie. UConn center Donovan Clingan. G League Ignite wing Ron Holland. Serbian point guard Nikola Topic. And Kentucky guard Rob Dillingham. They are considered. Shepard has fallen down the list. He's not even close. Yes, he's not even. No,
I think.
They were talking about.
Where are you getting that from?
This is a site that's talking about the Hawks getting the number 1 overall pick.
I would be careful because I think Draft Express Jonathan Givony.
Rumors.
I'm going to check Jonathan Givony because he's way more tied in. Unless they're getting it from because Givony knows these guys, and also there's a guy Matas. Golly, there's another big who's more of a stretch 4 that also they could be looking at. Now, Rafael's done a good job of picking players.
He absolutely does.
He's done a good job of picking
absolutely
players.
has. And so, well, if it's a shooting guard, now you got a guy that you might have to pay that you're not sure about, named Jalen, JG. I'm not going to name any names.
Me for sure. Now, you can hang out and do nothing because if you sign him to a deal, maybe not max deal, but if you sign him to a big deal, $30 million a year, you can still trade. He's still a tradable commodity. That's the good thing is if and when you sign him, he is still tradable in the future. So as long as he's not asking for max dollars, which you can't give him max dollars. And I think as a lot of people think you can't give max dollars to Alperen, but I think you're going to have to give max dollars to Alperen.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to. The Rockets have 9 first-rounders over the last 3 years. 9.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just keep picking players.
Can't. 728 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here and talk about any of this stuff.
That's a good problem, though. I mean, the number 3 pick still, everyone acts like, I've heard this about so many drafts. All right, after this pick, everything else sucks. If you're not in the top 3, you don't have a player. If you're not in the top 5, you don't have a player. And every year there's guys that are really good players.
Does it comfort you to know that some NBA GMs think this is a draft where if you're at least 1 or 2 think if you're drafting at 1, it's like drafting at 7 or 8 in another draft?
No, I mean there's always drafts like that in the NFL. Maybe not. I'll give you
another. I was listening to a podcast this morning, and the GM, according to this person, said that you couldn't get Mikal Bridges for the number 1 overall pick plus one of your third best player.
Really?
That's how bad they think the draft is.
This draft, how bad is it?
Well,
actually, that list that I read you is Jonathan Givony's.
Then that's the truth.
He got Reed Shepherd falling to 7.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I would pay attention to what
Dalton Connect is up there as well. Listen. Whatever the case may be, I know it probably doesn't have. It's better to have the 3rd pick than it does to be.
Oh yeah.
Just
the question will be, can you package that with a good player for an actual star?
That's what it's going to have to be. It's going to have to be and you know what? It might end up being something super painful, like giving up what if I told you, all right, we'll give up the third pick, Jabari Smith, because you got Tari, Jabari Smith, and another player, and another not Amen, but in another player, Jay Sean, and a future first for big time player.
Well,
Would you consider doing that? Like, I
don't know if that even the combination of all of them. We can continue to talk about that. If you've got thoughts, someone 378-03776. I'll tell you what's not painful, and it's Doc Linville. Doc Linville with his neo-grafting, not painful, and he's got a 3-day where it's painless for 3 days, and after 3 days you don't even know you did it, if you want to know the truth. But this painkiller that he gives you is unbelievable. And so here's the deal: is it's not painful. It's an easy process. I did it on Friday. I was working on Monday all weekend long. No big deal. You just got to wear a hat. That's all for the weekend. No big deal. Here's the deal: is you'll love it. You'll love the results. 6, 7 months later, 8 months later, all of a sudden you're looking at it going, wow, what a difference the neo-grafting makes. It's not cutting and pasting like the other one. It's grabbing these little hairs and moving them to the top of your head. It's relatively affordable. People are flying to different countries to do this. You don't have to. You got it right here. And you're going to save money because you don't have to buy that airfly, that hotel, and all of that stuff that you're doing. It's just ridiculous what some people are doing. Do it right here at 975hair.com. You may not even need the NeoGraft. You might need the PRP, which stimulates your own hair growth. That's something that's done as well. 975hair.com. You're looking for the best way to get hair, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, big weekend for both the Astros and the Rockets this weekend. And the third overall pick and winning 3 of their last 4 are Houston Astros appear to be. Now, you've got the A's here for 4, then Milwaukee for 3, and then the Angels for 3. And then you've got the A's again for 3 in wherever they play. I don't even know what city they play in. But this is the time, man. You just took 2 out of 3. You've taken 3 of your last 4. Now you got a 10-game homestand where you're awesome. You're a great, great team at home. Now you take care of this business. This is where you turn the season around. I'm not taking anything less than an 8-2 homestand.
How do you turn a season around when you don't have good starting pitching?
What are you talking about? Verlander had Framber looked good his last outing. Looked real good. Verlander looked good his last outing. You don't have Hunter Brown in your rotation anymore.
How far back do you have to go to find?
You got Renel Blanco, the Cy Young guy.
Renel Blanco is the one.
Okay, Cy Blanco.
He's the only one you can point to that has been consistent. None of these other guys. You're acting like Justin Verlander didn't just get smacked in the face by the Yankees.
Not yesterday, he didn't.
Well, not yesterday. He beat the Tigers. He didn't beat one of the good teams.
Yes, he did. The Tigers were a winning team. I don't know if you heard.
A winning team. I'm talking about the Yankees.
Okay.
This is not a good pitching team. They can't get out of the first 3 innings without getting in a hole.
Man, it's just all this negativity.
No, you're like coming up with kind of.
This season has turned around thanks to Eric Layden. Yes, thanks to Eric Layden and
season
Taps.
hasn't turned around. And here's what's going to happen. They're going to win just enough. They're only 7 games under 500 now. No one's getting traded. Bregman will have a bad season.
He already said he's not traded.
I know. Bregman's going to walk, and then Kyle Tucker won't get re-signed as they'll continue to let their best players walk. And Jim Crane's going to become it's going to be a big problem for him PR-wise. It's already bad enough that he's got – and frankly, there's nothing you can do about the Christian Javier signing. That was the right signing at the time. You just got beat up to this point. Unless something happens magically where he gets, where he becomes the pitcher we saw 2 years ago. The Javier deal was a deal that you have to make. It was a good, smart deal to make at the time. It's just not working out. Montero was not a good deal. Abreu is obviously on the decline, and you did a Bagwell deal. Okay, so those weren't good. Those already aren't great. But when you're not going to move anybody to revamp your minor league system, you are going to get stuck with, you better draft your ass off if you're Dana Brown. I mean, you need to have some future Bregmans that you're drafting. You need to have some future Springers. You need to be drafting future Correas. You're going to have to, those caliber of players, future Altuves. Because how did you keep this thing going? With those level of players, phenomenal players, not just on the field, but in the clubhouse. Mm-hmm. They were great, and you're losing your club. You lost a lot of clubhouse guys. And now you're not going to trade any of these guys, but you're not going to sign them either. So you're not going to sign guys that are going to be free agents, and you're not going to trade guys. So you'll get no value back except you'll get your draft pick, and that's it. And Jim Crane, people are going to – because people are already turning on – it just so happens that the Texans look like they're going up, and Rockets could be going up faster than people think too. I think you and I both think that they got a chance to be better very, very quickly. The Texans are already getting to be very quickly. This has turned on the Astros to where summer matters now for football also with training camps and it's been a long time since we've talked like that. But they're losing some of their share that they owned the city. That goes away quick. People now, I'm reading Twitter. It's amazing how many Astros Twitter people have kind of trailed off a little bit. I mean, they're still pissed off, but
oh no, there was a meme last week of these escalators with thousands of people on them just getting off of Astros Twitter. A start like this will have people, but it's not over. It is not over. Taps, sorry, Eric Layden. This is a team. This is where you make hay. No, listen, he came on last week, Dana Brown, and said, you can go and win 7, 8. So all of a sudden now you're looking up and you're a 500 team again when you put together a couple of nice runs. This is when you have to do it, though. This is the part of the schedule. Odell, who's played the toughest schedule so far this season of any team in Major League Baseball?
Well, as of Friday, it was the Astros.
As a what?
I said as of Friday, it was the Astros. I don't know what it is today, but Friday was the Astros.
Yeah, Friday was the toughest schedule. Now, the Astros helped that because they lost all those games. There's no question about that. But they had played the toughest schedule. Now it eases up. Now you get your lamb killers. Now you start winning at home again like you're supposed to.
When are they going to start winning at home?
They're doing it this week.
Okay.
This week.
Lance, what do you think the Astros record is in their last 10? because I know we're doing.
I'm guessing 9 of 10.
Small sample size theater.
8 of 10, 9 of 10, from what I can gather.
10 games ago, they were 10 games under 500.
Yeah.
And they're still 10 games under 500.
So there you go. See? Now, 500 ball ain't better than what they were playing? That's
not
right.
good.
I guess you're right.
500 ball won't get you to 500 ball.
No, not how you started. No,
Not with this man.
8-2 homestand. I'm calling it right now. 8-2.
That's I'll do your little Coors Light thing if you want.
Right.
There's no chance.
All
They
right.
can't win at home.
8-2. Let's get
I'll take 6-4.
Kirby wants to get. No, they ain't going 6-4.
I take
against
6-4.
these teams.
Little victories.
What up, Kirby?
Good morning. How we doing? Everybody happy? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling great, Kirby. Thanks.
Apparently great.
John, I think it'd sound better if you ended all your things about the Astros with a little bit of a question mark. Maybe a little 8-2 homestand, guys, huh?
Eight.
Maybe that'll
8-2.
Quarter of the season's over.
Uh-huh.
Quarter of the season, you're 10 games under.
That's right.
You're trying to fool.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the Atlanta Braves. They were way down. The Washington Nationals were way behind, and they came back and won the World Series.
They won the World Series.
Hey.
Is it more fun? Isn't it more fun to be negative than positive, Johnny?
No, it's not fun to be negative. Okay, you can be negative.
I
You
know.
go ahead.
I think Lance likes to be negative.
I know he
He
does.
likes
They're
to be
10
positive.
games under 500.
That's right.
I know. They're terrible.
They're still not good. I'm still reeling from walking around a market and Justin Verlander's getting his ass kicked. So, I mean,
You know what, one
I'm
of
glad
my
he had a good
favorite-
start. It's about time. He's getting paid to have good starts.
He's 41. He's 41.
No.
So what? Oh, wait, did you throw a
Oh.
two-hitter yesterday? How old are you?
No, I can't even throw anymore. I tore my pec.
Okay, there you go.
Throw.
Then you're not, guess what?
Hey, Lance, you know what I love? When I'm listening to one of these national shows and these guys are like, hey, I'm going to go over to my guy Lance Zerline, NFL insider Lance Zerline, and I do a little, God dang, man, I've been listening to that summit for 30 years. Knowing that guy. Love Zerline. Let's
Kirby.
go over to Lance Zerline. He knows everything about the NFL. Lance, in your professional opinion,
I know. See, that's how it goes. That's the respect I'm treated with nationally.
You see?
The disrespect I get here is unbelievable.
Well, it's true. It's because
All things-
because they don't know you nearly
All
as well.
things draft Lance. This is the guy.
All right. We
He
got
is
to
the
break it
best.
because we got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. Are you like me? Are you Professor Positive? Let's go. What did you learn? It could be about your family. It could be about whatever it is. You got it. 713-780-3776. Get in now, and we're going to fly through them. Right now, though, I'm talking about dip. And I was thinking about this because my buddy, man, it's just gross. He just dips all the time, and it's gross, and it's all over the place, and it's spitting and in his cup, and you can smell it, and it's just terrible. And oh, by the way, it's not good for you. Dips every day. I mean, you guys that dip every day, do you know what you're doing? The tobacco and the nicotine, do you know how dangerous it is? Stop already. Wean yourself off of that. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. The CBD oil has healing powers to it, let alone it's not going to hurt you. As a matter of fact, it can help you. And you don't spit, you swallow it because it's got the CBD oil. CBD American Shaman says, oh, yeah, we like that. We'll carry it at some of our shops. Here's the deal. You need to get off of that tip and get with this one, 975dip.com. Wean yourself from that tobacco and nicotine at 975dip.com.
Hey, John Daspit Law Firm. I was driving back from the airport yesterday, saw the John Daspit billboard with, I think it was like 1,536 traffic cases that had been finished and cleared in 2023. Of course, it's 2024 now, and he's even busier. John Daspit works on a lot of traffic cases. Obviously, people getting hit by cars, hit by semi-trucks. A lot of times, as you guys know, with the speeds that people are driving, it can lead to very serious injuries. When that happens, you can't go to work. How is your family going to pay the bills? How are you going to pay the medical bills? How are you going to take care of your family when you can't, when you don't have the money to, you're not earning money because you can't work? That's where John Daspit and his law office is step in. They get you paid for all of the hospital bills, all of the time missed from work that you're going to have. Your pain and suffering is going to be a premium price for your pain and suffering because that's what it should be. You deserve that. You didn't ask to be injured by someone else's negligence. So don't let those insurance companies bully you. Let John Daspit and his law associates do their job, which is fighting for you. 713-CALL NOW. He's the biggest firm here in the city of Houston. 713-CALL NOW for personal injury lawyer needs. It's going to be John Daspit. 713-CALL NOW.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Time to play. What have you learned this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. Free Reign Coffee is the way to start your day. Get up and get after it, everybody. I will start it. I will tell you this. Going to a Lutheran church in Charleston, South Carolina is a lot different than a Black Baptist church in Austin.
Okay. I learned that my sons need to take their Spanish courses seriously in high school because they need to get down to Mexico City, find a girl, and bring her back.
Okay. Okay.
Wow.
I learned that about Charlotte as well. If I could go back to College of Charleston, I'm there. Holy crap. They had graduation this weekend there, and it's wow. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Ocho, ¿qué pasó, Ocho?
Yeah, I learned at a Atascocita High School's national record time in the 4x100 meter relay would have won the Big Ten Conference Finals.
That's how good Atascocita is. How about that? That would have won the Big Ten. They're fast.
Wow.
They're fast.
Would have won the Big Ten.
Wow.
Well, Big Ten is slow.
Well, Big Ten is.
Let's
plotting.
Big
Even
Ten,
their track is plotting?
Big Ten is a plotting conference.
Will, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Xander Schauffele is Cal Naughton Jr. from Talladega Nights. Always second.
Always second. Man, that dude, he cannot. Although, you got to give it up for Rory. Rory went 8 under in 8 holes, 8 straight holes. He was 8 under.
That's like a
in the final round. Oh, he was. He was. It was just. Now, Schauffele, gags. Holy cow, dude.
And you said that about him a while back.
Come play in the 4th round. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. Isaac, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned this weekend that Loma Chico and Lionel Hutz have something in common. They still got it.
Wait, what did he say?
I couldn't. Did you hear? Did you understand it? Dell couldn't understand it either. I don't know what he said. Nomo Chico or something. Maybe somebody can translate that for us. 713-780-3776. Let's go. Open lines. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. What is it? You got to get up and get your day started with Free Reign Coffee. Get on in here. 713-780-3776. Lou, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I actually learned it this morning. I learned that if Lance spends time around the cartel, he turns into a scared little boy.
Everyone's acting like this Astros team looks like anything like any other Astros team. They don't.
They just did this weekend.
Not
they
even
finally
close.
played like they're supposed to. They came up with big hits. They came up with runs late.
I was not.
Fromber and Verlander both look good, really good. And I'm so scared.
I didn't get to see it. I watched just on my score phone. That's all. I didn't watch. I just saw the
I
scores.
do know this: 8 strikeouts by Verlander. Thank you.
I know Verlander had a really good game,
Right.
and I know Fromber was much better than the previous start that he had, which was terrible.
Well, yeah, no.
I just want to see these guys put 3 good starts together.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for that.
You're going to watch that
in a row.
this week. This week.
You already said 8.
We got Eric Getty going tonight. How could you not love this team? Okay. Keith, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, guys, I learned this again and again. When it comes to Sunday in golf, Xander Schauffele wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was so painful to watch, too. I mean, he couldn't answer. Although, again, Rory was just great. You got to give it up for Rory. He was just spectacular. He won. He made every shot, every putt, and it was pretty disheartening for Xander. I felt bad for him, but this is what he does. He just doesn't show up on Sunday. La raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Yanito G, el Lance Z.
Oh, gentlemen, good morning. Balloon.
Para tres, gentlemen, good morning. And we give a shout out to my boy Eric Lakeland, and this is what I learned over the weekend. I learned that Eric Lakeland can say El Chino on air, but we can't play male golf or female golf for food.
He did say El Chino.
Who did he say that about?
Well, what was that about, Del? It was about Japanese, and he called him. If we were in, we'd call him El Chino. if he was in prison, we were doing prison something.
Movies.
Right? No, it was about. I don't remember because John had something.
Oh, it was about the interpreter.
Oh yeah,
he's Japanese, but if he was in our prison and we were, in the Mexican gang, then we would call him El Chino.
I like that he was holding it down.
Yeah. Right.
I believe. Yeah, Otani. If Otani's an interpreter, when he goes to prison, and he was in a lockdown.
Yeah.
And the gangs are
They just
fighting.
kind of shuffle you into, that's his group.
Yeah, his group would be, and then everyone will look at him. And
I don't think that's probably the strongest group.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have a great eye and go, actually, that guy's Japanese. He would just probably
he'd just be.
Yeah, no.
No, yeah.
Right.
He'd just be. I think that was the point, was that he would still be El Chino.
Right.
713-780-3776. Who is that, though? Oh.
It was D, but he hung up.
Oh, got that D. Nice job, D.
Did you learn anything, Del?
What did I learn? I learned never count out the heart of a champion.
The Astros.
No, the Nuggets.
Oh, the Nuggets. Whoa. Yeah, we haven't even touched on that. The Nuggets, man, they went to Minnesota and said, "Yo, really? You took 2 on our house? Watch this."
I learned that Twitter basketball fans legitimately believe that it's no big deal to just step off the court in NBA and go play football immediately. It's not a sport that pretty much anyone can play.
It's not just Twitter
NBA.
basketball fans. You've got people like Dominic Foxworth, who does a segment with Bomani Jones.
Right.
Like, basketball players better chance.
Does anyone recognize and realize?
So he thought that NBA players would have a better chance
the
of playing.
discussion, it wasn't this abject no. It was like, better athletes. They got a shot.
Here's the thing. This is one of the dumbest things in the world. NBA players are not going to go over and play NFL football. When people talk about what about Antonio Gates, never played NBA basketball. Jimmy Graham never played NBA basketball. These guys were not NBA players. NBA players are, you know why? Antonio Gates is too small to play in the NBA. He wasn't big enough as a post player. Jimmy Graham wasn't big enough as a post player. Julius Peppers is Julius Peppers is football first. These guys aren't big enough. And once you get too tall, do you know how many I do 500 draft profiles, right? I go to their bios. Do you know how many times I see guys who are all-state basketball players of these football players? How many of these guys were all-state? Like a lot of them. A lot of them are 20 points, 13 rebounds, 27 points, 1 state championship. These are guys who played basketball and football and excelled in basketball, but they're only 6'2". They're a safety at 6'2" or 6'1", or a wide receiver who's 6'3". The only reason their basketball skill level. Oh, Dell, your mic's on. Your mic's on. Their basketball skill level is really high at that age, but they're not tall enough. Unless you're a point guard, you need to be, 6'3" to 6'5" to 6'7". You're not tall enough. And so so there's a lot of guys whose favorite sport is basketball who end up being good football players. And they were really good basketball players, skilled. How many of the NBA players have all-state football in their backgrounds? Do you want to? I will promise you, it is 1/10 of the amount. All-state football players, all-state basketball players who end up going to play in the NFL, I see it all the time. It's no big deal. Basketball players, though, who are all-state basketball players, who is this on the line?
Intern Lexi? You don't know intern Lexi?
Yeah, I know who it is. I just didn't see from here.
Yeah. All right, we got to get her in.
Oh, what did she learn now?
That's right.
We'll find out what she did learn.
What did you learn this weekend? In one sentence, brought to you by Free Range Coffee.
Turn the music on.
Intern Lexi, what'd you learn?
Hold on,
guys.
Hold on, Lexi. Let's get our music. We got to make it legit.
Just
Never
go.
mind.
Go,
Okay,
Lexi, go.
Okay.
What did you learn?
I learned that every Astros fan, if you buy another MLB jersey, you are all of a sudden not an Astros fan.
Well, okay. So we can ask you this. Did you do this?
Yes, I did.
Who did you buy? Otani.
So I bought a Minnesota Twins jersey, the Carlos Correa jersey.
All right, no, you're fine. You're fine. That's not true. If you bought a Carlos Correa jersey,
as long as I'm good in y'all's book.
Yeah, you're grandfathered in. She brought a Twins Carlos Correa jersey. That's fine.
That's fine.
That doesn't make you not an Astros fan.
No.
It makes you a Carlos Correa fan.
No, you're a Correa fan, and that's fine. And by the way,
he was born here with the Astros.
By the way, they're kicking ass. You go ahead, Lexi. You be you.
That's
okay?
not true.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's not true. If it's a Carlos Correa jersey, if you wore I go so far as to say if you wore a Charlie Morton jersey somewhere.
No, that means you're an Astros fan.
Yeah, he was born with the Astros too.
Yeah.
He was in his 30s, but still, to me, that's when his career
started.
He done?
What had he done before that?
Now, if you wear a Garrett Cole jersey, no good.
No
Yankees. You're out.
No bueno.
No
Cole
Garrett
jersey?
Cole Yankees jersey out. You're out of the. Which right now you're probably rushing to get out anyway.
What if you buy a Bregman Pirates jersey? Because that looks like where he's ending up.
Is he going to end up with Pirates?
It looks like that's where he's going to end up.
I'd be good with that too.
All right.
I guess.
What if you went to the stadium today with a Bregman Pirates jersey on?
Started wearing jerseys where you want them traded. Kyle Tucker Dodgers. Well, they probably don't have any prospects left. I don't want to trade him to the Dodgers.
No.
Yankees and Dodgers probably don't have anyone left.
Well, don't worry, we don't trade anybody. He's just going to sign there.
No.
And he's gonna,
what if you wear you wear a college player's jersey from where your pick would be that you get for Alex Bregman walking?
Right.
Your compensatory pick, and you wear somebody's jersey.
Bregman compensatory pick jersey. We got to break it. Thank you, Lexi.
How about Paul Skeens?
Thank you for everybody who participated in What Have You Learned This Weekend in one sentence, brought to you by Free Range Coffee. Right now, I'm talking about HRP, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. I say this a bunch. You don't know payroll. You sell your widgets. What are your widgets? I don't know what your widgets are, but whatever it is. And it could be just your services. It doesn't matter. But if you have a business that's thriving right now, growing right now, it's getting a little out of hand for you in your payroll. It's getting a little out of hand for you in HR. It's getting a little out of hand for you and tax-wise. You just went through it, the tax season. How was it? Was it great or did it suck? Okay? Because with us, it's great. It's easy. Ask Laura. You can call up here and ask Laura about, ask for Laura, and she will tell you about everything that HRP does for us. You hear all kinds of different businesses come up here and speak for HRP. You heard Bucky Richardson. You heard my man Marcus Piavla from Orleans Seafood. You heard the great folks from Channel Penn. All of them speak so highly of what HRP does for them. You, my friends, let them do that for you as well. Save money, do it better, technologically advanced more than you are. You don't know the payroll business they do. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Austin Rivers said there are probably 30 guys in the NBA who could play in the NFL, and there are not 30 guys in the NFL who could play in the NBA.
Let's be clear, man. They are as athletic as football players, but they also 6'5". There was a time when you could have a blue-collar worker in the NBA. That time is over. In the NFL, we got a few positions, a lot of positions where you just got to be athletic. And there's no shortage of athletes in the NBA. And if you telling me Paolo Banchero's footwork at 6'10" can't be a pass rusher or a tackle, stop it. For the most part, a lot of the other positions are just
tackle?
like a test of raw athleticism.
Okay.
And they got that. You ever heard of Julius Peppers? Rank him of all-time athletes in football. Top 5, top 10, top 25. He was a mediocre college basketball player, guys.
Oh, my God.
That is
Dominic,
true. At the right time with Bomani
Dominic,
Jones.
he just said, tell me Paolo Banchero can't be a tackle or a defensive end? Bro, he's got to put on at least you're at 6'10". Number one, we hate tackles that get to 6'9" or too tall. 6'8" almost is too tall. You have to have bend. You have to have anchor. That is, for Dominic to say that, he just loses all credibility.
Well,
say
you
a
don't
player,
disagree with his take. It's just his example.
No, I disagree with that take. A 6'10", yes, the example more than anything. NBA players are more athletic than NFL players. No one's arguing. You shouldn't argue that. Now, there's some NBA play. It's an athletic. Every player has to play cornerback and wide receiver. The NFL there's no offensive tackle, defensive tackle, linebacker. There is no linebacker position. There's nothing that you couldn't play linebacker in the NFL. None of those guys could. What about Anthony Edwards? What about this? Here's the problem. As soon as you get to 2-a-day practices in the NFL, as soon as you've got to hit, as soon as you get to the work that's required, and you got to do that every single day, and you've got, like, the mentality of an NFL player, it's not for every football player. It's not for every football player.
I saw, to your mentality point, someone, I forgot who it was, say, look, Draymond is considered the craziest guy in the NBA. Everyone who plays football in some way, shape, or form, particularly at the positions like linebacker, are crazy because they want to do that over and over and over again. How many NBA players have the mindset that, hey,
that's the biggest
bloody
deterrent.
my nose, I'll bloody yours, let's keep doing this over and over again.
And that's my biggest problem is people acting like athleticism is what makes the football player, because you're an athlete, you jump high, and you've got footwork. That does not – look, I like offensive tackles that have basketball backgrounds. I like safeties that have baseball backgrounds because they can track the football. And then you like to have boxing, and you're not going to typically have boxing, but wrestling for offensive linemen. Wrestling is huge, and track, shot put, and discus. There's certain things that make a lot of sense, but you love players to be multi-sport players. but the mentality it takes, the physicality, the brutality. John, you were on the field for the Texans, sideline reporter. How hard do they hit there on the sideline?
It's brutal.
It's unbelievable physical violence.
Yeah.
And for them to act like, and I know the argument is, well, just wide receiver, you can play wide receiver. If Ryan Clark is coming over number one, you're going to get your wig split a few times. That's going to happen. How tough are you then? Are you willing to go through all the practice stuff? Because they don't have to in the NBA. Very little practice time relative to the NFL. It's done outdoors in heat most of the time. A lot of it is. There's a lot of weightlifting going on as the season maintains because you've got to keep your weight up. You got to try to keep your strength up and your weight up. So much of it is the mentality. Do I think there is a few guys who could potentially do it? Maybe. But like I said, I go through every single year and see all-state basketball players who end up playing football because they're not tall enough. Not because they're not skilled enough. They're just not tall enough. And they're also really good football players. You'll have to show me how many. LeBron was one, but you're going to have a very small amount of basketball players who are all-state football players because most of them are one-sport guys. So to act like you can just go play a sport that you have the mentality, you have the physical. Everybody in basketball is going to need to be 6'6" or under, first of all, because in a wide receiver, are you going to be able to get off press against a 6'2", 6'1" corner? Can a 6'5", 6'6" guy get off press? You know that there's a different being a long strider is not an advantage in press. These people who are saying this have no idea. They've never evaluated talent. They have no idea. Long striders have an unbelievably tough time getting off press. Unbelievably tough. And long striders are primarily basketball. The ones who would have a shot are guys who are 6'3" and smaller, would have the best shot of being corners or wide receivers. And there's a lot of, I wanted to bring in Chris. I wanted to talk to Chris Paul about this because he was a high school quarterback, and we talked about it. There's a lot of things in basketball that make sense for football in terms of defending a point guard, somebody who's going to penetrate. You've got to be able to open your hips left, open your hips right. You got to have quick feet. There's absolutely, for a corner, there's absolutely Quentin Rollins, who is, you remember him, Dell, who was drafted by, you remember him, John? He came out of Miami, Ohio. He had played 4 years of basketball and then went, and he had been a high school football player, went and played 1 year at Miami, Ohio, was really good at Miami, Ohio, got drafted by the Packers, and then just wasn't good in the NFL, wasn't good enough in the NFL. But his college tape was good, and he had great feet. He had basketball athleticism, but it's just hard to translate the mental toughness it takes, and then the jump and skill. Like, you go from never playing football or playing high school football, and then you've been playing basketball, and now you're going to go play against guys who have trained for this sport forever. That's so disrespectful to football players. I mean, it really is disrespectful. The same way I would say it's disrespectful to act like, Terrell Owens. And I said this at the time when Terrell went and played in the G League, or remember when Terrell Owens went and played in whatever basketball league, and he tried to act like he could play in the NBA. Bro, you can go catch 2.5 points a game. You might be able to catch 2.5 points a game, 1.5 a game, because basketball on the professional level is totally different. And to disrespect that sport, yes. Are they athletic enough? Yes. Are they? Some are. Are they skilled enough? Probably not in many cases. Could it be taught? Maybe, but it takes a lot of time. But the other thing is, the mental toughness it takes to just breeze, and physical toughness to breeze right by that is stupid. If you're a cornerback, you have to tackle. You got to tackle running backs. If you're a wide receiver, you have to go over the middle and get hit by people. You have to get off press. It's just to see these Kendrick Perkins acting like this is no big deal. Austin Rivers, of all people. Dude, I mean, come on, Austin. You're such a dumbass. I can't tell you how pissed off this made me. I'm in Mexico City just mad as el gran chingon.
Well, we got some people that want to chime in on this. Mark, what did you he wants to talk multi-sport athletes. What do you say, Mark?
Hey, good morning, guys. Years ago, my son was at a baseball camp at Rice University, and Coach Graham, he liked to walk around on the field and talk with the players and the parents. So several of the dads were talking to him, and we were asking him about kids playing multi-sports. And he had some interesting observations. He said, I really like, when I'm scouting, I really like my middle infielders to have played soccer because that really, really helps their footwork. They're a lot natural on the middle infield. And the other thing, he made an interesting comment about playing football. He said, I really love to recruit people who play football because they do have that mental toughness, he said, but they know the difference between I'm injured and I'm just hurt. I'm hurting. I'm sore. So anyway, just wanted to share that observation. So thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate it. And that is true. Like the multi-sport athlete thing, they love that. And so my dad says offensive pass protection is basketball and boxing. Boxing because your hands, your handwork, being able to throw punches quick. Basketball because obviously the slide, the lateral quickness to change the direction. It's two different types of, center fielders and left fielders. Safeties and corners, wide receivers. You love for them if they have any baseball background at all in the outfield. You love that. Like, I'm sure soccer is great. Soccer would be great for corners and wide slot receivers and all that too. You just don't see a lot of that in the NFL. When I look at their backgrounds in high school, there's not a lot of soccer players. Every once in a while you see lacrosse players. But sometimes I see especially if you get guys out of Wyoming, guys out of North Dakota, they've wrestled, played baseball, basketball, football. They played every sport. Just like your boy Cooper DeJean, it was an excellent basketball player.
My God, yeah.
All-state
His
basketball player,
are...
yeah. But that doesn't mean he was really, really good. Doesn't mean he'd be an NBA player necessarily.
Right. And Keith wanted to get in as well. Hey, Keith.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Sports. I guess I know what triggers Lance. I've never seen him so pissed off.
Oh, how long have you listened?
It takes very little to trigger Lance.
How long have you listened?
No, Keith, you've been
first of all,
it.
I want to welcome you to the show. Thank you for listening. I know you're an AJ and Fred listener. You said sports.
Sports, yeah.
So we welcome you in. This is a 4?
Yeah. Oh, no. There's no volcano going off. Are you kidding me?
No.
This is nothing. But this is Lance gets triggered. Just say the word brisket, okay? And he'll start talking about A and the H and all these other ugly words.
Those. First of all, it wasn't even true.
Well, one time,
and my daughter even said, people who say stuff about your brisket don't know what they're talking about.
No.
I'm like, how do you know this? People say stuff about brisket. I just heard it on the radio.
She heard your filth and florid mouth. That's how.
No, she hears you bring it up.
Yeah. Let's take one here. 713-780-3776 is the number. We got a lot to talk about after this weekend. You got a lot to talk about with Vanderford.
Yeah, Vanderford Air. It's hot in Mexico City too now. I like having the air conditioner on when I went back to the hotel, but it's a different heat here. It was dry there. I just getting off the plane. It was 83 degrees, and it was like, oh no, the humidity. Ugh. And it'll be 93 this week. Your air conditioner is going to be on. Your air conditioner is going to run hot. If you have an inefficient air conditioner, it's because, A, there might be something wrong with it, or maybe it's time to get a new air conditioner. And if your air conditioner is 15, 20, 25 years old, oh my gosh, you're just going to run it, and it's not going to get to where it needs to be. Vanderford Air makes sure that it gets to where it needs to be. They will install new air conditioning, new line. They run new lines, so there's not going to be any leakage, and you get brand new cooling that is going to be efficient, but it's also going to keep you cool, and it's going to cool the way it's supposed to. The size of the units are going to be tested through heat load with your home, and the size of your home all plays into it. And then, the best part is if you just need something fixed or you just want it checked up on before the summer heat really takes its toll on us, they're great. It's just going through and taking you through like this multi-checkpoint system that will show you everything that's going on with your system or make sure that everything is good with your system. Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL. It's an air conditioning company that you can trust. VanderfordAir.com.
Hey, time to talk about my man Kent Jones, okay, over at Dream Rate. Dream Rate is where Kent Jones, listen, coming up in a couple of weeks, there's a mortgage company that put its name on a golf tournament, on a PGA golf tournament. You know what you're never going to see? The Dream Rate Invitational. Because Kent Jones ain't making that much money. What Kent Jones does, instead of making all that money off of you and putting it on a golf tournament, Kent Jones is saving you money. Instead, Kent Jones at Dream Rate is going to work his tail off. See, when you go to one of these big mortgage companies, that's all you are is a number. You ain't a number with Kent Jones. You're a person. You're somebody who's going to work his tail off to save as much money as he possibly can. You could save literally thousands at signing and through the course of your mortgage. If you don't shop it, what are you doing? What are you doing? I never did. I'm so dumb. I wish I had. You're going to have quite possibly thousands of dollars more in your pocket because you went with Kent Jones at Dream Rate. The ultimate mortgage hookup. Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626. If you need a mortgage, you got to call this guy, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I'm looking at a graphic that Dove Kleiman put out. Based on winning percentage the last 10 years, NFL, Major League Baseball, and NBA team equivalents.
Okay.
The number one teams over the last 10 years winning percentage. Who's number one in baseball, basketball,
10 years?
And football?
Dodgers?
Dodgers.
Okay. In basketball, last 10 years. I mean, the Rockets had a good run, but they've had a bad run. Oh, no, it's not going to be Bucks?
It's not the Bucks. It is the Warriors.
Oh.
No.
Of course. No. Yeah.
And then in football, it's Kansas City.
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two?
On the same list? The Astros, too?
The Astros, too.
Wow.
Yeah. The Astros, Celtics, and Patriots.
I mean, because in 15, they weren't terrible. They made the playoffs in 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, Patriots and Celtics. Okay.
Patriots, Celtics, and I just
Patriots,
lost.
Celtics, and Astros.
Patriots, Celtics, and Astros, right.
Yeah.
And a third is the Clippers. The Clippers are...
I mean, they had the Chris Paul Clippers, the Blake Griffin Clippers. They were a good team. They just choked all the time.
Yeah.
They won a lot of games. They just choked a lot. And then they've got Paul George relatively recently, but they've also had... Yeah, I could see the Clippers. And I never would have... It would have taken me a while to come up with Clippers.
Yeah. No, the Clippers were
So Clippers are there, and then what about baseball? Would baseball be not the Yankees?
Yankees.
Okay.
Yankees, Clippers, and Steelers.
Yeah, they don't have a losing season, Mike Tomlin.
And then it's the Guardians, Bucks, and Packers. Number 4.
Football's easier. Yeah. Baseball's the trickier one because teams can go up and down, and over 10 years. Basketball, you can have a little bit of a run.
Yeah. And then it's Cardinals, Raptors, Seahawks is 5th. What's the worst? The 30th.
30th, only because there's 30 baseball teams. So worse
there's 30 30 baseball teams, right?
Yeah, I would say.
And 30 basketball.
Yep. I would say 30th would be, give me a second here, in baseball. Who's always terrible? Is it the A's? It's not the A's.
It's not the A's.
It's not the A's. Is it it can't be the
A's are 19th.
So what about the Orioles? It's
no.
more recent for the Orioles.
It's Miami.
Oh, yeah.
The Marlins.
God, it's like baseball doesn't exist.
Marlins, Pistons, and football might surprise you.
It's not Texans. Brownies?
The Texans are 24th along with the Diamondbacks and the Nets.
We're 24th? Okay. What is it, the Brownies maybe?
It is not. The Browns are 29th. It's the Giants.
Yeah. They're just quietly terrible usually.
They're year in and year
Brian
out, they're
Daboll
bad.
just had that one year like, wait a minute.
Well,
give Daniel Jones the money. Give Saquon money.
They're not the worst, the Jets and the Jaguars, but there aren't 32 teams in the other league. So those are the two worst, a league of their own, Jets and Jaguars. But I was surprised that the Giants are worse than the Browns have been. The Texans.
The Giants, the Browns won one game over 2 years.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not like but the Jaguars had the top pick in the draft back-to-back years.
Yeah.
They've not been very good.
And the Jets have been crap.
And the Jets have been terrible.
So the Diamondbacks, the Nets, and the Texans, 24th. What is it like to be a Nets fan today? How about this? And you think about this James Harden trade and how horrible it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even close to how bad the Nets traded in 2013. They traded for Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. They traded with Boston for Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. Do you know what that turned into for Boston?
What?
Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and another pick that was sent to Cleveland for Kyrie Irving.
Wow. Sometime you trade players and get good players back to build the core of your team. Imagine that.
And
imagine that, asked Jim Crane. Sometime you move guys for younger players or for draft picks in basketball, younger players in baseball.
But if you're a Nets fan, you just lost your third pick yesterday.
Yep.
You're looking at Jason. If you had those picks and you actually made good picks, the Nets could be this year's Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
They could be this year's Celtics. Instead, they went for old Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
And
credit card spending rarely works. And that's what that is. When you credit card spend and you go chasing, Bill O'Brien did a really bad one with 2 firsts for Tunsil. Just because, not because Tunsil's not good, it's just 2 firsts that's quarterback equivalent draft picks, and he was quote unquote going all in, and then he didn't have a contract in place. There's a lot of dumb things that those two did, credit card spending is really tough, man. When you do that, you mortgage a farm. I mean, the Rams did it, and frankly, the Rams would be in really bad shape if it weren't for their unbelievable draft picks in the middle rounds. Les Snead has been unbelievable. He drafted Kobe Turner in the 3rd, and and when was Cooper? What's his name? Puka Nacua in the 6th.
Yeah.
Those dudes could have been defensive and offensive rookies of the year. They could have easily been those 2 guys. Instead of the Texans winning, it could have been the Rams. Texans had the 2nd pick, the 3rd pick, which they also included another first-round pick for Will Anderson. The Rams are right there on their heels with a 4th and either a 3rd or 4th with Turner, and Puka Nacua was a 6th. Unbelievable job of drafting.
Yeah.
By Les Snead. And this year he ended up having 10 picks in the first one.
There is F them picks.
Yeah, and he went, but then they got into a real hole, but then that's how you come back. That's how you could, like this year they had a ton of picks, and I thought they did a really good job again. But when you credit card spend, you better win.
No.
You better ram it up.
And the Nets certainly.
Because now the Nets are stuck.
They certainly haven't done that. Now, they have picked up some picks back with the Kevin Durant trade to,
Let me ask you a question.
To the Suns.
Are the Suns happy with Kevin Durant right now with that trade?
No.
They traded some good young players. Are they happy with that deal?
No, they're not happy.
How'd the Rockets trade for Charles Barkley go with Sam Cassell and Robert
You were
Horry?
still competitive then. You were still really
yeah,
competitive.
but you got old. You can't trade to get old.
Well, right. And that's where the Suns are right now. And let's not forget, you got a pick swap with the Nets next year. You got their pick in 26, and you got another pick swap with them in 27. So, and the Rockets are going to be better than the Nets. So you will definitely use those pick swaps. There's no question you will use those pick swaps.
Oh, they're screwed.
They're screwed.
I mean, honestly, the job that Rafael Stone has done when you include the pick swaps and everything, my gosh.
Yeah. No, almost as good as listen, Casario and Rafael Stone couldn't have done better in their trades. They couldn't have, you got Jordan, yeah. But I'm talking about in rebuilding a team.
In their trades, yeah.
In their trades.
Well, Well, Rafael he felt like I don't think the GM, I don't think the owner wanted them to trade James to
Philly.
No. That was kind of the owner, from what I understand, kind of didn't want that to happen where Daryl doesn't get – don't worry, Daryl was eventually going to get James. You couldn't keep Daryl from getting James. But the trade he got, there was not – at the time, how do you look at it now? The thought was at the time you could have had two good players from the Nets, two pretty good players from the Nets for James, or all these draft picks.
Well, you did, though. You still got Karis LeVert and Jared Allen, and you gave them away. You gave them up.
Yeah, they were part of a grand plan. LeVert and Allen were not going to be – now, Allen, yeah.
No, they're both contributing in the postseason right now.
Right. Would you rather have that or the picks?
Well, you had both, though. You had both. You got LeVert and Allen, and you got all the picks. Well, but you just got rid of those.
You flipped them for because you were trying to be young and inexpensive.
Yes, you didn't want
to have to sign. One of them had a medical issue. Yeah, you wouldn't have lost.
You wanted to lose. Yeah.
But you also didn't get Wemby. But you got Jabari. You got Jalen.
You killed that trade. You killed him. You destroyed him, and you're still destroying him to this day. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I do want to talk about also, if you want to get in on the basketball and football player thing, you can if you want. It's been around for a little while. But also, I do want to talk about what the Rockets do now, because I think this is a really important time. I understand the third pick. We'll get into it, but the third pick may not have as much star value, but is it valuable as part of a package deal?
We can do that in a little bit, but next it's Ship Talk right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell's got all the Ship Talk from this weekend. You got a little QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics helps. My wife was just walking around like without a problem in the world. She didn't have a limp or anything. She had a pretty bad knee issue, bone-on-bone knee issue, and a lot of times they'll tell you that's, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. You're just going to have to get a knee replacement. She went to QC Kinetics, ended up running the Berlin Marathon, and she has plans to run London and Tokyo marathons before she's done, so she can get all the big 6 marathons in. And one of the reasons she was able to do that is she went to QC Kinetics. They went through 5 different treatments for her, and including their most aggressive treatment, and there was still some cartilage in there, and had a little rebuild. And before you know it, she's got the better mobility and flexibility in the knee. It wasn't locked out like it had been before, and she is able to run and train for marathons, which I never thought. I didn't think she'd ever be able to run again. It's truly incredible, the amount of repair that the regenerative medicine does on damaged tissue and missing tissue in the joints. Truly changes lives, because chronic pain is something that diminishes and you get back to being more active. And it's something that's been highly successful professional athletes for years. You've now got it available for you. 4 locations here in Houston too. So go to qckinetics.com. That's qckinetics.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for Ship Talk. Del Olaleye takes over the show. He's got all kinds of stuff that happened over the weekend.
What did you call me?
Del Olaleye?
There's a change. I don't know if you've heard.
No, Mama called him Olaleye.
The whole point is Mama didn't call me Olaleye. She called me Olaleye.
She did. Mama called it Olaleye. I'm going to call you Olaleye.
That's not what she called me.
That's what my mom's called you.
Your mother's
Disrespectful.
never said
she
anything
did.
about my name.
My mom used to call you Del Olaleye.
That's
and
not
then
true.
you let a woman from New York change her name to Grant.
Well, he doesn't care about. He doesn't think
The
names matter.
Italians
That's
are-
all.
Don't care about names.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We know.
It's the integrity, okay, of the individual. It's not his name.
Oh, well,
Okay?
John doesn't see names.
You have little integrity.
John doesn't see names. He
I don't
sees
see
people.
That's all I see.
Okay, sure.
I don't care about names.
Okay, MLK, sure.
Yeah.
People look at you and go, a protege of Martin Luther King Jr., John Granado. We're going to start in the world of boxing.
I
Because
see character.
the content of his character. We know.
Stop. He'll keep going.
I know.
I see character.
Oh, sure. We're going to start in the world of boxing. In a rather nondescript fight, but a ring announcer made a terrible mistake. He announced the wrong name of the winner of the Shernika Johnson-Nina Hughes fight, and that led to Joe Tessitore. We all know him from ESPN and college football. Led to him going off on one Dan Hennessy, who was the ring announcer who made the mistake.
Is this guy for real? I'm dead. Is this guy Lieutenant Dan Hennessy for real?
Get this dude up out of here, man.
I mean, what are we doing? And we said it before in the first fight that he read the scores incorrectly of the normal standard protocol of how you read scores, and then he just did that.
Oh, my goodness.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Can somebody please get Mark Chinook, Jimmy Lennon, Michael Buffer, anybody but Lieutenant Dan Hennessy in this spot right now?
He was calling him out of his name. Lieutenant Dan Hennessy. That's Lieutenant Dan was your first sign.
Yeah. Lieutenant Dan is. Now, is he really Lieutenant Dan Hennessy?
I don't know.
Or was he just calling him Lieutenant
He
Dan?
might have just been slandering him. I don't know if that's a nickname that got, or maybe he is a lieutenant in the armed forces. I'm not sure.
But then Joe Tessitore better watch himself.
Yeah, you better watch. You
I
better
don't
just say
know.
thank you for your service.
He just said that he's not great at his job, and we heard it from Joe Tessitore. Normally a positive guy, loves himself in college football.
No, his name is Lieutenant Dan Hennessy.
Oh, that's his real name. So he wasn't calling him out of his name. He just called him out.
Oh, and he was a veteran. Oh, he's deleted his Instagram.
Is that because he's been
Former
so terrible?
U.S. Marine Corps war veteran, international ring MC, and he's also deleted his Instagram now.
I'm sure people had words for him over the weekend. We're going to move on to maybe one of the best podcasters of all time, Jeff Teague. Jeff Teague, noted go get my bag guy. He
is a wild card.
He is. On a recent podcast, he talked about how winning a title in Milwaukee isn't that great.
What's going on in Milwaukee?
Bro, I just said I ain't care that we won. Like, we won a chip. I ain't care, bro. Our after party was trash, bro. Look, I had better times at Lou Willville, bro.
Every championship team I know, they gas up the jet and they
Well,
go.
not this one. You know, me, PJ Tucker, Bobby Portis, we like, yo, let's go to Vegas, y'all. Or this party, it ain't no party in Milwaukee. It was probably like 20 people in the little venue we was at. It wasn't nothing going on. So we asked Giannis, you want to go to Vegas? He said, nah, I'm going to celebrate with my family. Once Giannis say it's over, it's over. Like, I got it by truck, and I drove back home to Indianapolis so I can hang out with my friends, bro.
I said, you just won the championship. Why are you at home playing the game?
I was on 2K. I'm like, who? Load up. Get the squad ready.
I mean, I can't say that this surprises me that much.
Like Milwaukee's going to party it up.
I don't know. I've never been to. I've heard good
I've
things
been there.
about Milwaukee.
No, he's right. But he went to Indiana to party.
Well,
He went back home. He
from.
said he got on 2K, didn't he?
Yeah, he's from Indiana, so he just went home and went to go play with his boys, play basketball online with his boys.
What a
And then he went to
slap!
Vegas,
What a
though.
slap! I want to go somewhere better than Milwaukee, Indiana.
I didn't even care that we won a chip. Wait a minute. Now, this kind of tells you about Jeff Teague. The championship is what you play for.
Mm-hmm.
You can party anytime you want. It's like Jeff was playing for the championship party. He didn't care about the ring so much as the party after the championship. So to him, he's like, I didn't care about the chip.
Jeff Teague was at the end of his career. No one's going to remember that he was on that team unless he tells the story.
I didn't remember.
So I didn't contribute a lot, so let me have a party so I can remember it that way. We're going to move on to one of our favorites, Charles Barkley. This starts about the Knicks, and then it ends with really someplace unexpected.
You know, if the Knicks win, that'll be good.
You care who wins. Cut it out.
I don't care who wins, but I will tell you what, I would love to see them get their ass stomped by the Celtics. That'd be great.
Then you care who wins.
I mean, I'm just saying, whoever wins this series is going to get stomped by the Celtics.
Well, you said you'd be happy to see it.
Yeah, because the New Yorkers, y'all deserve it. Because y'all think y'all the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Tell them, Chuck.
Come on, y'all ain't that good in New York.
What else, Chuck?
Come on, man. Y'all overrated.
What else, Chuck?
It's because y'all make good pizza and good bagels.
And what else, Chuck?
And what else, Prime?
And hold on, Chuck. Don't forget about the...
Oh, you know, they can't, I ain't going to say anything bad about the street meat. You know, I love the street meat. I love the street meat.
The New York Knicks.
I don't care what kind of meat it is either. It tastes good.
Even if you got no idea it is what
rat,
it is.
dog, cat, skunk, raccoon. It tastes good. Just put that white sauce on it.
The white sauce is the truth. The Middle Eastern. At the
Rat, dog, cat,
I'll eat street
raccoon.
meat now. I'll eat street meat there in New York, and Halal Guys started there. That's where the white sauce. That's where everyone was in line there. I went and got Halal Guys one time. Now we have them in Houston, but where I don't eat street meat, New Orleans, because once you get a Lucky Dog,
that's not. I don't
bad
know what's
things are
in
going to
that.
happen.
There's
bad
stuff.
things are going to happen to your intestines when you have a Lucky
It's the
Dog.
least. I mean, you can go right. It's the softest hot dog you ever had. And you don't know what the hell it is. Ugh, those are bad.
All right, we'll close it out with the thing that's been going in pop culture for the last month. It's the end of it, but the Drake Kendrick beef has reached a different level. Lance, you love English Premier League. I do too, and we know their chants far outrank what happens here. Fan chants are way better than defense. They're just better. We know. Well, this English soccer fan has decided to taunt Drake with an English soccer chant.
Drizzy is a nonce, Drizzy is a nonce. Is that a BBL? Is that a BBL? And he's Canadian. He hides his baby mama, can't stay away from drama. Don't claim to be the father, the Graham family. Da-da-da-da. Where is your daughter? Your pull-out game is terrifying. He's from Canada, he can't f***ing sing. Aubrey Graham, he loves Stranger Things.
That's exactly like this, because you hear them chanting, you don't know what they're saying, and my son will tell me some of the chants, and Christian and McCool, when we went to an Arsenal match, they were telling me some of the chants. They get oddly specific and personal with players.
Oh no,
it's great.
Watching Wrexham.
Oh, I mean, that's right. That's another place you see it.
It's incredible.
I wish I was him because he's totally short. And it's like, what?
And they all know the words.
I wish I was. He's the one Paul Mayer, whatever that guy's name was. Whenever they were all excited that they got the goal scorer in season 1.
Oh yeah.
But they will. Some of those chants, I could totally hear them saying that.
Well, yeah, he said it in the tone of how they would. He called him a nonce, which is really English.
He sang the Addams family to the Graham family.
Yeah.
He hides his baby mama. Because they'll pick up song. Oh my God, that was good.
They're good. All right, that's
is Drake finished?
Do you have
in the U.S.
sponsored yet?
No. Drake is make another hit, he'll be fine. But he has taken a real. He's taking a real hit. I mean, but you make another song, people love it.
Let me ask you a serious question. Do you think that we can help him? He lives here in Houston. I can talk to Bun about getting him on the air to kind of rehabilitate his image.
You think?
Should we start the Drake rehabilitation, his image rehabilitation here?
Because we shouldn't, because we don't care about his image.
I mean, I like Kendrick better.
Hey, you do? Well, there you.
I thought Kendrick. I didn't like the fact that Kendrick brought the white thing in.
I'm pretty sure.
I knew that was coming, and not like us.
Drake's gonna be okay without us. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that money's still going to be flowing in.
He could use some help.
He probably could. You know what? I needed some help with my air conditioning, and you know where I went? Air Team. Love what they did. This weekend, I signed my proposal. Wednesday, they're installing my AC units. I can't wait. They're great. Everything about this process has been wonderful. They're very revealing on everything. You want to talk about experience. These guys know what they're talking about. They're so good. They came out and measured every inch of the house to see what the tonnage should be. You do not want to, these companies that just come in and go, oh, yeah, well, you need this or whatever. You need to make sure that you got the right tonnage. Otherwise, it's going to be working extra hard, and you're going to have more AC problems in the future. You need people with experience. They got employees. They've been doing this for 35 years here in the city of Houston with Darren and Dawn and Garrett now. The Curtises, they've been doing this for 35 years. They're going to continue to do it, and they've got employees with 20, 30, 15, 10 years experience with them. They know what they're doing. They're great. They're going to give you all the rebates they possibly can. They've got 4.6-star Google rating. It's awesome. This is a great company. If you need, and listen, take care of your business. I didn't take care of my business, and now I'm replacing air conditioners. Do preemptive work. Give them a call at 713-956-8326, 713-956-8326, or airteamltd.com.
Hey, guys, Maestro Bell was in I had some Maestro Bell when I was in Mexico, as you might assume. And, man, it was in every bar in Mexico City. It was they had cocktails with Maestro Bell, the Añejo they had the Maestro Bell Reposado that was in cocktails. Of course, you could sip that as well. They had in one restaurant, I saw the Añejo Extra. In Hanky Panky, they had the Añejo Extra Cristalino, which is their highest level of tequila. Although I would tell you that I think there's a lot of great sipping tequilas. The Añejo Extra Cristalino is probably the greatest I've ever tasted, and bartender said it's his favorite as well. It is a high-end tequila. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If you are looking for a high-end tequila, one that is special for special occasions, definitely look for the Maestro Bell Añejo Extra Cristalino. It's in a great packaging. Awesome bottle. You can't miss it. But, when it's time to just have a sipping tequila or a tequila for margaritas or cocktails, Maestro Bell has a variety of tequilas to choose from. They're premium tequilas, but at really reasonable prices so that you can have that top shelf tequila, a brand new bottle on your shelf, and get into that one as well. I think you're going to love Maestro Bell. Made in Tequila, Mexico. It's the real deal. Maestro Bell, wherever fine liquors are sold, Maestro Bell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Is that TJ, does it say?
Yeah,
let's
TJ.
get TJ in here.
Yeah, let's get TJ in here. Let's talk about this NFL, NBA thing. Hey, TJ.
TJ, you there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, TJ?
Man, I had two quotes from Ray Lewis to talk about this NFL versus NBA. Ray Lewis said it's the only sport where you can legally assault a man and get away with it. And then they had asked Keyshawn Johnson, like, hey, would you go back and try to play? I think the T.O. thing had came up trying to come back to the NFL. He was like, heck no, I wouldn't play. He was like, I don't know what the heck was wrong with me while I was playing. He was like, man, the size of these dudes and the speed and his hitting. He was like, man, I'm good. I didn't make what I need to make. I'm done. I'm glad I ain't playing no more. So, and then Dale will know this. It's a light-skinned dude said this, that these guys can play in the NFL. Man, sit your ass down somewhere. Matter of fact, go suit up this summer. Let the Texans or anybody, wherever he stays, if they got an NFL team, hey, come on out to practice. Let's go to these tour days, these training camps. Let's strap up. Let's see if you really about that, and we'll squash all that nonsense about NBA players can play in the NFL. On offense, y'all say y'all get fouled every time y'all got the ball. On defense, y'all never foul. Man, shut up and move on. I hang up and listen to you guys talk.
Okay. Before we address the crux of the matter, Dale, you perked up, and we may need a ruling here, an interpretation, because he was talking about Austin Rivers, and he said, man, a light-skinned guy said that. Can you tell us what TJ may have been trying to say there with that comment? I've heard of colorism, but I've noticed that colorism really works the other way in sports.
Yeah, there's a thought that light-skinned dudes can be a little bit more flagrant with what they say and what they believe they're capable of, simply because, they're light-skinned. So
what does that mean?
I'm not going to explain it to you.
They're light-skinned. What's that supposed to mean?
If you don't know, you don't know.
You're not a light-skinned guy.
No, I'm not.
We don't know. Can you explain it to us?
It's stay out of black people business is how I'll explain it to you.
Can you explain what that means by that's kind of a light-skinned thing to say? What does that mean?
Anybody who has said that light-skinned dude said it knows what it means, and you don't even have to explain it.
But can you just tell us what that means?
Some things are just not for you.
But in a general sense, it was for me because TJ said it to us.
I just said it generally.
He said it to Houston.
I said it generally.
Okay, so he's flagrant. Sometimes does it mean not as tough? Because I've noticed that's been kind of a thing.
Possibly, and there's a light skin privilege that they just say some stuff that look. Okay, a light skinned dude did it. It's all right.
Because TJ even said that's to be dismissed.
Yes.
Because a light-skinned dude said it.
And it's not strictly for all light-skinned dudes, but when a light-skinned dude says something like that, okay, now I understand. And by the way, Austin Rivers did say, I'm not saying I could do it. I'm just saying
he said 30 to 40 players.
Yeah, but to TJ's point, Austin Rivers never said he could do it. In fact, he made it clear. Now, I'm not saying I'm the one who could do it, but he did say 30 to 40, which is nonsense, at least in my eyes. But once again, you got to discard some of it because look at him.
Light-skinned dude.
Well, we just say light-skinned.
Wait. You've got to discard some of this because look at him? What does that mean?
You heard what TJ said. He's got the pretty hair. Light-skinned dude said something. Look at him.
Dell is a light-skinned hater.
I'm not a light-skinned hater. I just know that it came out of a light-skinned man's mouth. That's all. And when he said it.
Do you have light-skinned friends?
Sure. And sometimes you just discard what they're saying.
Well, Heasy makes a pretty good point here. A light-skinned dude is the best player in the NFL.
Who was that? Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes.
But you didn't hear him say something flagrant now, did he?
No, he
actually didn't say it, but he's the best player.
I didn't say light-skinned dude. Steph Curry, light-skinned dude, great player. No one said they can't be great players, but if Patrick Mahomes said something a little wild, you're like, okay, we get it.
We need you guys to call in on light-skinned stuff, 713-780-3776.
And Patrick Mahomes is guilty
Not white guys, though, 713-780-3776.
You saw Patrick Mahomes screaming about at Josh Allen.
You don't consider John light-skinned.
No, of course not.
Because he might consider himself that.
I am light-skinned.
No, it's not light-skinned. Stop saying skinned. That's not a thing anyone says but you.
Okay, that's how I grew up. Okay?
No, where?
Okay,
you grew up that way.
Where'd you grow up that you were
in
saying
an
that?
Italian and Greek family.
In Chicago. Okay,
and you know what? It adds to it that not only is Austin Rivers what we've talked about, he's the son of an NBA coach.
It was the worst possible messenger for all of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's get Gilbert in here. I think he's got some issues. Find out what's going on. Hey, Gilbert, what's going on?
Yeah, man,
Lance. How you doing, Lance?
Oh, I'm good. How you doing?
How you doing,
I thought
mate?
you came over yesterday anyway.
What'd you say?
I thought you came over to my house yesterday.
Did you go to his house yesterday?
You got my picture, don't you, right?
Yeah, I came over and you weren't there.
What do you mean I come over, you weren't there? I was there.
No.
When I rang the doorbell.
What time was it anyway?
Yeah, what
think-
time was that?
Was after I got, this would have been about 9:15 p.m.
Were you sleeping? You might have been sleeping, Gilbert.
You ring the doorbell.
Why didn't you just leave the picture, Lance?
I do have the picture, Gilbert. Do you know that?
Yeah, because I told him last
Oh,
week.
you told him? Okay.
Yeah, he's got the picture. I told you.
It's at my
Yeah,
desk.
you got the picture.
The picture.
Can you come over today? I'll be at home anyway.
Yeah, he can come over today.
Well, I might want to just get the mailing address.
Yeah,
Send it that
he
way.
can come over today, I think. You're not doing anything, right? You're done with your little side job over there?
I am done with draft stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, but I haven't seen my dogs for a while.
Did you came over yesterday?
What'd you say?
Did you come over to my house yesterday?
Yeah, he did.
Wait. No, that wasn't at Gilbert's house. That was my house.
Oh, you thought you were at Gilbert's house when you
For a
really went to
second.
your
For
house?
a second, yeah.
Oh.
So
He's
no,
got the picture, Gilbert.
I got to ask you, why did you think I had come to your house yesterday? Did John tell you something last week or what?
Well, he thought
You were on vacation last week anyway.
Yeah, you were on vacation.
Yeah, so why did you think I came to your house?
I heard the doorbell yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it wasn't me. See, but then I said...
Well, you got my picture, right?
Yeah, I do have your picture.
He
I do.
has the picture.
No, I do have a picture.
Can you bring it over this week? That okay?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna need the address again. Can you tell Dell the address?
Yeah, he can. Got the picture.
If Dell
No,
puts,
but can you bring it to today anyway?
am I doing what?
Can you come to my house today anyway?
Yeah, he probably can. I think he probably can.
At some, what are you doing over there? Stay on your side of the mic. I think he probably can. I mean, are you kidding me? You don't know my day. I got a lot of stuff.
You just got off vacation.
I'm
You're not
going
doing
to-
the draft stuff
going to
anymore.
I'm going to bring it this week, Gilbert.
Okay.
You're gonna bring it this week, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
this week. That's
yes,
it.
but I don't have your address.
Yep.
Gilbert, do you just put the pictures in a
Yeah,
folder?
2931 7th Street.
Oh, don't do that.
Wait, whoa, Gilbert, whoa,
I'm glad I
whoa.
was talking over him. Gilbert, don't put your address on the air. You're not on hold.
Yeah, hold on.
Hold on. So you want me to get this address from him?
Yes, get the address from him. But Gilbert, what did you
Come
say?
over, give it to me and put it on. Take a picture of you and then Nicole anyway.
Oh. Well, she's not. She's definitely
Yeah,
not
Nicole
coming.
probably could come too.
She probably can't. She's homeschooling. You need to stop speaking for my family. You honestly do. You gotta,
We gotta see.
Yeah, I think she could probably.
She could probably come.
What's Wendy doing this afternoon? Hey, Gilbert. Dell asked, what do you do with the pictures you've taken of all these celebrities over the years?
Do you put them on your wall? Do you have a folder for them? Where do they go?
I got a book anyway.
You got a
Okay,
book. Yeah.
I think we've seen it before. I think. Have you ever brought it to any of
Yeah,
our events,
he's
Gilbert?
got Olivia Newton-John. He's got all kinds of
Who
stuff in there.
are your 5 favorite pictures of celebrities, and were you the ones that you were with them?
Olivia Newton-John, Muhammad Ali, and Charlie Angel, Jacqueline Smith.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Do your Muhammad Ali
Yeah, do the
impression
Muhammad
again.
Ali.
Yeah.
Okay, if I do the impression of Muhammad Ali, we come this week with you and Nicole.
Yeah, you
Oh,
and Nicole.
I can't. Wait a minute. I can't make any. I can't.
Negotiating.
My wife she homeschools my daughter. I can't just get her to just leave and go take a picture.
Mhm.
I can't get her to do
Maybe.
anything for me
We'll
at
see.
all.
We'll see.
It was this weekend anyway, I've got nothing to do this week anyway.
You've got nothing
All
to
right?
do.
All right, here you go. Muhammad Ali, I'm the world heavy champ. All time, I beat Joe Frazier, and I can beat anybody. That's good enough anyway,
That's
Yeah,
good.
that's pretty good.
There's another one
Oh,
he
that's
does too
pretty
that
good.
I can't remember. Oh, Howard Cosell.
Oh, yeah.
I do Howard Cosell.
Yes, you
Yes,
do.
you do.
We've heard you do Howard Cosell.
I do no impression of Howard Cosell. I do impression of Jerry Lewis.
Okay, do it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's Jerry Lewis, okay?
That was good. That was really good. Actually, that was great. That was borderline great.
I don't know if I'd ever heard your Jerry Lewis before.
That's
They're
really
really good.
I thought I have heard him do
Maybe.
Cosell.
I thought you did. This is Howard Cosell. You did that, Gilbert.
I didn't do Howard Cosell, you know. I
Oh,
can't do
anyway.
Howard
I
Cosell.
think it was
Jerry Lewis. Jerry Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
How that sound?
That's good.
That sounds good.
That's really
Del,
good.
can you save an oh yeah for your own hotkey? That's good. Gilbert, we're definitely going to use that for the radio show.
Oh, yeah. All right. We got to.
More evidence to our conversation that TJ brought up. Apparently, Patrick Mahomes did say that Lou Dort could play linebacker in
Yeah.
the NFL.
No, he said that apparently
See?
to Dan.
They just say stuff.
Somebody.
Sometimes they just say stuff, and you just gotta. All right, man. Whatever.
They just say stuff.
Those people.
Those people just
Why
say
did
stuff.
okay, you just dropped the those people.
Can you get
All right,
Gilbert's
Gilbert.
address?
Gilbert, I think Lance and probably
And
Nicole probably
do
be
not
stopping
bring
by.
Gilbert into the light skin conversation.
You think he could dance around that?
No, there's no
he
way.
couldn't.
All right, Gilbert, we got to go. Good stuff. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Breaking it here. Talking about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters, and she's awesome, and you're going to probably talk to her. Give her a call, 281-676-3888. She'll tell you whether or not you can save it. She'll be honest with you, and she's going to be honest with you about the quality of the steel involved. How old is your patio furniture? If it's older than 10 years old, that steel, it's a lot better steel than you find in today's patio furniture, okay, because it's just better steel, period. I mean, stuff is better 10 years ago. It just is. That's just how life is. And she's going to tell you whether or not you can save it. If you've got patio furniture or boat parts or car parts, whatever it is, and you need them powder coated, well, guess what? Houston Powder Coaters is going to do that for you. Or Robin's going to tell you now, we can't help you. They're going to free pickup and delivery. Hurry, 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 and get to Houston Powder Coaters before the summer gets here. You want your patio furniture out there for the summer, or if you want it for the football season, let's go. Do it now so that you got all of your furniture that's going to be out there at the tailgate. Looks like your team. What? All you have to do is go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So I came back. So I was in Mexico City on my vacation. It's actually a great place to go. You need to stay in. There's like three or four areas that you kind of want to stay in. There's certain areas you obviously want to stay out of, but Mexico City is enormous, obviously. We had a guy named Leo, who was our guide. We went out to what is it? Teotihuacan, which is it was something that was like, the history is incredible. This guy was running us through all the history of Mexico and how these different groups just kind of cannibalized each other, and this one took over and then this one fell off, and you go see the ruins. But what I didn't realize is that 98% of it, well, I did realize it once he told us, you see all this old stuff. He's like, yeah, just so you know, 98% of that is rebuilt by the Mexican government to show people and for tourists to come and see what it may have looked like. So most of those ruins at Teotihuacan are rebuilt, but it was really cool going there. He took us to legit taco places. He's like, I'm going to take you to a place that's real taco. So we went, and man, was it good. Man, was it good. They had pineapples on their pastor. Oh, no, it was good.
No, thank you.
It was good. But I had a pastor. I had the poblano and cheese, and then something called Volcan. And then a reposado shot. I had reposado, and then it comes with almost something it's almost like clamato, but it's not. It's almost like tomato juice, but it's not the same. And you sip your tequila. It was about a 2.5 ounce pour, and after the reposado afterwards. But the markets were really cool to go to. You know, he'd show you, okay, this is the real food. This is authentic. But sometimes I've noticed this, like a lot of food people, and especially Americans, love to say they want authentic. I want authentic. And then when they have it, they realize, I don't want authentic.
Yeah.
I don't like authentic as much as my American version.
Mm-hmm.
Authentic is cool until you have authentic, and then some people will like it and some people won't. And it may not actually be as good as what you're expecting. But the authentic tacos were pretty damn good to me, at least. Nicole wasn't big on the poblano, the poblano and cheese taco. They didn't really slap for her as much. But Leo was an Astros fan. He'd gone to the Astros game, and he's a baseball player.
Drunk and forgot there was a game on.
Yeah, he got drunk after the third inning and forgot there was a game until like the ninth. They play baseball. He plays in a league where his team is Bélico. Do you know what Bélicos are?
No.
Bélico means warrior, I guess. Okay. And there's something called Bélico Música. Bélico Música, I guess. Warrior music. It's about the cartel. Cartel music. Now, now I'm telling you this because they play with the softball. They play overhand pitch with the softball.
Right.
Why, I have no idea. He's a catcher and he pitches. And he's taking us around. Nicole falls asleep. We're headed to Xochimilco, which is, you get on these really fun little boats, and people are just floating down this small river, and they will get on your boat. Like, they'll come and a guy will jump on your boat with a bunch of jewelry to sell.
Yeah.
Or you'll get the guys jump on the mariachis. I had them come on and play a song, and the guy who sung was terrible. Then I had food come on. They were making quesadillas, which are different in Mexico. And they got on the boat, but it's just a ton of high school kids just partying, drinking beer, tequila. They're going down the river like big parties. And one time, it's just me, Nicole, Leo, and then our guide, where the guy was pushing us around. And like one of them, just Leo goes, you know what that girl just said? Look at that boring boat. And then he told her, he goes, in Spanish, he told, what am I supposed to do? His wife won't let him do anything. But Leo had, he showed me his batting helmet. He was all excited. His batting helmet that he has, he had an artist do Pablo Escobar on one side, and on the other side, it's El Chapo. And then across the front, it says 701. So 701 means Chapo. It's the slang for El Chapo. La 701 is music you can listen to. It's a song called La 701. Or maybe it's a group, but I think it's the song. 701 refers to El Chapo finished number 701 in the wealthiest people in the world in a book from a few years back. So now they've taken it. And so there's a whole, like, the same way you have kind of gangster culture here that people get into and all that. He was playing music, and it's not like hardcore rap or anything where it's like Spanish rap. The narco music it sounds like anything else you would think, but they're telling songs about this guy or that guy or El Chapo. And if they like the song and they think you're telling a story, because the song is about how El Chapo came up in this area called Atún, and it tells a story about his mom and his dad and how he came up and how the DEA did him wrong with something. And if he likes the song and they think you are telling a good story about them, he will pay you a bunch of money. The narcos will pay you money and say, keep doing songs about me. Keep doing songs. Now, I said, well, what if they don't like it? He goes,
ooh,
it can be big problems.
That's not good.
He goes, usually they just don't pay you, but you have to try to you can't release any songs about a narco without their permission. He goes, you'll get killed for that. He said, you have to get permission. You have to be able to go through the cartel and ask them for permission. And if he really likes it, he'll pay you for it and pay you to keep making more. And if they don't, they'll tell you can't put this out. And I said, so if you put a song, I said, has anyone ever put out a song? He goes, absolutely. They put out songs without permission and died. 100%.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But his team is called the Bellicos, so they all have different narcos on their batting helmets and 701 across. He goes, I'm not really in cartel or anything, but he said, I do like listening to cartel music. So he was playing me cartel music and telling me the stories of one guy that the DEA, he goes, I know people all over the streets. He goes, 100%. This one guy, and there was a song about him. He goes, the DEA was in the drug business trying to push one drug kingpin out, and they were helping to get another one in because he was easier to control, the DEA. And so they got this guy. He had to do jail time for it, 20 years. I think he spent 20 years in prison, got out, and they immediately found a way to get him back in. So he's like, 100% the DEA did that, and I'm just sitting listening to these stories. So, yeah, I stayed away from those areas where there could be any problems. But people have told me this before. It's like Europe. You go to areas, and it's just like you're walking around different areas of Europe, and the food and the drinks and oh my God.
What about the oh my God, Lance?
Just the women and the college age girls and the 20-somethings, like I couldn't believe. I told my wife more than once. I said, I need my sons to get their ass into the Spanish and go get a girl
I was the
from
same
Mexico
way
City.
I was in Charleston.
And some of these girls come from money too.
Holy
Like
crap.
There's some money in Mexico City.
Yeah.
Money. Because we were in Polanco, which is like a really nice, probably be like a West U almost, but it's a really nice area. And a lot of
Lance goes
wealthy
to the
people rocking
River
their
Oaks
dogs.
of Mexico City.
Well, I'm not
okay?
trying to go to.
All right.
I'm not trying to go to
Now,
the
you're not
roughest
one of
places.
you're not man of the people. Okay.
Where would you go in Mexico City, John?
I'll go. You know what? Deep.
Polanco.
I will go deep.
He'll go to Polanco.
What?
Yeah. That's
You're
what.
not going anywhere.
Oh yeah.
You ain't going deep in the. No, I never felt unsafe when I was there.
No.
Nah, I never felt unsafe. Went to the Zocalo, which is their. Now there was some. Oh, we went to Frida Kahlo and all that, but I went to Trotsky. You know the communist Trotsky.
Yeah.
I didn't know this story. You know, he died in Mexico. He and Stalin were both fighting for. Whenever Lenin died, you know, it was Trotsky and Stalin were fighting for and Stalin ended up winning. So he's like, all right, immediately kill Trotsky. And so Trotsky had to take off from Russia, and he flew, like he was flying all over the place, got kicked out of New York. He flew all over the place. Wherever he'd go, there'd be people trying to assassinate him. He got to Mexico. We went to his house where he was because Frida's husband, Diego Rivera, was basically bankrolling him, just paid for everything for him at first, and then the U.S. government kicked him out of New York, but they paid for everything. They didn't want a communist in the 30s in the U.S. Actually, he was even earlier than that. But the U.S. said, okay, they liked him way better than Stalin, so they said, we're going to put you up, and they gave him security. The U.S. got him a house and got him security because they were trying to keep him alive because they would have much rather had him than Stalin. and because he was more of an intellectual and Stalin was just a brute. And they showed, you could see bullets all over the inside of his room where somebody tried to shoot him and kill him. He got out, he was able to get away. Eventually they got him. Like, he could never leave his house in Mexico City because they had just the communists there who backed Stalin, who lived in Mexico City, where there was a communist group there. There's a lot of history in Mexico City, man. It was really cool, but the cartel never got me. I do know some narco music now, so I'm kind of
in the community.
Kind of with.
Yeah.
I don't want to say I'm a narco. I'm not a narco. That's something I really don't want to claim. Actually,
no.
I don't even want to joke about that.
You're
actually.
in the community, though.
Yeah,
You're
I'm in the
definitely
community, but I'm not. I don't want to make any jokes about like, oh, I'm part of the cartel now because I listen to music. I'm not. I want to make that clear to everyone listening who might be in the cartel, who's listening on the app. I never claim that. I just listen to some of your music. I'm not going to download it, by the way, on Spotify.
Don't. No, don't, because then you're going to be a target. So we got to break it here. Dell's going to tell us about his trip to Clear Lake when we come back.
Did you
here
go to
on
Clear Lake?
ESPN.
No, I did not, but I will.
Did you go see the ruins of Clear Lake?
No, I will give people a chance to win something when we come back.
Okay, how about that? We'll do that on the other side. But I got to
really as a reward for listening.
How about
20%?
How about 20% off? How about 20% off of your free reign coffee right now at ESPN 20? 975coffee.com, 975coffee.com. 20% off when you put in promo code ESPN20. Get up and get after it. This is their motto. They love people who are out there defending the country, first responders, nurses, teachers, people who are going after it in the queue. Get up and get after it. Dream, coffee, work, repeat. Dream, coffee, work, repeat. Your coffee has to be something that you look forward to in the morning. How about you wake up and you go, man, let me get me my free reign coffee. That is a great way to wake up every single morning. Fuller body, flavor. It is, I'm telling you, it's the best coffee I've ever had. And it's not like that one that you buy. It's just not bitter like that. Just get that full flavor that you're just going to love. So go to 975coffee.com. Get 20% off because you're an ESPN 97.5 listener. 975coffee.com. ESPN20 is the promo code.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
If you're still here after Lance's version of an audio PowerPoint presentation about his vacation, I'm going to give you a chance to win a couple of tickets to Greek Fest. Caller 5 right now wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest starts on Thursday. You can pick any day from Thursday through Saturday to go. Caller 5 right now wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. It's really just a thank you for still being with us.
You're such a jerk.
through Lance's trip to Mexico City.
His audio PowerPoint presentation.
A lot of people may not know how nice it is. It's nice.
Neat stuff.
Are you
as long as you're in the right place.
Are you part of the tourism board?
Neat stuff.
Could be if they. Now, I'd also heard that, it's a lot cooler than here. Well, I caught a bad week because it was 90 almost every day. I brought a jacket and jeans, warmer clothes. Like, what? That's a big lie.
All right, let's get back to our Astros, who had themselves a nice weekend, winning 2 out of 3. The only downside was Christian Javier, whose fastball just wasn't there, and gave up a 7 spot over an inning and over 4 outs. So Christian Javier was the low point. There were a lot of high points. Justin Verlander was, Framber Valdez was a high point. Justin Verlander was a high point. Clutch hitting came to the fore. 8th innings came to the fore. When the Astros have been down this year, it's over after 6 innings. Recently, they put together a nice little run where they're starting to score some runs late. And this is what former Astros teams used to do. When, at the high point, they'd score 4 in the 8th. They'd score in the 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th inning. This team doing it now. They gave Framber the win on Friday, and they gave Verlander the win yesterday with a nice late innings surge. Couldn't come back from 7 down in the 2nd inning against the Tigers, but that's okay. And on top of that, after you beat the Yankees on Thursday, you've won 3 out of 4 now. And you're home. 7 of your next 13 are against the A's. 3 of those other games are against the Angels, and Milwaukee's thrown in there as well. 10-game homestand where this whole thing, this whole home crappiness turns around.
So you have to go 7-3, like a minimum 7-3. You have to. And if you are going to make a legitimate run, your starting pitching has to become consistent, not just, hey, that was a good one from Framber. Hey, JV looked like the JV of old. He's 41. He's not going to be the JV of old. It's not fair to expect him to be. But what you can expect is a good pitcher,
right?
Who's consistent. What you can't now. There's no reason to expect like Framber. We should expect Framber to be one of the better pitchers in the league. We should. He's been that for the last 3 years. There's no reason not to expect it this year. He needs to live up to that. Honestly, Josh Miller, his job should be on the line right now because you have got to get some of these pitchers on track or back on track. Christian Javier, it could just be the layoff, but that doesn't, why bring him back if he's not popping 92 and 93 consistently? His arm is obviously not ready to throw at that velocity, and he wasn't throwing swing and miss stuff. This is very concerning about Javier. To get rocked like this and to have no command, no strikeouts, and 4 walks, you can't get past 2 innings. You give up 2 home runs, a ton of hits. He was hit hard. No one was fooled by anything. That's a concern because we're counting on Christian Javier to come back. And the conversations we had before the season started what if Javier's back to Javier? Well, Javier doesn't even look – Javier looks like Hunter Brown used to be. Hunter Brown's out of the rotation. Eric Getty, Urquidy just made a start yesterday. He and McCormick played. Urquidy was not great, but he had a couple strikeouts. But that's fine. Urquidy's been gone for a long time. I'm not worried about that. Let's just keep working, keep trying to get him better. I'm worried. Christian Javier could be one of these guys who's not even a factor at all this year. Just burned dead money. If Urquidy can come, but it won't matter if Urquidy can come back and become good. If Fromber can get back into his into who he's supposed to be, you don't have to have 5 good pitchers. We're kind of spoiled. You don't have to have 5 really good pitchers to win in this division, but you do need to have 3. You got to have 3 good pitchers when you're this far back. You've got to. And maybe I haven't heard anything new on Garcia. I saw Lance McCullers was showing Jay Sean Tate how to make a coffee at a new Maven coffee shop. Oh, the comments weren't great.
Oh,
the comments
nice.
weren't great.
How awesome is that?
Yeah, so Lance McCullers is in there, and he was showing Jay Sean Tate in this video how to make coffee at Maven's coffee store.
That's awesome.
Coffee shop. Oh, it was a very people were not they don't want to see Lance McCullers making coffee. And I don't know what he can do, but anytime you're getting paid a ton of money and you're not playing,
and haven't played in forever.
Yeah.
I mean,
it really, really irritates people.
I guess it does. It would irritate me seeing that, to tell you the truth. It would, and I don't.
Let me get the video.
Irritated that quickly. I mean, but
what irritates you about that? First, it's not your money, and he's not trying to be hurt. He just is.
Just is.
Are we assuming he's not working hard to get back, and that's why he's at Maven? Is that what people think?
Is that like, I don't know. Is it like Pat Riley's pissed off at Jimmy Butler? You ain't even out there. Why are you talking?
Well, I can understand that part of it. Hey, don't put your team in a bad position by running your mouth when you're not going to help. I get that part of it. But as far as Lance McCullers isn't saying if I was out there we'd have a better record. He's not doing that.
No, I know. It's just irritating that your team really sucks and you need.
Should he never make a public appearance? What you're saying until he's back pitching?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where the line is.
Well, especially the guy who's out as long as he is.
I understand the frustration. I'm not saying that, but it bothers you because he's had other interests.
He's shown how to do a French press.
Is the issue?
You know what I'd like to see him to teach him how to throw a curveball.
Well,
how's
that going to help Jay Sean Tate?
Hey, my dad brought this up. We've talked about it, but so JP France didn't just get demoted. JP France has an arm issue.
Yes.
At any point, Justin Verlander, he's older. I don't count him. Fromber arm. Wasn't Fromber arm?
Fromber was.
Or was he hamstring?
No, was Fromber his neck? Or no. That was.
I can't remember if Fromber was arm.
Tired arm, shoulder. What was I forget? Actually, they've got so many. I forget them
Lance
now.
McCullers multiple
left elbow inflammation.
Okay. Elbow inflammation for Fromber. Lance McCullers multiple arm injuries. JP France arm. Garcia
shoulder.
Arm. Urquidy forearm tightness. The old magical forearm tightness.
One of them was neck.
I thought Javier was the neck. He was on a.
Oh yeah, it was Javier.
Javier had the neck.
It was Javier neck.
Javier's neck. He just can't throw fast. Is there anything that we need to be concerned about? All these arm injuries that have all just.
Well, it's all through the league, though. It's all through the league.
But not like this. This is a time. Yeah, there are. But is it also because the curveball and spin rate is so big now?
That's part.
Because the Astros, this is important to them in the minor leagues. They target guys with spin rate. And throwing curveballs is a really big deal. Is there any chance that this is one of the things that has taken a toll on? Because you need to have really good mechanics in throwing breaking pitches. You need to have good mechanics. I know a lot of it's done with grip and all that. But is this something that's big with teams that are really, really, really heavy curveball, heavy spin rate centric? Because the Astros, it didn't used to be an issue, and then it's like a ton of issues.
Well, that's not Astro-centric, by the way. That's league-wide now. Spin rate is huge.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm worried about the Astros. Is what they're doing, does it play into or do they have a good training staff? Is the pitching coach, honestly, Josh Miller's got to fix some of these guys. This is your job. You got to get some of these guys fixed.
Well, who was it? Was it Glasnow? Who was it that said he thinks it's the grip on the baseball? It's hard. They're harder to grip, so you're applying more pressure. So when you're applying
really
more pressure,
spinning harder,
and you're spinning harder. If you can grip the ball better, if you got better grip on the baseball, he said He said, I did it with nothing because I still use a little something. I use the rosin and the dirt or whatever. And I went out there and didn't use anything. And he said, my elbow hurt the next day.
Yeah, you're probably using muscles you don't typically have to. And I think that actually I think what he said might need to be something that Major League Baseball takes a look at because, there has to be, and they've got where they get the mud, the Mississippi clay or whatever, and they rub the baseballs with it. There has to be a balance between too much grip and sticky tack stuff where, you're throwing unhittable pitches, but also obviously a much bigger deal is arm issues. And if you are developing arm issues because of the grip or because of a lack of grip, I should say, and you have to change your grip and throw differently, put more torque on the elbow to get the spin rate, then maybe they need to look at that because I'd rather have a ball that spins like crazy and have big breaking pitches and lower scores than having your top pitchers out.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Well, if that is the case, and it's not, and it just doesn't have to do with, the MLB is the Players Association saying it's
now a lot of it is
pitch clock.
A lot of it is youth baseball. You pitch so much and you start doing damage because that the UCL does not mature until a certain age in your 20s. So you can be doing damage where it's just wearing down, and eventually it's going to be a problem. There's nothing Major League Baseball can do about that.
There's something you can do about jewelry and
Zadok Jewelers. So I was walking by a couple of jewelry shops on vacation. I saw them and looked at them, and they look nice. They were smaller. I'm so spoiled now. 28,000 square feet of space at Zadok Jewelers. Hopefully you got mom something great. If you screwed up Mother's Day and you want a chance to get out of the doghouse, Zadok will get you out. They will get you out of the doghouse. Or if you just want to do something nice and it's past Mother's Day, or maybe you got an anniversary coming up, maybe a birthday coming up, Zadok makes for great gifts for her, especially necklaces, pendants, earrings, the latest styles, the biggest brand names. They have their own in-house jewelers where they can and craftsmen who can make anything that you are looking for. You can take a picture of it, you can draw it, you can take family heirlooms in, and they can repurpose it to make something that is amazing that maybe you end up saying, hey, we're going to pass this down now in our family. Diamond engagement rings, incredible. Upstairs is dedicated to the bridal section. But whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Zadok. Incredible quality, and they're waiting for you. It's Zadok Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. What did we miss this weekend? Mike Budenholzer. He's the Suns head coach.
Good hire, I think. I think Budenholzer was a good coach at Milwaukee.
Milwaukee was good.
You know, you had your little issues, and everyone eventually. I don't know. Budenholzer, they were just tired of Budenholzer, I guess. I think he's a good hire over there at the Suns. I would say maybe your Kevin Durant idea, your big three, that trade they made to add Bradley Beal was just dumb. It was just dumb.
Well, yeah, and I thought Michael Wilbon was right. He said, "This ain't about Frank. This ain't about Budenholzer. This is a bad roster. It's a bad composition. It was a bad roster. They got to change some stuff."
You got a janky ass Kevin Durant. He's a jinx. We have to be honest. Kevin Durant is a jinx.
Yeah. Paul Skeens. Did you see him? Did you see what?
Did you see the player? Did you see
the guy?
The guy with the number 69
Dunn.
jersey, and it has Livy Dunn's last name.
Yeah.
That's so disrespectful to Paul.
That is.
He and Livy aren't married, right? They're just going out.
No, they're going out, but that's
she
quite the couple.
smoke. His girlfriend. So Paul, for those who don't know, Skeens came from LSU.
Yep.
He was a number 1 pick, right?
Yep. Overall.
He was in AAA and dominating AAA, and they've already got him up in the show this year.
Yeah, they brought him. He should have started the season with the team. They just wanted to hold him off as long as they possibly could and it's not going to work. So
he throws 101 and has a splitter at 96.
So did you see that game though? So they take him out.
Yeah.
In the 6th inning, he's got 7 or 8 strikeouts. Anyway, he left with a man or two on. I think 2 men on. The guy who comes in base hit a batter. They had the bases loaded. First time in Major League history. They had the bases loaded. They had 6 straight walks. 6 straight walks to bring in a run. It's the first time.
Wait, so there were just 2 walks by Paul. It's Skeens, right?
Skeens. No, well, he had 2 on and they left. Then they brought one guy in, walk, brought in. They had a rain delay. 6 straight walks.
Oh my God!
For runs.
How many? They scored 6 runs.
They scored, and the Cubs ended up winning. They scored more. It was the dumbest, unbelievable that you could have 6 straight walk-in runs. It's never happened. Never happened. It was crazy. That happened this weekend.
But this pitcher is going to be, the hyperbole train's already out with him. Is he going to be the greatest to ever do it and all after one start? But the Pirates fans are going to be happy. You already have jerseys with his girlfriend.
With Livy Dunn on him.
And the number 69. That's the jersey number that guy's wearing, and it says Dunn on the back.
Yeah.
A little disrespectful of your future kingpin pitcher. But this guy,
You insulted him a little bit. I mean, a little out of order yourself.
Put his girlfriend on a jersey with a number, but he throws pitches that other pitchers can't. He throws pitches. 101's hard enough to hit for a starter. He's got a splitter that is so nasty that it just drops out of that's her right there.
Livy was there at the game, and
Livy,
she's got to see Dunn 69 jerseys out there. That's so disrespectful. We can stop doing that, okay?
If she weren't from LSU, you wouldn't care. You'd think it's great.
No, I don't. I don't care either way. I really don't care.
I know this is your pretend like we can't do this.
That poor little thing, though. I mean, and she's wee. Holy crap. She's a small little girl.
You know what? She's out there like jersey sales going up. She's having an impact. This may be the new JV in Upton.
Who's going to sell more? Okay, are there more Loperfido jerseys or Dunn jerseys right now? I don't know.
She doesn't play baseball.
I don't know.
Well, by the way, so since I've been gone, Joey's is he firmly implanted now? Is this Art called it the all-white guy center field, the all-white guy, but Dubon needs to be playing a lot too. But Jake and Dubon and you got Loperfido and Tucker.
And,
Like,
and Chaz is coming back.
Well,
we got
is
the whitest.
Chaz-
There's no question. It's the whitest outfield in baseball.
Yeah, we're pretty for an Astros team. It's super white for an Astros
You got
team.
Jake Myers, super white guy. Kyle Tucker, super
Now,
white guy.
McCormick's got some seasoning.
Joey's he's Italian, so that's a
Well,
little
Brees from Jersey, so
Yeah.
it's a little different.
And yeah, no. He runs.
McCormick's got a little
McCormick's
sass
white.
to it. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
McCormick's got some seasoning to him.
Have
you seen some of his dances? Yeah, no. McCormick's got a little flavor, but yeah, Kyle Tucker feels. Yeah, I don't care what Kyle Tucker is. I just know he needs to be an Astro for another 7 years, and that's probably not going to happen. So I didn't get to say this. What is going to happen when Bregman leaves, and then you have Tucker? You get nothing for Tucker. He leaves, and you are stuck with what you have in the minor leagues: an aging Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena. I mean, Joey Loperfido has to turn into a stud.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, Joey Loperfido really has to turn into a stud, and I'm happy with what I'm seeing from Pena, though. And I love Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz is going to be a good Major League Baseball player. I know he's batting that, and Jordan will be fine. I'm assuming Jordan's going to be fine because Jordan is eventually going to want. Well, you gave him money in advance, which is smart. If you sign Kyle Tucker, Jordan's going to immediately want a new deal. At some point, Jim Crane is just going to have to. The dangerous thing is when you have too many guys on a contract that aren't playing up to the contract, it's a real problem. Javier is dead money right now. Your boy Abreu is dead money. Now, combine the two, and that's like, Lance McCullers is dead money. That's right now, you're looking at over $50 million worth of dead money in 3 players.
Oh, no, you're not. Just cleaning it up. There were 6 walks in the inning, but there was an infield single in between. Just so it wasn't 6 straight, but 6 walks to score runs in an inning. 6. They walked in 6 runs in the inning. There was a rain delay in between as well. Among 3 pitchers, they did that. Just awful, awful, awful Pittsburgh. Nice job. And it was the Cubs who benefited. That's even worse. All right. When we come back, News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right. Welcome back here. We got a couple of overweight stories here. Okay. First, let's start with Big Baby.
Glenn Davis?
Glenn Davis.
Yeah.
So there's two actually about Glenn Davis. The first one is him on a private jet with Popeye's chicken. He's eating Popeye's chicken, and he's got a basket full of money. I mean, it's there's money just falling all over the place on this private jet. Here is Big Baby, and now this was pre-conviction, just to let you know. Here's Big Baby on the private jet.
It's your boy, Big Baby, man. Don't believe all that on the internet. I will have my day in court. They just mad because a black man got money, man. Just trying to keep a black man down, man. Hey, man, shout out Rollo, man. All them people, man, getting money, man. My legal, man. A lot of jump shots. A whole lot of jump shots. Popeye chicken.
So
they're just trying to keep a black man down. He got 40 months in prison for
40
fraud.
months in prison because he and a bunch of other former players actually had filed forced medical claims with the NBA's
Yeah, they
health.
defrauded healthcare, and
Yeah.
one of the ways that they find this stuff out is they track your phone records, where you were when you claim that you're at. They can, so you have to say when you are, like they got guys on dental stuff. I think this may have been some dental stuff too, where they'll get you on where you're filing a claim, where they'll find out, okay, when did this happen, and they can go back and check your phone records and find out where you were, your location settings. They can find out where you were, and if they find that I heard they were going to go after, because they got the NBA players got them for a ton of money.
And then didn't Big Baby, wasn't he involved in some other selling of stuff or whatever? No.
Well, he became a porn director.
Oh, porn director. That's right. So after his trial and he was convicted, he did say, do you have the other one too, Del? About the hamburgers? So Big Baby's eating this Popeyes on the private jet. He ain't going to be eating no Popeyes or burgers, apparently.
That's crazy. I'm going to be swole, though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. Oh, God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm gonna stop you eating hamburgers. I'm gonna put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? You're going to jail.
So
he's going to Chino?
He's going
Cheetos.
Where's he going?
He said, if you don't want to stop eating hamburger and Cheetos.
I'll
put you in
I thought
jail.
you said you're going to.
No.
So
I thought he
anyway,
said Chino.
I'm not sure he knows the food in prison is not all that nourishing.
No, and that's why. Yeah. Well, you can get swole though.
You can get swole.
You go lift. Yeah.
Let's see.
I got a funny feeling he's going to have a lot of money on his commissary, and it's just going to be a bunch of honey buns and chips.
So apparently, there is a story in Britain. Obese Brits are putting the whole country in the slow lane. Fat staff are twice as lucky to take time off sick and are seriously hampering economic growth. A report.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
That was actually said to a kid.
Nearly 4 in
In a
10
video.
Brits, 22% more likely to take time off of at least 7 days in a year for illnesses. And this is representing 147 million working people. I just wanted Dell to play that. That's all. That's all. That's the only reason. But apparently, a study finds that if you're heavier, you are going to take more time off of work. New York mayor says he wants to go to Italy. Okay, who doesn't, right? He's going to go to Italy, though, probably on the city's dime, because he wants to solve the migrant problem.
You know where you can
always.
You got to study.
Yeah.
You got to study like where, you know what, let's see what's going on in Italy.
Yeah. I'm traveling to Rome because the solutions to the problems facing our city, country, and planet must be solved together by sharing ideas and strategies.
This is Eric Adams?
Yeah. Yeah. I got to go to Italy to figure this one out. Next up, Hawaii.
I'm going to share strategies. You got Zoom. You got Zoom. You can share strategies on
gotta
Zoom.
go.
Hey, I mean, God bless him if he
Yeah.
can figure out a way to get New York to pay for that.
A woman in Michigan was found living in a grocery store sign, complete with computer and Keurig, for months. She was living inside the sign.
Yeah, I saw that story.
Yeah.
How'd she get? Oh, wait, she's living in the sign.
In the sign. She was found living in the rooftop sign of a family fare grocery store.
Oh,
up
yes.
here.
I thought it was just the rooftop.
No.
She was living in the sign?
In the sign.
She had a good deal going.
That ain't bad. I mean,
By the way, I
it's
saw
cheap.
the rooftop, and I'm watching A Gentleman in Moscow.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little weird seeing Asian and
Mhm.
Black Russians, and it's what's called colorblind casting.
Yeah.
And everyone speaking with a British accent.
Right.
It takes a little bit. There's a little suspension of
Yeah.
disbelief when you're like, wait, everyone's got a British accent in this show.
Yeah.
Isn't this Russia?
Well, yeah. No, I think they decided we're not going
Mishka, you've got to come over here for something. Mishka? I do not have to do that.
Flavor Flav is the official hype man for the U.S. women's water polo team in the Paris Olympics.
Nice.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think that we're going to win now?
Oh, if Dell was halfway competent at being a producer, he would have played, instead of yeah boy, he would have played oh yeah.
Where's that from?
Gilbert.
I don't have that here.
They
What are you talking about? He just did oh yeah.
I'm supposed to have that ready for a story he didn't tell me about?
Jerry Lewis.
You should be right there on the button.
Yeah.
Like,
why would
ooh,
I have that
anticipation? It's
a story about Flavor Flav he didn't tell me was coming. I'm supposed to have that audio
yeah,
ready?
but you got to anticipate that he
get
could
out of
say
here.
that.
How about you anticipate?
No, you
now-
should have that ready
how about
as
you
a hot key
anticipate
right now
Not
anyway.
starting the 9 o'clock hour with that story.
Hot key right now.
That's
oh yeah. Gilbert.
Tell a Jerry Lewis story, whatever the hell,
No.
instead of a Flavor
You
Flav
need
story.
we need that for everything now. A Florida man was arrested for flushing his ex-girlfriend's fish down the toilet. Arrested.
What is this fish made
Reportedly
of?
broke into his. Well, he broke into her actually.
Oh,
okay. And attacked her early Saturday morning.
Attacked her?
Okay, so
the fish is not the lead.
The headline might be a little misleading.
What
okay?
is it? What does it say?
He broke into her home, attacked her, smashed the woman's beta fish tank, flushed her pet fish down the toilet.
And what's the headline say?
During a Florida man arrested for flushing ex-girlfriend's
No,
fish.
that's not what he was arrested for.
What about for
B&E, assault, property
Here's
damage.
what he faces: grand theft, burglary, property damage, criminal mischief, obstructing justice, animal cruelty. Headline just a bit misleading.
A little bit.
Just a bit misleading over there. A cat owner fumes after neighbor sends note asking her to keep her cats out of the window. What? See, Karen, why do you care if a cat is sitting in a window? Honestly, the things that aggravate people these days.
I know.
It's just amazing. That is just amazing. Apparently, a Chinese zoo is in a little bit of having a problem. People love pandas, right?
Yeah.
Well, apparently
Everyone
this
loves
Chinese
pandas.
zoo they got chow chow dogs in panda disguise. They actually do look like pandas, but they're dogs.
That sounds like a prank.
Look at it.
Wait, that's a. Oh yeah. Well, it does look like a panda. Wait, those are chow chows that just look like pandas.
That look like pandas.
Oh yeah. Oh, those things would sell for tons.
Oh yeah. No. And they're cute, but let's not try to. Okay, we're trying to defraud people of their money.
Start off with Big Baby, and then now we're doing Chow Chow Pandas.
Chow Chow Pandas. That's right. So what else do we have here? A woman won't face jail time for putting bleach in her husband's coffee.
Okay, you got to go.
In Pima County, Arizona, this woman right here. I mean, the judge said he gave her 3 years suspended sentence. The husband didn't want her to go to prison. He videotaped her putting the bleach in his coffee.
So he had to have assumed something was happening.
He knew something
secretly?
was happening. He knew something was happening.
Do you think it was the fact that he could taste bleach in his coffee?
Well, I don't know.
Because bleach you're going to taste. You're going to taste bleach and probably smell it.
Let's do a taste test.
Yeah.
You want to see?
You go first, Del.
Nah, I don't drink coffee, so you can't use me.
Do you guys ever have group sex parties? A judge in Calgary says
You didn't let us answer.
you can do that. but don't call it a club. See, if you think that you're part of a club, a group sex club.
Why can't I call it a club?
I don't know. Ethical non-monogamy sex parties hosted at Silver Springs House since 2010, but the organizer cannot call them a club.
What would a club designation get him? What is the judge? Why is the judge ruling on this particular thing?
Mm-hmm.
Is he trying to get a tax write-off? What's the judge care?
Well, maybe it's a collection of a certain amount of people. Maybe it does. Maybe if you are a club, there needs to be. Remember, you couldn't there's poker stuff here.
Well, he advertised online. He'd have 20 to 50 people on a given night. The neighbor said, "Hey, you're running a commercial establishment here, charging $30 cover."
Oh, there it is. The rake.
And he said, "No, we're a club." And he said, "Nah, no, you're not."
Oh.
It is. It probably has to do with taxes.
Is it because he's bringing the money, or is it because he's having sex?
Well, it's because
it's money.
Because there's people. The streets are lined with cars now.
No, I mean the judge. Why is the judge?
Why can't it be a club though? He said.
He said it can't be because you're running a business. Actually.
Yeah, it's financial. It always comes back to the financial.
Yeah.
Where's our piece? You're making. I'm sorry. You're charging $30 a piece. Oh no.
Yeah.
You better put that on your taxes.
$30 cover charge.
So you can call it a club if you want, but you better not charge.
I don't know. I think I'd want to charge more because I'd want to be. I'm not sure $30 is going to keep. I'm not sure the.
Well, he can also have like a set standard of who can come
or
in.
Or the sign that says we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone.
We're not servicing you.
Yeah, you
no
have to
shoes, no shirt, no butt, no entry.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
You could have a big plate of pancakes with a circle
no
and
shoes,
line
no
through it.
shirt, no bubble. You're out.
No bubble, you're out.
9:58.
Well, no shoes, no bubble.
Yeah.
No shirt probably
will
is.
welcome you. Yes.
Yeah, probably is okay.
9:58. We are done.
I hope Monty didn't hear any of this.
Lance though is not done because right now Lance is going to talk about what is Lance going to talk about at this point in our lives? Underdog.
Yeah, good. Underdog fantasy basketball's going on right now. The playoffs. Are you taking advantage of this run by Anthony Edwards? Unbelievable. You could be going higher than on pretty much all of his statistics, and that is a winner. Now all you got to do is find one more, and you're good to go. Because you have to pick at least 2, but you can pick as many as 5. Between 2 and 5. So what is that going to mean for you? Well, it's going to mean that you have a chance to win 100 times your original play. And that is when you use the Scorchers. You'll see the Scorchers. There's like little peppers there, and they're multipliers. So you can go through and you can look for those, but great payouts. It's absolutely real money, and it's legal right here in the state of Texas. So you can get on and play at Underdog Fantasy right now. Now, to do it, you might want to use promo code Lance because they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. So don't miss out on that, obviously. Make sure that you use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Welcome into the show. Hope everyone had a good weekend. If you spent time with your mother or you are a mother, hope you had a great weekend as well. I had an interesting one only because generally you send a gift to your mom if you are like me, who's never in the state that she's in when it's Mother's Day. But you also have to make the call. It's a prerequisite. You understand you have to make the call. It can't be limited to a text. You make the call on Mother's Day to let her know that you're thinking of her, you love her, all the things you say to be a good child. It didn't work out for me yesterday, mostly because my mother left her phone at a place. So I called her twice. I sent her a text. I sent her a couple texts, and then someone in my family goes, "Oh, your mother left your mother left her phone with me." So okay. So I feel like I can't be blamed for not having a conversation because we're in a world of no landlines, and she doesn't have one. She only has a cell, even though she's older, still only with the cell phone. And I can't be blamed for the no Mother's Day call. I tried. The evidence is there. Left the left the message, called again, sent a couple texts over, got nothing back. I feel like I did my job.
2 questions.
And the flowers are there too that I sent earlier.
Good job. One, you said you can't be blamed for not talking to your mom on Mother's Day. Who can you blame?
Sorry, I'm messing with the headphones. Can you repeat that?
Oh, you said that you can't blame.
I can't be blamed.
Yes. Who can be blamed then?
For me, I can't blame her. It's Mother's Day.
That's the interesting paradox we find ourselves in.
Yeah, she can't be blamed because it's her day, and nothing she does on that day is her fault.
But also, you can't get
blamed. I can't be blamed either. Because she even has
convenient.
She has the ability to respond through, a computer. She has an iPhone. She has a Mac. She can get a text. She can get the messages that way. So she has the ability to respond that way too. It's just that in this case she didn't, and I feel blameless, and she can't be blamed. We're gonna blame technology, even though all that happened was she left her phone in a spot she didn't have access to.
It's like the technology worked.
Yeah, I know because the message just went through. You know how I know the technology works? The person whose home she left the phone at responded on her phone, so I know the phone. So I know the phone works. I know the phone works. So there that is. So yeah, mom's left her phone at someone's house. Couldn't talk to her, but she got her flowers previous, and we'll see. She listens to the show, so maybe she's hearing this for the first time. Oh, she's hearing this for the first time. Maybe she now knows that I called her a couple times and she just wasn't available. It'd be like that sometimes. But shout out to all the mothers out there. Hope you had, if your kids are in town, hope you had a great time. And if your kids aren't in town, hopefully they were able to contact you and you could have had a nice conversation. Moving on to things that don't really involve what happened to me. The Astros win. It was a good weekend for the Astros. They take 2 out of 3 from the Tigers, which is what the standard of this show was. You take 2 out of 3, and that is a positive weekend. The middle, the sandwich game, not great. Christian Javier wasn't good, but you can also look at Hunter Brown and go, maybe long relief. And we talked about that. Throw Hunter Brown in long relief. He's not a guy you want to put in high leverage situations. He doesn't appear to handle a starting role well, but let him eat up some innings. And that's what he did on Saturday, and did a good job. I think he get only the 1 run given up in 5 innings. So I don't know if Hunter Brown's going to be the trash man, who's just, it's garbage out there. Let's clean it up, Hunter. Pick up the garbage, clean it up, and don't leave it in another person's yard. I don't know if that's what he's going to be. That's his role. But hey, if you don't want to burn the likes of Seth Martinez and others, and you can't do that to be like anymore because he's been DFA'd, to bring up Christian Javier, then maybe Hunter Brown's role is to just eat up innings in games that are blowouts. So maybe that's where he finds himself, and maybe he becomes more important later on once he finds whatever it is that's been ailing him and fixes it. Of course, we got Verlander, who pitched really well yesterday. It's a bounce back from his previous start. He talked about it last time he was out there. He talked after the game about how he had to go back and get to work. The Yankees figured him out. He discussed needing to be more deceptive, and he certainly talked about that after yesterday started. We'll get to that, but it was nice to watch him go out there and put on a show. I mean, whether it was all about being in Detroit and facing lesser competition or just being back in a place where he's had a lot of success. He was good. The 7 innings, the 8 strikeouts. He did discuss being more deceptive. And he talked quite a bit about what he had to do to be better. But first, we'll hear from Justin Verlander in a little bit about his overall assessment, because he's an introspective dude, and that certainly probably comes with age. He's pitched for a long time. If you're looking for a guy who's gonna know all about his own game, that's one of those guys to go to. He's going to be pretty self-aware about his performance, and he was afterwards last week, and he was this week in a bounce back. So you've won. If we're playing small sample size theater, you've now won 3 out of 4. And you have the A's coming to town, an A's team who's kind of where the Tigers are. They're not great, they're not terrible, and you've got a shot, despite playing home games, and we know what they look like at home, to build some momentum. And this isn't going to be a show who tells you, well, they're about to turn around, because I think we're tired of that. We're just going to say, let's watch the games, and we'll see what they are after we see them. After they win a couple or they lose a couple, because despite maybe the good feelings when at winning 3 out of your last 4, it's still a small sample size, but certainly a larger one than 4 games. They're still 5-5 in the last 10. So 10 games ago, they were 10 games under 500, and they remain 10 games under 500. And I don't know how small the sample size is in baseball can be, where you can start taking it seriously, as far as, hey, we'll do a stretch of 10 or a stretch of 20. But the stretch of 10, the stuff that shows up on or in the standings in baseball and basketball, the last 10, they've been 500. Certainly not good enough for where they are and what they have to accomplish. But they come home, and the road trip wasn't a disaster, and you'll take that. You'll take getting out of there, particularly how the road trip started with coming out even against a good baseball team, and then one who's average. So you go 3-3 overall. It's better than what it could have been, better than what it looked like going in, and you got good performances at Fromber and Justin Verlander. Sean, is that the first time that our big 3, as far as the Astros pitching rotation, has been active at the same time? Because Justin Verlander was out to start the year.
Yeah, and Fromber, I think, only made like 2 or 3 starts.
And then Christian Javier had to leave because of a neck issue. Is that the first time the big 3? Certainly, it's the first time they've pitched in a series together.
Yes,
and I think it's the first time they've been active together at the same time. I think maybe there's some crossover, but as far as what you were looking at as your top 3 guys, I don't remember a time where they pitched in the same series.
Yeah, no, I mean, just off the top of my head, I think you're right. Also, Ronel Blanco is probably like big 3.
Well, before the year,
it's just big me.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Before the year, yes, it was a big 3. Now Ronel Blanco's like, I'm Kendrick. I mean, and how Javier pitched, he's probably J. Cole. He's like, yeah, I'm stepping back out of this.
It's like if he just goes back on the IL.
Yeah,
he's like, actually, I'm still hurt.
Yeah, I mean, look, last couple fastballs were in the 89 to 90 range. It's not exactly what we're looking for, and neither was his performance as the Astros were. It was something very similar to what has gone on throughout the season, where the starting pitcher is non-competitive and you've got no shot. But it wasn't the entire weekend, and we'll thank Fromber for being good, and Verlander for being great in their 2 outings to kind of save it. Yeah. So you're right. I should have started with Ronel Blanco, and then was like, oh yeah, and then these other three.
The 3 that were good before this year.
Yeah, the tiers. What are the Astro pitching rotation tiers? Blanco, Fromber, and Verlander. I would still put Javier above Arrighetti.
Probably still Javier, because I mean, if we're doing this the other day, I mean, we were talking about just Verlander completely differently. So yeah, I think you're allowed to have a bad start and still
part of the. Yeah, that's true. And Javier before the neck and before coming back was good. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so maybe I don't drop Javier into a 3rd tier by himself. I was being very disrespectful considering putting Spencer Arrighetti ahead of him. Hey,
that's
it's just one outing.
That was the disrespectful part. I'm okay with you putting him in his own tier by himself. It felt like you're like, Spencer Arrighetti.
No. The Arrighetti Brown
in a mop-up
France tier is one that I don't want to see anymore. Urquidy pitched with the Skeeters. Excuse me, the Space Cowboys. Speaking of disrespectful, the Space Cowboys. He pitched, wasn't great, but hey, we know the excuse we can use. He was just working on stuff. He's out there working on stuff. So
he felt good.
How far away is Urquidy from getting back into the rotation? What does it mean for Arrighetti? I'm not actually asking the question. I'm not looking for an answer. I don't care that much. I'm just saying.
Those questions linger.
Those questions linger, and they will be asked at some point. And really, it's not even a question. Once Urquidy, they deem him ready to go, Arrighetti will make his way out of the rotation.
I think Dana Brown before Urquidy's start last week, last week before this weekend's Urquidy start, Dana Brown said he expects 2 to 3 rehab starts for Urquidy.
Okay,
so just a rough timetable.
Just put Arrighetti on the clock. Hey, buddy, your MLB dreams don't end. But you're gonna have a little of a pause as far as being in the rotation. You get a couple more. You get a couple more, and then it's time for you to go work on stuff. You can go work on stuff with the Space Cowboys, I guess, wherever they decide to send them. I mentioned Brandon Bielak, DFA'd. He didn't get I don't even know if he had the option. I'm not looking that deep into it, but he gets DFA'd to give Javier a roster spot. He doesn't get the Florida treatment. He is just no longer an Astro. I don't remember great Brandon Bielak moments. I just know he was put out there a number of times to be the whipping boy, not because he did anything wrong. It's just that they had no one else to go to. Chandler Rome brought some stats as far as Brandon Bielak's final season with the Astros. He threw 146 pitches in a 7-day span, and 23 of them came in a game the Astros played with the 5-man bullpen because they mismanaged their roster. It can be a cruel business. So, Bielak's the guy who you have to go to because your roster isn't exactly built to deal with injuries to your starting pitching or just simply a bad 7, 8, 9 as far as your options there. So he was the guy who suffered probably the most, and he's the guy now that pitchers are returning, kind of takes it on the chin. So we bid adieu to Brandon Bielak. There will not be a Sarah McLachlan moment for him. I mean, Sean, I guess, can play the music now that I've said we aren't going to do it. He can be the guy go, actually, we will do it. But before we do that, maybe Sean will come back and honor Brandon Bielak if he so chooses. We're going to hear from Verlander when we come back, and also some big news for the Rockets, I think. We'll hear from – I say I think because what does it mean to have a pick that's in a bad draft? We'll hear from Rafael Stone about what the Rockets' plan might be, along with the Verlander stuff, when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
This is kind of what I touched on midweek. It's just like, there's a benefit to having been through a lot of bad starts and not too successful times in your career. You have a lot of stuff to draw on from the past, and you know kind of what you need to do to fix it. And there was a few adjustments I made, and you just never know until you step on the mound. So being able to get a swing and miss on the fastball, and from Riley Green there, the first batter of the game, and then see good results with it the rest of the game, and see a lot of out front swings on the breaking ball. That's pitching. When everybody's on time for everything, you got to change some stuff.
Justin Verlander, after his start yesterday, great bounce back for him. It was ugly in Yankee Stadium. The first two games of that series were really ugly. Very different feeling coming out of the series against Detroit. You win 2 out of 3, you come home, you finish up the road trip strong, and you get 2 good outings from what we considered your big 3. Javier, different story. The other news, at least the other good news that came from the weekend, was the Rockets. The owner of the Nets pick, thanks to the James Harden trade, jump up to 3. The Rockets have the 3rd pick in the 2024 draft. Now, the draft, by anyone who has dived into these prospects, they'll tell you the draft isn't strong. It is a draft where I was listening to a podcast this morning, and the guy asked multiple GMs across the league about their feelings on the draft. One GM said this draft is like if you started at 10, like the number 1 overall pick in the normal draft would be 10 in this draft. Now that feels like hyperbole. Another GM said 7 or 8.
So basically, the Atlanta Hawks won the 7th pick in the 2023 or 2022 or pick a random year.
Yeah. Now the 2025 draft is supposed to be a really good one, maybe headlined by Cooper Flagg. So the 2025 draft is a draft you want to jump up in. That's why you probably won't see a lot of teams trading their 2025 first round pick, particularly if they're an awful one, because that's a draft. If you know you're going to be bad, you're going to try to tank for. But yeah, this one is not expected to provide a really franchise-changing player, at least not a lot of them. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe you find one, and that might happen in any draft. But as far as top-of-the-line talent we're at 3, that means we're going to get a great player. In fact, they put it this way in this same podcast. They said that you could not get like the 3rd best player in a starting lineup with the 1st overall pick. Like if you were like, you know what, I'm gonna trade you the number 1 overall pick, and you know who I want back? Let's use a good team. I want Aaron Gordon back. They would say, well, the Nuggets would say no because they're a championship contender. He's part of their lineup. But even a team like, let's use, I don't want to use the Rockets because they're young. Let's use the Kings, for example. It was like the fourth best player in the Kings rotation or starting lineup could probably get traded for the 1st overall pick.
Harrison Barnes.
Yeah. Harrison Barnes is the level of player. Terrence Mann is the level of player we're talking about as far as the number 1 overall pick is concerned. That might simply be hyperbole by GMs who haven't done all the deep dive that's going to be necessary. But that's what I heard on this podcast, which lets you know that the Rockets having a 3rd overall pick, it might be more difficult than you think to use the 3rd overall pick to go get a star. Because I think Lance tweeted when he saw it, package a 3 with I think he might have used a specific player, but a player and maybe another pick and go get your star. That might not be enough, considering the opinion on this draft. Now, we don't have to make the decisions. Rafael Stone has to make the decision. He has to determine the value of the 3rd overall pick and whether they're going to keep it or trade it and where the Rockets are in their rebuild. Here's Rafael Stone after winning the 3rd overall pick. He talks about the process the Rockets are going to go through to make a decision.
I think the caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it, but at the same time valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Or at least sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too. And so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that.
How much time has Rafael Stone spent with Nick Caserio? Sean put it well, that at least in his comment when he put the audio on the rundown, that Rafael Stone really Caserio this. And he said really nothing. He went back on things he said like 15 seconds earlier. It was, I won't even call it a masterclass because we all could tell that he was like saying nothing. But it was very Caserio-like. And I'm going to say a lot of stuff that doesn't really add up to anything. And I'm doing it on purpose because I want to give you nothing.
Yeah, the funniest part is at the end where he's like, there's a higher likelihood that we'll like someone at 3 than 9. Da-da-da-da. Actually, that's not true. That's sometimes not true. Sometimes you like the guy at 9 more than you like the guy at 3. And then he goes, but, maybe other teams will like a guy at 3, which is true. That's what helps, is that you at least have the possibility that one of these teams just falls in love with a guy at 3. And when it is a draft that's like this, or like what this one looks to be, where there's not really any like A plus talents coming into it, like there's no, obviously it's going to be Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson and Brandon Miller. Like last year they had a top 3,
a clear top 3. Yeah.
The year before with Banchero, Holmgren, and Jabari Smith,
yeah.
that was a clear top 3. That basically no matter it was personal preference among the 3, maybe other than Banchero, really. And so
even going into that day, we were hearing
we thought it was going to be Jabari number 1.
Yeah, we thought that Banchero was going to be a Rocket, and then the betting odds started to change, and the news started to come out that the Magic were focusing on Banchero, and that's what happened.
And so in a draft more like this one, where there's probably, 5 guys in contention just to be the number 1 pick, just because none of them stand out so much on their own. There's not, again, there's no one on the planet that would have gone ahead of Victor last year, or, LeBron when he came out. There's not that player. So you have the opportunity for 2 guys to go in the top 2, and then someone falls in love with who's available at 3, and then that's how you can make a trade.
Speaking on the differences in strengths and drafts, I know a lot of people are crediting Rafael Stone because he made the trade and they caught some luck, and now they're a top 3 pick. Now they have a top 3 pick, and what can they do with that? Do they want to pick? Do they want to use the pick in a trade, or actually pick a player? And right now, this is just one mock draft site. You're going to see a lot of them. This comes from NBADraft.net. Dalton Connect is the choice for the Rockets, according to NBADraft.net, their latest mock. And there are other places who have them picking different players, and that'll continue throughout. Now, I heard in the praise of Rafael Stone beyond the trades, the talk was about the players he selected. Now, as part of the James Harden trade, a couple players they've selected so far are Josh Christopher and Tari Eason. Josh Christopher, no longer a Rocket. That was a later pick in the first round. We also have Tari Eason, good player, just wasn't healthy this year, so we hope Tari comes back healthy and ready to contribute. But let's just stick with Rafael Stone's picks that were Rockets picks. You've got Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, both top 4 picks. I'll ask you, Sean, do you think those picks have lived, or at least those players have lived up to the spot in which they were taken? Because when you hear top 3 pick, and it's not always the case because, as you said, the relative strength of a draft, you think franchise changer, big-time player, guy who was a building block. Do you believe either of those two have solidified themselves as building blocks. I see a lot of core 6 stuff that Rocket fans are throwing out there about who they think their core 6 is. First of all, that's too many guys for your core.
Yeah.
That's
literally you can't play them all at the same time.
Yeah, that's nuts. There's no such thing as a core 6. Not in basketball.
One of them will always be on the bench.
Yeah. Do you think? Okay, but back to the question.
Yeah, I don't think Jalen. I mean, that's pretty clear that he's not your classic number 2 overall pick, production wise, at least so far. Jabari Smith, it's like a little bit closer with A, because he was the 3rd pick. B, he's been better, and what he does is that he is like a great floor spacer, great defender. And playing him next to Şengün, like he makes playing Şengün work because he can kind of do some of the rim protection stuff, and then on the other end, he can space out when you have a center who can shoot a little bit, but he's not exactly like Dirk Nowitzki out there.
Yeah, I don't want to call a guy that young a role player, and that's not my thought. But you would at this point consider him a complimentary player to a best player.
He's like a Michael Porter Jr. or a Aaron Gordon type, where it's like, yeah, I can see what he does on a really good team where he is the 3rd or 4th best player.
And you look at the rest of that draft, the guys who came after. Maybe you think Keegan Murray's a better player. Jaden Ivey hasn't. Well, he's in Detroit. I'm not going to blame anyone for what they do in Detroit. Obviously, if we could have redrafted Jalen Williams, the one of the 2 Jalen Williams you would have taken first.
The one that barks like a dog.
Yeah, you would have taken Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, the wing for the Thunder, before you take Jabari Smith. But as I just go through the list, you would say that Rafael Stone, maybe Keegan Murray and definitely I think Jalen Williams, but maybe Keegan Murray. But Jalen Williams was never going to be taken at 3.
Yeah, he was picked number 12,
yeah.
And even that at the time was like, whoa.
People were surprised by it. Yeah. So I can't blame. I'm not going to take a shot at Rafael Stone over that. You take the pick in that area, and the only conversation you're having about guys who could have gone in that spot. Maybe you like Keegan Murray more. Maybe you think he's going to be a more dynamic shooter. He's maybe more of a movement shooter type of guy. But Jabari Smith has been a good player. But at 3, I know a lot of people were hoping at the time Jabari Smith would be maybe wrongfully. We're thinking he could be a franchise type guy. Who knows what he'll be going forward? And of course, the obvious one that jumps out as far as not living up to the potential is Jalen Green. And once again, that's not something you can criticize Rafael Stone for doing, because who else was he going to take there, I guess? Some people like Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley isn't the scorer that people hope he can be. He's only 22 years old, a defensive presence, but you already have that in Jabari Smith. And right now, Jabari Smith has a more advanced offensive game than I think Evan Mobley does.
Could have had Scotty Barnes.
It's true. Scotty Barnes would have been an intriguing player here. He's probably like a super size Amen right now, a guy. People are talking about Amen could be a big guy who can handle it on the wing, but Amen probably considered more of a true point guard, well, potential true point guard. Who knows what he'll play? Scotty Barnes, they try him as an initiator sometimes with Toronto. So he's a guy maybe that you would say Scotty Barnes is the guy you missed on.
Maybe.
Even
then. I mean, they still, in that draft, they drafted Şengün, who might be the number 1 pick. If you're doing the redraft game, like, it might be Şengün. It's either Cade or Şengün, probably. And Cade, again, it's a lot of, he plays in Detroit.
Yeah,
so
how do you judge anyone
who's
been in that environment? What would he be like in a better spot? So, yeah, I can't actually just get after Rafael Stone on his picks. It may just simply be about the draft that those picks are made in. Now you find a Jim and Şengün, and just the other guys are in drafts where no one was going to be an all-timer. You just hope that you would have been able to find one, and part of it is positioning. Paolo Banchero's probably going to be the best player in that draft. You didn't have an opportunity to take him, despite what we thought going into draft day. It's just how it fell. So he's picked good players. I don't think he's found a franchise player as of yet. Maybe Şengün is that. I think some people are ahead of themselves on what he can be, but Şengün definitely the closest to that, and we'll see what they do. I think a trade is a real possibility. I don't know if you can add another young player to the mix at this point.
Core 7.
See, this is the thing. I think even if there was a core 6, the core 6 won't stay together because if they were core members, you'd have to pay them. So at some point, you're going to have to shrink the core to maybe like 3 or 4.
Yeah,
and that requires making a move and packaging the core, 2 of the core 6 plus a pick, possibly to acquire a star. That's what everyone's using, the word star. And maybe you don't get a star. Maybe you just get a Mikal Bridges, who is a good player, but he ain't a star.
Yeah, and obviously, like, the price on that one would be less than the Donovan Mitchell. Who I guess is just like the only obviously available star on the market. Trae Young too, but like, let's be honest, like,
does he fit what Ime wants? And I guess we're talking about timelines too, because no matter how many core players you're trading, you're still going to have some young guys on this team. You're not going to trade? Are you trading for 30-plus-year-old Paul George? Does he fit the profile with this team?
That's where you get to the case of A, depends on the package, and B, he wouldn't be your first option. No. I'll put it like that. Where that to me seems like it's on the line of trade the pick. Like, I'm including the number 3 overall pick in this hypothetically.
Sure.
Where Stone does have to make the decision of like, well, do we want this French 19-year-old that's coming? Apparently, like 3 of the top 5 or 3 of the top 8 are French guys.
Yeah, it's comforting.
I don't know why. I don't know why that bothers me. I'm just like, come on.
No.
Enough with the French.
Enough of you guys.
And Rudy Gobert on my TV last night.
Yeah, he had a rough.
All the goodwill that he built up
already gone. Everyone, look how great they were when he wasn't playing, and now 3 and 4. I will get into the NBA and what happened over the weekend because a dramatic shift in what we think about some of these teams and were they dead in the water, or maybe they're just the champions we thought they were. We'll talk about that. We'll get into some news regarding the Texans, and not really them, but we have word on the first game of the year, and it's one nationally televised game that the Texans won't be a part of. So we can wipe that one away from your thought process when you thought they might have 4 or 5. Well, they won't have this one. We'll talk about that and more when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The Houston Rockets at number 3.
Okay.
Rafael Stone, their general manager, has always shown an inclination to be willing to trade out of his draft spot, to bring in an impact veteran player. They have drafted well in Houston, and they've blended it with some good veterans. So I think there'll be a lot of conversations with Houston. I think that pick will be available.
That was Woj after the Rockets won the 3rd overall pick in the NBA draft upcoming, thanks to the Nets being terrible and owning that pick. They still jumped up. The Nets were trying their damnedest not to make that a great pick because it was old to the Rockets. Didn't matter. Luck of the lottery or bad luck for them. This is the third top 3 pick the Nets have given to a team since 2016. Product of going all in or thinking you're going all in. And at some point, that bill comes due, and they paid for it. We'll see. I don't know if there's a Brown or Tatum-like player in this draft. There's some machinations that got the Sixers to trade out of that spot and not take Tatum. But the result of all the Nets trades were getting Tatum and Brown to the Celtics. So it's worked out well for the Celtics. We'll see if the Rockets can make a move similar to that, despite what we would consider a weak draft class. I mentioned this, and we're short on time because we went way long in the last segment, so we'll try to get back on time here. The first game of the NFL season, we now know it because the slow drip of leaks is a thing I guess we have to do. Sean and I discussed how dumb we thought that was last week. But, hey, let's try to build the hype leading up until, is it Thursday or is it Wednesday when the NFL schedule release comes out?
I thought it was Friday.
It might be Friday. Who knows? It just speaks to our lack of care about it.
How can you know?
Well, I mean, it's been alleged that it's coming next week. I don't know if I've seen it from an official source that should know, but it's been alleged that it's coming like either the 15th or whatever.
May
16th,
15th.
May 15th, which is like Wednesday. Seen that. Well, the Texans are not going to be playing the Chiefs on opening night. It'll be the Baltimore Ravens. The teams faced off in the AFC title game. We know the Chiefs won. They went on to win another Super Bowl. So the Ravens will get their shot at fake revenge when they see the Chiefs on opening night. The Chiefs lost last year to the Lions of all teams. Why that was decided to be the opening night game, I don't know. But the Lions turned out to be a good football team, so it all worked out, and it was a good game. We saw some of the Chiefs' wide receiver struggles very early, and it turned out because they have Patrick Mahomes, it didn't matter. So Ravens, Chiefs, and it makes sense. Just you got 2 big-name quarterbacks, the Super Bowl MVP versus the NFL MVP playing against each other. So, yes, we believe the Texans are a team that people care about. But I always thought, when you think about people talk about 4, 5, and 6, possibly if you can include the holiday games, they give like nationally televised games to the Bears, even when they stink. And now they have a top 1 pick, the quarterback. I mean, maybe not generational after, he paints his nails, so he can't be generational now.
Cried.
Yeah, and he cried to his mama after they lost to UCLA and didn't show up for a presser. Whatever, all the reasons you can hate on him.
That's why he's not a generational prospect, but Trevor Lawrence was.
Yes. Well, he did. Well, he won a national title.
Rings? Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't hear your hate. I've got rings in my ear. There's a ringing in my ear because I can't hear your hate. I don't know the actual timeline. I don't know if he cried after the UCLA game or the Washington game. I just know he didn't show up to a presser, and people were talking about how Drake May is a great team leader because he would never do that, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah, look at all those losses. He always shows up.
Yeah, he's used to it. Losing NC State by 3 scores, shows up to the after-game presser. And we hear the news that Gerard Mayo says Drake May has a lot of things to work on. And we'll see if that means anything in rookie minicamp or not. But, yeah, Ravens, Chiefs, that opens up the season, and it'll be on NBC. Speaking of NBC, it looks like they're going to get the NBA package, at least part of it. That deal appears to be done. So I don't know if we're going to get the John Tesh music back, but it looks like the NBA on NBC is back after, it's got to be, what?
Like
20-plus years now. It's been a long time. And we'll see how they dole out the games, and is it going to be a Sunday night affair? Can't compete against the NFL in October, November, and December. So when will the special game be? I guess Saturday nights will be NBC's night, maybe. So just some media news with that, and also, sorry, the Texans will have to wait till Sunday for their opening game. it's unfortunate for everyone, I guess.
And they still might be Sunday night football.
Yeah.
It still might be a primetime game. Actually, it might be Monday night because they do they still do the 2 Monday nights on week 1?
Yeah, I got distracted by quietly taking shots at people ripping Caleb Williams. But my point was that they'll give the Bears 3 nationally televised games for no other reason than they're in Chicago. So just consider the Giants are going to get a couple more than you think they should. We know the Jets will. So there are plenty of nationally televised games to go around. But when we start to talk about, hey, how many games can the Texans get? Just realize you're going to be surprised by how many games teams who stink get. And then that might cut into yours because the Cowboys will get their 5+ or whatever it might be.
Yeah, and we're all excited about the Texans, but we do have to think of the national. These are nationally televised games. These are primetime games, and I'm just not sure if the national fan base is quite there for the Texans to be like you said, where the Bears can be terrible
and they'll get at least a couple.
Where literally last year. The Texans had 0, and then they got the Colts one moved to a Saturday night
because it decided the division.
Yes, that's what it took for the Texans to get
a winner
game.
take all game. Got or at least a playoff get in game because at the time the Jacksonville Jaguars could have won and they would have won the division, but they tricked off and lost to the Titans because the aforementioned Trevor Lawrence, not generational, against the Titans when it mattered most. Yeah. Quarterback play in the AFC South, not great unless your name is C.J. Stroud, and we'll see what Anthony Richardson is when he's healthy. We'll wrap it up with that. Once again, I tried to keep that short and still went way longer than we should have. But you know what I'm happy to talk about, even if it does take me longer than it should? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They're the best in the business when it comes to solidifying your home. And I say solidifying because water damage can screw with a lot of things in your home, and not only will it devalue your home, it'll just make it a miserable experience when you're just trying to hang out and chill. You don't want to come home and turn on the water and get dirty, disgusting water. You want the water to work. You want it to be clean, and you know how you make sure that happens. You make sure that happens. You go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company and do the repiping. The repiping is very important. They've done over 1,000 of those, so you know that they're experts. If your pipes are old or clogged or rusted, that makes that dirty water something you have to deal with, and that's what Aqueduct Plumbing Company is there for. If you just want a quote, you can go there too. You just call them, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238. They provide the best free price quote in town. So not only are they going to check out your home for free and give you a quote, they're also going to provide experienced contractors that are local. You want local because local people care about the local customer. Billy Brown is a Clear Lake guy. He's from the area. He will take care of you, and he'll provide that personal touch. Once again, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
See if I can stay true to my word and make this a quick segment to get us back on time. Something that happened over the weekend that I just found funny, and sometimes you're just feeling yourself, and maybe you think you can get away with something. What do you think Dan Quinn was thinking when he decided he was going to wear a Commanders unofficial shirt with the feathers coming out of the W? If you don't know the history, the Washington football team, which is what they were known for at some point, is trying to get away from all Native American imagery because of lawsuits and people just looking down on the usage of things that don't particularly honor Native Americans. You guys know what they were called at one point. Not exactly a name that a lot of people think is complimentary. Well, Dan Quinn was like, you know what I'm going to do? Nah, I don't want that team issued gear. You one of the local Washington, we have people here in this town who make stuff for the Astros and Rockets that isn't official. Someone in Washington did it, and Dan Quinn was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wear this at a press conference and see if anyone notices. Well, yeah, Dan, everyone noticed the feathers coming out of the back of the W, and the Commanders don't know why he did it. I guess they're going to talk to him about it and go, hey, you're new here. You're our new DC. Can you not wear stuff with feathers on it? It's something, particularly with new ownership, we want to get away from.
You said he's the new DC.
Yes. The head coach.
He's the new head
My fault.
coach.
Yeah, I just think of Dan Quinn as the defensive coordinator at the time.
That's fair.
Yeah.
He's probably wearing a backwards fitted cap. So.
Maybe. Have to go look back at the picture.
Was.
That's who he is. Yes, he's the new head coach. Thank you for correcting me on that. The new head coach has decided to wear.
Which also just underlines how little equity Dan Quinn probably has in that room, is that he's not exactly, it's not like I went out and hired Bill Belichick, all right? We hired Dan Quinn.
Yeah. No, most known for blowing a big lead to Bill Belichick in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Bill Belichick could, wear whatever he wants. If he wants to bring it back, sure, whatever. Dan Quinn doesn't get that leeway.
I'm looking
if I'm Washington ownership.
I'm looking at it. He's wearing a frontward-facing hat. Maybe you wear a frontward-facing hat when you are the head coach.
Maybe.
Can you wear a backwards hat on the sideline? We know Colin Cowherd thinks about it, but
definitely done it.
Has he? Well, did he wear a backwards hat as a Falcon head coach? I don't think so. I think not in an official game. I think he's always rocked the hat forward because that's head coach type stuff. At least when you're in front of cameras. But yeah, you can find it. And the Commanders say they have no organizational comment on the matter. And the team didn't know he was doing it. I guess he just tried to see if people would notice, and people have. It's not officially licensed, so that's probably the Commanders' biggest problem. Hey, stop giving promo to people who aren't paying us a licensing fee.
Yeah, we can't sell this in the team store.
No. You can just find it. Like, Dan, I don't know why. It's just, hey, I don't know who got it to him or why he tried it. Was he even aware that he had to know that that's not a shirt they wanted you to wear? Does he see feathers anywhere else all around the facility but on his shirt?
Could he have known? I mean, he could have just.
Someone had to send it to him, though. Did someone sneak it into the pile? How did he get the shirt?
Just a different pile.
Or do you think the Commanders are pretending like they didn't know and they just gave it to him as a trial balloon?
It's like they're. I can't wait in 15 years when we talk about. Remember the different H that Houston, the Texans were
planning on
there
using,
and like giving out to people, but then also not selling, and then it ended up being a different H, which is the one that's on the helmet now. Like, is it one of those situations where they're just, hey, yeah, this is just one of the new things we got, not available in the team store, but. If you know, you can get your hands on one. The flagship radio station for the Commanders, they can also get these T-shirts, but not officially for sale. Maybe that's the situation Dan Quinn found himself in, or he was just driving around and he saw someone in a parking lot with the back of his trunk open with a whole bunch of different T-shirts.
He stopped. Dan Quinn just stopped. Hey, that looks great. I want one of those. How come we don't make these?
I'm the Commanders coach. I should get one.
Yeah, and of course now the links are out. People can go buy the shirt if they want, which is I think the Commanders' biggest issue. Hey, we sell stuff in a team store. We don't need people drifting over to this online market and buying shirts that we don't take a cut from.
Do you think new Commanders ownership is like, listen, this stuff might have flew with the last guy, all right?
It's true.
Not us.
Yeah.
We're at least going to try to be a serious organization.
Look, I know you guys heard about that cheerleader thing, and we're just gonna call it a thing. We're not gonna really get into it. And
legally, we can't get into it.
Yeah. Actually, there's a cease and desist. Also, our owner really loved the previous name. He grew up as a fan, but hey, we're a business here. We understand what that name has meant to people, and we're trying to get away from it. So no feathers, Dan. The W is fine. No feathers are out. I don't know if you've heard.
He's like, can I do moccasins then?
No, nothing. Your name is Dan Quinn. The answer is no to everything.
Bow and arrow?
No. No scalping, no bow and arrows, nothing.
Whoa.
I'm just giving Dan all the talking points. You don't get to do anything.
Can I coach with face paint on?
We saw what that happened to that Chiefs kid. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, hey, I know it goes down at Florida State. I know for whatever reason they get away with it. They can put a white kid in brown face and have him do the war chant and stuff on a horse, but not you. We're a professional organization. So Dan, he's not even going to be in hot water. It's just funny. No, my whole thing is, how did he get the shirt? Where did he get it from? Did he actually stop and buy it, or did someone send it to him in the mail? And he's like, you know what, I like this shirt. I'm going to put it on.
Yeah, I mean, he's been hired for 4 months now. He probably doesn't have like the full assortment of all the team gear that coaches wear, where they just have different versions of Washington Commanders football, established, 1932, but then the Commanders were actually established in, 2022.
Yeah.
He doesn't have, all of that, where he has the windbreakers and do they do the shirts with the slogan on the back, or is that just, college football, where it's, some sort of slogan?
Oh, he's a former defensive coordinator. He's got to have a shirt with some slogan about really, being tough or something.
Yeah, relentless.
Yeah,
and
something like that.
It's R-E, and they all stand for something.
It's an acronym for
R,
something.
respect the game.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
E, energy. Stuff like that. Yeah. So nothing will happen to Dan Quinn. I just thought it funny that he decided on this or over the weekend he was going to wear a shirt unofficially licensed and do it and find one that had feathers on it and go, you know what, this looks cool. Let me try it out. And of course, now the Commanders have to answer questions. And the questions will be, we didn't tell him to do it, and we'll have a conversation with him about it.
It does,
do you like the logo with the feathers?
I can see why Dan Quinn would be like.
I can see why Dan Quinn, what we know of him, would put that shirt on and go, I like it.
Well, also, their logo is just boring. So, yeah, give me a little something extra.
A little spice, a little sizzle.
Just a little, just throw a couple Scovilles of hot sauce in there.
It's not the last dab like on Hot Ones, but it's like the fourth wing.
Yeah, it gets,
in the video. We're to the fourth wing.
It's where the celebrity goes,
I feel it. Like the first they're like, whatever, what is it? So then they start, what's that? Oh yeah, that's what that was. If they were like a bow and arrow, then we've taken it to a different level. But Dan Quinn, shout out to you. Hopefully you keep that job, and you can give us more. I just hope he just starts. He's got a hat now that we don't know where it came from. Dan Quinn, the new head coach of the Commanders. If you did not know that, I welcome you to the group, because I just assume, hey, it's Dan Quinn. He's got to be a defensive coordinator, right? Who's hiring that guy as a head coach anymore? The Commanders are like, we are. So congratulations to them and their head coach for a slight controversy during rookie mini camp of all things. This was supposed to be Jaden Daniels' weekend. Now it's about Dan Quinn. We'll continue to discuss the Astros. There's some numbers about everyone's favorite outfielder, maybe just utility outfielder, Jake Myers. He's actually better than you think. So if you wanted to run Jake Myers out of town, sorry, that designation goes to Brandon Belak. You can only run one of them out of town, and Belak's the one who got DFA'd. Hour one in, ooh, I almost said it, Sean. Damn it. Now it's in my head. We're through with hour one. Less smooth, but it's better than what I was going to say. We'll be back. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you here. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. So, Sean, you inspired me because you mentioned watching all of the Planet of the Apes movies. And I did that to get ready for Saturday night. I watched all three of them on Friday because, I gotta remind myself of how great Caesar is. Caesar, if you don't know, is the lead ape in the Planet of the Apes first three, at least the new first three. We all know about the Charlton Heston stuff, and then Mark Wahlberg tried to get his Planet of the Apes stuff off, and he stunk. That movie was terrible. There was we talked about it on Friday. There was an Abraham Lincoln sighting at the end of that movie, so that movie didn't get a sequel. But the three that they've made since with Caesar, awesome. So I got ready to go see the new one. And I got to tell you, man, it was a good movie, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I enjoyed it, but you know what? Ain't no one going to be Caesar. No one can be Caesar.
Oh, wow. You're hitting them with you think they love you like Kobe? You're not Kobe to this new ape?
Like the next one is the star, or I guess if they make another one, Noah is the name of this ape. And, he's not as charismatic as Caesar was.
No one is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can't be Caesar. And I'm not going to give away the storyline, only that the legend of Caesar has not been passed down correctly. So the apes that we know in this movie aren't all that clear about who Caesar was and what he was and what his real beliefs were. So it's some of that. That's kind of the underground or the foundation of the story, and then we get into the interpersonal stuff. But Noah's fine. He's fine. He ain't Caesar though. Is Caesar the best CGI character of all time? Can you think of a better one?
Well, you'd go with a lot of the well, you have dude from
is he better than Gollum?
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I was gonna say the other Andy Serkis role. He might be better. I don't know if he's more iconic.
Gollum's more iconic. Yeah. Caesar, I think, is better. Is he better than King Kong? Not the one with Naomi Watts, but the ones where King Kong gets to ride Godzilla.
He's better than King Kong, not better than Godzilla.
You don't think Godzilla is a force to be reckoned with, sure, but there's no real depth to Godzilla. He's just Godzilla.
He's bringing back natural order.
Yes, I know. He's one of the Titans. They bring back order. I get it, but he ain't got the personality of Caesar. Ape strong together.
No one does. Caesar started a revolution.
This is what I'm saying.
Asterisk, by the way, on the revolution.
Yeah,
a lot of the work was done by the simian flu.
Yeah, true. Caesar didn't wipe out the entire human race by himself.
I'm just saying. It's like last year the Nuggets played a lot of 7 and 8 seeds. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he did have the simian flu. The simian flu helped.
Mickey Mouse ring. That's
the simian flu is like the Celtics tricking off. If the Celtics are around, who knows how that series goes? But because the Celtics and the Bucks are what they are, they weren't around to see the Nuggets. I get what you're saying, man. But he led 3 movies and was great in all of them.
Thanos. Thanos might be.
Yeah, that's the strongest suggestion you've had so far.
More than Godzilla?
No, people yes. It's Godzilla. Look, I like
Godzilla -1. How about that?
That guy was an a-hole. Guys, I saw Godzilla -1. That Godzilla was an a-hole. At least this Godzilla tried to not kill people all the time. Godzilla -1 did not care. He was looking like some guys are looking to cause harm. Godzilla -1's like, oh, I can avoid you, but I don't want to. Yeah, there's a difference between how Godzilla, the Americanized Godzilla, acts and the way Godzilla -1 acts. That dude was about killing human beings. That was his main goal. Godzilla's like, hey,
I have to respect that.
Yeah, it's Godzilla being a Godzilla. Our Godzilla's been domesticated a little bit. It's got some type of weird bond with Millie Bobby Brown. There's a Drake joke there.
Okay.
But yeah, so I watched Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, and Noah, you got a tall task, man. If you're gonna try to match what Caesar brought to that series,
he's the Jordan Poole to
no, it's
Steph
not
Curry.
No, it's not that bad. He's more like I can't. Jordan Poole's no. There's a monkey. I would say the villain ape in the new one is more like the Jordan Poole to Koba's the villain in the first 3. As far as he's the Steph Curry of villains in the ape world. This new one's trash. He even took Caesar's name, man. Trash.
Trash ass.
Trash ass Proxima Caesar. That's his name.
Oh, well, he's close.
Yeah. But he's not the same as Koba. Koba was a beast.
Koba was riding a horse with 2 guns.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, Koba was. Oh, look, I didn't side with the villain ape, but Koba had it. I mean, we talk about a dude who shot Caesar and pretended like a human did it to start a war. Koba was on it.
Real gangster.
Yeah, that was some real manipulative gangster stuff. The new one's whatever. Oh, I want to get into it. No, I can't tell you that. That's ruining some of the story. All right, that's our nerd culture stuff out of the way for a little bit. But Mike, I see you'll get to you. But Eric, you're first. You want to talk about the Astros?
Yeah, one of the best CGI characters is She-Hulk. She blows everybody away.
Stop it.
That's did Christian Javier go to Sugar Land? And one of the other Astros pictures of on IL, like Garcia and Urquidy, and that's the colors. When are they coming online to pitch? It's like they haven't pitched forever. One more thing, you mentioned something about Abigail died the other day. I still haven't heard anything about her. Can you go into details about that? I'll hang up the listen.
To one of your questions, Urquidy pitched over the weekend for the Space Cowboys. Didn't go well, but as we said, we know starting pitchers pitch on that level to work on things. So we can't crush him for being bad because Verlander had some of the same type of results. And, it's been kind of been a mixed bag for Verlander on the major league level. So, yeah, but Urquidy is pitching, and it'll probably be a couple more starts before he's up with the big club. Javier, maybe they rushed him back. He didn't have arm issues. He had a neck thing, so maybe they were less concerned about giving him time. Maybe they should have been more concerned, considering what happened on Saturday. He was terrible. Led to a loss. The Astros did find a way to get Game 3 thanks to Verlander's good start. So they take 2 out of 3, but the Javier start was terrible. He may need more time. The Abigail Dye thing, she posted a picture of herself that got a lot of attention, and then it was the attention she didn't like, so she deleted it. And goes, I'm just going to stick with selfies from now on. I don't want to judge and suggest that she knew what she was doing because that's not a great thing. I don't know what she thought was going to happen, but whatever she thought was going to happen, she got the opposite. And she's like, oh, there are a lot more creeps out there than I thought. I'm going to delete this picture, and I'm a newswoman. I don't want this type of attention. But the creeps are out. I'm sure she got a lot of responses she didn't want. So that's your update on Abigail Dye. And that's where I'm leaving it. Sooner, Mike, I see you. I guess I know when college football season comes around who you're going to be calling about. We'll talk about the Astros with you when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We didn't get to it because we got distracted by things, but I'm watching something on television right now about the NBA playoffs. We didn't talk anything about it, and we had some changes in momentum over the weekend, so we'll get into that. But first, Sooner Mike wants to talk about the Astros. What's up, Sooner Mike?
Hey, hashtag the people for Raheezy.
This isn't Sooner Mike.
And I want to congratulate our Houston Astros on taking 2 out of 3 to Detroit. And Dale, what do you think about Teresa Palmer doing some pillowing on the internet? What do you think?
You can just be Ryan. I guess this is the bit. At least he didn't do an impression of anyone. He just pulled a name out of his ass. Do we have a Sooner Mike that calls? Not this show, but any show on the station?
I think it was OU Mike.
Yeah, that's OU Mike. Maybe that's what he means. A long time ago. Haven't heard from that guy in a while. Teresa Palmer, congratulations to our Astros. You can just get to the Teresa Palmer call. In fact, just tell Sean you want to talk about Teresa Palmer, and I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I don't know why you think you have to divert the attention and try to fool Sean into thinking, all right, doesn't he know the standard of this show? Just say Teresa Palmer. We'll get to it.
No, I like
You like.
I like the head fake.
Yeah, he got you again, Sean, because we're so concerned about screening the calls on this station, or particularly this show. Teresa Palmer's a no for you. Sorry, man. I don't know if it's the Australian thing that I think will keep her out of it, or the fact that not that it really matters, but I think she's a mother of multiple children. I think Teresa Palmer, if it ever got really bad for her, she'd just go back to Australia. Now she's married, I think, to an American guy, or maybe a Canadian guy, but I think she just moved to Australia and be cool. Price of living.
Do telenovelas in Australia?
Yeah, I mean,
do they have telenovelas there?
They probably have soap operas, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're probably not called telenovelas.
Yeah, they're probably called maybe
soap operas,
maybe, or whatever they might, or soaps, or whatever they might call them there.
Yeah.
I think she's got a market she can dive into that you didn't take into account. She can always go back to the home country / continent and get work. An American star, one of our own, comes back and does Australian television. She'll have a spot. She wants to.
I always think that for a second, maybe today's the day that OU Mike or whoever it is that is calling, asking these questions about actresses. Maybe today's the day that we get a, 40% from Dell, where you're like,
I mean, she
can
was
see
just,
this one.
it didn't do well, but she was just in The Fall Guy. That's the level of movie she's still getting. Not a chance, man.
I just want one where you're like,
Well, come with a better name.
I could see, 50-50. It's a coin flip.
I'm not going to put that percentage on an actress without him bringing it to the table.
Yeah.
But he's, I'm not
so you have some in your head.
I mean, I imagine if he brought one up, like if he brought Tara Reid up, and that would have been closer than a lot of these, and even her. He's got to take into account it's not a lot probably. He's got to take into account all the Sharknado money she's made.
Okay.
Consistent work for years.
I don't think they're really getting paid until Sharknado 3
Yeah,
or
it's
4.
like sci-fi, and it's sci-fi. How much are they really getting paid? Yeah. Sci-fi Channel. But no, you got to find, Sooner Mike, you've got to find a woman who maybe had a scandal and wasn't a big-time actress before then. You got to find your Amber Heard, but without the Amber Heard
off the field
past history of working in big movies. You got to find that version who no one wants to hire anymore.
You need it's just the off the field concerns actress.
Yeah, without the
money.
Yeah, like Amber Heard was one of those. Well, maybe not anymore. It's like, well, she's got problems, but she's worth it, because attractive. She brings people to the box office. Maybe not so much her specifically. You got to find one of those types. Like, don't call in about, Natalie Portman. No, 0, no chance, not a chance. Find a better lane as far as women are concerned, and maybe you got a shot. Maybe Sean's dream will come true. You never know.
I just because they're all like either 0 or between 0 and 1%.
The problem for him is
I just want one where you're like, Now that's a good one.
The problem for him is I've watched
about it.
so much TV and I've watched so many movies that I know all the women he's talking about without doing much research, and I'm like, nah. I've seen her in like 4 things in the last 3 years. No shot.
She was just in an Apple TV show,
Yeah.
right?
What are you doing? Yeah. Well, Jennifer Connelly. No. All his dreams from the late 90s and early aughts.
That's also a limiting
That's
factor.
also I told him what if he can change his priorities to influencers, he's got a real shot for me to give him. You never know. But until then,
Yeah, influencer turned actress.
yeah, they did a couple movies and because of their followers, and then you guys don't actually have any talent, so you got to go back to influencing. And now your influencer followers like, oh, she did movies. We don't like that. So you got to find the right combination, the right chemistry, and then maybe we can have a real discussion. As if anything concerning that would be an actual real discussion. What am I talking about? But okay. Someone asked us at least asked me on Twitter. You can tweet at Sean too, at Sean A. Mapes, if you want to ask Sean a question specifically.
As long as it's relevant, please.
Yeah, I mean, don't just talk.
We have high standards here.
Yeah.
don't tweet me nonsense.
As pointed out, we have high standards. Someone asked me Brian asked me why isn't Zach Edey not projected in the top 10? It's the way the NBA is now, man. I mean, Donovan Clingan is a big man, and we saw him. He didn't necessarily lead UConn to a second consecutive title, but he was a contributing member of that team. He's considered a top 10 pick. Zach Edey isn't skilled enough to be a guy that you can take advantage of his size over and over again. For a top 10 pick, despite the level of concern people have about the strength of this draft class, for a top 10 pick, you want to be a guy who you can think will immediately be a starter. If not immediately, can eventually get there. And if you're a center, what can you provide? He's big. Certainly, he can deter shots, but it's not as if he can contain perimeter players. And he's not great enough offensively, as I'm looking at Jokic on the screen right now, to make up for that. Are you going to throw the ball into Zach Edey over and over again and expect great results? Is he going to be enough of a playmaker that when the eventual double comes, because he's going to be bigger than everyone, is he going to be able to find guys and be good enough to compensate for whatever it is going on the other end of the floor? Probably not. Though we look at all the big men today. Jokic isn't a great outside shooter, but he can shoot. Karl Anthony Towns, for all the nonsense that he brings to the table sometimes with his dumb fouls and immaturity, even at his age, can shoot the ball from the outside. He is a really good outside shooter for a big man. And Edey's not going to be as good as Rudy Gobert to make up for the inefficiencies on the other end. He's probably a more skilled offensive player than Rudy Gobert. But Rudy being on the floor is all about what he does on the defensive end, and even that becomes an issue sometimes in the playoffs. So Edey has a lot to overcome to be a top 10 pick. And I've seen anywhere from top 15 to into the second round, depending on the person doing the mock draft. So probably a wide range of possibilities for him. I just don't think a lot of NBA teams look at him and go, that's a guy we want on the floor for 35, 40 minutes a night.
Yeah, because he would have to just be such a good offensive player to make a team be like, we'll live with the restrictive defense that we have to run to keep him by the basket.
Yeah, and people will just bring him out from the floor, and then the problem is you're going to have a switch instead of some guard from Indiana who can't make a jump shot. It's going to be, hell, let's just even use a guy in our town who people criticize. Zach Edey going to handle Jalen Green out in the perimeter? No, Jalen Green's just going to blow by him, and if not, he's going to back him up and knock down a jumper in his face. And that's not even a great player. We're just talking about a good player with potential to be great. At least we hope he reaches that potential. Those are the type of matchups he's going to see on a nightly basis. And I don't think anyone thinks he can be a guy who can hold up. And if you're taking a top-end pick and he gets played off the floor consistently, what's the point of taking a guy in the top 10? He'll get drafted. Just don't know his value right now. He's going to have to prove to people he can be valuable on the offensive end and show that he's not a liability defensively. As far as the playoffs are concerned, the Nuggets, man. For all the talk, and some of it occurred here. I don't know if we said they were done, but well, how the Wolves were playing, we thought as long as they could continue to play defense that way, and Jamal Murray was going to look limited, then it was going to be hard for the Nuggets to come back. Jamal Murray looked certainly nowhere near limited in the 2 games, and the Nuggets came out and punched him in the face in Game 3. That was never really a contest, and then they put on a big spurt in Game 4 because the Wolves got off to a good start. I think they're up like 22-15 or something like that. It was right around there, and then the Nuggets went on a 26-4 run. And it kept going to give them a lead in the second quarter. And then Donovan, he had a nice weekend too. Just his teammates didn't show up. Donovan Mitchell, I meant, but Anthony Edwards hit a big 3 to cut the lead to 7. The Wolves started to build some momentum. Anthony Edwards had a great night. And then Rudy Gobert fought his ass off to keep Jokic out of position on the next possession. And with like 4 seconds to go, Rudy Gobert finally, Jokic maneuvers him out of the way to get the ball. He was probably 20 feet away from the basket. He wasn't in a real scoring position. And because of the threat of Jokic, the Wolves left the guy open. And he knocks down a 3. I can't remember the guy who knocked it down. Maybe it was KCP. He knocks down a 3 to go up 10. The next possession, Anthony Edwards fumbles the ball away, turns into a dunk, and then Jaden McDaniels, I think, throws the ball, trying to rush a last-second shot. Jamal Murray steals it, throws up like a half-court shot. It goes in. All of a sudden, they were down 7. Now they're down 15. And that 8 points in like 20 seconds was the difference in the ballgame. The Wolves kept fighting back, but that spurt was kind of the difference in the game. So I don't know if that series is over. We thought it was over going to Minnesota, and Anthony Edwards after the game was asked what he said to Jamal Murray, and he said, I just told him, keep talking. We like it. That's what we're about. I don't think Jamal Murray said anything on that particular back and forth, but he probably said something earlier because Jamal Murray likes to talk. So that series is tied at 2. The Knicks and the Pacers are tied at 2, mostly because the Knicks have no bodies. They got no one left. At some point, maybe Tom Thibodeau will realize you can't play your guys 40-plus minutes in the regular season and expect them to hold up. And now they were already without Julius Randle. And we've gone through the Bogdanovich thing, and Mitchell Robinson's out, and Jalen Brunson missed an entire quarter in Game 2. And OG Anunoby out. He's always injured, so why would you play him 40-plus minutes in regular season games and then into the playoffs? I don't think anyone's going to rail on Tibbs too much about playing guys a lot because people love to see their players play, love to see NBA players play. But we're seeing the outcome. Got no bodies left, and now you're playing Alec Burks. Maybe you should have played Alex Burks 15 minutes a night leading up to this, and you wouldn't have to be forced into playing him.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, I still just had the game on, but I was like barely watching it. But every time I'd look up in the third quarter, Jalen Brunson was just still in the game.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Jalen Brunson played 31 minutes, and Dante DiVincenzo played 32 minutes in a game where the Knicks were down 20 after the first quarter, and at halftime they were almost down 30. This game was literally never close, and he still played 31 minutes.
Yeah, and think about if the game was maybe an 18 to 15 point game going to the fourth quarter, they probably would have played 8 to 10 minutes at a minimum to see if they can get back in it. That's what Tibbs does. So they probably would have got the 40 in the game they were never in. If it was within 20, they probably would have played 40 minutes a night, both of them.
Yeah, they also both shot terrible.
Yeah, they were awful. I watched that. I looked at the box score at one point in the first quarter, maybe midway through the second. I was seeing a lot of 1-for-5s and 1-for-6s as the Pacers were running away with it.
Just name a good New York Knick. Chances are they shot terribly.
Yeah, they didn't get stops, and the Pacers are real front runners. They can pile it on when things are going their way, and so now that series is tied at 2. We'll see what the Knicks have as far as energy. They went out in Game 3 to try to win it, and then Andrew Nembhard made a step back, like 28-footer at the end of a possession to give the Pacers a 3-point lead late, and that eventually was part of the winning margin as the Pacers won Game 3, and then they won Game 4. And apparently P.J. Washington's now part of the Big Three. That guy has had really good shooting nights the last 2 nights, and Oklahoma City's looked young as far as their execution. And you have to give up some stuff, Luka or Kyrie, or giving up open jumpers to PJ Washington and then having to deal with him shooting way beyond what he's used to. I think he's like a 32% shooter with wide open threes, and wide open can kind of be like, oh, if he's 6 feet away, if the closest defender is 6 feet away, that's considered wide open. And at one point in the series, he was at 70%. 70%. So even like you say, well, he's wide open. NBA players are going to make him. No, they don't. And not to the level of like 70% of wide open threes. And that's been a difference. I think the game plan has been fine for the Thunder as far as defensively. They just have decided this is what they're going to give up. And what they're giving up is PJ Washington. And he's decided, I'm not going to miss. He's been great the last two. And that's been a big difference beyond the Thunder being kind of stagnant offensively late. The other thing is stop playing Josh Giddey. They've been bad in his minutes, and they've now gone to not starting him coming out of the half. Maybe don't start him in the first half. Maybe you'd be better off limiting Josh Giddey's minutes because he has not been good. So that's kind of a wrap up of the NBA weekend. Of course, the Cavs dropped Game 3 to the Celtics. The Celtics, they lose Game 2, they respond. We'll see if Donovan Mitchell has another great performance in him tonight, and maybe he evens up that series and just makes it a longer series because I don't know if anyone thinks the Cavs can actually win it, except for Donovan Mitchell. I think he may be the only one in America who thinks his team can win it, because if you watch his teammates play alongside of him, I don't think they think they can win it. Those guys have been trash outside of Game 2. If he thought that team, or at least if they thought they had any chance of keeping him, this performance by his teammates in this series ain't helping. You got to get more Karis LeVert Game 2 instead of the other Karis LeVert he's been getting, and the other guys can help as well. Darius Garland, stop blowing layups. That might help the cause as well. We got a couple more segments to go here on the show. I mentioned some of the Jake Myers numbers we'll get to. It's quick, but just to let you know, Jake Myers, better than you think. And maybe I'll ask Sean about this, although he's probably seen the rundown, but maybe he's surprised about where the Astros rank as far as offensive numbers, considering where they rank in the division as far as games back. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
I'm a big proponent of letting the hitter tell you when you're deceptive or when you're not, and not really relying too much on just like TrackMan and pitch movement. Clearly the Yankees, my last start told me that they were able to differentiate everything right out of hand. It was just extremely difficult to try to get an out, much less get the ball by anybody in any fashion. So, I think after that game, it's like, all right, need to go back to the drawing board and figure it out. So kind of go back to some of the stuff I used to do. A lot of timing, a lot of mechanical timing things. Just trying to be on time out front over top of the ball.
Justin Verlander discussing what he had to do to change after the bad outing in New York, an awful outing, and he talked about it right afterwards, needing to be more deceptive, and we saw the plan put into place yesterday, and it worked. 7 innings. No runs given up and 8 strikeouts. It was a nice bounce back for him. Gives you some confidence about what he can be the rest of the way. We just hope for the consistency. Jake Myers, big pinch hit yesterday to give the Astros some breathing room, and they continued to score in that 7th inning and really throughout the rest of the game as they tacked on runs in the 8th and the 9th inning. Jake Myers with the infield single in the 9th as well. In fact, Jake Myers in 3 consecutive innings singled in a run. So 3 for 3 in his pinch, 3 for 3 after coming in the pinch hit. And look, a lot of it has to do with what happened yesterday. But Jake Myers has an OPS over 800. He's got 3 home runs, couple doubles, couple triples, and 12 RBIs. Is this a Jake Myers they saw in training? I want to say training camp because I'm so football centric. In spring training, is that why he was given the center field job before spring training even started? When people were asking the Astros about what they would do to improve their outfield, we got Jake Myers. He's going to be our everyday center fielder. That's probably not going to be the case. He's not a good enough hitter for that. But last outing in his last game was really good. Was big as the Astros continued to pull away. So the Jake Myers slander can, I guess, stop until if he plays tonight and he stinks, because Jake Myers is never going to be one where everyone's all in on him. That's going to take more. In fact, Sean talked about it earlier, not today, but an earlier show, that Jake Myers would have to win like a AL MVP and a World Series MVP, or just one of the two before you're like, I'm going to stop slandering Jake Myers.
Yeah, I think it was, I said he has to do what Jeremy Pena did, because Jeremy Pena then was able to have the year he had last year and not get killed, not get any criticism. And it's like, yeah, because he was a World Series MVP. So Jake Myers, just do that, and people will stop criticizing you.
That's all.
Just do it.
I know you're kind of slotted in as a 4th or 5th outfielder, but go win an MVP in the biggest games of your life, and then we'll have a different discussion about you.
We will. Fact or fiction? We would talk about him differently if he won World Series MVP.
Jake Myers won a World Series MVP.
Put some more respect on his name.
Would he be the most unlikely? We're not baseball historians, but
there's probably been some unlikely.
It's gotta be. I mean, we're just not baseball historians. Like
the Reds, when the Red Sox won, they had a guy who was like a platoon first baseman, and it just happened that he hit like 4 home runs in the games that he played. And when you hit 4 home runs in a series, your numbers are insane.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard not to give you a World Series MVP. So it wasn't like Mookie Betts, it wasn't Xander Bogaerts or any of like the Red Sox that JD Martinez. It was like some other guy won World Series MVP.
And Jake Myers is the definition of some other guy.
Until
he wins that MVP. Well, that guy's still some other guy to you. You don't remember his name.
That is true.
Yeah. So even if Jake Myers did win an MVP, a World Series MVP, he would still be some other guy. But hey, we can only hope, right? That means the Astros have turned this around, and if Jake Myers is a big contributor to that, more power to him. Speaking of the unlikelihood of things turning around, if we want to add a negative bent to what was a good weekend, only 3 teams since 1901 have started a season 15-25, which is what the Astros are now, and made the playoffs. The 90s 1974 Pirates, the 1989 Blue Jays, and the 2005 league champion Houston Astros. So there is a precedent in this town for the Astros recovering from being 15-25. Of course, none of the players. Well, there is one player. Jeff Baggles up in the up in either the booth helping out Callis and Blum, or talking to Jim Crane, depending on the day.
Biggio too.
Yeah. So there are a couple guys who were around for that. I'm sure they're imparting their wisdom. And if I were a current player like Altuve or Bregman, maybe not necessarily Bregman, he stunk. He better just take any advice he can get. But like Altuve or Verlander, I'm like, yeah. Did you win any World Series?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate
Rings.
I appreciate the words.
Sit down, Morgan Innsberg. All right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You had a great run. Did you finish it off with the win, with the ring? I don't think so. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Your phone's always on silent. You know why?
No rings. No rings.
I feel like we've both used.
We've already
some,
made I did it earlier.
Also, like some 2010s era, some early Facebook NBA meme.
Let's lean into it. Yeah. Let's lean into all of it. Sorry, I can't hear you. There's a ringing in my ears. I said that earlier. Julian, I don't know if he's ever called about the Astros. Maybe he's like Ryan, a fake Astros topic before he gets to his real one. What's up, Julian?
Yeah, boy. Oh my God, King tough. Another home run. We the best. Astros 5-5. Last 10. We the best. World Series. Best team ever.
Have you heard that on this show? In fact, I think I brought up their 5-5 in the last 10 on the previous show. So do we think that was Julian? When he called, did he sound like the actual Julian?
Yeah, he sounded a little bit more like.
So
I think he did a voice though.
Yeah, he did a voice. I'm not sure why. I mean, this show hasn't been spouting off about the turnaround is coming. We're just talking Astros baseball. That's all. We're just having a conversation.
Jake Myers.
Yeah, how quote unquote great he's been.
Maybe it's because we're talking about him in the context of winning a World Series MVP.
Sometimes a show can be very insular, and the jokes that are happening between the two people talking may not always, filter out there and be understood. But I felt like that could be understood. That's kind of sarcasm. That Jake Myers winning a World Series MVP. It's just something we're having a random, unlikely discussion about. I feel like
it was more likely before the season.
Yes, because we didn't see this version of Jake Myers. If we could dream about Jake Myers winning a World Series MVP, what he's played like just reminded us, oh, yeah, that's Jake Myers.
Well, somehow it's like, now it's the unlikely part is the Astros making the World Series. That's the unlikely part.
Oh, I see what you're doing. It's more unlikely because are they actually going to get into a World
His team let him down.
Yeah. Jake Myers is doing all he can.
He can't do it by himself.
He can't carry this. He's the Donovan Mitchell of this team.
Do you think he looks at Kyle Tucker and he's just like, man, we're doing all we can?
And Kyle Tucker's like, we? What's this we you're talking about? I don't know if you've heard, Jake. You had a nice night yesterday or nice afternoon yesterday. I don't know about this we stuff.
It's you, me, Ronel Blanco, the big three.
Kyle Tucker's like, F the big three. It's just big me. That contract will tell everyone that it's just Kyle Tucker, not Blanco and Jake Myers. So, yeah, just wanted to give Jake Myers a little bit of shine, particularly because of what he did yesterday. Just kept tacking on those runs with singles. A big contributor in the Astros win to win that series. And as the fake Julian or real Julian said and reminded us, they are 15-25, 5-5 in their last 10, which all that means is they were 10 games under 500 10 games ago, and they still remain 10 games under 500. So if you go by a smaller sample size, though, they play better. 3 out of the last 4. This could be the real Julian. We'll get to him on the other side. But before that, I keep forgetting. If you want to go to Greek Fest, call in right now. Caller 4 wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. You can go any day between Thursday and Saturday, the 16th through the 18th. Pick a day. Those tickets will be valid for that day. But caller 4, 713-780-3776 right now wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. Good food, good times. Greek Fest, they always do a great job. And we'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The real Julian has called in. We'll talk to him, or it could be a fake one. We never know. But Houston's not known for their great public transportation. I won't say a victim of it because victim's a little strong. But when I first got here, I had to take the buses to go to school, and I live in the League City area, Webster area. At the time in the Webster area, and I had to go downtown to get home because of the I forgot what they're called, the shuttle bus. I had to take a normal bus into one of the major bus stations and take the charter bus or the shuttle bus back into my area because there's no way you could take enough buses to get from my school to home. It's just how it is. It's not great. And I bring it up only because maybe Houston has the right idea, because if you do have great public transportation, it turns out that a guy will I don't know how you say, erect a hammock and get in it on the bus and then have an argument with the bus driver. I'm looking at it right now. And he's spinning around in his hammock because the bus driver's like, hey, man, you can't do this here. You've got to go like, a normal person. And he said, no, there's no rules that say no hammocks on the bus.
Yep. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah. Me and the hammock guy are on the same place. We're on the same wavelength.
No.
Show me in the rules where it says I can't construct a hammock in the bus.
I guess you can't. I guess the people who decided the rules for this particular city's public transportation did not have the foresight to think that some guy might put a hammock up and get in it and decide to test your rules. Yeah. I guess they didn't have the foresight for it.
It's the Airbud logic.
Yeah. Okay.
Show me in the rules.
Show me in the rules where this dog can't be the best hooper on the planet. Show me where it says it. Show me where this dog can't play. There are no rules that say a dog.
We'll take him off the court then.
There's no rules that say a golden retriever can't play point guard. Air Bud was more of a shooting guard.
Oh yeah, he came with more hours putting shots up. I didn't see a lot of passes.
I don't know if you can translate barks, but I'm sure Air Bud was like, I am the system. I'm not in a system. I am the system. Air Bud was giving people buckets, leading his team to a championship. I'm assuming Air Bud never loses. But before we wrap it up, either the real Julian or the fake Julian wants to talk about Tokyo Vice. What's up?
So I finally finished Tokyo Vice, and I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess I was expecting more. I don't know, but it anticlimactic is the best way I can say it, because I was just so excited. I kept on waiting and waiting, and I couldn't wait no more for my woman. Watching without her, which she doesn't know, and I'm not gonna tell her. Even when we watch it, I'll be like, whoa. And also, thank you guys. I'm caller number 4. I won. You guys are losers, and I win.
I thought he was on hold when we did the giveaway.
Yes, fake news.
Yeah, he did not win. I would have to go back and look.
Daniel, you're still going to get your ticket.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Julian's not going to swipe your tickets.
That Jive Turkey says.
And Sean is only calling him that is because Julian uses that reference. Just so you know, just to remove any issues about, hey.
I didn't actually say that. I didn't know that was I thought I could say it because he says it.
This is what I'm telling people. It was said first by the caller. That's not Sean's insult. He didn't bring that to the show. I don't remember how Tokyo Vice ended. Maybe that's the point, it being anticlimactic. The only thing I can say, I'd have to go back. The only thing I can say is the lead character is a real person. So if that's the way it played out in real life, I guess you can't blame the show for lending into reality. Maybe, I'm sure there are more dramatic scenes because you got to add a little spice, like a little hot sauce. But yeah, I'm now recalling, and it was fine. I mean, I wasn't overwhelmed by it, but sometimes reality disappoints. And I guess Julian's disappointed. See, you betrayed your woman for no reason. That's the lesson here. Don't betray your woman.
Yeah, that I think we all learned a lesson here.
You betrayed
karma,
the woman you love, for an anticlimactic TV show. You deserve this.
Hope it was worth it.
Yeah, and I hope she's listening. He can't be trusted. At least with TV stuff. I mean, you say you can't be trusted. It gets a little real.
I don't know how many accusations we want to throw at
Yeah,
him.
he can't be trusted when it comes to watching TV at your pace. That's all I'm saying. But you deserve it, considering your actions throughout the existence of this show. Getting yourself a less than stellar TV inning. Welcome to the world, Julian. That happens quite a bit. All of us suffer through that sometimes. But yeah, I like Tokyo Vice overall. He didn't appreciate the end. It happens. So Sean, as we wrap up, what is the most important thing from this weekend? The Rockets getting the number 3 overall pick. The Astros taking 2 out of 3.
I think,
or the Houston Dash. No, I'm kidding. Well, by the way, the Houston Dash. I only bring it up because it came across my timeline. They won a late game. They won with a late game goal against the LA team. Speaking of Natalie Portman, she owns that team. The Angel City. I only bring it up because they traded for a player from Angel F City, and in her first game back, she scored the winner. So it was a big story.
Yeah. Okay,
that's pretty cool.
That might be number 1.
Yeah. So now that I give you context, let me look at her name. Her last name is Nielsen, but she was just acquired by the Dash, and in her first game against her former team, she scores like a 97th minute goal to win it for the Dash against Angel FC in LA. So it was a big deal because I follow the Dash on Instagram and on Twitter, so I saw it a couple places. But Paige Nielsen is her name. So you're going to rank them the Paige Nielsen goal to beat her former team?
That's pretty tough. The other options are
Justin Verlander beat his former team. And the Rockets getting the number 3 overall pick.
They finally Justin Verlander's got revenge for the Tigers trading him to a team that he won 2 World Series with. I don't know. The Rockets getting the 3rd pick normally would be, but with this draft, I don't know. I don't know if you can actually say that. Hopefully, they trade this pick is the biggest thing to happen in the weekend. I would say the Astros needed it more.
Yeah, I would agree.
I don't think the theoretical package for any star got better with the 3rd pick in this draft versus like the 9th pick.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how much you gained.
Yeah, if you're not taking a player using this pick as a trade piece,
it helps.
But considering what some GMs think of this draft, how much does it really help?
It's not like you won the 3rd pick for last year's draft where you get that was
Brandon
Scoot,
Miller,
right? Or Brandon Miller.
Yeah, where you could have, or was it Scoot?
I think it was Scoot.
It was. I think Brandon Miller went 2nd. Scoot went 3. Yeah, so it's not that draft. We'll see what it means for the Rockets going forward. If you listen to what Rafael Stone said, I would advise you not to, because he didn't really say anything other than contradict himself, because that's the game we're playing right now. Can't give anyone anything as far as information. We're done for the day. Thanks for everyone who called in. We have our winner. You said Daniel was the winner. Thanks to Daniel for calling in. Enjoy those Greek Fest tickets. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Happy Monday. Welcome in. Sean Mapes filling in for Paul Gallant here on the show. Paul will be back tomorrow. Austin Rodriguez behind the glass. And what a good weekend. The vibes are good right now. The Astros win 2 out of 3 versus the Tigers. We'll talk about Christian Javier in the second segment. We're going to be positive vibes only in the first segment. The Rockets got the 3rd pick in the NBA draft.
Yeah.
The lottery system works.
Don't listen to what anyone said about or says about the players in this draft. Just be excited. They moved up 6 spots to the 3rd pick.
Yeah, this is not a great draft. I did find on a side here before we get into the Astros, ESPN needs to figure out their broadcast stuff. Putting someone on the broadcast like Kendrick Perkins, who just you're there to pump up the NBA draft, and then just be like, yeah, I've never watched any of these French guys. Okay, I also haven't.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting paid by ESPN to sit there on draft coverage and pretend like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I would at least have watched some clips just to lie about it, just to have something to go to. But yeah, that's kind of the general consensus.
What are we doing, Park?
With this draft is that it's like, yeah, there's a bunch of Euro guys that it's not like Victor where he was a Euro guy, but we were able to watch him. We saw him coming up, and there's very few actual college players that are being mocked that high. So.
No, yeah, it's a weird NBA draft for the Rockets to end up in the top 4 once again. And we'll get into that throughout the show as well. But the Astros win 2 out of 3 this weekend. It starts on Friday night. Framber Valdez, pretty good. And then the lineup is really the story in the 8th inning. They get that late 4-run rally to beat the Tigers 5-2. And it was nice to see just some momentum start there. Saturday is obviously a disaster with Christian Javier on the mound, and then yesterday Justin Verlander is as good as Justin Verlander can basically be. They win 9-3, so they take 2 out of 3 versus the Tigers. They've won 3 of their last 4 going back to Friday. I heard John and Lance talking about that the Eric Layden and John had their taps bet in which Eric lost, and since then the Astros have won 3 out of 4. So if the Astros season turns around, we have to thank Eric.
I'm okay with that.
Eric is the savior of the season, of the Astros season, maybe.
Yes, if he becomes the Sister Jean. I don't know who the famous Lucky Charms for teams in the past. If he himself, as a human man, is the Tombstone Houston Chronicle picture. I don't know. I'm working stuff out as we're talking, but yes, I mean, honestly, even yesterday's game for the first 5 innings, you thought, oh, the Astros are gonna blow such a good Verlander start. Of course, the game where Verlander gives up 2 hits in 7 innings, it's gonna be 0-0 heading into the 6th inning, where you still are doing some pitch count math of how many more pitches, and he was pretty good on pitch count. So, but yeah, they score in the 6th. They get honestly in the 7th. I was like, okay, 4. I feel better now. And then obviously we saw what they did in the 8th inning, where that was like, okay, I can turn this game off now.
Could this be the comeback of the century if the Astros make the playoffs from 281 on the text line? No. Weren't they 15-30 when the Tombstone came out?
Yes, right now they have a better record than the Tombstone.
So no, it's not. It wouldn't even be the best comeback story of the Astros franchise.
The Astros 20 20 years.
But it would be awesome. And I don't know if I feel that strongly to say that the season's going to fully turn around at this point, but you got some help with the Rockies sweeping the Rangers over the weekend. You know, the Mariners went 2 out of their 3 in their series, and now you play the A's for a 4-game series. So we talked about this on Friday. If this season was going to have a miraculous turnaround and a story for the decade, this would be the biggest story of the Astros' golden run to start this poorly. And if they make another run and they get to an 8th straight ALCS and they get to another World Series, we'll laugh at where the season started. We'll laugh at the fact that Bob Nightingale is dropping articles, which we'll get to as well, insinuating that, well, basically Joe Spada's lost the clubhouse at this point, is the way it kind of reads. It's not that harsh criticism that we saw last year when we had the Chas McCormick story, but it's not great that you already have stories like that. But the positive news is you win 2 out of 3, and Kyle Tucker is incredible. That's one of my biggest takeaways from this weekend. He's awesome.
Kyle Tucker being able to maintain the hot streak that he's on, wasn't able to maintain the home run streak, but that's all right. You'll still take it. They're impactful home runs too. It feels like it was the same thing in the Yankee series. I guess one of them was just like a first inning home run, it was impactful for one inning, and then the Astros got rocked. But yeah, they're playing good baseball right now. This is what we need to see from this team for, like we said, this extended stretch where they're playing the Angels and the A's 10 times, and they have a Brewers series mixed in there. If they can play, I mean, obviously taking 3 out of 4 every single time, that is asking a lot. But if they can play up to this standard and still be 4 or 5 games back at the end of the month, I think that would be a mission accomplished for June, because them just being close still, them being 6.5 back as we speak right now, while I understand I'm only talking about making up a game and a half, it is still, at a certain point, the Astros need to show that they can play good baseball. And this weekend in Detroit, they were showing that they can at least play good baseball 2 out of 3 nights.
Yeah, and look, it's the record is one thing. They are 10 games under 500. But I saw Michael Schwab tweet this out. The Astros at 40 games in 2023 were 4 games back of first place in the AL West.
Yeah.
The Astros at 40 games this year are 6.5 games back. It's a 2.5 game difference.
Yeah.
And we know how the end of last year went. If they just played mediocre baseball against the worst teams in the league at the end of the year, they run away with the AL West. Instead, they had to grind it out to what the last day of the season, the last series of the season. So that's one of the biggest differences is just like, yes, it's your record, but you're still right there. Like, there's still hope to be had. I understand why, like Eric the driver says here, they're so far in the hole they honestly can't afford to win series 2-1. They need to start sweeping. I get why you view it this way. I get it. I get why, Coffee Whiskey here says a bad team beat another bad team. Nothing special. I get it. But if there's hope, if there's a chance that this thing is going to turn around and they are going to make the playoffs, this is the stretch that we've been focusing on for the last week and a half, that they have to play better. And what you got from Verlander, what you got from Fromber, hell, what you got out of Hunter Brown out of the bullpen, what you've been getting from Blanco, it shows the signs of encouragement and your offense. Alex Bregman was very good this weekend. Jeremy Pena, whether he bats second or bats fourth, has been a complete turnaround story and shows last year was definitely a sophomore slump. So it's the vibes are just better in this moment, and it's not putting the cart in front of the horse. It's not saying that they're going to go back to the World Series this year, or that our over 92.5 win ticket's going to cash, or that them going back to the World Series ticket is going to cash that we got at LaBerge. But there's just signs that this team collectively from top to bottom are starting to play much better baseball, and that's a very good thing because it's very needed.
Yeah, I mean, the Verlander quote from when he came back telling the guys they need to get their head out of their ass, it was a little bit like, all right, dude, because I think, was it his first game back that he struggled? There's something where people threw that quote back into Verlander's face.
I think it was like his next 2 starts were awful.
Yeah, and then, I mean, like we saw yesterday, he still's got it, but at a certain point, that is what the Astros need to just stop doing. They just need to not be terrible in every extra inning or 1-run game, and they can basically play at the level that they have been and make 1 extra play per game or 2 extra plays per game, and we would be right in the 4 games back sweet spot that they were last year. So I understand why this might seem like it is kind of digging for, the silver linings in anything, but it is true that if this team can just play competent baseball for any stretch of time, like, they will get back into this race at a point in the season where they still have time to make it up, because like we've harped on, and honestly, I was actually pretty critical of, because the Astros hadn't played any good baseball, that it doesn't matter that no one's ran away with the AL West. The Astros haven't actually done anything to think that they can play winning baseball. they're now showing the signs of a team that can play winning baseball. And with the fact that the Rangers just got swept, and I guess the Mariners are still only 2 games over 500, 3 games over 500. So now there is the okay, I can see the path forward.
Well, think about it. If they do what we expect them to do, or what we want them to do over this next stretch. Let's say they do. I think we said that win 4 out of the 5 series, starting with Detroit. Let's say you're within 5 games by the time you play Seattle, May 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th. You win that series, you're talking about a whole new season. And it's not just the lineup. Like Jordan's figuring it out, not looking super healthy, but figuring it out. Joey Loperfido continues to impress. He's hitting, at one point in yesterday's game, he was hitting over 300 so far in the season in the bigs. Jake Myers has been very good. They're getting Chas McCormick back soon. Jose Urquidy made his first rehab start. Going into May 10th, over the last 15 days before that, the Astros' 3 big pitchers, Abreu, Presley, and Hader, over 16.1 innings. They had 28 strikeouts and 3 earned runs between the 3 of them. And that was going into May 10th. So it's got even better since then. So it's just there are the arrow, if you're looking at it like a graph, it's pointed way up. Can you dig out of the hole that you've got yourself onto? I don't know the answer to that question, but this weekend was just a very positive series for the Houston Astros. And I get, like I said, I get the reservations, but let's see what happens over the next 4 games. Before, I don't know, when do you think people what does it take to really jump back in on the bandwagon?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it depends the nature of how they go about this this next stretch of games. Where if they're just sweeping if they have a 4-game sweep against against Oakland, I think people will be back. So it is something where if they win 3 out of 4, are people back? If there's nothing they can prove against bad teams, or I mean, even Detroit's not that bad of a team. They're basically a 500 team. If there's nothing they can prove against bad teams, then you are kind of waiting until the Seattle series at the end of the month. But at a certain point, it's just a math problem of you just need to get closer to the Mariners, and to do that, you need to beat bad teams. Because I mean, honestly, I think the stretch from the National Series to the Cubs series, that is where this season became absolutely backs against the wall, and they responded in Colorado, and then they fell apart in those 4 games against the Mariners, or the last 2 games of the Mariners series and the first 2 games of the Yankee series. So maybe those are the 2 best teams they played recently. So maybe there is some truth to that. But at the end of the day, if they can just beat these 500 teams like they beat the Tigers this weekend, they will be in a much better spot than they are right now.
All right, how do you feel about the Houston Astros? They take 2 out of 3 this weekend, but we've talked about the good stuff. We got to talk about Christian Javier, because I have questions. Was he ready? Did they rush him? What was happening on Saturday? Even the fact that they have pitchers who they said can't start in the cold, and he was out there in the cold on Saturday. I don't know. Why didn't Javier get the same treatment? We'll talk about his start from this weekend, because it's the biggest red flag of the weekend for sure. When we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 this Saturday from noon to 3, myself, Cam Smith, one of our producers, and Brian McDonald will be live at LaBerge from noon to 3, so we'll be broadcasting there. Come on. Hey, spend the weekend with us in LaBerge. Come watch the Astros as they take on who do they play this weekend? Oh, it'll be Milwaukee this weekend, so a little Brewers action going on, but we'll be at LaBerge, and you should be too. It's a great place to go when you want to bet on your Texas teams. They have 19 betting kiosks. You can download the ESPN Bet app as soon as you cross the Louisiana border, and you can bet on your phone. They have plenty of food, plenty of great food, plenty of televisions to watch games on. So whether it's the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, Major League Baseball, whatever you want, even early morning, you want to watch some Premier League, you can watch that as well. Great casino inside LaBerge, nice steakhouse. It's an awesome spot to go to. So when you want to leave Texas and go bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge Lake Charles.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean Mapes, Joe George, and Austin Rodriguez with you here today. Paul Gallant will be back tomorrow here with us from the 713. I don't feel great about this team because they can't seem to beat any good teams. I agree. But when you look at their schedule, just like the next couple of weeks, you play Oakland, Milwaukee, and the Angels in Oakland. So right now, all you can do is beat the teams in front of you. You know, that's kind of reminiscent of the early season Texans talk that was going on. Like the Texans didn't beat anyone relevant until they beat Joe Burrow. They didn't beat a good team until they beat the Bengals and Joe Burrow. And the Astros are kind of in that moment right now. You have Milwaukee coming up. They are 24-16 and lead the NL Central. So that's one where eyes on that series this weekend. If you win 3 out of 4 versus the A's, I get why you still have those reservations. Then you see what happens when they play the Brewers, because that is a good baseball team. They're not a great baseball team. They're probably not as good as the Mariners or the Yankees, I would say, this season. But that will be a kind of a benchmark moment for them at this point.
Yeah, the Tigers are 20-20. The Mariners are 22-19.
Yeah, but like my eyeballs tell me the Mariners are a way better baseball team.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if we're doing the who's a good team, we're doing a lot of stuff based off of last year. Who was a good team?
You're right.
And you know who was a good team last year?
The Astros.
The Houston Astros.
I mean, they beat the Guardians 2 out of 3 games. And that was like 2 weeks ago. So it really doesn't mean much at this point.
Yeah. Again, when they played the Guardians, we're like, yeah, I guess they're one of the best teams.
Yeah.
Like, really, right now, the only teams that the Astros can prove it against are the Mariners and Rangers, which strictly off the back of last year, the Orioles and Yankees, and then if they play like the Braves or Dodgers. And that's it. That's the only team. So
because even like the
there's
Guardians,
5 teams that you could say that you won't get hit with the like, okay, sure. They beat these guys.
Because it's like, they beat the Guardians 2 out of 3 a couple weeks ago. Well, you know what the Guardians did this weekend? They lost 3 out of 4 to the worst team in baseball, to the White Sox. So like, even that like will go back and stain your view of a series when you look back.
Yeah.
So like, all you can do right now is beat the teams in front of you and slowly just try to creep back to 500 and creep back to the top of this division and to make a race. But the one story that we haven't got into too much this weekend was obviously Christian Javier. He was just not good. He lasts an inning and a third, gives up 5 hits, 4 walks, 7 earned runs, 2 home runs. Now, Christian Javier was pretty good before he got hurt this year. I don't know if he just wasn't ready to come back and they rushed him, and maybe it was cold. Was that Fromber who they said couldn't come back when they played?
I thought it was Javier.
Was it Javier?
In Chicago, right?
Was that who it was?
When they played in Chicago, and then he went on it was right before he went on the IL with his neck.
That's right. You guys are wish casting obvious fanboys. 409. Thanks for listening to the show for the first time. The Twitch would disagree that I'm a fanboy, but I love the text because it just makes me giggle. I'm probably the most like neutral person there is about the Houston Astros in this city. But yeah, Christian Javier was just not good.
No.
And I don't know why people are panicking. Like, this is like the people who I saw people like Justin Verlander's washed. Justin Verlander's old after his last start. Yes, we react to every single game and what you see in front of you because that's what we do on a daily basis.
Otherwise, like, why watch these games?
Yeah, but you don't have to make these massive proclamations every single time you see a disastrous outing. This isn't Hunter Brown. This isn't, Spencer Arrighetti. Like, calling Justin Verlander old and washed after 2 bad starts, and then yesterday happens, makes you look foolish. Saying Christian Javier is overrated and is done on his first start back off an injury is insane. And I saw that all over social media yesterday. He was not good. Like, he was absolutely not good. But I don't believe that's who's going to be the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's also his first bad start of the season, basically. Like, the other 4 games that he started, he's given up 0 earned runs, 0 earned runs, 2 and 2. Those that's his first 4 starts this season. So I don't really have a lot of questions about him performance-wise. I don't think he'll become the new Hunter Brown, or that if Hunter Brown and him had a Freaky Friday like swap situation when Javier came back off the IL. But yeah, I need some more. I need another bad start before I start raising the alarm bells. And even then, you could say, is it because the Astros have mismanaged his injury in some way, or his comeback from it is his rehab in some way, or is this who he is now? Because based off of one start, that is too much. Just like if you're gonna say that being more optimistic about this team after a 2-1 series win against a mediocre team is overreacting, then you also have to think that a guy making his first start off of injury and pitching a 1 1/3, and again, he gave up more runs. He's given up 11 earned runs his entire 2024 season, including the 7 that he gave. So he gave up 4 earned runs in his first 4 starts this year. He gives up 7 and 1.
Yeah, I mean, he was barely touching like 90 consistently.
Yeah, so if you want to be concerned about the Astros medical situation and the training staff, that is a fair criticism. But to say like he sucks now, that's aggressive.
Yeah, I guess like my question would be like, why he didn't do a rehab start.
I don't remember him doing a rehab.
So like, I guess he did 8 days ago. Okay. He threw 65 pitches in that rehab start, just like Urquidy had his rehab start yesterday. What I just find interesting is, look, maybe it's the severity of the injury. Urquidy is going to do at least 2 more. It sounds like, where Christian Javier comes back after 1, and he just didn't look effective. And I don't know why he was up there if they didn't feel like they must have thought he was ready. But to treat Urquidy one way and Javier so differently, it just surprises me. And then at this point, like, I don't know why you feel comfortable with him out there if he's not touching 92 on a consistent basis. Like, he didn't look effective in any way in that start on Saturday. It's not the long term. I find it interesting. Like, they're taking Urquidy down one path and Javier down the other path. And yes, it's different injuries. Yes, I understand that. But like, yes, it's one start and we're being reactionary in this way. But he was hurt. I mean, he missed a month of the regular season. And just to put him out there like that just seems like a mistake.
Yeah, the contrast with Urquidy is the interesting part, where if you want to say that he wasn't ready, is it because the Astros rushed him back because of the state of the season? But then that doesn't make sense with the fact that Urquidy is going to make 3, and it was proclaimed before he made
1.
Yeah, he was going to do 3 or at least, and so I don't know if they rushed him back. So it just might be, which is probably the worst option, is that it was just a misdiagnosis or like, these guys just don't know what they're doing. So that's the like uncomfortable angle, is like the this Astros training staff that's already had so many issues. It's still having those issues with getting guys ready.
All right. The Astros take 2 out of 3 versus the Tigers. Christian Javier, not great. The other thing that happened this weekend, I don't know if this is this isn't a big story. It's a little story. But it's interesting that, like, as the Astros, as we hope that they turn things around, Bob Nightingale just drops this little nugget about what's going on inside the clubhouse and around Joe Espada. We'll get into the next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean and Joe with you today. Paul returns from vacation tomorrow. So Bob Nightingale put out a story, or just, it was a story on Chris Davis, and then there was all this stuff about what he was hearing at the end of the article. And he put this, the Houston Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with their pitching injuries. But two prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. If the Astros miss the postseason and decide to make a change during the winter, the two hottest managerial free agents this winter are Alex Cora of the Red Sox and Skip Schumacher of the Miami Marlins. Now, the first time I read this, I didn't read Bob's article, so I kind of was like, oh, he's saying Cora and Cora might be an option to come back to Houston. Which, no. There's no chance. I would be stunned. If Joe Espada happened to get fired this offseason, I would be stunned if Alex Cora was the manager of the Houston Astros. This is the guy who is getting drunk and getting into fights on the bus or shouting matches with people a part of your television crew, as we read in recent books. I don't see Alex Cora coming back to be the manager of the Houston Astros. But it was more just a statement of who's available versus the Astros actually, being connected to these two teams. Do you make a big deal out of this story? Because this, to me, very much, Sean, feels like a little deal of hey, man, the communication sucks. Let's improve it a little bit. It doesn't scream as a lost the clubhouse or anything like that.
Yeah, as much as anytime you see a team plans to give rookie manager plenty of time and his job is definitely not in jeopardy, I always go well, the fact you have to say it, that worries me a little bit.
Yes.
The fact that it's even a question about whether he will get plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, that is a little bit of that. That's more, I guess, worrying to me, but that's also just kind of where the Astros are at in their season right now. So I don't have too much concern about it. The communication stuff, that isn't great. I don't really know how to take that though, because is that complaints about his skills in general or skills in the recent weeks? Because it's phrased as two prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. Is it again an isolated incident or the Yankee series they didn't like his communication skills? I would need to know more and more.
There's not a lot of information.
More in-depth reporting before it becomes big deal.
Yeah, because my first inclination is, he's not communicating well to guys like Alex Bregman after moving to sixth in the lineup.
That
to me is what else? That's the first thing that pops in my head because there's so little information. Just this little nugget that two prominent players are complaining, and I was like, people are not being told effectively in their mind
that they're being moved down the lineup because they're hitting 200.
Yeah, or whatever Jose Abreu issues. It's stuff like that I don't know.
Yeah.
It to me there's not enough information here. Where I thought the Chas McCormick story last year, I thought was more interesting just because there was more to it.
Yeah.
Than this. This is such a little nugget. Now my guess is we'll see some follow-ups from this. Whether it's from Bob or another reporter, but I also wouldn't discredit Bob because while I don't think he's very accurate with a lot of things, in the past life, I've joked about putting him on the banned list because he's so bad at reporting. The one team he's very plugged in on is the Houston Astros. He clearly has a line of communication with somebody in the front office because he's pretty accurate a lot of times when he has little nuggets. But it's not enough. From the 832, AJ Hinch, he just signed a contract extension. I doubt it. I maybe if they didn't give him the extension, then it would have been a possibility. But he just signed it. I think it was last offseason or not that long ago. I would love AJ Hinch to come back, but I don't foresee that.
Yeah, and that's the second part is this like managerial search where they both have jobs. I just don't understand the the framing of that is just so weird. If the Astros miss the postseason and decide to make a change, so they're saying it's an if they make the postseason, but even if they make the postseason, they still will then have to decide if they want to make a change. The two hottest candidates, managerial free agents this winter, are Cora and Skip Schumacher.
Yeah.
So it's like
this is like a statement.
Yeah, and there's just so many there's a two-part if to start the here are just two guys that should be available to be managed. So there's just a lot of, again, like we're saying, with the difference between this and the Chas McCormick story from last year is that it's just so much more vague. And at a certain point, that is kind of the job. This is just kind of a nugget column where it's just a couple nuggets from every team that this national reporter has versus, what Chandler wrote with in The Athletic with the Chas thing, where it was like a reported piece about McCormick and the playing time or the lack thereof that he feels like he's getting. So some of it is this is just a headline, not a headline grab. I'm not saying anything disparaging towards Bob Nightingale. It's just that is what this is. This is just a bullet point in a longer article where all we have is this bullet point. So it is easy to make kind of a mountain out of molehill. I'm not there yet, though.
Yeah, I agree. To me, there's no, I don't think there's any chance Joe Espada doesn't make it through the season. That would just really surprise me.
They would have to get worse.
Yeah, I go back to what, Jeremy Booth, when he was on, he pointed out, he tried to point out the fact that Joe Espada interviewed for all these jobs and never got one. I remember bringing this up last year. Just like
baseball Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, is there something to it? No. With Eric Bieniemy in the NFL, there was all these little stories that went around with it, right? Like he was dropping F-bombs as he's meeting with Arthur Blank and the Atlanta Falcons and their ownership group, and it's turning them away because they don't like how brass he was in person and not more respectful when he's in a conversation with the owners. He talked to the owners like he would talk to the players. We never got that stuff with Joe Espada. A lot of times managerial positions that he was interested in were being filled while the Astros were still in the playoffs. Not all of them, but some of them. I don't think there's much to that. If the Astros miss the playoffs this season and they miss by 10 plus games, yes, there is a chance that Jim Crane will treat Joe Espada like the fall guy. There's a chance he'll treat Dana Brown like the fall guy. Because they're not going to blame themselves. But I would be stunned if there was an in-season change. So that's why when Bob says plenty of time, it gives the insinuation like he might not make it through the year.
Yeah.
But that would really shock me. That would really, really shock me.
It's like the Bob Nightingale part about if they were to miss the postseason and if they were to look for a new manager. There's so many things that have to happen before you get to who would the candidate be. It's kind of like this with him getting fired, with the idea that Espada could get fired in the middle of the season, is that so many things would have to go wrong before then that right now it would be surprising. But if the three different things that need to happen, then it could be more possible. If this team does go 75 and 97, I think I did the math right. If they have this terrible year, then that could be an opportunity for the change. But until that actually happens, I just don't see it.
I think they have to finish last in the AL West. And I think Jose Altuve has to be one of these players that is talking
Coach
to Jim
Killer.
Crane.
Yeah.
If it's Alex Bregman.
If it's Alex Bregman
and Jose Abreu, oh well.
Yeah, Ryan Presley and Jose Abreu are
guys who are not going to be on the team next year.
Yeah. Although I will say Ryan Presley shouldn't complain about the communication skills because it was very clear that he was going to be the eighth inning guy.
Yeah.
You could be mad about the decision he made. It was communicated effectively.
One other quick note from Bob that I just thought was of interest to fans of baseball. He does say, and I guess I don't know if this is his opinion or what's reporting, But he says that the automated strike zone is definitely coming within the next 2 years to baseball. Which, good.
Yeah, that's not. I like the challenge
I thought that
system
would.
a little bit more.
I thought they would have tried that first.
Yeah. So that's my one quibble with it, but yeah, ultimately it is. I think a step in the right direction. It's also, it just goes further to show no sport, like, sneakily, I guess, other than college football, maybe has changed their sport more in the last like 5 years than baseball. If
Yeah.
you really think about it, like baseball for the longest time, I know for us growing up, it was always like they never change anything. It's the slowest moving sport that they drag their feet on every single change they could possibly do. It's like since like 2019, really.
I mean, yeah, when the pandemic hit,
Yeah, they've drastically changed a lot of things, and this would be another one where it is, yes, it is a big change. I understand how some people would be apprehensive for it. It's not perfect. I would say it's not perfect, but I do still think it's a step in the right direction.
your math was off.
Yeah, I know. It's 65 and 97.
I mean, they go 65 and 97. See, I wasn't sure which way you were going to go. If you're gonna take wins away or losses away.
Yeah. No.
You took the wins away.
Yeah, if they lose almost 100 games, like, he's going to get fired.
Yeah, because like Junior Bronco, brings up NFL has killed special teams. That still is.
They kind of brought it back.
They're kind of bringing it back. They're trying to. Like, people think that they're going to be making plays with this kickoff return with the way it's going to be designed. I think they're trying to salvage it, and that where I view that was more about concussions than it was about the game of football itself. Like, about like just changing the game aesthetically. That was to prevent concussions. So, like, while I agree with Junior Bronco, the NFL has obviously significantly changed special teams. That to me was more reactionary to a report that was this like massive story for a year, and then no one cares about concussions anymore.
But baseball added a pitch clock and now has
A runner on second base,
bigger bases, the
Yeah.
runner on second base in extra innings, the number of times you can throw over.
I thought the one they were going to keep too was the
they've shortened mound visits.
yeah.
Like, they've done a lot to change the game.
I thought they were going to. I'm glad the one they didn't keep, because I hated it the most during the pandemic season, was if you ended up with a doubleheader playing 7-inning games. I didn't like that.
No, that was stupid.
I thought that was stupid.
It was stupid at the time.
I'm very glad that that's the one thing that they definitely didn't keep, because I remember I don't remember the pitcher.
Oh, it was was it Bumgarner?
I think it was. You're right. I think it was Bumgarner.
His last good game ever.
He threw a no-hitter that didn't count as a no-hitter
Because it was 7 innings.
because it was 7 innings.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I still think that's one of the dumbest things, because it was not like it was a rainout. If it was a rainout and there's supposed to be 2 more innings, I get it. Baseball told them they couldn't play the final 6 outs.
Mhm.
I was like, this is the dumbest thing we've done in sports, not counting this as a no-hitter.
Yeah.
Like, you took away the game. He threw a no-hitter. It should count.
Yeah, the length of the game was 7 innings. He gave up no hits for the length of the game.
Yeah, that's a no-hitter.
If you want to put it in the I guess permanent record of where they have all the no hitters. I actually don't know if that book even exists, or if there's a plaque in Cooperstown somewhere where it has all the no hitters. But if you want to say, like, parenthetically, in a 7-inning game, that's fine. It was a no hitter.
Yeah, it 100% was. All right, over the weekend, the other big thing that happened, the NBA draft lottery. And it worked out mightily, mightily well for the Houston Rockets. We can get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Sean, Joe, and Austin here with you today. Paul Gallant returns from vacation tomorrow. We think he's sitting in the airport right now because he's texting us for the first time this weekend. So he's clearly ready to get. He's clearly not with his family anymore.
As someone who's worked with Paul for a couple years now, I know vacation Paul. He's not normally on I'd say on call for a lot of sports related things. And yes, he's in the last 2 hours, right? Yeah, about last 2 hours since 10 o'clock. He sent us two different stories. One about the Jets trying to hire a new offensive coordinator, and Paul Pierce accidentally, or maybe not accidentally, dropping an N-bomb on Undisputed. So that
I saw that. We're gonna save that one for in case you missed it. That's one of those stories, Sean, that I want Paul here. So we're gonna save that. We're gonna save that story for in case you missed it.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to say about it other than probably shouldn't do that. I don't know.
So same, and that's why we need Paul, because Paul's gonna have more things to say, I'm sure, about that story than
I guess my initial thought is shout out to Undisputed that people noticed what is being said on that show, because that implies people are watching.
No. I'm sure the aggregator who found this is the one watching, or the 5 people, because their ratings are awful. And plus that show is just all the Fox content is just not good. I have not, unless it's on social media, I do not watch any of those television shows. It almost reminds me of Kendrick Perkins saying he's never seen any draft prospects. I just whatever, man. You do you make a lot of money, but you're not. I don't think he's good enough to do that. That's one of my I like Perk. I think he can be entertaining, but he's not good enough to do that.
It's a little bit of also why are you even putting him in that position where it's
it's bad management.
It's in the middle of the playoffs. It's understandable if Kendrick Perkins isn't watching YouTube cut-ups of these French dudes.
Yeah.
And this guy, I think he's playing in Australia. You have a draft analyst. Just put a draft analyst there. Put Woj, a draft analyst, and a host. That's really all you need.
Yeah, where's Jonathan Gavoni? He's your draft analyst, and they mentioned him 100 times during the lottery. And why don't you just put him on television?
I don't know.
But hey, you need Perk out there.
Is he just terrible on camera?
Probably. So the Rockets land the 3rd pick in the draft. The other pick ended up going to Oklahoma City. I thought before the draft also it was funny how they're the Rockets might get 2 picks. Okay. We knew that was highly unlikely. Obviously they didn't. So they move up from where they were slotted at 9 to 3rd. And immediately Woj goes on television and says they're going to listen. They're going to listen. They're going to be open to offers on this deal. But Rafael Stone, here he is talking that they're more likely to draft at 3 than they were at 9.
I think the caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it, but at the same time valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3, or at least we'll. Sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too, and so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that. So
it's not the draft you want to land the 3rd pick.
Yes,
because it's not a great draft.
I was talking to Dell about this earlier, where if you get the 3rd pick in the last 3 drafts, you feel way better about it than getting the 3 pick in this one. So this is not your average 3rd overall pick. It's chances are going to be a little bit worse. Although I don't know, there's always surprises in the draft. 2013 draft was a terrible draft and still kind of is, even looking back on it. But at the time, it was viewed as terrible. Giannis was picked 15th, and I think Gobert was in the 20s. So you still can't.
There's always
find
good
guys.
players.
Yeah,
there will be players selected in the draft in 2024 that are all-stars.
Yeah,
for sure. They might go in the 2nd round.
I think the only draft that's never had an all-star is the 2000 draft. I want to say. Yikes. I think it's 2000.
I do find, looking back to December, Tillman Fertitta, Udoka, and others met with the media in an empty warehouse as they're building their practice facility. And one of the things that Tillman said was that it's time to start winning, but also we have enough young guys on this team, and that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I think it's great that they got the third pick, but I look at their roster, and I just don't know like what's the purpose? Like, there's a bunch of people mocking them to take a point guard from Kentucky. Why? Yeah. You just drafted Amen Thompson. You have Jalen Green at shooting guard. You have Alperen Sengun. You have Jabari Smith. You have Cam Whitmore. You have Tari Eason. You have 6 young, good players who, maybe not superstars, all of them. Like, who knows how good these guys will be. You might not have any superstars on your team. So maybe you should take one, the argument would be, with the third pick. But I don't know. I don't know if I see the need to add another player at 3. It's not the end of the world for me. Like, if they take one, I just would view this team as in a better position to trade this asset for a veteran player who can make an impact right away, which we talked about on Friday a little bit with Donovan Mitchell, versus just keeping the third pick.
Yeah, no, I agree that at a certain, we talk about this core 6 so much, that's already like kind of stretching it as far as a core goes, because literally you can't put all of them on the court at the same time.
Yeah.
Like that normally cores are like a big 3 or a core 4 maybe, and then to drop a core 6, it's like, well, we're stretching it a little bit. And now, if theoretically you want to use this draft pick, now we're talking about a core 7. Chances are that's not going to be the best allocation of all these resources. Just keep drafting 19-year-olds, and you're keep trying to get older. You're always trying to mature as a team, where at certain points, let's just trade for a guy who's ready-made, ready to take that next step with these guys. That's where, some of these veteran options are more attractive. If this was a draft where it felt like there's 3 great prospects, we'd probably feel differently. If this was last year's draft and you feel like you can get either Brandon Miller or Scoot Henderson or, Amin Thompson went 4th in that draft. So any of those guys, you'd be like, oh, now it's a debate about whether you want to trade it or not. I still feel pretty firmly in the trade this pick. Not as much as it was when they're 9, where I was like, if they make if they make this pick, it was a failure. Where now I can see a world where they still want to make the pick and it's not an absolute failure. It's just it's not what I'd prefer.
If they fall in love with a prospect, they fall in love with a prospect, and they should take him.
Yeah, and you want them to be open-minded.
Yeah, just be open-minded. Like that's all I really ask for in this situation is do your job, Rafael Stone. Evaluate these guys. If there is a big man per se, that like you fall in love with, and you want to bring him in because it's going to bring better defense for you, or you want to bring in someone. They do need shooting still, but like how many kids coming out of college are like, yeah, that guy can shoot the basketball. So
it's also, even if he can shoot the basketball, can he play defense?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you got to play a certain style of basketball to fit in here now.
Yeah, and so that's where the shooters, if they were a shooter who could play defense, guess what? This wouldn't be talked about as a terrible draft with no one at the top of it. If there's a guy who's ready to step in for a team that hopes to make the playoffs and be a part of the rotation.
All right, how do you feel about the Rockets getting the third pick? What do you want to see them do with that pick? We'll power rank our draft wishes a little bit later in the show, and we'll kind of catch up on what's going on in the NBA as well when we get back here. It's Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. So the Rockets get the third pick in the draft. I think it is funny going back to thinking about this Friday. We were talking about being all in on Donovan Mitchell and the Rockets acquiring him. Because when we're having that conversation, it was like, hypothetically, if the Rockets got a top 4 pick, then I would definitely trade it. But now they actually have it. So I think it's fair to say like maybe stances have changed even in the slightest. So now that they have the third pick, has your opinion changed at all? Just like first blush of they take a player or they should just move it?
It hasn't changed my opinion. Like my overall opinion, I'm still in camp trade it, but it made the I guess percentages that I'm I was 100% for it. Now I'm probably like 80, 75% for, where again I can see a world where there's some guy that they fall in love with at 3 versus falling in love at 9.
Yeah, my biggest thing if they're going to take a player now that they actually have the third pick versus move it is that you are not in position to wait. I get what the Warriors did when they drafted James Wiseman with the first overall pick when they won the lottery a couple years ago. Like they thought, hey, we're going to take Wiseman, we're going to take Kuminga, and we're going to build the next generation of Warriors basketball. We're going to continue our dynasty. James Wiseman's on the Pistons, and Kuminga might be traded this offseason. And yeah, they won another title, but it was not due to any of those guys being part of that. Most likely, if the Rockets draft a player, even if they draft as like the Twitch is having a discussion here about moving Alpi to the 4 and bringing in a center, I get it. I hear you. I don't think that's a terrible idea, but most likely this team's goals next year is going to make the playoffs. And typically what that means is that the center minutes are going to be more of Şengün and Steven Adams. This isn't Jalen Green when he got drafted and it was like, who cares if we win or lose? Let's just get these guys on the court. Yeah. That to me is where it's like, what are you going to do with the third pick? Like, you're going to bring in a guy who's not going to play? So if you're going to bring someone in, you better like them enough to where you're willing to put them in the rotation almost right away. That seems against Ime Udoka's philosophy. We saw that early in the season with the Men Thompson and Cam Whitmore. They had to really earn their minutes, which is a good philosophy in general to have. But I just think adding another player with the third pick in the draft seems like a waste of time, honestly. Or the Rockets just don't need to develop another player.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, look how raw and really, like, I mean, I guess they played losing basketball because they're on terrible teams. But even if you just look at them as players, like, they did not play winning basketball with all the core members or all the core 6 members. Maybe if you want to say like Şengün, he just didn't get the run or he wasn't put in the right spots. But like, all of these guys have had moments where you're like, oh God, they are making boneheaded mistakes that are costing this team this game. And like you mentioned, in the like Jalen Green, Josh Christopher, Kevin Porter Jr. days, it didn't really matter because it's the difference between winning 25 games and 22 games in a season. But with a team that's actually going to be in a playoff race, there's just not that many 19-year-olds that come in ready to contribute to a team that's really looking to win. I mean, you can even just like Victor Wembanyama, I guess, and he is a generational prospect. He's being talked about as like the best prospect since LeBron. And that is the standard. And again, breaking news, this draft does not have a Victor Wembanyama. They're French, but they're not Victor Wembanyama. And so there just needs to be like a Chet Holmgren who basically redshirted a year and then has come in and he's been good for the Thunder. But even none of these guys are thought of the way that Chet Holmgren was thought of. So it's just a tough spot to look for if you're looking for an immediate upgrade, to find that in the NBA draft. And so if your team draft a player, your opinion basically has to be draft a player because he's the best available and he's the best swing at being a star, even if he is not a star immediately. If you're saying draft a point guard because this needs a point guard after Fred VanVleet leaves, that to me is not a good reason.
Yeah, I still like a Men Thompson. Like I
that too.
It's like that's where like they don't. They're not in Nick Casario territory where it's just like trust the front office, because But they've had a pretty good track record, it seems, on drafting so far. They've still yet to, see take that massive leap into the playoffs like the Texans did in year one. But for the most part, like you got to give Rafael Stone a little bit of credit in the draft, and say, okay, whatever decision you make, I think I'm going to be at least first blush okay with. It is funny to see like the people bringing up all the Bill Simmons tweets from the James Harden trade.
Yeah. That is probably the biggest, other than the future of the Rockets and trade the pick, whatever. I think the biggest thing is the biggest story from the Rockets moving up is revisiting the James Harden trade.
Yeah, because so far all you've got is really like Tari Eason, I think it is, and
Josh Christopher was one of them.
Yeah, he don't count.
Yeah.
And the third pick in the draft, and you have more picks coming still.
Yeah, I think 3 more unprotected picks.
Yeah, it's funny that it's just funny to look back and when he was just dogging the Rockets for what they got. And now Bill Simmons is funny because like he makes me laugh because he goes on his podcast all the time. He tries to talk about how it's like they do informed basketball conversations. And last week I was listening to his podcast, and he said that the Minnesota Timberwolves were going to be
they're going to sweep.
They were going to sweep, and they were going to be one of the top 5 defensive teams in the history of the NBA. And Anthony Edwards is going to be a top 5 player, like ever in the NBA. And then they've lost 2 games since he said that. But this is in the moment, I liked the deal, and now it just shows you like it's only going to get better.
Yeah,
this is going to continue,
especially because the other deals that have been reported at the time were trading him to the Sixers for Ben Simmons.
Gross.
Where the reason the Nets of the reason the Nets picks are so good is because they would later then trade James Harden for Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
and they've been terrible since they've done that. So you kind of get the road not traveled. You can just look at the Brooklyn Nets for like that could have been what the what could have been in the Rockets' future. And so yeah, like okay, they didn't get Jared Allen in that trade with the Nets. They sent him and Karis LeVert to the Cavs. Whoopee. Like what that's what we're criticizing. Like that this team for the last 3 years hasn't had Jared Allen and Karis LeVert on it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was the same way. Even at the time, I was like, guys, they're good players, but that getting a couple of solid players when you're gonna win 20 games, no matter what.
Trade for Donovan Mitchell and get Jared Allen in the deal.
Yeah,
cool. Like because like now is when you want him. Even the text line here is from 503. The deal is still trash. In what way? Because James isn't here. He didn't want to be here.
Yeah,
like James Harden. He was fat. He was out of shape. He didn't want to be here. He wasn't playing with an ounce of effort when he was playing basketball, that stretch.
No.
So James Harden didn't want to be here. And you got a bunch of pick swaps for him. And yeah, you might not be the Boston Celtics, where the Boston Celtics committed highway robbery of the Brooklyn Nets. And yes, it landed them Jason Tatum. You might not get that level of a player. And that's just unfortunate because that's the way the draft can go.
Yeah.
But it was still the best available deal at the time because for some reason in the NBA, and this is not, and the people blame the Rockets for this, I think unfairly, that like, well, James got to choose which 2 teams he was going to go to basically, and it was Philly or Brooklyn. But that's not how the NBA works. Like the NBA, like for some reason, they listen to their stars no matter what. They listen to players more when they want out than they do when they're there. The Pelicans did this with Anthony Davis. They got pretty good assets in return because you got Brandon Ingram. But, like, you just gave him to the Lakers because that's what he wanted. You gave James Harden to Brooklyn, who then moved to Philly, who then moved to the Clippers because that's what he wanted. You listen to James Harden to get Dwight Howard, to get Chris Paul, to get Russell Westbrook. And, like, that, in theory, could have hurt you worse than giving him up. That's just part of the deal where it's like, I don't know. Like, it is what it is. I wish it didn't operate that way, but they just listen to the NBA stars.
Some of it is the teams that would be receiving the star being, the agent basically tells them like, probably aren't going to re-sign here.
Yeah.
Not loving this.
That's what we talked about with Mitchell.
Yeah, and so that lowers what that if just to pick a team at it, if the Sacramento Kings were also in on the James Harden chase, and James Harden made it clear, like, hey, how I'm actively quitting on this team right now, a place I've spent 8 years and will probably have my jersey retired at. I'm like actively quitting and getting on the podium and saying we can't win. This situation stinks. If you trade for me, I will do that with you, a team I don't have any allegiance to. I'll be even harder. And then, so if you're the Kings in this situation, you go, well, okay, then I'm not looking to trade my future, a future star or the rest of the drafts that I have for the rest of the time. And then the Nets pick, which is a team that he wants to go to, the Nets feel much better, and the Sixers feel much better about adding more to the trade because they're going to get a star that wants to be there. That's part of how the leverage works, is that it's more about disincentivizing other teams from getting in the bidding, so the team that you want to go to has the best offer.
Yeah, it's dirty pool.
Yeah, you can just work it backwards like that, and now the Rockets look to profit from that because if Donovan Mitchell says he wants to be a Rocket, there's a good chance that he will be a Rocket because they have the assets to make it work, and that's part of what makes the trade they made with the Nets, or the James Harden trade with the Nets, so good.
Yeah.
Is because instead of getting Karis LeVert and Jared Allen or Ben Simmons and Tobias Harris, now they have first-round picks for the next 3 years from a team that looks to be terrible, where even if you don't make any of those picks, even if you trade them, the thing that you can get for 4 first-round picks is much higher than what you can get for any player that were being talked about in the James Harden deal. So while the Harden deal the best player that gets drafted from the Harden deal might be Tari Eason or whoever they pick this year, that still is very valuable because you have all these extra first-round picks that you can trade for a star, for someone who is better than anyone who would have been picked in those spots anyway.
Yeah, from the 503, are we pretending Tillman didn't destroy the team and Harden wasn't justified? I'd be fascinated to see in which, like you believe, Texter, in which Tillman Fertitta is to blame for Russell.
Because they didn't re-sign Mike D'Antoni, and they let Jeff Bezdelek walk. They chose Carmelo Anthony over Jeff Bezdelek.
My guess is they
didn't want to pay the tax 1 year.
Yeah, I don't know how any of that's on Tillman. James Harden orchestrated the worst trade in Rockets history by trading for Russell Westbrook. That was his and Patrick Fertitta's decision.
Yeah.
Yes, you can blame a Fertitta a little bit, but that was James Harden's decision. Every single move that happened in the era of the Rockets was done by James Harden, approved by James Harden, including Mike D'Antoni. Yes, Tillman wanted CP gone. No, Harden wanted CP gone. Maybe Tillman did too. But Harden and CP were done because Harden didn't want to play with Dwight. They didn't want to play with CP. They didn't want to play with Russ. They didn't want to play with the Rockets. They didn't want to play with Kevin Durant and Kyrie. That's what James Harden does. James Harden wants and then changes his mind because he doesn't actually know what's good basketball around him. His best chance to ever win a championship was with Chris Paul. Now, yes, it would have been nice if Chris Paul went vegan here in Houston and then had the success he had in Oklahoma City because he could stay healthy. Mm-hmm. But that was James Harden's decision. It's just James is the reason why all these moves have happened. And yes, Tillman and Daryl, specifically Daryl, is the reason why this stuff happened. But this is a player-driven league, and he called his shots on all of it. And the Rockets might finally benefit from it. At least I hope they do.
Yeah, and even if Tillman dismantled that team, even if you do want to blame him, it's a little bit of like, oh no, what great, what were the championship odds of the best team James Harden ever played on was the 2018 Rockets, and that was going to be true basically no matter what, unless he won a championship. That was going to be true no matter what. Mm-hmm. And so, in my mind, even at the time after 2018, and then in 19 when they lose to the Warriors again in the second round, that time without Kevin Durant, that's where I was like, okay, that like the Rockets gave it their best shot in the Harden era. I didn't know how much longer the Harden era would last, but I knew that they were not going to win a championship with James Harden. After 2019, I had zero faith in that. So him demanding a trade, I was like, good. Now you can start with the new era. Now you can kind of reshuffle the deck and see what you got. So that's why it was James Harden's decision. I was never mad at James Harden for demanding a trade.
I did think there was like a glimmer of hope in like December and January 2019, 2020 when Russ stopped taking threes.
Yeah,
and like they started playing really, really good basketball.
Yeah.
Probably the best basketball, I mean, not even probably. It was the best basketball that they played together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then the world shut down and then the bubble happened. But like at one point I was like, "Oh, well they might have some cooking here." All right, when we get back, I have some questions about the outfield for the Houston Astros because Jake Myers is playing pretty good. Joey Lupafito's not been bad, but Chas McCormick looks like he's on his way back as well. And Hunter Brown was absolutely awesome this weekend. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant. It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
It's Joe Sean and Austin here with you today. And Paul will return tomorrow. So over the weekend, Jake Myers, he came in yesterday, pinch hitting, went 2 for 2 in the game. They started Trey Cabbage in that game before they took him out. But Joey Loperfito's been pretty good. Jake Myers has an 801 OPS this season.
Myers.
Like, it looks pretty good. Chas McCormick made his rehab start yesterday. Mauricio Dubon's playing like a good amount of outfield so far, playing a little bit everywhere right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is there outfield controversy? Or is Joey Loperfito just going down? I guess Greg Kessinger's going down and then Joey's not playing, but I feel like you want Joey Loperfito to either play in the bigs or play in the minors.
Yes.
Like, I don't really know if I want him just to sit there on the bench and not be doing a lot.
Yes. I mean, I imagine it'd be for Cabbage.
Oh, yeah, Cabbage.
He
yeah.
would be the first odd man out. But, I mean, just speaking to how well these guys are playing, like Joey Loperfito, OPS 725, batting average over 300. He's been legit. I was going to say he's been as advertised. He's probably been better as advertised because the talk about him when he was hitting in the minors is like, yeah, he hits home runs, but I forgot what it was, but it was something like 8 of his like 12 hits in Sugarland had been home runs.
Yeah.
Like all he did was hit home runs or strike out. He's actually been a better. I mean, you'd want a little bit more power. I don't think he has 1 double so far in his MLB career and no home runs. So you'd probably want a little bit more power. But as far as showing off being a quality hitter, a hitter that is more than just striking out and home runs, like he's shown that, which is again more than what was advertised.
Yeah, I mean they clearly don't believe in him when it comes to with a lefty on the mound. He only has 5 at bats of his 28 versus a lefty. So at this point, like he will not be used very often versus a lefty. He is 2 for 5, but it's such a small sample size.
Batting 400. He's Ted Williams.
But like there's not much to take from it because it's such a small sample size. Chaz has a spot on this roster, but Jake's played well too. I mean, the biggest flaw with Jake Myers obviously is like he's still got a noodle arm. Like we saw it last week, I think it was. Like people were running all over him.
Yeah, it was a Yankees game.
I think it was the Yankees. One of the Yankees games, I think most center fielders you don't run on, but you clearly always run on Jake Myers because he just doesn't have great arm strength. It's one of the things about with the Astros as things start to improve and as they continue to get healthier that like it's kind of my next question with this team is like, what does Joe Espada do? What makes the most sense? And I honestly don't know the answer because I like Loperfito, I like Jake Myers, I like Chas McCormick. I don't love any of them. And those guys not playing would seem like a mistake. So I'm gonna guess and say you're right. Cabbage goes down and Loperfito just doesn't play as much. Is probably what we see happen.
Could they get Loperfito in center? Could that be what we're not seeing?
I mean, he did the other day. So Jake Myers is out of your everyday lineup?
Yeah, either Myers or Chaz.
Chaz has not played great this season.
That's what I'm getting at. Normally, or if we're getting last year's Chaz, easy Chaz in center field, boom, done, set it and forget it. I mean, he's playing the worst out of everyone that we've mentioned. I guess other than Trey Cabbage, but that's not exactly fair to him. But as far as the guys that we're kind of debating, I see it as a conversation around Myers, Loperfito, McCormick. He is the one that is performing that. Even if you want to throw Dubon in there too, he's playing worse than all of them. So and currently he's on the IL. That's why we're having really this conversation.
Well, he made his first start yesterday
in Sugarland.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much of a leash does Chas McCormick have? So Alex Bregman can stink it up and he will not leave the lineup. All that happens is that he gets dropped to 6th. Does McCormick have any kind of runway for when he comes back? Is he back to being the presumed starter, or has Myers and Loperfito, do you think, taken that away from him? Because I kind of think maybe it's not fully they've taken it away from him and he'll now just be a backup outfielder, but it's getting pretty close.
I think there's a chance that he's not the everyday center fielder. and that they really go to a more split. Now, look, like we went back on Dusty, people did. Dusty was right, okay? Chas McCormick hit 329 versus lefties last year. In 2022, let's see, he hit 340 against lefties. In 2022, he hit 340 against lefties. He hit 207 against righties. In 2023, he hit, 325 versus lefties, 250 versus righties. So he has the opposite of Loperfido.
Yeah.
So you've got a left and a right situation to where if you have a lefty on the mound, it's definitely going to be Chas if it's not Jake. And if it's a righty on the mound, it's probably going to be Loperfido. So my guess is what we're going to see here is we're going to see the lineup go back to a way of like you have Jake Myers, Loperfido, McCormick is your two guys in center and left for the most part, or your three guys for two positions. Jake might be more of your everyday center fielder with some Dubon mixed in. So probably just see like a 4-man rotation.
I was gonna say. I was wondering what the splits for Chas were still this year, and so that might
this year is 250 versus lefties, 231 versus
it's
righties.
Also small. It's a smaller sample size, so all the numbers are bad, and that's fine.
Exactly.
But that might be at least the answer for when McCormick first comes back.
Yes.
And he that is the way, or I guess the way to phrase it, that is the way that McCormick gets to play for his spot, is that they just platoon these two guys when Loperfido and McCormick are both healthy, and then you hope the cream rises to the top there.
And it just figures it out.
It figures itself out, and then that way also, if anything happens, if one of them gets hurt, there is an easy reshuffling that you can do. You can also put Yordan out in the field,
and they will sometimes. Like you'll see,
especially at home.
Well, and one thing we mentioned last week, but once again, Victor Caratini caught Fromber.
Yeah, I
so
now
that's over.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is now that last start where with that pattern still holding.
Yeah,
that is where is no longer eyebrow raising when that happens. It is just what I expect.
Yeah, Victor Caratini is Fromber Valdez's catcher for the foreseeable future. I mean, maybe, and honestly, maybe Yainer Diaz just isn't his catcher because he didn't catch him once last year. He caught him once this season on opening day, and it hasn't caught him since.
Yeah.
So on those days, you'll have Diaz, maybe your DH, or that's an off day for him, and Yordan's in left. But they'll probably just go to this rotation like that. I would expect. I would be bummed if Loperfido went down.
Yes, I don't think that that's the way to go here. I think giving him playing time, because he's earned it. He's shown it. Whatever you expected when. Whatever production, I should say, because the way the productions happened has been different, but whatever level of production you expected from Joey Loperfido, like he's met and exceeded that.
Is it too early? Miles Straw was traded on July 30th.
That
is
popped
it
in my
too
head.
early to trade?
Who's the Miles Straw?
Chas.
Chas is the Miles Straw,
or Jake, either one.
Okay.
Is it too early to trade one of these guys for a bullpen arm to strengthen the middle of your bullpen?
I think it's a little bit early, but once we get to like mid-June, July, because really that
is the end result of this.
Yes, I think that is the not even long term. I do think that is the July term.
Yeah.
Barring an injury, if one of these guys gets hurt, now this depth is. It's a good thing. It's the opposite.
Yeah, but who knows? Jake Myers might run into a wall tonight.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So now you need Chas McCormick and Joey Loperfido to play every day. So and Dubon can be the one that gets mixed in there. So there is still time. That is why I was gonna say it's too early, because you might need all these guys for a month if one of them gets hurt. Now that depth is a strength for this team, where it's the opposite of the conversation we're having early in the season about first base, how there's no good options. This one, there's at least a few different playable options where if you want to put, Jake Myers is no question about the starting everyday center fielder. I have some reservations about that, but that is a perfectly defensible position to have. Whereas first base, it was a lot of like, you kind of had to hold your nose or hope a guy who has never played first base can play first base. Singleton has done well enough to sideline that conversation for now, but the outfield is at least it is a conversation where all the options do not depress me. It's at least an interesting conversation.
Yeah,
to
Jake
have
Myers is the one who's done this.
that isn't sad.
Yeah, Jake Myers having 800 OPS at this point
Yes.
has turned this into an interesting conversation. All right, we know it officially. The Houston Texans will not play in the first game of the 2024 regular season. It'll be Chiefs-Ravens. That and more in the 10-minute drill when we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we do that, we're going to tell you about my friends at O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd. Over 100 classes per week. Early in the morning, they take a break during the day and start right back up right around 4:30. So if you're able to get out of work early and you want to get a workout in right before you go home for dinner and spend time with your family, O Athletic is a great place to do that. Or before you get your day started. I know a lot of people like to do that. I try to go 3-4 times a week around 9 o'clock in the morning, then over in the Heights. So it takes me about 10-15 minutes to get here to the station after I work out. So it's the place for me. I'm trying to lose weight in 2024. We're making good progress so far, about 7 weeks into this journey, and I couldn't be happier with where I'm at so far. I'm looking forward to the next couple months as we continue to try to push through in 2024 to lose more and more weight. O Athletic is the place for you because it's the place for me. Check them out, oathletic.com. All right, so the 2024 schedule for the NFL will come out Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. But we got our first report today. They'll be, trickling these out throughout the week. We know that the Eagles will play, I think it's the Green Bay Packers on Friday, that first week of the season in Brazil. But the first Thursday night game is going to be the Baltimore Ravens in a rematch of the AFC Championship game with the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's who the Chiefs will play. So obviously not the Texans.
Yeah, yes, that is not the Texans. Makes sense. Like if you just zoom out and it's the
for sure
MVP versus the best quarterback in football, and it's a AFC title game rematch, an AFC title game that went down to the wire. I know we everything that we thought about the Ravens was proven right in that game. It's still the fact it was still a toss up in the fourth quarter. I think has gotten a little bit lost to the sands of time. So I forgot about the Friday game though. Wait, you going through that?
They're playing Brazil.
I completely forgot about that game happening.
Yeah, we're gonna have Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday that first week with college football squeezed together on Saturday.
Week 2 too. Texas goes to the big house. Okay, that should be interesting. What is next for the trickling out? Because that is my favorite / least favorite part about this.
They'll probably do
a Christmas.
Probably first Sunday Night Football.
Maybe a return game.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a revenge game out there, because I know the Texans play the Bills, but it's going to be in NRG, so it's not exactly. That's a revenge game, but I like it better when the old player goes back to where he left or where the team traded him. Yeah, I don't. I was gonna say, do the Vikings play the Falcons maybe for Kirk Cousins' revenge game?
I don't know if they'll make that prime time.
They can watch Kirk Cousins.
There's
hold
this
a
like
clipboard.
NFL schedule leaks account that I peek at just to see like what's accurate.
Like it's a spoiler.
Well, sometimes like they go back and they're like now hearing this.
Oh, okay.
The one they've been pretty consistent on so far is the first Sunday night game of the year is gonna be Texans Cowboys.
Huh.
So I don't know if that's true or not. We'll find out.
Cowboys normally do play a Week 1 Sunday night game. They play that game a lot.
I was hoping that game would be the
Thanksgiving
game, but the idea of it being the first game of the first Sunday night game would be awesome. By the way, that week 2 could be UTSA. The Texas UTSA game.
Oh, is it?
Because Texas's schedule is September 7th. They play Michigan. Will that be week 1?
Yeah.
This year? Okay. I couldn't remember when the NFL was starting this season.
Normally week 1 of college football is the week before.
That's right. I always get the week 2. It's always week 0 that throws me off.
Staggered off.
Yeah, week 0 always throws me off.
Also, there's a weird. I think Labor Day is weird this year.
That's right. So. Oh, I think you're right. We got a new contract handed out today in the NFL. Antoine Winfield of the Bucks.
Isn't he a bit old? Oh, junior.
Yeah. 4 years, $84 million extension for a safety.
Wait, say that again?
4 years, $84 million.
Oh my God.
For Antoine Winfield Jr. from the Bucks. So 8 players got franchise tagged this offseason. 7 of the 8 have signed long-term deals. The only one who has not is T. Higgins, who has requested a trade.
Okay.
But Antoine Winfield Jr., Josh Allen, Brian Burns, Justin Matabuke, L'Jarius Sneed, Jalen Johnson, Pittman, and Kyle Duggar all signed extensions after getting tagged, except for T. Higgins. Last man standing.
Holding strong. Don't think that deal is coming.
No, that deal's 100% not coming.
Or at the very least, not coming with the Bengals. The interesting part about this is, do you think this changes any of the safety market? Because we've talked about how weird it is that none of these safeties have gotten signed.
I mean,
I can't imagine.
It's so late in the offseason, I would say no.
And also, I can't imagine that they were waiting for like this precedent. Or you know what? I know this show loves Quandre Diggs. Not sure if he's getting $20 million a year, or not sure if he was bringing up Antoine Winfield Jr. as a comp for what his contract is. But I don't know. I feel it's strange that those guys still aren't signed.
So Bill Belichick officially will be on the Manning cast every week this season. How do you feel about that?
Sure. That's about right.
You watch the Manning cast?
From time to time. Not super. I'm not a dedicated Manning cast
I watch
watcher.
What they post on social media.
I was gonna say it's a big clip one for me.
Unless the game sucks. If the game sucks, I might flip it over.
Specifically if Zach Wilson or Zach Wilson tier quarterbacking is happening, because it is hilarious that it visibly upsets Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Like he is visibly upset by poor decision making.
Like if there's a good guest and a bad game, that is what drives me to the Manning cast. If it's not a good guest and it's a bad game, I'm gone.
Yeah, and
because we don't have to talk about it the next day, so it's kind of a waste of my time.
Yes, and some of it is the guest where it's like this is an A-lister. Like, yes, Kevin Hart is a great guest to have, but I'm not like interested in what he has to say or anything. So there is a little bit of the guest stuff, and so I like it. I'm fine with it. But if it's a real game, or if the Texans ever play a Monday night game, I probably won't be watching the Manning cast.
So this is a dub, but Caleb Williams will be the starting quarterback for Chicago this year.
Over Tyson Badgett.
Yeah, they're not going to do the weird like Tom Savage, Mike Glennon thing that teams do. So but besides that, so Does Jaden Daniels start this year, week 1, you think?
Who's the backup?
I don't even know who the backup is there anymore because it's not Jacoby Brissett.
No, to skip ahead, I think Jacoby Brissett at least starts week 1.
I think so too. I don't think Drake May will be the week 1 starter.
Yes.
Did we get any confirmation if that logo you sent us the other day in our group chat was real?
No, I've not seen. Oh, Marcus Mariota is the backup for the Commanders, by the way. That's borderline. I think Daniels. In general, I
think Jay Daniels better be the starter week 1. If he can't beat out Mariota's bum ass, we got problems.
I just think of okay, he is a steady hand backup who's been a starter before.
Who quit on his team,
and he did quit on his team, and it seems like a quarterback that a defensive coordinator turned head coach would like.
Yeah.
Where it's he doesn't turn the ball over. He also makes 0 plays. Ultimately, I think Daniel still wins because in my mind, Ty goes to the rookie. Where how this goes normally is that if you're picked in the top 5, you're going to be the week 1 starter.
Yeah. And then, but except for Drake May, because I agree with you. I think Jacoby Brissett will start. Penix obviously will not start week 1.
Great camp? No. Yeah, you're right.
Does J.J. McCarthy get the job over Sam Darnold? I'm going to say no.
I'll say yes.
Really?
I think he does.
I think Darnold's going to start a couple weeks.
What are we doing with Sam Darnold?
I don't know.
Is he good? I don't think he's good.
Bo Nix. Does Bo Nix get the job? Or does Zach Wilson beat him out?
Not Zach Wilson. Probably Stidham, if anyone.
I think Bo Nix starts. I'm most confident of the quarterbacks we have questions in. Who starts besides Caleb Williams week 1? I'm most confident it's Bo Nix.
I don't know. Stidham can spin it, dude.
Yeah, whatever. I don't like Stidham. It's not Stidham. I just don't like his uncle or a father.
I know. I was just trying to fish that out of you. I was wondering how many times can I compliment Jared Stidham? By the way, I also have nothing.
Tad Brown keep running the 76ers into the ground. Congratulations.
I have nothing to concretely praise Stidham on because I don't know what he's good at. So I just go, you can spin it, hoping that yes. Finally, Tad Brown gets a drive by.
If you don't know the story, Tad Brown texted my bosses when I was at 790 when he worked for the Rockets because he is father-in-law, I'm assuming he still is, of Jarrett Stidham and was not happy that I was trashing him when he was playing for the Patriots, I think. I don't even know.
Yeah,
Such
probably.
a dumb thing. And hey, Rashee Rice is a total scumbag. Apparently.
Can we change the tone when you read the story? Because you sound like you just found $50 in your pocket.
Well, I did. I found out he's a scumbag because apparently Rashee Rice, when he was at SMU, believed former SMU basketball player Kendrick Davis was seeing his girlfriend. So Rice and some of his friends
got in an argument?
Went to an SMU basketball game.
Okay. Yelled at him?
And then they fired multiple bullets into the empty car. So at least, hey, that's empty.
Not attempted
belonging to Kendrick Davis. So teams were aware of this, including the Chiefs. Look, bad day. Had a bad day. Girlfriend might be cheating on you. Everyone shoots bullets into an empty car.
I was going to say, I wasn't going to go that far. I was going to say, guys handle breakups differently. Different people handle breakups differently.
Yeah.
I personally, I did not go to my girlfriend's new suspected boyfriend and shoot up his empty car.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I did. But Rashee Rice, man. Whew.
Yeah, and
how
so this
quickly he went from hey, solid player, could maybe develop into wide receiver.
From Super Bowl champions who probably going to be suspended for 8 to 10 games. Because this does.
I feel like every time we talk about it, the number gets higher.
Well, because this will factor in. That's what Mike Flores is insinuating that, but I would assume it would. When you look at it, the NFL is going to say, okay, there's this story about how this happened in college. He then had the car accident in which he ran away from.
Mm-hmm.
And then this latest one where he smacked a photographer. Apparently he had an issue with this photographer. The photographer left where they were. Rashee Rice texted him, apparently, to come back or to come to this location. And the photographer assumed that it was just to take photos. In fact, he was going there to be hit by Rashee Rice.
Not much to his surprise, he was there to be assaulted.
He was not there to take photographs. He was there to be assaulted. So, yeah, I would say 8 to 10 is definitely on the table.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. And when I said that the SMU thing shouldn't be held against Rashid Rice in this situation, it's just because like letter of the law. It's like, wait, so I'm getting suspended for something I did in college? I'm getting suspended for something I did 3 years ago? But when it adds up to a body of work, I get that's how suspensions work. It's the same thing with the John Morant thing. But like, it was a lot of things that added up to that. But in an actual court of law, that's not how it should work.
No, but it's the NFL. They rule their own world.
There is no law here.
Yeah, there's no laws. It's just Roger Goodell. Whatever Roger Goodell says goes, and we all live in his world. All right, when we get back, there is an interesting tweet or story that Awful Announcing put together about the NFL for this year, and it makes the argument that the NFL is too expensive for fans. We'll kind of go over that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Everyone stay safe out there. Look at severe thunderstorm watch now until 8 o'clock or through 8 o'clock. A few tornadoes, scattered hails the size of apples, and 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, all possible between now and 8. So if you're on the road, stay safe. If you're going to get on the road, stay safe.
Yeah, know what you're getting into because it seems gnarly. It sounds gnarly right now. Like we can hear it
Looks
in
like
the studio.
Sky's falling outside.
It's crazy.
So Awful Announcing put together this story of just how much it's going to cost to be an NFL fan next year. Now, I don't. This is not an exact science, right? Like, your team has to, in theory, like if you're we'll just be Texans fans. Like, you don't watch any other games, besides what's readily available to you on like Monday Night Football on YouTube TV. Let's say, which is what the example they used. So if you use YouTube TV, and the Texans were to play on that, of course, let's say they get an Amazon Prime game, so Thursday Night Football.
Okay.
They get a Peacock game, which is possible. An ESPN Plus game, which is possible. Netflix, possible. The total would be $507 this season for all of that.
That seems like a lot.
So even if you wanted to just watch the Texans, it's probably not. They're not going to be on all of these, so it's going to be significantly less. But the fact that, like, I think the bigger picture of this is that if you did that and you wanted Sunday Ticket, it'd be about $860 for the entire season.
And Sunday Ticket, that's for that's to watch every game.
That's to watch
any
every
market,
game.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's especially popular with people that obviously don't live in the area of their favorite team. So, you know, if in a different life, if I live somewhere that wasn't Houston, I wanted to watch the Texans, I would have to get Sunday Ticket to do it.
No, you could do it
legally. What?
You could do what I do.
Illegally?
Oh, I definitely do it illegal. I don't pay for Sunday Ticket.
Yeah.
I won't do it.
I
illegally stream them.
I honestly didn't know it was $349. I had no idea it was that expensive.
Yeah.
Which I guess kind of makes sense, but that's very expensive to watch every game.
Big time.
Where you literally can't watch every game. Like,
no,
they all happen at the same time. You can't do that.
No, they're doing like the multi-box.
Oh, with YouTube TV and okay.
So like that kind of helps your argument a little bit. But even then, like it's like if you
can look at four
that's
different
more like
games.
if like your team that you root for is playing at 3:00.
Yeah.
So like during the 12:00 window, you have 4 games on.
Even then, like you're not really watching all 4 games. Like
I go red zone.
I am a big red zone proponent as well. When the Texans either don't play at noon or when they stunk for the last 3 years, that's what got me into red zone. Where I do think it affected the way I watch football for the worse. Where I am now very ADD when it comes to football.
Yeah. No, it's funny like seeing like the first 2 texts we get here are or free. You know, with the pirate emojis.
Yeah.
After Fire Stick jailbroken is the truth. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the way, but like people don't. Not everyone does that.
Yeah, if you're just like your average fan, you have like we assume, and if you're listening to this, you probably also have a certain level of I'll just say like online literacy when it comes to being able to watch things outside the law. A lot of people just don't do that. A lot of people, they make enough money or they just don't care enough or they don't know how easy it is to
True, I mean, people
do it
can't even
illegally.
figure out how to, like, there's so many people who can't even figure out how to, like, log into Amazon Prime to watch a game on Thursday Night Football.
Yes. So that,
like, that might be an older generation. So, like, I love the idea of the Fire Stick, like, of course, but it's just, like, it's just the way it is. Now, you might not need all of this stuff because we got a couple people asking about these.
it's also adding the full year price for all of these things.
Yeah, sign up and bail.
That's juicing the numbers a lot. Yes, like
like Peacock is right now. It's the Week 1 season opener, the Eagles versus the Packers. That's what right now is on there. Netflix is just Christmas, which if you don't already have Netflix, like
that's another thing. Where
ESPN Plus is one, I think it is.
Is it just like
of the international games?
Yeah, and you know Netflix you probably have anyway, and Amazon Prime I'd assume. Those are the 2 that most people have anyway. Even if you don't care about the NFL, most people have those 2 things. So that one's you're not really adding an expense to what you're already spending. That is just you're double counting it.
Yeah, so that's why for me, like the answer to this question is no. The NFL is not too expensive.
Also, most people you don't need to actually watch every single game.
Yeah, and like
there's so many games. Even doing this job. Where at least theoretically, like we need to have some sort of opinions on, the Carolina Panthers because they might be doing something. You know what no one's doing here? Watching every Carolina Panthers.
See, I will say, like, now that the Texans don't have another team's first-round pick, I do feel like less the need to follow.
Less plugged in to, like...
Yeah. Like, I mean, you need to watch. But, like, last year, like, I was, like, pretty intentionally, like, specifically with the Browns. Not watching every game, but, like, I would focus more time on, like, what's going on with the Browns than I typically would. So, like, but that's why I think Red Zone's perfect, because it tells you everything you need to know. And then NFL, like, if you get, like, Game Pass or just, like, on YouTube, like, there's enough information out there. You know, like, you can get everything you need. For the most part, people just need, like, the basics.
Yeah.
I mean, now look, the Texans very likely could play on every single one of these streaming services besides... I think ESPN Plus is the one they won't play on. I don't think they have... Maybe the Minnesota game could be overseas, but I don't think it will be. I don't think the Texans will play outside of the United States of America this year.
The Colts game was just on ESPN, the last game of the year.
Yeah.
Then no, unless it's an international game, you don't need in ESPN Plus to watch. Yeah. Even if they play on Monday night, that's just going to be on regular ESPN.
I don't want any of those,
maybe
by
even
the way.
ABC.
Those international games. I don't like them.
No?
And some people are like, well, my day's free the rest of the day. Nah, I'm still just going to sit down and watch football. It just means I have to get up, not get up early. I get up that early now anyways.
Yeah.
I always talk about it like how I used to be before I had a kid. Like, I'd be like, I'm not going to, I'll wake up at halftime.
That's how
I would wake up, set my fantasy lineups, and go back to sleep.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't do that. I just wake up at halftime. And that's why it's perfect for teams you don't care about. Where when I talk about the ADD of that was brought about by watching Red Zone, a lot of it's that where I'm like, you know what? Most of these games are going to be pretty close in the second half anyway. Like,
yeah.
I don't need to really be watching like intently again, unless it's like a Texans game where I know we're going to talk about it. If it's just like an average game, if it's like a standalone primetime game, the first half I'm doing a lot of checking my phone. I'm doing a lot of other stuff where I'm just like, just fast forward to the third quarter, please, because I know this game is going to come down to a last fourth quarter drive, a last 2-minute drive. So that's how I watch the international games, where I'm like, I know it says that it starts at 8:00 whenever they start. I'll see you at 10. All right.
Yeah, I'll see it. Yeah, 100%. I do wish we had a red zone for college football. I think it's the one thing there.
It'd be impossible.
Could you do top 25?
You would have to do. Yeah, or you would have actually, it would be the way college football is going. It would be easier just to do a Big Ten and SEC
that would be
zone.
Yeah, but even then, like, there's probably not. I don't know if there's enough games for that.
The thing is, there's either too many games or not enough, depending on how you cut it. To where maybe if it's just the Big Four, you could do that, where you're throwing in some ACC and Big 12 games, and a lot of that's just like Big 12 games being like filler, because there's not going to be a lot of like huge marquee ESPN Saturday night number 5 versus number 10 Big 12 games, but there's going to be a lot of games between two good teams, like a lot of ranked matchups there.
I can't wait for college football this year. This year's going to be wild.
It's going to be fun.
Just to see like how the conferences play out.
I can't wait until the game comes out.
Like Utah favored to win the Big 12 still looks so weird on paper.
Which part? That they're favored, or that's Utah in the Big 12?
I think the Utah in the Big 12. Good football team. Good coach. So like that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But favored to win the Big 12 is still so bizarre.
The idea, it's like it's them or Kansas State, and you're like, it's crazy. Those two teams are in the same conference.
All right, when we get back, let's get back into the Astros over the weekend. What do you we got the first part of what we asked for. So what do we want to see next from the Houston Astros as they take on the A's for a 4-game series? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So on Friday, we were discussing what we want to see out of the Astros over this stretch. We said win 4 out of the 5 of these series, or win 3 out of 4 every time works as well. So they accomplished that. They take down the Tigers in 2 out of 3.
And got good performances along the way too. It wasn't they didn't fall ass backwards into these wins.
Yeah, this wasn't some of the ways the wins felt earlier in the season.
Yeah,
like they just looked like a very good baseball team. I think I'd go back to Friday night as probably the one that was the most encouraging. You get a good start from Fromber, but you're down, and then you get 4 runs in the 7th or the 8th inning, and it was just nice to see. See the Astros come through in clutch moments, which is just something that they've been lacking consistently throughout the season. Kyle Tucker is on another level. We'll kind of dive into that a little bit more in the next segment. But you go into the 8th inning, you're down 2-1. Alvarez drives in Altuve, Pena drives in Tucker, and then you have Bregman and Diaz both get guys home as well. So you go from being down 1-2 or 2-1 to having a 5-2 lead by the time you're done batting the 8th inning. That's a very positive thing, for sure. One thing we didn't get into too much, though, Shams, Jeremy Pena, moving up in the order.
Moving on up.
How'd you feel? How do you think he did this weekend? I was pretty impressed.
Yeah.
I like him in the 4 spot. Or the 2 spot, I guess.
Pena, weirdly enough, and this just speaks to how fast things have moved for the Astros, especially this year, where we've talked a lot about how they've made 7 straight ALCSs, and now on Twitter, everyone hates the Astros because they've been bad for 45 games now. That it's the same thing in the positive direction with Pena, it feels like, where this season has just felt so long. So normally in a regular Astros season, where if they were on pace to still win the 90-95 games that we expected them to, I'd be like, yeah, this is hot start from Pena. Not sure if I totally buy it, but because this season has already felt like they've played 100 games,
I know.
I feel way more confident about Pena keeping this up, or at least being now a valued member of the Astros lineup in a situation where even at the start of the year, it felt like found money. It felt like this is what they need just to keep their head above water. Now he's one of the guys, when he comes up, I expect good things to happen.
Big time.
Which hasn't been the case since the World Series in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks much more comfortable. Like clearly whatever adjustments they made this offseason has worked in a very positive way.
It seems real. It seems
yeah.
much more real than if a guy just has, like the John Singleton stretch last week, where we it was a hot streak. It was great, but we kind of knew it's like, all right,
it's a fun story.
This is unsustainable. This feels more sustainable. Maybe not a 340 batting average. That doesn't feel sustainable, but being a high 700s to an 800 OPS guy, that feels very attainable for Pena.
It's sustainable to the point where I would say, because I'm not just thinking about this year if I'm the Houston Astros, I'm thinking about the future. And I know Alex Bregman's not going to be on my team next year, that even though Alex looks like he's starting to figure it out, I think he's a 3 or 4 game hit streak at this point, I would not bat Alex Bregman higher than 5th the rest of the season. We've seen Joe Espada in the last 4 games use Pena in the 4-hole and in the 2-hole. But going forward, I would have your top 4 in some order be Pena, Altuve, Tucker, and Alvarez in any order you want, basically. We saw Tucker lead off yesterday with Altuve's rest day, which I thought was an interesting decision. And when Tucker took the day off the day before, that's when they moved Pena up to 2. But that should be your top 4 in your lineup the rest of the year, because I think it just gives you a better picture of what this team looks like going forward. And even if Bregman, Pena just seems more comfortable there. It's something that he won MVP and ALCS, World Series MVP and ALCS MVP for a reason. He was batting second. To the people that talk about lineup construction, when the Astros went on their run to the World Series, that's where Pena batted, in the top of the lineup, surrounded by Altuve and Alvarez and Tucker and Bregman and these guys. That's where he belongs, and he clearly has proven up until this stretch, and including what he's doing recently, that's where he belongs. He is one of the top 4 guys in your lineup, and he should never leave that spot again. At least that clump of spots ever again.
No, I think that's fair, and like I said, it feels like real improvement. Where even if he doesn't, right now he has an 855 OPS. That again feels a little bit high, but he feels like a better hitter than his 720 career OPS. So when you're an 800 or 775 guy, you generally do hit in the top 4 of whatever team's lineup that you're in. And this isn't, this lineup is good, but it's not like the 2019 lineup where you have great hitters all the way down, where there is a spot for him at the top of this lineup. And it adds a lot, not just because of how well he's hitting, but also what he does on the base pass, being a true speed threat, not just stealing bases, but when there's a gap, when he's on first and there's a gap shot, maybe he scores there. And so it just
he looks faster this season. I don't know. Like I know. I'm probably gonna get crushed for this.
We could baseball savant that. See if check his sprint speed.
He does run a little weird though.
He it's a lot of like, I don't know if there seems to be a lot going on in his upper body when he's running.
Yes.
There's a lot of, I don't know if it's arm pumping or like shoulders moving, but there's the one from a couple weeks ago where I kind of became like a little mini meme of him running, which was like, that was ridiculous. I don't know why he needed to ever run that fast.
It was my favorite is that like they put him next to Captain America now in Endgame. You've seen that,
just
like that's
like head down.
It's a still shot with Pena with his head down, arms pumping, and he's next to like Black Panther and Captain America in Endgame. Like that's perfect. Like that's the perfect description of what he looks like.
That's what he looked like. And I agree with you that there's something going on there. I don't know if it's any different than before, but there's something going on. Wait, hold on. He is 7th in average sprint speed in baseball this year.
Wow.
So, eye test matching.
Okay.
I can't find his past year's performance. So I don't know if he's faster, but he is 99th percentile of all MLB players when it comes to sprint speed.
Okay, so the other thing we haven't gotten too much about what happened this weekend is that obviously Christian Javier, we mentioned him, he was a disaster on Saturday. But probably the positive thing that happened on Saturday was Hunter Brown comes in, pitches 5 innings, gives up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts, threw 85 pitches coming out of the bullpen. Definitely his best stuff, it seems like we've seen this year. I don't know if there is a mental hurdle for Hunter Brown with the first and second inning like we were seeing as a starter. But this is where, if that's what you're going to get out of him, leave him in the bullpen.
Yes.
There's no question. Bring him back into the rotation later on. But as Urquidy gets healthy, and as eventually Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers get healthy, Hunter Brown, if he can provide you close to that for 2 innings on a weekly basis or twice a week basis, it just solves another part of your bullpen problem. And it's part of the reason why there's optimism still about this season, because that was such a positive sign on such a negative day for Christian Javier. You're not worried about Javier long term, and you got a huge bright spot from Hunter Brown when you've really, really needed it.
Yeah, there still is. I mean, obviously, we thought of him as maybe a guy who takes a step forward this year and really cements himself as a key part of the Astros rotation. And now we're talking about him being a good long reliever for the Astros, but that is still a role that the Astros need filled at a certain point, is someone who can do this kind of stuff. And I mean, it's a 1 outing, so I don't want to get way ahead of ourselves here, but I was encouraged.
Yeah, let's see what it looks like next time.
Let's see it, a couple more times before we start talking about him in some sort of, the 2022 or pre-2022, I guess, Christian Javier role, where he is a good reliever who gives you a lot of length. I'm not there yet. Right now, he is just he's Brandon Bielak plus mold, which still's good.
Who got sent down?
Who got DFA'd, actually.
Oh, that's right. He did get DFA'd.
So I guess that, at least for right now, that is what his role is. And if he can continue to string together these good performances when they're down 7 runs already, It's not exactly what I love, but that is still something that this team needs.
Yeah, and it's like you don't want that. I would be bummed if it's a long-term thing for for Hunter Brown.
Just a 2024 thing.
But a 2024 thing, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like that's totally fine. Because in theory, you won't need him back in the rotation the rest of the year. Him and Arrighetti.
Hopefully, yeah.
Like when Urquidy comes back, you're only then like a month and a half to 2 months away from at least Luis Garcia coming back. Lance McCullers, like we talked about, I think when Paul and I and you were talking about the Astros struggles last week, one of the texts we got, I don't know if we read it on air or not, was when is Lance McCullers going to just opt out for the season? Because he's like, what's the like?
Just get ready for 2025.
If they're not in the playoffs and he's not ready to pitch until August, like you might as well just wait.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know.
I don't think I agree with that.
No?
I think just getting out there, pitching a little bit for the season, because the idea is that he gets a couple times he's just gotten hurt like in the off season, anytime. Yeah. So if it can just happen at any point, might as well at least get him into some major league.
Just to remember that he's like a real person, and not just like a stand-up comedian.
You just use it as a extended rehab start, if they're already out of it. I did see him this weekend teaching Jay Sean Tate, I want to say, how to make coffee. So he's got that going for him.
Is that what he's doing right now?
Yeah, I think I saw a video of him. It was with Maven.
Why Jay Sean Tate?
Great question.
Is he going to be on the Rockets next year?
I'm
gonna say no.
It depends. He has a very tradable salary. I'll say that. He has a salary that would be key in any trade that they make. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I didn't make that up. It's very hard to look up Lance McCullers coffee and have anything pop up. But yeah, if McCullers can go, can be a little less known as a coffee impresario and more known as a pitcher, I think that'd be welcome for all of us.
I think that'd be very nice.
Nothing against his coffee business.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet. I'm sure it's great.
I would just like it to be like, oh, he's also pitching.
But like, I'm like done with like coffee and salsa for him and Bregman.
Yeah, it's
it's
tough to say out loud.
It's really cool. Like, I'm glad Alex and Bun B have like a new taco you can get it at Trill. But like, let's just like focus on playing good baseball. Or in Lance McCullers' situation, just playing baseball.
Shut up and pitch. That's what you're saying, huh?
Just pitch.
You don't even have to shut up.
Just pitch. Because like he doesn't really talk that much. Like he's only out there occasionally. So, from the 713, they tossed Javier's ass to the Wolves on Saturday. It sure felt like it. Like it felt like he was not ready to be out there. And I wonder if they have any like just like buyer's remorse or just decisions remorse in that moment of him pitching on Saturday. Even though Hunter Brown was awesome, I'm going to talk out both sides of my mouth right here. Would rather see Christian Javier pitch as a starter than Hunter Brown, even if this is the Hunter Brown we're going to get, because I'd rather this guy be out of the bullpen than give up 5 in the first. Someone's got to do it, I guess. Maybe it's just like that spot in the rotation's cursed.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it was a Freaky Friday, kind of like where their spirits got switched in some way.
Yeah, Christian Javier's just like, oh, this is the day we give up 7.
Yeah. He woke up, they got to the ballpark, and Joe Espada walks in. He goes, we were looking at the schedule, Christian, and I know it's your first start back, but unfortunately, this is the game where we poop our pants the first 2 innings. Sorry it had to be you.
Sorry it's you, man, but like someone's got to do it. Last week it was JV.
Yeah, get out there. Hopefully you make it to the second inning, all right?
Yeah. I mean, he made it to the second inning. He just didn't make
got one out in the second.
He didn't make it to the third inning. All right, when we get back, I think Kyle Tucker, I'm going to place, this weekend when we're at La Berge, I think I'm going to place a Kyle Tucker MVP bet. I'll tell you why when we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So right now, Kyle Tucker leads the American League, actually all of baseball, sorry, with 13 home runs on the season.
There we go.
And the Astros have won 3 out of 4. It's early, obviously. They're 10 games back. I understand why Juan Soto, Bobby Witt Jr., Gunnar Henderson are currently in front of Kyle Tucker in terms of American League MVP odds, right? They're all playing really good baseball. They're on pretty good baseball teams or really good baseball teams. If you look at, I mean, the Royals are 25-17. The Orioles and the Yankees are good, obviously. But Sean, I'm starting to think, like, if Kyle Tucker leads Major League Baseball in home runs this year, or he's at the very top of the American League, and the way he's going right now, he looks like a Gold Glover in the outfield. The bat looks incredible. If the Astros make the playoffs after this slow start, and Kyle Tucker is like the catalyst,
if he stays
this hot,
he's what on? I think I saw on pace for like 53 home runs.
So it's like, let's say he hits like 40 home runs this year. Let's say he's a 40-30 guy. So last year he was 29 home runs, 30 stolen bases. Okay. Let's say he goes 40-30 this year. The Astros make the playoffs. They don't even have to win the division. The Astros make the playoffs. But Kyle Tucker is the catalyst for the season turning around. I just wonder if there will be like real momentum for him to be the MVP. And I'm looking at him right now at plus 1,200 to win MVP. The top 3 guys are Juan Soto plus 210, Bobby Witt Jr. plus 260, Gunnar Henderson plus 550. I guess depending on the sports book, you can still get Mike Trout ahead of Tucker, but not everyone has him listed.
Yeah, because he just tore his meniscus.
Yeah, so like he's off. He's off the list. So Kyle Tucker's 4th.
You can bet him, you'll lose.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker, I would say Soto and Witt are the 2 who I think you'll probably be battling for most of the year. Where if you just told me, like, you know, if you come from the future and say, you know who won MVP, it was one of those 2 guys.
Yeah,
I'd be like, okay, that's not too out of the ordinary. I'm not like, where did that come from?
Mm-hmm.
I understand what you're saying, where to make the playoffs, like they're obviously going to have to turn things around and play better baseball, and that probably puts them more in the spotlight, yada yada. I will say, in baseball, the Astros really don't have to turn things around for Kyle Tucker to still win MVP.
That's a good point. But see,
we mentioned Mike Trout. He's won plenty of MVPs playing with the Angels playing this level of baseball.
With Juan Soto and the Yankees, I think you do. Could you jump Bobby Witt and Gunnar Henderson? Yes, easily. But I think to beat Juan Soto, and he's also plus 1,200 with Aaron Judge, who's not been very good, obviously, this year.
Yeah.
So that's where I look at him like, okay, like if he's going to make this jump, he has to continue at this pace. And I think the Astros also have to turn it around because, like, right now, Gunnar Henderson's probably the best, like, comp metrics-wise for him, who's a much better odds, but they're both hitting 271. Kyle has 13 home runs. Gunnar has 12. Kyle has 1 more RBI. He has a 50-point higher OBP. His slugging percentage is about 30 points higher. His OPS is about 60 points higher. So about 70 points higher. But his WAR is lower because of his defense, because Gunnar is a great shortstop.
Yeah.
And so is Bobby Witt. Like, if you look at WAR, Kyle Tucker's 5th in the American League in WAR right now.
Yeah, but it is, yes, WAR does weight the defense you play and the position that you play defense. So the shortstops and center fielders in general all get a little bit of a boost as opposed to a right fielder who's, that's not exactly, I think catcher is basically the one where you don't get like any bump whatsoever, or left field's another one where it's like, the WAR just doesn't like those positions. So playing right field, you're going uphill a little bit in that positionally. I think you make a good point that the narrative and baseball has really, the MVP in baseball really is less of a narrative driven award than it is in definitely football and basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but the narrative will help Kyle if they make the playoffs.
Yes, but the narrative of Juan Soto in New York
that's the hurdle.
Yeah. So
because you can argue Juan Soto shouldn't be in the top 4. I mean, his numbers are obviously very, very good, but I mean, I guess there's really no argument to have him outside the top 4. You could argue he's not number 1.
Yes,
I would say. But he's gonna be right there the whole time. It's one of the stories here. He's one of the best players in baseball. I mean,
yeah, it's basically if he stays healthy, he'll be awesome.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it goes.
And like he only has 9 home runs this year. He's gonna probably hit 40. So like just because he's 4 behind Kyle Tucker right now, that's not gonna last. But Kyle Tucker will probably be the one who's closest to a 30-30 season. You know, Bobby Witt's home run numbers are a little low right now, but he's got a ton of stolen bases. Yeah. But yeah, I think I don't know. I'm thinking about it, Sean.
It's in play. It's definitely in play. It helped again.
Plus 1,200. Those are great odds.
Yes, that is a good point.
It's a small wager with a big payout if it happens.
Yes, and I would say he has better odds than 12 plus 1,200 would imply. So
yeah,
just
Now I'll tell you this.
If you want to be a sharp, then yes, you are getting value there because yeah, that I am surprised he's that long of odds.
Now I will tell you this.
I know.
As the text line points out, I am not going to make this wager. I'm considering it.
Oh yeah.
I'm wanting to, but as the text line says here, 832, stop placing curses on the Astros by making bets at the altar of death located in Louisiana. I refuse to say it out loud and give that. Yeah. Here's the thing. LeBurge is a great place to bet. Am I going to bet on Kyle Tucker to MVP? No. Just in case, we're cursed.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okay.
Our wagers on the Astros are cursing us. Now, they might not. They might still win 93 games this year. I doubt it. They might still go to the World Series this year. I have more faith in that than 93 wins. But just in case the texter's right here, okay? For the good of the people, I'm not going to place the wager.
As a sacrifice.
Yeah. Do I want to place the wager? Yes.
Am
I going to? No.
If I take the curse element out of it, you would. But
Yes.
with the curse element,
Just
you will
in
not.
case. I don't want people to look at me and be like, "Oh, Joe's finally hosting a radio show. He thinks he's all cool and he's betting all these things and they're losing." Am I going to bet on the Texans? No. Now I bet on one Rockets game. They did win that game. But it's a single game.
Didn't you also bet the over?
Yeah, I bet the over, so it doesn't really count. They won the game and they got the over. Now they scored like 90 points in the first half that day.
Yeah, so they did play well.
So they did play well, but they were playing the Jazz also, so like low bar. You know, I figured there'd be like a lack of defensive effort in that game. That's why I went with the over, and they crushed it. But yeah, so yes, text line. I agree with you. Just in case, I will not. I promise.
You're aware.
I, Joe George, will not place this wager.
Okay.
In my mind, I want to.
Will you take a victory lap if he does win MVP?
Oh, yeah.
And you'll be like, pull the tape.
Can you bookmark this, Austin? Can we pull this? Or Kyle Tucker wins MVP. Thanks,
for this
Joe George.
hypothetical bet that I just.
Thanks to Joe George, Kyle Tucker wins MVP.
Okay. You know what? I'll take it. If that's what needs to happen, is that you don't make money, but you should make money because you will be right.
But I'm not gonna do it.
But you're not gonna do it for the sake of the team. You're a we not me guy.
Yeah, we're a we guy. See the Junior Broncos. Joe quietly hates the Astros. If I hated the Astros, I'd be definitely making this bet.
Yeah, he'd be driving there after the show to make sure the odds don't
No, not today. It looks like death outside. It looks like the world is ending outside.
The altar of death is outside.
Yeah, it looks like the world is ending. Tucker doesn't have the attitude or persona to win MVP, if that makes sense. Mike Trout is the biggest nobody in the history of sports. And has tons of MVPs.
He's the biggest nobody that's an all-time great in his sport.
When's the last commercial you saw? Like it was a Subway commercial? Does he talk in those? Like he's like the commissioner of baseball makes fun of him for being irrelevant.
Yeah, they go like, "Well, we wish you would be a little bit more."
Yeah. So like I get where you're coming from, text line. But you're wrong because Mike Trout's as the commissioner says, not marketable. And he keeps winning MVPs.
In baseball is the only sport where you can be Mike Trout and win MVPs, or you can be Kyle Tucker on a hypothetical 81 and 81.
Yeah, and MVP.
And win MVP. Like,
that's all that matters.
In football, you cannot do that. You basically have to be on a top seed or break records. Basketball, you have to be a relatively high seed. They're a little less strict on it now. And yeah, you have to be like a no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Like,
you got to be like a high seed or you have to have like a historical season. Like I can't remember the Thunder.
They were a 6 seed.
They were a 6 seed, but I mean, he set the record for triple doubles Russell Westbrook did in a season. So like obviously very well deserved. All right. This next segment's going to be a 2-parter. We're going to do this together, Sean and I today. We're going to power rank our Rockets trade targets and plans. Now that they officially have the number 3 pick. And then we're going to have Paul criticize it tomorrow, I think, and make adjustments. We'll do that. We'll start that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
This weekend is Greek Fest, the 16th to the 18th. Tickets are available now. Go to HoustonGreekFest.com. But we want to send you there as well. Great food, great drinks, lots of activities to do as well. I'm looking forward to going this weekend and checking it out. We are going to give away a pair of tickets right now. We're going to do caller number 5, 713-780-3776. Wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest coming up this weekend, May 16th to the 18th. So caller number 5 wins that right now. So The Rockets have the 3rd pick in the draft, so we're going to power rank our options. We're going to go through this today, just you and I, and then we will reevaluate this tomorrow when Paul Gallant returns to the show from his vacation. So we have a bunch of options here, right? We're going to go through keeping the pick, players you would trade it for. We're not going to specifically go into the rookies because I don't watch French basketball.
Yeah, it's more about the idea of keeping the pick than like actually. I want them to pick Rob Dillingham. Like I don't know.
Yeah. How about this? I want them to pick a player from UConn. Just 2 players.
Just sight unseen.
I want them to pick a player from Kentucky. There's also 2 players they can take.
Okay. So
or a French player.
Oh, I was gonna say you want to keep it local. Or not local, but you want to keep it American.
Yeah, I want to be Americanized.
Okay.
Even though all the good players these days are coming from Europe.
Yes, and we'll
now,
also
Gilbert Arenas wants you to put hits out on them, but not everyone feels that way.
we'll also try to keep keep in mind what realistically the package would be for some of these guys.
Yeah.
Because some of them would require more versus less. So this isn't just a power ranking of who the best players
Yeah, it's like what's the cost of everything?
Yeah, just in weighing the age and all sorts of things.
All right, so right now we'll kind of start one by one and then we'll build it out. So first off here, this one's going to be easy because we discussed it in length on Friday. In fact, you can go to the YouTube channel and check it out. Sean and I doing this segment. Keep the number 3 pick or acquire Donovan Mitchell via trade for the number 3 pick, Jalen Green, and another Brooklyn pick.
Mitchell number 1.
Okay, so right now Mitchell number 1, keep the number 3 pick, goes to number 2. Report today from Mark Stein and the Stein line is that Brandon Ingram of the New Orleans Pelicans, it's inevitable basically that he gets traded this offseason. Interesting player, super talented on offense. Doesn't play much defense. Probably not enough for Udoka. But you know what? Hey, culture changers, right?
Yeah.
That's what the Rockets are trying to be. Ingram has the size, the ability to do it. He does have a lot of injuries, though.
Yeah,
there's a hefty amount of injuries that come.
And it's a bunch of little different ones, which
they're little, but they're nagging and they keep them out for a while.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's different ones that are MCLs and where he returns in the season, but then he doesn't play as well. And then you're like, is this because of the injury? What's going on? Also, it's an issue that it's different parts of his body happening every single year. So I'll put Ingram after the pick.
Okay.
In my
and we'll just
would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Also, some fit issues on offense.
Yeah, and so what we'll do, like trade wise, we'll assume if you trade for any of these players, let's use the same baseline. It's going to cost you one of your core 6, the number 3 pick, and a Brooklyn pick.
At least
at a minimum. Yeah, let's just assume for all of these. Now, some of these might cost more, and we'll note those, but I think Ingram and Mitchell is probably the similar tier of trade package. Mikal Bridges from Brooklyn. They want some of their picks back. He's a good player. Is he a great player? Definitely not. Of the 3 players you mentioned so far, he's definitely the worst.
This is the most. There's not really a chance this is a home run, but I feel pretty solidly that this would be a base hit.
Okay.
When you're talking about it, where that's the whole thing with keeping the pick is that's their only chance to hit a home run here.
Yeah.
With Bridges, I feel like it's pretty clear he won't be a star. What you're getting with him is a guy who will hopefully and theoretically fit around what you're building.
Including Jalen, or do you think this is one of those Jalen trades?
He was in the trade.
So that's why
at the
to
deadline.
me, this is going to be, it doesn't matter what the rest of the players look like, even though I know it's coming. This is last.
Really?
This is one of the guys that I'd rather keep Jalen and try to build with Jalen, and keep the number 3 pick together than trade for Mikal Bridges. I don't see him as, there's still a better chance Jalen Green's a superstar than Bridges is a good enough player to take you anywhere. I think all it does is it makes you a 7 seed. I'm not sure it gets you, I'm not sure Mikal Bridges ever gets you out of the play-in tournament.
Mm-hmm.
As a quality of player. Alpi and those guys could elevate the team.
But
Bridges is not going to be the guy that elevates this franchise into new heights. Whereas Jalen Green, the number 3 pick, way better odds, in my opinion, that happens over Bridges.
So I think of him as he could be, you watch the Minnesota Timberwolves, and he could be like the Jaden McDaniels, where
yeah.
ultimately what makes the team go is Rudy Gobert defending and Anthony Edwards being awesome on offense, and then a little bit of Cat as a secondary creator on offense. And Jaden McDaniels, though, he helps the identity of, hey, we're going to guard the hell out of these people.
Yeah.
And it's more of a how he fits with the rest of them. Also gives them a lot of great size because they start 2 7-footers with McDaniels and Ant Edwards. So you're a very big team there, where that's kind of what I feel Bridges is bringing as far as the fit with them. So it's more of it's less about him himself and more about the sum of the parts that you get with him, where I feel like I would put him above Ingram, for example, because I feel like Bridges has a better chance of fitting in, and he might not be a better player than Ingram, but the fit with the rest of the Rockets would be better.
All right, so because we don't have our tiebreaker here today, we'll put those both on the 3 line.
Same tier.
Yeah, same tier, and then we'll divulge tomorrow. Paul George. I'll start here. Do you feel differently about the situation if it's a sign-and trade or if it's just a free agent signing?
It would have to be a sign.
Does it have to be a sign-and trade?
It would have to be. So I would put Paul George. I think I'd put him. So I'll just tell you. But in my head, it's between above, keep the pick, and below, the first one below, keep the pick.
Yeah, so it's
the hard part
it's
to
below
me,
Mitchell, yeah.
The hard part to me is the contract. You'll have to sign him to a long-term contract.
Yeah, I'm going to...
And that, to me,
That's
not
right where I'm at, too. Because he does look older, for sure. I think the benefit of a guy like Paul George versus some of these other veteran players, like, we'll get to KD and these guys as well. I'm gonna put him above the number 3 pick for me personally, because I think he's a culture fit for this team.
That's true.
I go back to that interview
You know what?
with Jalen Green, and I'm like, when he is telling Jalen Green, you don't want James Harden, this is your team, it's just like, it resonates with me, because if he's saying that publicly, I don't know how you then show up to an organization like the Rockets and behind the scenes be like, this is my team now. Be like, it kind of like, it feels like an acknowledgement of what Jalen Green is as the basketball player and what he believes in him. And that just, to me, it kind of looks like, okay, big picture, I think this can work with Paul George and Jalen Green. And the hope would be that as you build this team, that even though that contract looks awful, that the young players bury it, like make it look
I get
salvageable.
I get what you're saying.
So I would go above the 3rd pick.
Basically, you'd be improving on the Dylan Brooks. What Dylan Brooks is bringing you, you're just getting a probably a low-level all-star who will then go into kind of sub all-star level basketball play, as opposed to Dylan Brooks, who's like a solid starter. So yeah, it was a coin flip for me. You being pro. Right. So I'll put it above keep the 3rd pick.
Zion, if he's made available. Any reservations?
Some reservations.
This is going to cost the most in a trade.
Yes,
I would imagine.
Definitely.
And that for me is why it would go above. Okay, so like for me, like this is where like this is complicated without Paul, because I would have this above Bridges, but below Ingram, personally. Because there's the injury, like the player should be number 1 on the list, right?
Yes.
But it's going to cost you a ton. And I'm kind of done with like watching the Rockets and fat basketball players and worrying about like weigh-ins. I mean, James Harden never had a weigh-in clause. He just looked bad in pictures.
Yeah.
Like Zion's got weigh-in clauses.
Some of that was just Harden. Like he has one of those bodies where if he just has like a bad weekend, he looks
like
terrible.
the H-Town Blue Oiler jersey thing they did, like the jumpsuit photo, like he looks like he's 300 pounds. And he really didn't when you would look in person, but like it's just an awful photo.
Yeah. So with Zion, it's part the body stuff. Or I mean, I guess I have to be more specific. Part the like the health, part the conditioning.
Yeah,
which can go hand in hand, but they are kind of 2 separate issues. And then you also mix in like, would you be trading Şengün, or are you playing Şengün and Zion together?
I
Because I don't
think
love
you're trading
that.
Şengün.
Yeah,
in this scenario.
I don't
So
love that.
This is the first one where I don't think Jalen Green's part of this conversation.
Yeah, you just have to be like realistic with the
Yeah.
trade is going to be, and so I'd put him. Honestly, I'd kind of just put him in the same Bridges Ingram tier.
Okay, that's fine.
Below keeping.
We can
the
do that.
pick.
We'll think about this more. I'd
I'd put him below. I'd put him below Bridges, but ahead of Ingram. But this is again where it's complicated.
Yeah, so let's kind of keep him there.
Yeah,
right
let's
now.
just keep him there as a placeholder,
All right.
and we can tell Paul tomorrow.
Yeah. Trae Young / DeJounte Murray, dealer's choice. I lied about Mikal Bridges. This is my last group.
Yes.
Not a believer in either of them.
Agree. I would actually like Murray more than Trae Young.
Okay. You can sell me on that.
Trae Young has just a little bit of it's the same reason I wasn't that interested in Harden, is that what you're trying to build is an identity of defense and kind of more selfless, moving the ball around, playing through Jalen and Şengün a little bit more, although Jalen wouldn't be in the trade, or would probably be in this trade too. But it's when you have Trae Young, you kind of have to play Trae Young ball. And we say the same thing about you. If you have Harden or Luka, you kind of have to play Harden or Luka ball. The difference is those guys are way more successful than Trae Young has been. So that's why I put him a little bit less. Mix that in with the defense. You probably are you're taking out Fred VanVleet, who's a good defender as a point guard who guards bigger than he is, with Trae Young, who's the same size as Fred VanVleet and is a much worse defender and arguably guards shorter than he is, and he's already 6'0". So I'm not a big Trae Young guy in general, and with his fit on the team.
Jaylen Brown. Let's say he's available again. Last year, there's a lot of stuff going on about the Rockets and Jaylen Brown. John Granado was in the front line of that the Rockets would be interested if he was made available. He can't dribble.
Left-handed,
but he's definitely behind Donovan Mitchell for me. He's number 2 on my list.
I was going to say he's either in the same tier as Mitchell for me or number 2. And I think just what Mitchell has shown being a clear number 1 option in the past on offense in the playoffs is what gives him
That's
enough
why I think
of
he gets the bump.
Yes, where he is just a better player than Jaylen Brown. Now, Mitchell is probably the most available guy or the most likely to be traded, I'll say, out of the guys we've talked about, and Jaylen Brown's probably the least likely to be traded out of the guys.
Yeah,
that
they'd
we've
have to
just
get knocked
talked about.
out by the Cavs.
Yes, so this is unrealistic. I just wanted to throw it in there so when Paul sees the list tomorrow, he sees
Well, we left off Devin Booker, who's probably like the least likely guy because he would also be number 1 on my list.
Yes.
I think there's a better chance Jaylen Brown gets traded than there is.
I was going to say, it's
Devin
so
Booker.
unlikely that's not even worth talking about. Last one,
KD.
Kevin Durant.
Guess what? Stephen A. Smith went on television today and said that he's unhappy in Phoenix.
Hey, that's just the Kevin Durant experience. I will say, with that being said, after Paul George, above keeping the pick.
Agreed. Right there with you.
Boom. Look at us.
We'll
on
make
the
'em-
same page.
we'll-
We're at a certain point, it's still Kevin freaking Durant.
Yeah, man. He's
like at a certain point, I still have to look in the mirror and say out loud, actually, I'd rather draft a 19-year-old French kid who I've never seen play.
It's KD.
Or a random college
I want a
player.
35 Rockets jersey, okay?
Just give me Kevin Durant.
Like,
whatever.
Here's the thing. Like, Kevin Durant is the crazy girl that, like, everyone knows.
Yeah, the hot crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, hey,
He's
man.
hot
like,
enough to be as crazy.
and then, like, one of your buddies like, hey, dude, I'm going to get with her. And we're going to settle down together. And you're all like, dude, no.
I don't think that's a good idea.
She's going to cheat on you in the first 3 months.
Yes.
Yeah, we all know Kevin Durant next summer would be on. Stephen A. Smith will be on television going, Kevin Durant unhappy in Houston, and we'll all go, duh. But like, told you so.
I'm here for a good time.
But was it a fun year? And we got real Rockets juicy content for 6 months. Hell yeah.
And they would be better. Like, you cannot deny that they need an offensive creator. That's why we're talking about all these guys. He is still a good offensive creator. So yeah, I think I'd put him under Paul George just because of the age.
Agreed.
But can't really put him much farther underneath.
All right, we'll flesh out this list a little bit more tomorrow when Paul Gallant returns. When we get back, we'll go right into garbage time here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, no lineup yet for the Astros. I'm sure they'll come on within like minutes of the Killer Bees starting. They're really slacking on these things this year. They're taking their sweet time for them, Mapes.
They are taking their sweet time. And yes, normally I didn't really care that much before this show started. But now I'm like, oh, come on. That's an easy.
Like, this is supposed to be the 2 minutes that gets us to garbage time.
Yeah, like, come on.
Think of the people, Astros Twitter. I mean, I know you're hiring a new social media person. I wonder why. Just, you never know. But I just saw this from Michael Schwab from like an hour ago. Kyle Tucker's last 6 hits have all been home runs. It's the longest streak in Astros history.
Wow.
But he's 0 for like 28 in his other 28 at-bats. So he's like
Boomer
6
bust.
for his last 34, and they're all home runs.
The definition of boomer bust.
All right. As we wrap up the show every single day, let's get to garbage time.
I put in the $150.
Let's start with that. So GameStop's still a thing, right? So their stock is going back up.
I've learned that GameStop is still a thing.
And what I learned about GameStop still being a thing is that they've already listed the new college football game on their website as available.
Nice.
How much, Sean?
Well, the standard edition is just your normal $70 for a video game nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
However, what's really turning heads is the Heisman edition, not the deluxe edition, which we got to look at the cover last week. This is another. There's standard, deluxe, and now Heisman edition, I believe.
Uh-huh.
The Heisman edition is listed at $149.99 for a pre-order. $150. Would you spend $150 for the Heisman edition?
No, dude. Hell no.
What if I tell you?
What do I get from it? Have they said?
No, because
do I
just
get
leaked from...
do I get like a miniature Heisman trophy?
Would that make it a yes?
No. No.
I was gonna say,
but like you at least have to compel me. You have to give me a reason.
Like, and I would need a real world thing, not just like video game credits.
That's what
not
I mean.
Just
like I need like a Heisman trophy. Like that's like
something I can put in my house
next to me. I can put like in front of us, in front of the camera.
Yes. Yeah.
That's at least like it's not like the Allen Iverson 76ers.
A statue.
I need it to be a little bigger.
Okay.
Like, can I choose my Heisman winner? Who are you picking?
For this year?
No. Like you get to buy the game and you get to pick
that guy's Heisman.
Yeah.
That is a hard one.
OJ.
I don't know. What?
OJ.
Oh my god.
You don't want like an OJ Simpson Heisman trophy
No,
for your house?
no. I mean, yes, I kind of do, but no,
exactly.
I can't say that I do. I can't give
I
all
just
of college football. Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. I guess, but I would not have.
All right, and it'd be a good joke. All right, last thing here. Sometimes in this business you make mistakes.
Yes.
Sometimes you make mistakes. We made a mistake.
Is this a Tom Brenneman-esque apology?
Oh no. Because but we made a mistake. Last week we did make a mistake. We had
not as bad as that one.
To conduct an interview last week over the phone. We didn't do it. We made a mistake.
We decided that phone interviews are normally tough. We haven't spoken to this person before. So.
The Astros are trash. We had to talk about them. Now they're better.
Yeah.
I was in a bad mood. Paul was probably not happy with something. And then Derek Lewis, who we got offered an interview, like pulled his pants down this weekend and mooned the crowd after knocking out another opponent. What a mistake.
We were like, is he?
What a mistake.
We weren't sure how he was still in the ranking, like how relevant he was in the rankings.
That's still like my lack of watching the UFC.
And you know what? We overthought it.
We
should have just got a guy who's been funny in the past. We should have just.
We made a mistake.
You know what? Let's bet. If for anything, we can't bet on the Astros because that's a curse. We should have bet on Derek Lewis.
Yeah, but what if he gets knocked out his next fight? Like then it's our fault.
Yep.
Like he has.
That's the game we have.
I
to
also
play.
love his signature thing now is to just take his shorts off and run around the ring.
And then this time mooning.
This time he added the mooning. So my question is what's next?
He's adding things to his game all the time.
Like what's the next celebration?
Maybe full frontal.
A pass. Don't do
I'm just logically going down the road of what could be next.
Just gonna like run out naked. Just like leave. Maybe next time he takes his shorts off before the fight's over.
That's also a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Like
yeah.
like between rounds, and just be like, hey,
just airing him out.
Just like taking a breather here. Yeah, we made a mistake.
Yes,
but you know what? Congratulations, Derek Lewis.
But we own up to our mistakes.
Yeah, we do.
Not a lot of radio shows aren't this transparent.
You know what? Good point. All right, that does it for us. Paul will be back tomorrow. Austin, thank you for filling in as the producer the last couple of days. Sean, thank you for sitting in here with me. We will be back tomorrow at noon. The Killer Bees with Joel, Jeremy, and Brian are up next. Goodbye.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A little hairy out there, a little wet out there.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
Yeah,
Stay safe, everybody.
Dangerous driving conditions, so don't drive unless you have to. Right
Brian
now.
almost didn't get here on time. Can you believe that? Because of the weather. The weather's crazy. Brian almost didn't get here on time.
I mean, I had 20 minutes to spare.
Almost didn't get here on time.
That is late for me, though. Usually I'm here with an hour to go.
Can't believe how close you cut it. Shocking to me.
I didn't want it bad enough.
You got here with plenty of time.
You didn't want it bad enough. Yeah, I was here for seconds prior to airtime. Good, bad, and ugly for the Houston Astros. 713-780-ESPN. Astros go into Detroit, win 2 of 3. We'll dive into that. It is a Monday, so a mailbag Monday. We'll talk about that. Rockets.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
People on the roads right now have a case of the Mondays with the weather they're having to put up with. Mailbag Monday, you can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want. And we'll start talking a little bit about the Rockets. Rockets getting lucky in the NBA draft. This is the year to get lucky. Everybody's saying that if you ever want to get lucky in an NBA draft in the last 5 years, this is the year. Tongue firmly in cheek. I say that in jest. But I'd rather have the 3rd pick than have the 9th pick, regardless of the quality of the draft. So we'll get into some of that as well. I have no idea what I want the Rockets to do. Like I've been kicking around all of these names, and I talk myself into all of the names for a moment, and then I'll talk myself out of all of these names for a moment. So no idea what I want to do. Maybe you guys can help me decide that. But first, good, bad, and ugly from the Astros over the weekend. And, of course, when they win a series, we talk about the good before all else. What kind of good do you have for the Astros, Blinkers?
Let's start with Justin Verlander. I mean, after the Yankees start, he was talking about how he had to kind of go back to the drawing board, that he was going to have to kind of really look at some things, because whether he was tipping to some degree or just, the Yankees were reading exactly what he had going on, but they had a really good game plan and they got him, and he came back, and nice little homecoming back in Detroit. Had a perfect game going for 4 2/3. Gave them exactly what they needed. Was a big time starting performance, and I think that's a good place to start.
Yeah. You think he was tipping against the Yankees?
He said it. He had mentioned in one of the extended clips after the Yankee game that he said, "I don't know. I got to go back and look at the film if it's release point or what I'm doing. I think between two of his off speed and his fastball." But he said, he's like, without accusing him, he basically said they had a really good game plan. I mean, he kind of stopped short of that.
Knew him intimately,
yeah,
he said.
And that he had to kind of go back to the drawing board.
Huh, interesting. I heard it a little bit different, but I guess that, now that you explained it, it kind of makes a little bit of sense. He was brilliant. He was outstanding. He was phenomenal. Justin Verlander is a different pitcher than he used to be. He's not going to get a whole lot of swing and miss. He'll get some, but he's not going to get a ton of swing and miss like the old Justin Verlander that was winning Cy Youngs and doing all of those things. But he can pitch. Like, he knows how to pitch. He knows where to spot up his fastball, where to throw the breaking stuff. Now, the Detroit lineup, not nearly as good as a Yankees lineup. Maybe a more potent offense can get to the older Justin Verlander. But, yeah, I mean, that's what you needed, especially to kind of – he had 8 strikeouts in 7 innings. As I say, he's not going to get swing and miss a whole lot. But a different lineup. The thing that's encouraging about, vintage Verlander that we saw yesterday in Detroit was because it came off the poor start. Because at this age for Justin Verlander has 2 consecutive bad starts. If he puts together a series of 3 games where he's getting hit around pretty good, what is the narrative going to be? He's washed. He doesn't have it anymore. He's no good. He's way past his prime, which he is, but he's way, way past his prime. But being able to pitch well, 7 shutout innings, striking out 8, carrying the perfect game into the 5th inning or whatever it was, it kills that. It silences that. It ends that narrative. Plus, you win a rubber game in a series that you absolutely had to have before you return home for this homestand coming up this week.
Yeah, I mean, with all the different woes, injuries, and concerns you've had with the starting pitching all season long for this team, the guy that you really could ill afford to lose, or there's 2 probably along with Fromber, was JV. And when he did not pitch well against the Yankees, and then he was very self-deprecating in the post game to kind of talk about the fact he had to get right, you knew there was some emotions riding in that game in Detroit as well. But he basically, we talk about it on the show all the time about the difference between being able to throw like a major league pitcher with major league stuff and being able to pitch. And between the years, when he's able to go back and kind of revert a little bit back to what's worked for him in the past, and sometimes instead of all of the different video and all the stats and all the other things, just kind of reverting back to, this is what, when I'm on my game, this is what I do. When I used to correct myself when I was in my heyday, this is what I did. Because I'm with you. I looked at it. I did not expect to see another game in his career probably with the Astros where he was going to ring up the strikeouts that he was ringing up yesterday. He was effective all over the zone. He was getting guys to chase the high fastball again. And he was that's the kind of thing that when you have a veteran pitcher that can think it as well as do it and throw it, and he can make changes like that, that's a big attribute to have on this pitching staff, specifically with all that they've gone through this season.
Yeah, he was great. That was good to see, especially in the rubber game, getting the victory, taking the series. Fromber, you got to throw Fromber in the mix too on Friday. You got really good starting pitching, except for the one game in the middle, which we'll get to our bad and ugly in a little bit. 7 innings, 2 runs. Like, this is what you want from Fromber. This is what you want from Verlander. Now, you're not going to get 7 shutout innings from Verlander every single start. You're certainly not going to get 7 innings, 2 runs allowed by Fromber every single start because he can be a bit up and down. That's the Fromber that they need, though. Like, if the Astros are really going to take off, if the Astros are going to be a team that can try to get back in the hunt, be a World Series contender, Fromber's got to pitch like at least a top 2 starting pitcher in this rotation. That guy was that. Several times this year, we've seen that guy not be that.
No, and that's why I said I wouldn't put it all on Justin. I think those 2 guys are the keys to whatever aspirations you have to do the rest of this season, and you need them both. And the fact of the matter was that game was in limbo going into the last two innings. He kept you in the ball game. He did enough to keep you within, striking range, so that when you did turn it on late and you got the runs that you needed, you could close the door, finish the deal, and get the first win and stack up 2 games in a row, which for this team at any time is important. And it wasn't looking great offensively, but yet he stayed focused. He stayed in the game. He limited him to 2 runs. That was huge. Then they got the bats going late, and all of a sudden you got a little bit more momentum. Obviously, it changed a little bit on Saturday, but to win another series is the most important thing.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker continues to be the pitch that he hit yesterday, the 3-1 breaking ball out of the zone below the knees. I don't know how he hit that ball out of the park. Like, I was reading I think it was Kawahara. I get it mixed up, all the stuff that I read in the morning. But they were talking about how, like, Tucker was laying off, like, every single breaking ball that he was thrown yesterday by Flaherty. And then he gets a 3-1 breaking ball, probably knew it was coming, below the knees and golfs it out of there. Like, he went down to his knee to hit that ball out of the ballpark. I have no idea how Kyle Tucker, who was hitting leadoff, by the way, I have no idea how he was able to golf that pitch out of the ballpark to give the Astros the lead.
What's crazy, too, is for a guy that puts up the numbers consistently that he's put up the last couple of years, too, his feet seem to be constantly moving. And more times than not, he does end up to where he's down on that back knee or close to it. Like, he's all over the zone. His feet are moving. He goes up and down with his knee bend. But he puts barrel on baseball. And you're right. I didn't think that he could hit that ball out of the yard. But the fact that he made such hard contact, this whole road trip, really, because when you think about it, the Yankee series, first inning home runs in 2 of the 3 games, continues it this weekend. And the other big point is, with all the guys that have been fluctuating in the lineup and being moved different spots, and some guys, could it affect them? Maybe not. He bats leadoff yesterday, and he just keeps the train moving down the track, which is fantastic to see because you need him right now, too, as much as you need just about anybody in this lineup not named Altuve and hopefully Jordan.
We can call that the Booth theory, that certain guys have to be in certain spots in the lineup to hit well. And there's some guys that I think do subscribe to the Booth theory, or they have to be in certain spots to hit well. It doesn't have to be like, the 3rd spot. It could be like middle of the order or top of the order. I do believe that some hitters hit better in very specific spots of the order. Kyle Tucker's order proof. Kyle Tucker can hit anywhere. Kyle Tucker can lead off. Kyle Tucker can bat 2nd. Kyle Tucker can bat 4th. Kyle Tucker is going to hit no matter where you put him in the lineup. And you can't say that about every specific player.
Used to say that Pena had to be, everybody was talking about 2-hole was his comfort zone, couldn't, at the bottom of the lineup, wasn't good. This year, Pena seems to have kind of dispelled that finally, because no matter where you're putting him recently, he's been on fire.
Yeah, he can. This year he can hit wherever in the lineup. Kyle Tucker can hit wherever in the lineup. Tucker leads all of baseball in home runs. 13 home runs. And like you said, he's been moved around the order. He's on pace for 53 home runs. 53 home runs, rounding up. It's like 52.6. The all-time record in Houston Astro history is 44, set by Jeff Bagwell.
I think it's higher than that. Bagwell hit like 47 in 1 year.
Maybe it's 47 home runs. I tweeted it today.
More than
and
44.
I tweeted it today, but I forgot what I tweeted. But Kyle Tucker is on pace of breaking the record. 48. 48 home runs in 96 is the record. Jeff Bagwell did that in 96, which is crazy. No, wait, that's doubles. 47 in 2000. So I got the year right. I got the home runs wrong. 47 in 2000. That was the first year Minute Maid, wasn't it?
Yes.
So
it was.
You did it at Minute Maid Park, not the Astrodome, because that would have been insane.
Really, it would have been insane.
Can Kyle Tucker surpass the 47 set by Bagwell in 2000?
I think it's legit possibility. I really do. I mean, we talked about him having a really good year this year, and that, if things line up, he could blow a lot of his own individual bests out of the water. But I think that, again, a lot of it is predicated on this team staying healthy and having the guys around him in the lineup as well. But I think that as long as he's healthy with the way he's swinging the bat right now, there's no reason to believe that he can't. He had a great year last year in the regular season. So I think that's a legit possibility. I think that number seems low. I think that number should be broken with Jordan on this team in the next couple of years.
Problem with Jordan is he just doesn't play enough.
Yeah.
Now this year he's been, healthy. Do you think Kyle Tucker can break this, Brian? I actually think it's a little bit out of reach.
I'd put it below 50%. I just can't see Kyle Tucker, who's previous career high in home runs is like 32, 33. I can't see him making the jump all the way from there to 51, 52, 53 home runs. I see him making a jump, but I think the pace comes down to 40.
That's where I'm at. I think
41.
I think he's a 40 home run hitter, in his very best year. I don't think he's a 50 home run hitter in his very best year.
I think he's in a hot streak, and that's kind of clouding our judgment.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to have his natural progression. It is that natural regression that is will still end up in a career high in home runs for him. But I don't think it's north of 47.
When we're talking 8 home runs, if he stays healthy and gets on another hot
I'm not
streak,
saying it's not possible, but
it's within reach.
if I had to bet it, I would bet the under on that.
I would too. I would bet the under. 50 seems too much for Kyle Tucker. 50 in this day and age for anybody is a ton. I think he's more of a 40 home run guy. I will say this. I think this year, next year, and then like a year or two after that is the peak for Kyle Tucker.
That's his window.
We are seeing Kyle Tucker
He's
at
in his physical
absolute
peak right
best.
now.
I think so. I think he's at – this might be – let's call it like it is. 2024 is very likely going to be the best year Kyle Tucker ever has.
2024?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said 2024.
I didn't know what year you said. Yeah, I agree with that. But I think that the window is obviously going to be open for him for a couple more years for him to be in his prime. He's going to get overpaid regardless of who pays him. And then you kind of just guys are different once they do get that contract and things too. But I expect him to have some really good years coming up. He hit 29 last year? Was it inside the park?
He hit 29. He had an inside of the park
that
home
was
run that
yes,
was
no,
ruled a
yes,
triple.
no, or whatever. Yeah,
it was ruled a triple.
Because he was going for 30-30.
Right. He had I think 30 or 31 steals, but he was one homer short.
It was in Arizona.
Yeah.
Well,
and he hit 30 the 2 years prior too. So in 30, 29.
Yeah. So maybe it is a little lofty, but I mean, what we have these years when guys get on hot streaks, and a role like this, if he continues it for any more extended period of time, get a couple extra bombs that you weren't expecting. Then if he just stays healthy consistently, I can see him getting the 40s for sure.
Fuentes, I'd be surprised if Tucker got to 40, but this is what we've been waiting for. 5-tool player. He's so good. Like he is really stinking good. His baseball savant. Oh, how sexy is his baseball savant?
It's baseball porn right now.
His baseball savant is very, very pretty. 713-780-ESPN. A couple of other goods I had. You get a come-from-behind win on Friday. Like, you're down late in that game. You rally against their bullpen. Chafin blows an opportunity to win that game for the Tigers. And then you scored 9 runs on 18 hits yesterday after it took a while for the offense to get going. So, like, a good majority of that production came in the final 3 innings of that game. So, good to see the offense come from behind Friday, and then it was good to see them kind of unload in the final few innings yesterday.
Yeah, when I was looking at that too, Loperfido quietly, because he doesn't have any bombs, but he quietly is consistent in getting hits. He's getting hits again. Jake Myers, I mean, I saw you tweet about it today. You know what? For as much as I've been the biggest opponent of Jake Myers as an everyday player in this lineup, but I can't take anything away from the way Jake Myers is hitting the ball in this weekend to be used as a pinch hitter. And I was like, ugh, here, now, no. And then boom, gets another big hit for this team. Tip of the cap to him. And then, of course, I think you got to mention Dubon yesterday, 4 for 4 with a chance to actually go 5 for 5 when you need him with Altuve out of the lineup as well. That was definitely a good.
Dubon is elite at touching the baseball. He's maybe the best in baseball at touching the baseball.
And the other thing that's so crazy to me is for the first 2 strikes, he can be such a wild swinger sometimes, just a free swinger. And with 2 strikes, he just knows how to hit the ball the other way, to go to right field. His feet start moving a little bit, but he just does that to get the barrel in the right spot and can hit the hole just to get it through. And his numbers with runners in scoring position showed that.
Yeah, I wish that he would have a better eye and walk every now and then, because I think he'd be a much better offensive player. But he's hitting over 300. On base is 330. That's pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing his bat in the lineup more. I just don't want it to be at the expense of Jake Myers right now, because Myers, I don't think Myers is a top 10 center fielder in baseball, but Myers is producing as a top 10 center fielder in baseball at the moment. So it's just tough to kind of get them both in the lineup. It's going to be really difficult once Chaz comes back. And then you're right. Like, Loperfito's hitting for average. Loperfito's getting on base, and his power is going to come. He's way too strong to not hit for power. So you have, like, a bit of a logjam in the outfield, and that's before Chaz is even coming up.
If you just go around to the whoever you decide to put in the 3 outfield positions and the next outfielder up, that's a hard decision to make right now if you're Joe Espada, because Tucker's hitting the crap out of it, because Jake's hitting the crap out of it, because Loperfito's hitting the ball. You've got choices and Jordan is starting to hit the ball and get back to Jordan. So you've got choices all across the outfield in terms of every guy there kind of has an argument to make about I should be in there right now, and that's not even mentioning Dubon.
Yeah, I would give Bregman some days off.
He got He got a hit in almost every. Did he get every game this weekend?
You talking about Breggs?
Yeah,
I still give him a day off.
I think he did.
I would also probably try to give Singleton a couple of days here and there. That's a way to give
scuffled till yesterday.
It's a way to get Dubon in the lineup as well. You know, you can play him a little bit at first base. 713-780-ESPN. Any more goods, Brian? Any more goods?
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it, but Jeremy Pena had 5 hits across the 3-game series. I'd also like to mention, I don't know what his role with the team is long term, but you got to be impressed with what Hunter Brown did and mop up duty for Javier on Saturday. And then we only got to see it in 1 game of the Detroit series, but a perfect 8th and 9th basically for Abreu and Hader. We haven't got to say that a whole lot this season, so hopefully that's starting to trend in the right direction as well.
Hunter Brown had 7 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Yeah, 5 innings and
sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 innings, 7 strikeouts. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't see any hanging cement mixers, slow knuckle curveballs that I hate, so I'm fine with it.
I think he's going to start. I think he's going to start on Friday. Now, they haven't announced a starter for Thursday, which would be Javier's spot, which is kind of like,
I don't think Javier's starting Thursday.
Well, this velocity being down.
It really was.
I mean, he was 91, 92, and then when he was having trouble with the command, he started to throw little BP fastballs there. I think it was more command than, strength.
But before the neck injury, he was 94, 95.
I think he was touching it. I think he was averaging 92 and a half.
Even 91,
I just saw one up
down
in the zone at 93, and then everything else was kind of blah.
Yeah, 93 was, I thought, where he was sitting pre-injury. 91 would be down for him.
No, I don't think he was averaging 91. Was he averaging 91 the entire outing?
I was just going off the number I thought you said 90, 91.
He touched his last 2 fastballs were 89 and 90 and a half or something like that. But I think that's because he couldn't get a fastball over for a strike, so he was, took a little bit of foot off the gas trying to lob it over. And when you do that, ball out of the ballpark. Ball out of the ballpark pretty quickly. I mean, he's going to have to start, I think. His average fastball this year is 92.
You couldn't start Hunter Brown on Thursday?
You can, but then who's starting Friday? If you're going to a 6-man rotation, those are your 6 guys.
Well, maybe. Well,
you don't have an extra in a 6-man.
No.
Not until Urquidy gets back, but he's still, 2 more?
They say
2 more AAA starts away.
Rehab starts. So I mean, unless you pull Javier back on the IL, I think he has to start either Thursday or Friday. And I think Hunter Brown starts either Thursday or Friday.
See, depending on what this is, I don't know that it's out of the realm that he doesn't go back on the IL.
I think it's plausible. Yeah, I think it's in play.
When you start looking at velocity down, control all over the place, and he just something doesn't look right, and I don't know if that's medically or not. But at this point, you can't afford to throw him out there and throw batting practice because every game's important.
713-780-ESPN. We won't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Are bad, are ugly, and you're good. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Good, bad, ugly. 713-780-ESPN. 8089 Dubon over Singleton every single day. I don't need
I'm
it
not
every
doing that
day.
yet.
Against righties, Singleton probably should play a little bit. 6043, Dubon to third, easy decision. I don't really have a great defense. I mean, Bregman's got the pelts on the wall. Like Bregman's a better player than Dubon.
On the back of his baseball card.
Yeah, thank you. Back of the baseball card.
Bregman, I would say at third base should get the nod as a better defensive third baseman. And I say this with a Gold Glove going to Dubon last year as a utility.
I think Dubon would be just fine at third. Dubon's a really good defensive infielder. Really good defensive.
I think he's solid, whereas Bregman can make some of the really tough plays at third.
Bregman's underrated defensively, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I would give Bregman a slight edge, but I don't think you're missing much. Dubon's got a stronger arm than Bregman, but Bregman's is fine. Lineup is out today for the Astros, by the way. And Joey Loperfido, day off. But, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
But that dude can't catch one, and he's actually hitting the baseball. It's just because everybody around him is hitting the ball, too.
So Spencer Arrighetti's pitching today. Caratini's going to catch. See, that's kind of what screws it up there. Like, if Caratini catches, now you're out one of your outfielders. No Dubon, no Loperfido today. Altuve, Tucker, Jordan's in left, so back to your normal lineup that everybody's back. Pena, Singleton, Bregman, Yiner DHs, Caratini catches, Myers in center. So that's your 9 today for the Astros against Stripling, who's from A&M.
Yeah, I'm not arguing it too much, but you're right. There's a couple guys sitting on the bench that have an argument if they think they should be playing, but
I don't know if I hate giving Yiner the day off. Like, if you're like, Yiner needs to not catch today because he's been catching a lot and there's this, long stretch, who would you rather have in the lineup? Yiner, Dubon, or Loperfido?
I think I'm still going to stick with Yiner. He's still got the pop. I think that some of the at bats he went the other way at least one time this weekend where I was like, oh, okay. He looks like he's kind of sticking with the outside pitch a little bit. I'll still say because of the power number possibilities, I'll take Yiner.
Okay, Brian, you have a different answer?
No, I can't. Yiner's. I think he's the most upside of the three. Although Loperfido's hitting like 320 right now, and it's a righty on the mound, so I wouldn't hate it if Loperfido's the answer, but I think Yiner's the best upside bat of those three.
Stripling has reverse splits, although Yiner has reverse splits. Stripling has reverse splits in 24, but he has normal splits over the course of his career. And every time the Astros have faced a pitcher this year that had reverse splits this year, but career normal splits, they respect the career splits more than the this year splits. So they would that would tell you that a lefty in the lineup, which would be Loperfido. I think you're kind of choosing. I think you're kind of picking nits between the three. Yeah, I think all three are acceptable answers.
Just win.
I would love for Yiner to catch and not have Caratini in the lineup.
I could lean that way. You could convince me that real easy.
Doesn't that lead us to the eventual decision that once Chaz gets back, assuming he's not awful, that they need to trade an outfielder for an arm?
If there's a market for one of your guys, it depends on what you get back.
Probably should.
Well, it always depends on what you get back,
right?
But I just think, you can't. If Tucker is going to be in right every game and Jordan's in left, I don't know, 30% of the time, whatever it happens to be, you got a glut of.
Who is it though? It's not going to be Chaz because he's coming off an injury. I don't think he's going to have the value.
It'd probably be Jake.
It's probably Jake. Yeah.
I don't see it.
And
what see it happening?
What does Jake Myers get you?
It's the kind of thing that you did for Miles Straw.
I think you underrate Jake Myers' value. Like, look at Kevin Kiermaier, which is a pretty decent comp to Jake Myers. Kevin Kiermaier is making over double-digit million a year. Like, he would have value in Major League Baseball because of his defense.
I think you could get a good middle relief arm. Same thing you did for Miles Straw.
Yeah, I think
I'm fine with that.
I'd rather trade him for prospects, personally.
Sure.
I don't think it's likely. I don't think they trade Myers. I don't think they trade their best center fielder whenever they have
it doesn't have to be Myers. It's just that you got 4 guys for 2 spots, sometimes 4 guys for 1 spot.
You have a surplus, which is why this is what you should have done in the offseason. The problem that you're into now, though, is that you can't trade the one that's producing the best, because what does that tell the team? And then Chaz is so bad that he's lost a ton of value on the trade market. You can't really trade him. So you've almost trapped yourself in a very difficult spot, because I don't disagree with you on the premise. I'm just saying where the players that are at this current point of time, you're kind of trapped. Cabbage is going to be the move that sends down, but I mean, Loperfido not playing this much and not saying that his spot is wrong probably needs to get some at-bats. Probably needs to get some regular at-bats.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. We talked about when he was brought up. He wasn't brought up to sit, and then he sat the first 2 games of the road trip, and now he's performing, but so was everybody else. So it's tough.
You know who screwed this up? John Singleton. John Singleton screwed this up because by now Loperfido was supposed to be getting some first base starts, but why is he not? Because Singleton's actually been holding his own.
And Dubon could have played some at first, too.
Dubon could play some at first, too. So Singleton's Singleton has kept his job not only on this team, but he's kept his name in the lineup because he's produced enough. Whether it's hitting the occasional home run, whether it's getting on base, whether it's drawing some walks.
Yeah.
So like
his eye has been good. He was 2-0. He was 0 for the first 2 games and then got 2 hits yesterday. He's definitely a different player since Abreu left, and he's gotten consistent run at first base. And really, I don't see a reason to change it yet because of the fact that he brings that pop element as well.
All right, let's get to a couple of the bads. Not ignoring in victory what we wouldn't in defeat. What are some of the bads you saw from the weekend?
Well, the bad to me is the ugly. So I can hold it for the ugly. But
I think both of them are bad and ugly.
I just think
you're talking about Javier.
Javier was just awful. And that is exactly what the doctor didn't order and not exactly what they needed because I think if they get any starting pitching at all, I think they're in that game as well with a chance to actually get all 3 in Detroit. And he just absolutely peed all over himself and just started serving up meatballs and basically took yourself out of the game right then and there. And that sucked. And that's not what I was hoping for, getting a guy that's one of your top 3 penciled-in starters that's also going to be here for the long term. He's got to figure it out, and I don't know what it is. I hope it's not medical, but that was ugly.
Yeah, that was really bad, and it begs the question, should he have been up? You know, because you look at the Sugarland outing, and yes, Sugarland outings don't mean anything in terms of the box score and the final result. But the way that he performed in Detroit, coupled with the fact that his one rehab start in Sugarland, or it wasn't even with Sugarland, it was with Corpus Christi, that it didn't go so well, it does beg the question, yes, hindsight 2020, should he have even been up? And,
Think it was a panic move?
I mean, I don't know if it was panic per se. I think it was more
urgency.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if they were panicking and they were urgent, I don't think they would have ever put him on the IL because it was he slept wrong. You know what I mean?
But if it was to the point where he and the medical people or whoever said he just couldn't do it for that one start, and then they wanted to get him. I think that there is something to the fact that whether it's Dana Brown or all the powers that be in the Crane gang, that they know that there is a level of urgency that wouldn't be there if they were in a race right now and they had a winning record, to where I think they might have rushed him back.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think it is a fair question to ask because he didn't look himself. Now, he's always been a pitcher that's had some trouble with the command, but the velo was down a tick. Man. I mean, the way that it ended, like, it was – he's throwing 89. Now, I do think some of that was I can't throw a strike with my fastball. Let me lower down the tenacity a little bit and try to throw a strike just to get it over, and then all of a sudden it's getting crushed out of the ballpark. But that was awful. And I'm very curious to see what they do with him on Thursday. If he pitches Thursday, he's either going to pitch Thursday or Friday, and if he's not, then it might be another trip to the injured list, and now you're in a really big predicament because if you're trying to go 6-man rotation, who's your 6th starter? JP France has the shoulder. You've DFA'd Brandon Belak. Maybe Sean Dubin. There's that Blumball kid who, there's currently a spot on the 40-man because they DFA'd Belak, but that's worrisome.
I've lost any faith that I had early on in Dubin and his stuff. And I throw it out for you guys, but I was also thinking about the fact that is this a decision, too, that whether he was rushed back or not, or there was a sense of urgency or not, if you saw a better start out of Hunter Brown his last time out, if you saw better starts or you felt more confident in Arrighetti, maybe that's a different decision as well, but it's like the perfect storm. You lose France. The other 2 guys have been sketchy at best. And you need a guy that was supposed to be one of your top 3 starters more than ever then because starting pitching's been killing you.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that played a part into it. I think they view Javier as one of their top starters, and when Javier's ready, then Javier is going to be back in the starting rotation.
When he's ready.
But they thought he was. I think
this could, and it's impossible to verify for sure. This could be an example where the player basically lies to you. Like the guys go through, the rehab starts. They go through spring training. They say, "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm good," because they have that confidence in themselves, even though the numbers don't back it up. And the team just like, "Okay, you're Christian Javier. You're good. You say you're good to go. You're good to go." And he wasn't actually good to go.
That's what happened with Abreu last year early.
Maybe so. But, I mean, they did the same thing with Fromber, but Fromber was ready, though.
That was tongue-in-cheek as well.
Yeah, but, like, Fromber was like, I don't need a rehab start. And like, okay, Fromber, well, you don't need one because you're Fromber. And now it worked because Fromber was fine. But I think that Brian's onto something. I think Javier said, I'm 100%. I'm good to go. Give me the ball. And it's like, maybe we should have paid a little bit closer attention
They were
to
talking
this.
about that last night on Sunday Night Baseball with Severino. Severino with the Yankees last year kept telling them, I'm all right. I'm good. And they were like, oh, what a warrior. He's taking the baseball. And then they find out later on he had something like really physically wrong with him, but that he didn't want to miss starts. And they listened to him and just kept giving him the ball, and he wasn't the same pitcher.
I mean, guys are afraid to lose
do
their
that.
spot.
Sure
I mean,
they
and
are.
Javier is obviously not really in danger of losing the spot with his contract and the state of the rotation, but you can't shake that mindset from guys, especially guys that weren't elite level prospects. I mean, they want to go out there and perform because they always fear they're going to lose their spot. They're going to be faced by the next man up.
Yeah, or they're just gamers.
And
I was
they're
going to
gamers
say,
too, yeah.
I'm leaning more to the side of Jeremy's point right there, which is my ego says I've got the ability to help my team. My team's scuffling right now. If I'm on the hill, we got a better chance to win. I got to be out there for them because he's got his money already. That maybe he too was saying, you know what, from a personal perspective, I need to be out there. My team needs me. I'm better than what we've been throwing out there.
Yeah, I think that it's the kind of the competitor more. Like Javier's not worried about his job, I don't think. And plus, he's got a contract. Like he got extended last offseason. But just a gamer. Like, give me the baseball. Final one that I have for ugly, the Tiger City Connect uniforms are awful.
Oh, they're awful.
They're terrible. They need to put them on the Detroit Motor Speedway and let all those NASCARs run all over it and throw it away. It's disgusting. These City Connect uniforms are mostly pretty awful.
I was just going to say, if you guys could name
Cleveland came out with one over the weekend. It wasn't. I didn't think it was too bad.
It says Indians.
Who?
Cleveland says Indians.
No, it just says it just says CLE across the chest.
Oh no, I saw one.
No chance it says
No,
that.
it just says CLE across the
I
chest.
thought they said they got major league approval. Maybe it's just for one day or something like
I
that.
don't think so.
Yeah, I'm calling BS on this
No,
one.
I saw it. Maybe I got
the picture
maybe
I saw. All it said, it had CLE. It had just the letters
I'll
CLE
try and find
across
it.
the chest.
Maybe
and
I
then
got.
It had
It's
kind
a
of
legit
the
possibility. But they were putting out there that to like, regardless of the name change and everything like that, because of the entire team's history, that they were allowed to wear the old white with the Indians in script across the front. That they were trying to get that, I don't know.
I don't know.
If I was to ask you guys right now, what's the best City Connect jersey you've seen?
Probably Washington with the
I like him
cherry
as well.
blossoms.
I like him as well. I
like the
I like the
Rockies.
Padres.
Is that the one with all the color?
Yeah.
Kind of looks like Miami.
Yeah,
It looks like Luis Ariz was not traded at all.
Yes, I like I like those. I like those Padres jerseys.
I like the Rockies one with the mountain range. Although it's in green,
Ooh,
it should
in the
be in
green?
purple.
Yeah, I don't
I
like the
know it
green.
should be in purple, but I still like it.
I like the design. I don't like the color scheme.
Like, how about the fact that Detroit got real creative and just put a black hat with Detroit in block letters across the front?
It's such a
What are
bad
we
uniform.
doing?
It's so bad. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We got some news from Bob Nightingale over the weekend. How the players are feeling about Joe Espada. This stuff terrifies me. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Someone who does not terrify me is my colleague, Go Cougs, U of H class of 1990. He used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business with HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between, HR&P will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Also, their customer service, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. We use HR&P here at Gal. No secret behind that. And anytime I have a question, always a quick response, always very easy to understand, very appreciative of that. So take care of your employees by giving them HR&P too. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bob Nightingale had a piece for USA Today. We always have to question the validity of these pieces, by the way, because sometimes they're 0% true, sometimes they're 100% true. And a lot of times us in sports radio, us people like us, they automatically assume that all these reports are 100% true. So I always like to throw it out there before we talk about it. What is the percentage chance that this is true? If you hadn't heard USA Today piece, Bob Nightingale, the Astros plan to give rookie manager Joe Espada plenty of time to see if they turn their season around, particularly with their pitching injuries. But two prominent players have privately expressed complaints about Espada's communication skills in recent weeks. So let's start by how much stock we're giving Bob Nightingale with the truth in this story in the USA Today.
I think I think where there's a story like this, I think in most cases, maybe it's not that drastic, but the fact that you can have conversations with people and maybe there's one incident. I was trying to think back of like, was this an Abreu thing when they were trying to figure out what to do with him and maybe he felt like he needed more communication from his manager, or guys that might be unhappy. But we know what happened even a year ago when Chaz was unhappy, when Yiner wasn't getting, everyday playing time. There were guys that were unhappy. There were stories and leaks that started to come out about unnamed players. I think that there's a chance that there's some validity to it. So I'll say 50-50.
Okay. I'm about 60% that this is true and 40% that it's not. So this terrifies me. The fact that you have two prominent players, and we have no idea who they are, I guess we could guess who they are, but you have two prominent players that are talking behind the manager's back. Cannot stand that. I hate that. Or Joe Espada really does lack communication skills. So however you slice it, both scenarios are bad. Mm-hmm. It's bad that you have players, snitching behind the manager's back. Secondly, it's not great that a rookie manager is having communication issues with a veteran team. So if we give this story validity, this terrifies me. This is not good news for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, I won't say terrified. It is definitely not good. It would be it's worrisome. And when you think about it, it's always different. And when we had Michael Bourne on last week, when he talked about it's different going even from the bench coach to being the guy in charge, making all these decisions. It's not just decisions, it's communication. And when you got to talk to veteran players, when they know this is your first go-round and they've been around the block a time or two, I'm sure there's a little bit of an intimidation no matter how long you've been on the coaching staff when it starts to involve real-life stories like places in the batting order, demotions, things like that. I think when those are the kind of topics that have to be discussed, I can understand how a first-time manager talking to a veteran might have apprehension and might not feel comfortable in that moment.
If I had to guess, and this is purely speculation, that's probably what this is, something you just hit on, Joel, with the movement in the batting order, because there's been wild movement up and down the batting order all season long for multiple players. And maybe this is something that I see Jeremy scratching his head. I mean, there's been guys that obviously Kyle Tucker's moved around, Alvarez has moved around, Pena's moved around a bunch. There's a lot of guys that moved up and down the batting order. And maybe this is something where Joe Espada puts out the lineup and hasn't clearing all these moves with the guys beforehand. I obviously there's no way to verify that other than these guys telling us, but that would be something where I think a player might go and voice a concern like, hey, you want to move us, that's fine, but just talk to us.
Yeah.
And maybe that's where a rookie manager falls short is he doesn't have the experience to communicate and get these things across to players.
And maybe you feel like he doesn't have to.
That too.
Whereas a Dusty might have. I kind of grimace at the wild. I don't think there's been wild movement other than like Jose Abreu. Like Bregman has moved from second to fourth, now to sixth, but it's been pretty gradual through the course of the season. So I don't know if it's like wild lineup movement. Yeah, I don't think it's like I don't think it's crazy from like a normal Major League Baseball team. But if it's not something that's communicated before they get to the ballpark and they see their name in the lineup, that can be certainly the genesis of where this comes from. But like, who's running around and then running their mouth about this? Like, this is something that you address with your manager. You're like, hey, Skip. Hey, just can you give me a little bit of a heads up whenever I'm going to bat, fifth as opposed to fourth, right? You're dropping me to seventh. So that's part of the problem that I have is that if they feel there's a lack of communication from Espada, How about you take it up with a spotter instead of going around behind his back and talking to somebody else about it?
Yeah, before it gets to the point where you want to start like throwing him under the bus in the media, figure out if you can figure it out internally. And the first thing to do is a man-to-man conversation. Because when you talk about what you said, the one thing I kept thinking about is one of the tricks of the media is when they do things like this, when they want to have a hot take and they want to put something out there in the rumor mill, prominent player. Didn't say veteran player, just said prominent player. So does that mean that a guy was expecting to start, a guy who had been starting? How do you define prominent player?
Because it would have to be a variety for sure.
I disagree. Like whenever you have somebody in the media, somebody that's writing, Nightingale I respect as a journalist, but at the same time, you're going to use words that pop. You're going to use words that pop so people look at your story. So instead of being like 2 run-of-the-mill Astro players, you're going to say prominent. What can define prominent? I think literally anybody can define prominent.
If it was a veteran player or guys like that, like established, if you described it a different way, now I'm looking all the way from start to finish. I'm looking, would Altuve say that? Would Jordan say that? Would Tucker say that? Now this could be a lot of different guys. This could be John Singleton because John Singleton was factoring in.
And I think that's prominent. Like it's somebody from the clubhouse that is there every single day that is willing to tell somebody off the record that they are not pleased with a spotter's communication. I don't think it needs to be a veteran. I think it could be literally anybody that has played for the Astros this year.
But no, to my point though is that he's not going to narrow it down so that we could get more specifics. Sure. And from the eye-catching standpoint, using a word like that, it's going to get the clicks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's smart to use that sort of word. It could be John Singleton. Well, I can't say that it's this, 4A first baseman that's just getting a little bit of playing. No, I need to say prominent.
It could be Jake, who was talked about as being the everyday center fielder to start the season.
I don't think Jake would talk.
I don't think so
If we're
either.
starting to, play detective on this,
he'd have to put sentences.
Chaz has been somebody who's been willing to go to the media.
He has, but he's been hurt.
But was he hurt? Before he was hurt, he wasn't hurt, and he wasn't playing every day.
But
now,
his numbers
some of it was his struggle. Yeah, I know. But that didn't stop
But then
Chaz from talking before. Now, he was playing better last year.
The story would have come out a month ago if it was Chaz, though, wouldn't it?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how long he's been sitting on it.
Yeah, I as far as the validity of this, that was something I thought about. This is not something completely uncommon to this roster. You mentioned with Chaz and Dusty last year. I think it would have to be someone who's either unhappy with this playing time or unhappy with this spot in the order. There's a number of guys that would be possibly that would fall into that category. Not to pick out names, Bregman might be. I mean, Bregman could be someone unhappy with this spot in the batting order.
I think there's only 2 guys that really would do this. Well, I think 3. I think Chaz, but you might be right with the timeline. Bregman.
Yeah.
I think Bregman.
He's in a contract year. He's not playing well.
See, I don't think so.
He's being moved around.
Abreu fits the qualifications of somebody that could. I don't think Abreu is loose-lipped though. Nothing I've seen is Jose Abreu is willing to give information.
The reason why I don't think it's Abreu is because if it was Abreu and he was upset about the way it was being handled, he'd be less likely to take a demotion and go work on his swing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that's why I don't think it's Abreu. I think Bregman's definitely in the conversation.
What about Presley?
Could be Brandon Bielak. Could be Brandon Bielak.
Yeah, it could be a pitcher.
Could be Brandon Bielak. They used him for 200 pitches in that 1 week, and everybody's mad about a mop-up pitcher throwing a lot of mop-up pitches. And he just got DFA'd the day that he writes the article. Probably not. It's probably too tight from when the article came out.
We don't think it's Jake.
I don't think it's Jake.
I mean,
Jake's playing a good amount.
We're focusing on hitters, but couldn't it be somebody like Presley?
I said Bielak.
Yeah, I know. Bielak. I'm saying specifically Presley.
Yeah.
A veteran who's used to having maybe certain accommodations made for him, both with regard to role and maybe his spot in the hierarchy of the bullpen. And that's been altered a little bit this season.
We could also talk about the timeline with Presley, too, though. Because, the first thing that Espada talked about was whenever they brought, both of Hader and Presley got to camp when pitcher and catchers reported in February. The first thing he did was bring them both together. And then he immediately named Hader the starter. So, that's a couple of months old by now. So
yeah, that could dig on somebody over the course of the season, though,
could,
especially when the
struggles.
guy's not pitching well.
Yeah, especially with struggles. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't completely dismiss him, but I would say the timeline doesn't, fit it 100% to a T.
Because Hunter Brown has kind of had the body language sometimes when a spotter comes to get him or whatever, but Hunter Brown also hasn't been good, and I can't think of any situations where there would be something where he would expect more communication from Espada.
And he's been getting his turn in the rotation up until recently. So I don't think it's him either. There's a very good chance that it just didn't happen. that their story's not true. Which, again, a lot of times we just automatically accept this stuff as gospel when there's always a 10% chance somebody is bluffing. Thank you, Dan Harrington. All right, 713-780-ESPN. This is good news, bad. It's obviously not good news, but how bad of news is this? 713-780-3776. And also when we come back, new series tonight for the Astros. They're taking on the Oakland A's. So we should play a game. First time that the Astros play a new team. Is he an Oakland Athletic or is he a World Series of Poker bracelet winner? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's that time of year. You're wasting your valuable time dealing with your yard, the weeds, the dead spots, all the chores you don't want to put up with. Well, stop doing it. You're probably thinking, let me get off work today, go home and mow the grass. Well, the weather in Houston eliminated that. So get Sinlawn. Get your weekends back. Get your Monday evenings back and have a perfect yard year-round. Stop mowing. Stop pulling weeds. Stop throwing money into an ugly yard that you're embarrassed of people seeing. Sinlawn artificial grass is the best on the market. Why? Well, Sinlawn will control the process from yarn to yard, and it all starts with quality, top-shelf products that are made in the USA. Fully insured, fully bonded. Sinlawn has their own in-house crews. They don't contract anything out, which can always be a nightmare. And Sinlawn backs that all up with their lifetime warranty. And Sinlawn's number one priority is making their customers happy. Sinlawn's perfect for your yard, whether it's a patio, whether it's for the kids' playground, your pets, or putting greens that you've always wanted. These putting greens that they're installing, Sinlawn in these houses, I've seen a few pictures of it. Unbelievable. Makes me jealous every single time. You'll have the perfect yard year-round without the stress and hassle. Head to 975sinlawn.com to learn more. That's 975sinlawn.com. Get started on the yard of your dreams. Sinlawn, artificial grass never looked more natural.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. Is he an athletic or is he a World Series of Poker bracelet winner? I only used the bracelet winners from last year, so that way you guys have a chance.
Yeah, that sucks.
There's only like 75 events these days. Did you realize there's that many events now?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
So wait, these are only bracelet winners from last year?
Only bracelet winners from last year.
Oh, well, then my odds are going way down.
Good, because my odds
I watched
suck
this.
regardless.
I watched this a ton in the mid-2000s. I was hoping I was going to get names like Moneymaker.
Phil Ivey and
the Fossil Man. I'm forgetting his real name. Joe Hashem, maybe, but.
The Fossil Man, Greg Raymer.
Greg Raymer, yeah.
I used to watch it a lot too. I used to play semi-professionally in my early days of college. The
Was it Phil? What's the other Phil?
Phil Hellmuth.
Hellmuth. There you go.
The interesting thing about this I think poker was better whenever we knew everybody, instead of having a bunch of these computer wizard no-namers.
Because I actually watched part of last year's main event, and now it's moved. It's no longer on ESPN. It's on a different network. But like half the table is just people that are famous from online games that I've never heard of.
Yeah. It used to be when you got it was almost I want to say like WWE or anything like that, but you had characters. You had true like characters that you could identify.
He had the dinosaur glasses.
Well, and they all had different looks and different, and a lot of people thought that Phil Ivey looked like Tiger.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And the Tiger Woods of poker.
Hell, there was a guy that used to go by Unabomber.
Yeah.
He wore the hoodie with the glasses.
I think he was married or at least dated Jennifer Tilly.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those, regardless of how bad they are at other things, they gamble the same way. They had a money game in Vegas at Shadow Creek, and none of them were like, I think they were all like 18-plus handicaps. They played $25,000 a hole.
What were you doing there?
Vacationing. I know what you always do with this. I'm not even dropping any of that. I'm just telling you. Phil Ivey had a guy that his only job was to walk with him and tee up his golf ball on every hole.
How'd you know that?
Because I played with him. I played a round of golf with Phil Ivey, and it was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen because he was awful, but there was a guy that would go into his bag and take a ball and a tee and say, how high would you like? Set up the tee on the ball and walk away. I'm going, what is going on?
Was he any fun? Because he comes off on TV as very reserved.
Not fun at all.
That's the impression he gives me.
Was it a foursome or fivesome?
So they could play whatever they want. So we just played. We had 5 in our group, but they had a regular game. I think it was like on a Monday or Tuesday or Mondays and Tuesdays where the caddies out there said that they could put their kids through college if they do their job correctly because of the tips they got because they were playing like rollover holes at starting at $25,000 a hole.
Yeah.
That's unreal when you got that kind. I didn't think they were rolling in that kind of money.
The good
and the
ones
way
are.
they were throwing money around. There was a guy that was a professor at the University of Michigan that quit to be a caddy there because he was making more money.
Phil Locke, Unabomber.
Yeah, that was
Phil
it.
Locke,
Yeah.
somebody just
I
texted
remember I
it in.
watched him on the World Poker Tour all the time.
All right, is this guy an Oakland Athletic or is he a bracelet winner last year in the World Series of Poker held every summer? All right, who's going first? You or Brian?
I'll go first.
Brian can go first.
All right, Tamar Abraham.
Poker player? I don't know.
Athletic.
He is actually, it's a she. She is a poker player.
Oh, wow.
She won event number 67 last year, $1,000 ladies championship.
Way to go, Brian.
Is that no limit hold'em or what is?
Yeah, 1,000 ladies championship, no limit hold'em was that one.
I'm not going to feel bad if I lose.
Max Shaman.
Stay hot. Athletic.
Stay hot. You missed the last
That's exactly. It was tongue in cheek.
I'll agree with Joel. Athletic.
He is an athletic. He's hitting 204 this year and 49 at bats.
He's
you
in
got
the
that one
Bregman
right.
range.
Number 3, Brett Harris.
That sounds like an investment banker who's playing poker for fun. I'm going to go poker player.
Athletic.
That would be correct. Brett Harris is an Oakland Athletic, hitting 156 on the year. He's got 5 hits. 3 of them are home runs, though.
So we're tied 2-2. All right.
Say there's a chance.
Number 4, Thomas Skaggs.
Whose is it? Mine or yours?
It's your turn.
It's mine?
Yeah, because I went first. I'm even, or I'm odd numbers. You're
I
even.
will say poker player.
Yeah, I'm going to be different. I'll say Oakland Athletic.
Thomas Skaggs won event number 78 last year, $1,500 pot limit Omaha bounty event. How much? You're up by 2 now?
1.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
up by
he's
1.
up 3-2.
So I thought the World Series of Poker was just one massive event.
No, that's the main event.
No, that's the main event.
They have a series of events, but you're thinking of just the main event, which
the whole
is the
thing is like
$10,000 buy-in.
2 months long with all the different events.
All right, what number are we on? 5? Yeah, 5. Julio Beliscuyo.
I think this is a trap.
I'll say poker player.
I'm going to say athletic.
Julio Beliscuyo won event 73,
Boom!
$2,500 mixed big bet, which I don't know what that is. But yeah, he is a World Series of Poker bracelet winner last year.
All right,
number
tied up.
6, Chris Brewer.
Joel?
Chris Brewer, athletic.
Yeah, that sounds like a baseball player. I'm going to say athletic also.
Both of you are wrong. He won event 40, the $250,000 super high roller. I didn't know they had that.
That's $250,000 buy-in?
Was $250K.
Wow.
$250K buy-in.
That's crazy. The main event's
That's
what,
Granado
10,000?
10K.
Yeah.
10K. Usually the high roller events are usually 50 grand.
I
had
thought so,
I had
too.
not heard about the super high roller at 250. Quarter mil to enter this tournament.
Granado and Fred both played in the World Series of Poker, one of the big ones in Vegas. What's the buy-in for that?
The main event's
10,000.
I don't think Fred. He might have. I think Fred played a lower event. I think he played like a $1,500 buy-in or something.
Huh.
I didn't know that Granado did. All right, final one. Mitch Spence.
All right, so
Is it my turn or yours?
Well, it's odd numbers, so it should be mine. I think we messed up along the way, but I'll go ahead and go first. I believe we're tied here.
We are.
Mitch Spence, is that what you said?
I did.
Baseball player. I'll say Oakland Athletic.
I also think it's an athletic.
That's right. Mitch Spence is a relief pitcher for the Oakland A's.
What's his ERA, like 7?
365.
Oh.
Their bullpen's actually been pretty good.
Yeah, Matt Miller's been really good.
Well, the two position players you named had awful batting average.
Yeah, they're brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, I picked the last guys.
I was
on
like,
the
those
roster.
don't sound like this year's A's who were better.
So y'all tied?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a tiebreaker?
You got to go kiss each other's sisters.
Nope.
No tiebreakers?
Have at it, Brian.
That's disappointing.
I didn't have a tiebreaker. I can come up with one real quick.
Yeah, do it.
All right. Doyle Brunson.
Joel, go first.
Doyle Brunson, athletic.
No, that is Dolly. That is an OG in the poker world. Won the World Series of Poker with 10-2
I didn't need you to do the whole bio like you do it like that.
10-2 offsuit, won the World Series of Poker.
Well,
he won it twice in the 70s.
I inadvertently threw you under the bus. I thought for sure you would have known Doyle Brunson.
Nope, not me.
Texas Dolly, baby.
Yeah, you just
R.I.P.
That's not a great look for you. I'm sorry that I did that.
It's all right. I never claimed to be a connoisseur of the World Series of Poker.
10-2 offsuit, baby.
I know. So it's that dead man's hand.
10-2 offsuit.
Yep.
He recently passed, right?
Yeah, a couple years ago.
Old Texas Dolly. How many? He went like 150 cash games without losing in a row.
Something like that.
Some insane number.
I believe he's won 2 World Series titles, but it was back in the 70s.
I think that's correct.
When the field was much smaller than it is now.
I think the only guy that's won back-to-back, though, is Stu Unger.
That's,
I think
I don't know.
I think the guy in Rounders might have won back-to-back too.
Oh my gosh, Johnny Chan.
I think he might have. I think there's been 2. I think Stu Unger and him.
Johnny Chan. Yeah, he might have. Yeah,
I think. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Of all the traded players in the NFL this offseason, is Stephon Diggs going to be the one that has the biggest impact on the season? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. Doc Linville has a variety of different ways that can help you if you've got pattern baldness, thinning, you've lost all your hair on top or in the back, or your hairline in front, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it. He's got a couple of different things that might interest you. One is PRP, and you've heard about PRP, the platelet-rich therapy that has been done for athletes in their joints, their knees, and elbows, and other things. You can also do it on your scalp, and it can create and generate better hair growth, thicker hair follicles, and a better overall look. And if Doc Linville looks at it and says, yeah, PRP is not going to work here, then the NeoGraft is your next option. NeoGraft was what I went with, and it was an absolute phenomenal procedure. It was painless. And it's a game changer because as he explained it to me, genetically, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. I didn't know that. Then when he said I take every second or third follicle from areas around the sides and the back of your head, and I repurpose them where you need them most. And in those trouble areas where you've been experiencing hair loss, it can be an absolute game changer in terms of your appearance, your self-confidence, and your overall coverage area with your hair. I did it, could not be happier with it. And you as a listener to our show get a chance to have a consultation with Doc and his staff to see if it's right for you. It's free. Normally off the street, if they had that consultation, it's $150. You get it free by going to 975hair.com. Set up the appointment. Go in. No signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment. Just questions and answers and them explaining the procedure for you to see if it's right for you too. Granado did it. He's ecstatic with it, so am I. I could not be happier with the results. I firmly believe Doc's the best in the business at doing this. You listen to us. That's why we want you to go to him. And he's the expert. He's not trying to make extra coin on this. He wants the Houstonians just to be involved in the process and understand it can be a game changer. So he'll let you know PRP or the full NeoGraft, but he'll get you done right, and you'll see the results. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com. Tell him I sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, 4 players have won the main event twice. Johnny Moss, 70, 71, and 74. But that was like when there was 10 people that entered. Brunson did it in 76 and 77. Stu Unger did it in 80, 81, and 97. So big gap there. And Stu Unger was the guy who, he did that. He's also a great Gin player, which is my favorite card game. Love Gin. And then Johnny Chan, 87, 88.
So Chan did
do it in 87, 88. Also, you got
love Gin. Gin's a good game.
I think it's the best card game that exists. Battle of Wits. Love me some Gin. 3527. Dead Man's Hand is aces over eights, Brian.
Oh, yes. You're right.
I never heard that with the Brunson.
Yeah, no, I messed up. Dead Man's Hand comes from, I believe it comes from Deadwood when a guy was killed holding that hand. I'm trying to remember the name. I think it might have been Wild Bill Hickok. I'm trying to remember the name of the Old West guy. But yeah, you're right. Aces over 8 is Dead Man Hands. But Dolly's what he won one of his World Series poker titles was 10-2 offsuit.
10-4 or 0-4-2-3. Scotty Wynn was my favorite World Series of poker character.
Man, he had a great hair. He had a great hair.
Yeah, I loved him
that
too.
mullet, man. And he kept saying baby to everyone. Yeah, he was fun.
He was he bluffed the guy on 8-3 one time. He goes, blackjack, baby. Blackjack, baby. Yeah, that was back in the day. 4740 said 2 bracelet winners last year were from Houston. That's cool. Congratulations if you're listening. Well, I have a high school buddy, Johnny Tamayo, who was big on the poker scene. He was playing. There was a big event the other day just down the road, like the Texas Open. He was in the final table.
At the Champions Club?
Yeah.
The Helmuth opened?
Yeah. He final tabled that the other day. 8755 AJ and Fred did. They did it on air, and Granado was there as well, but got knocked out early. I wonder if they did the main event, though, or a lower buy-in.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
I know that all 3 of them one year either were taking vacation or going, and that it was a big deal for Johnny G.
Let's go do it. All 3 of us.
I suck at poker. I don't even know how to play. I'm out.
You don't know how to play poker?
No.
We got to learn you a thing or two.
I guess.
You were playing golf with Phil Ivey, you didn't know how to play poker?
Yeah.
He didn't learn you a thing or two?
No.
Man. I played with Brian, actually.
Yeah, we played online together.
We played back on
online poker?
Yeah. Yes.
He had
We'll just leave it at that. Of all the traded players in the NFL this offseason, will Stephon Diggs have the biggest impact on the season? 713-780-ESPN. Here are some contenders. NFL.com says yes, that Stephon Diggs, of all the traded players in the offseason, will have the biggest impact. Other contenders, though, Keenan Allen, traded in the offseason. Jerry Jeudy, traded in the offseason. Brian Burns, if you want to look at the defensive side of the ball, which I think Brian Burns is probably a better football player today than Stephon Diggs, but maybe doesn't have a bigger impact of the year. Algerius Sneed, technicality, was traded. Remember, the Chiefs franchise tagged him and then traded him. Hassan Reddick, Carlton Davis, Deontay Johnson, Malik Collins. He was traded from the Texans to the Niners. Justin Fields cracks the top 10 somehow. But of all those guys I just said, who has the biggest impact on the 2024 NFL year?
I think it is Stephon Diggs. I think because you've got the best quarterback. In the case of Justin Fields, that means that something has to happen to Russ, which means he's not going to play as much until he gets the opportunity. With a guy like Keenan Allen, that means that you're going to have to get the most out of a rookie quarterback to get him the football, and there's a lot of weapons on that team too. So I don't think that the chances are as great. The defensive guys I just kind of rule out, and the interior lineman type guys I rule out. I would question why Joe Mixon isn't in that top 10 either, because
Interesting.
There's a guy that's been traded that's going to be frontline carries and receptions as the number one running back in Houston. I would think that he's got a better chance than most guys on that list.
Fascinating. I hadn't thought about that. I would have now. I don't know if I would say most guys. I would certainly have him ahead of Justin Fields. I don't think Justin Fields is going to start.
I think Brian Burns is going to have a big year for the Giants if you
Justin Fields will start at kick returner.
But if you go if you just start putting up stats, no matter what he does on defense, I don't know that it's going to trump anything that an offensive player like Diggs does with his yards
Mixon
and
should
catches.
be top 10. I agree with that.
I would certainly have Mixon in my top 10. Now, I think my top 3 would be Diggs, Burns, and Allen. And I think that fantasy football players, skill position players, are always going to get the boost because of that. Because it's it's more impactful. People are paying. It's not more impactful, but people are paying closer attention to that. It's on their radar more than if Brian Burns has a 3-hurry game and only gets to the quarterback one time. That doesn't show up in the box score whenever you're looking around the league on a Monday morning after your fantasy football games are done. But in terms of impacting the game and impacting the season, those would be my top 3. It would be Allen, Stephon Diggs, and Brian Burns. Everybody else is probably going to be pretty second fiddle. Algerius Sneed, I just don't think the Titans are going to be that good. So to me,
can
that's
you say the same thing about the Giants?
Yeah, you could.
I mean, that's kind of my pushback on Burns. I mean, you're not wrong as far as the quality of the players. Sorry to cut you off there, but I just don't see the Giants as being very good. So, I mean, the argument of L'Jarius Sneed, I think, could be applied to Brian Burns.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with some of these guys are going to be on bad teams, so I don't know how good they're going to be. I don't know what Keenan Allen's going to be able to do with Caleb Williams, but the Bears are going to be better. But there's a lot of ball to go around. But the other guys, if you're playing on a subpar team, I mean, how much can you really do when you got C.J. Stroud throwing you the football and you know that it's going to be a premier offense with all the weapons that he's got, and Diggs is going to be playing for a contract too? I think that they're going to try and do their best. They're going to utilize him the right way. I think his numbers are going to be pretty big.
Yeah. I guess you have to – it depends on how much you value the team's success. If you're not going to put a whole lot of weight on team success, then I think Brian Burns has a huge impact. You got to include Sneed in that conversation if you dismiss that. I wouldn't, though. If you're going to have an impactful year, I think you have to be impactful on a winning team. Not to say that any of these guys are going to be an MVP, but whenever you're an MVP, you're going to have to do it on a winning football team. So if you're talking about impacting the 2024 year, I don't think you can do it on a 5 or 6 win team. So that might eliminate Burns. It might eliminate Sneed. I think it would eliminate Sneed. So I'm looking at Stephon Diggs. I'm looking at Keenan Allen. I think the Bears are going to be much improved. Mm-hmm. Now, are they a playoff team?
Vegas,
I think it's 50-50. 8 games
Vegas
last year?
odds for them to be one of the teams that go from not making it to making it this year, them in Arizona are pretty high.
What are the Bears' chances of winning or of making the playoffs?
I'll look it up. I got an email today where they said of the teams that were non-playoff teams a year ago, they listed the 5 with the best chance to get in. I think it was Arizona and Chicago.
Okay. Well, 5's almost the entire population of non-playoff teams. I mean, there's 14 teams that make the playoffs, 32 teams in the league. So, I mean, there's only 18 teams. My math on that right? Yeah, 18
teams that made the playoff. Team that
missed.
missed the playoffs last year that are favored to make the playoffs this year. Atlanta, Chicago, Cincinnati Jets.
Does it have the actual number?
They didn't give the number.
Oh, that's not good. That's useless information.
And teams that made the playoffs a year ago that are favored to miss the playoffs this year: Cleveland, the Rams, Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay.
Allen or Diggs? Who do you think has a more impactful year?
Diggs. Now, the problem is there's a lot of ball to be spread around with the Texans.
Well, you can say the same thing about the Bears, though. They got DJ Moore, and I'm missing a third receiver. Dunze, and they drafted Dunze, and Kmet's not bad. So it's almost very similar rooms.
Very similar.
Then I'm going to rely on a better quarterback.
They also acquired a running back, DeAndre Swift, like the Texans acquired a running back with Mixon.
Then I'm going to rely on the better quarterback.
Caleb Williams?
Nope.
You don't think Caleb
me
Williams,
in that trap?
You don't think he's a generational talent that's going to change the sport? The next Pat Mahomes?
I'm not as big a believer in Caleb Williams as most. So
I think he's going to be good. I think Caleb Williams is going to be good. Now, better than Stroud.
I don't think he's going to have the first year that C.J. Stroud had. I don't think that it takes a rocket scientist or a Vegas expert to say if I'm a betting man, I'm betting against that. I already had a dumbass friend of mine that made that bet, and I tried to cash in as much as possible. And
what did he make?
He bet me that Caleb Williams' stats this year will be better than C.J. Stroud's stats a year ago.
Yeah, it's a dumb bet.
It's awful.
How much did you get on that?
A 12-pack of whatever you want.
That's not. I mean,
I tried to push it, and then guys overheard the bet and were just like, "What are you doing?" And then he kind of got cold feet. I was like, "Oh, come on, he's a Bears fan too." I was like, "Come on, Bears fan, push it."
So was this Joe?
No.
He limited his exposure by you going 12-pack. He knew what he was getting into, but he limited the stakes.
I initially said, "Can I mortgage my house? How much can we go on this?" And then
that would have been dangerous.
And he was like, "No, let's just do a 12-pack."
Blankers, you should never bet what you can't afford.
Don't worry about what I can do.
So what are you going to get, a Coke Zero or?
Don't worry about that either.
Going to be. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I would go Diggs here too. Allen, I mean, I know he's been healthier as of late. I'm always concerned that Allen's going to come up with a strained oblique. He's always going to do something to his hamstring where he misses 3 to 4. I mean, Diggs is older too, not as old as Allen.
Nope.
But Diggs isn't the fountain of youth either. Now, if you want to throw in like draft capital though that you had to use to get the guy, where you used a second for Diggs and then Chicago used a fourth for Allen,
then you throw Mixon into the deal.
I don't know why you would throw Mixon into the deal.
Because the Mixon, you only had to give up a 7th round.
Oh, you're saying if you put him in the conversation?
Yeah, you put him in the conversation, then he's got a legit chance.
See, I just don't think Mixon is impactful as you do.
I know we've had that going back.
Yeah, I think
back and forth the whole time.
That's my holdup of not putting him in like that conversation.
I think he's gonna have a really good year.
I hope you're right because they could. I mean, if they get a good running attack with what they have in terms of through the air with C.J. Stroud throwing the football, it's going to be pretty dang good.
They're bringing in another running back.
I mean, there could be someone cut.
There's got to be a veteran out there that or someone that they can finagle a move for that's a veteran that's going to give them more depth.
So the problem would be, though, to use the language of this list, I don't think anyone being cut in July or August is going to be an impactful
taking the list out of
player.
it. I'm just saying overall for their running back room right now, I'm still expecting
just be
something
a body.
else. Yeah.
Secondary conversation. I mean, because right now their running back room is Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, Jordan, who they drafted from Louisville, and Dare. Yes, thank you for finishing my words there, Brian.
You're welcome.
He's the second string place kicker too, Dare.
It's true.
So there's that in mind. And we, of course, our guy, JJ Taylor, which keep your eyes out on JJ Taylor. JJ Taylor's the Tank Dell of the running back room. Watch out for JJ Taylor. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You can weigh in on that, 713-780-3776. Also, who is the most underrated Texans player? In this schedule release stuff, it just hurts my eyes looking at this. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jared Goff got paid 4 years, $212 million. It pays to be a solid quarterback in the NFL?
I guess so.
Let's do our fantasy football game. I've been drafting a couple of teams here and there. Where do you think Jared Goff ranks amongst NFL quarterbacks in the fantasy football world?
12th.
Because he got paid 4 years, $212 million. Somebody do the math on that real quick. That's over $50 million a year. What is that, 53? $53 million a year? You're good at math. I always thought you were smart. What'd you say?
I said 12th.
12th, Brian, you want to...
Is this his finish last year or his
No.
his best
His
ball rank?
going up this year.
His ADP right now.
I would say he's quarterback 13.
You're right on it. He Price is right, did you?
I always get Price.
He's actually 16th. So it's right in the middle. I mean, it's right in the middle of the NFL. So, and fantasy football rankings aren't everything. I understand that. But this is the going rate in the business, ADP on these drafts that are going on right now. He is the 16th rated quarterback. And, of course, running quarterbacks get a boost. Non-running quarterbacks get dinged. So Goff's not a running quarterback, so he's going to get dinged a little bit. Like, he's behind Caleb Williams. He's behind Brock Purdy. He's behind Jaden Daniels. And I think he's a better quarterback than Jaden Daniels. Well, I don't know. I couldn't tell you because they haven't played a game. But, so middle-of-the-pack quarterback in the NFL gets you $53 million a year.
That's good money.
What is Stroud going to cost in a couple of years?
The most? C.J. Stroud's going to break the record.
Yeah, he will. He will.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud's going to break the record.
He might get 60.
He'll break the record. He doesn't even have to be the best quarterback, but he'll break the record because he's the latest and greatest.
Did Mahomes get half a billion?
He got 50-some easy before anybody else did.
Yeah, but that's looking like the biggest bargain in sports right now.
The way he keeps,
because you have Jared Goff that's signing a deal for $53 million a year. Pat Mahomes, what is Pat Mahomes' AAV? It's like
53.
I don't think that's his AAV. I think his AAV might be lower than that.
It's
the internet's
in the 40s,
acting really
I think.
slow. Yeah, I think it's in the 40s. I think it staggers. Like, it's really weird how it staggers. The internet's not behaving here.
I just did years by money when the contract came out. I remembered it was like, I thought it was in the low 50s.
So this year his cap hit's going to be, see, this is weird. Like, his cap hit this year is going to be $37 million. Next year it's $66 million. So it fluctuates up and down. The average salary is $45 million for Mahomes. So that's $8 million less than the average salary for Goff.
God, he's getting screwed and cheated. There's nobody's ever going to make up that money. How's he going to live?
But isn't it crazy? I mean, Mahomes' deal is incredible value for Kansas City.
No question.
Incredible value for Kansas City.
Jordan-esque.
Yeah. It's the best quarterback that's maybe ever existed. And his average salary, because it's 10 years, $450 million. So he's $45 million per year average. And it fluctuates in how they escalate it. I'm sure it's funny math and all that. And Goff's getting a $53 million per year. It's incredible bargain for Kansas City.
I'm looking at Mahomes' Spotrac page. His cap hit at one point goes up to $66 million in one season.
Next year.
Yeah, actually 2025 it's 66, and the year after that in 2026 it's 68.
So weird.
And then goes down to 64. Next year after that's 32.
I don't know why they do that.
I don't know.
There's got to be some.
It has to coincide with other contracts, maybe on their roster.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some method to the madness, but I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. But an incredible bargain, $45 million per year, and Goff's getting $53 million per year. You know something that's annoying me? All these people like spending all their time and their energy on trying to predict who the Houston Texans are going to play in what week. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like, what is the entertainment value of this? What is the joy in this?
Disappointed that they weren't going to get the Thursday night opener against the Chiefs.
I mean, I think that's kind of okay because it's like, hey, I want to open up NFL season. Like, I think it's kind of okay to be disappointed there, but to be like, okay, well, now we know it's not Kansas City. Now we know it's not Baltimore. Who are the Texans playing week 1? Why can't you just wait a few days? Like, what is the entertainment and joy and value and entertainment of speculating who on the Texans' schedule is going to play them in week 1?
Yeah, all the games. I hate the schedule release thing. I hate the fact that I understand it from a fan's perspective. You want to start making possible plans if you want to go on a road trip and figure out when the home games are, those kind of things. But the fact that it's just so gimmicky now and it's got to be a show and it's got to be 3 hours and it's got to be a secret.
I don't mind all that.
Oh, it bothers me.
I don't mind all that. What I mind is everybody guessing what's going to be on the schedule for the show. It's like, hey, just chill out for a second. Let's watch the show together, and then let's see where the Houston Texans are going to be week 1. Let's see, what stretch of games are going to be tough. I have no problem analyzing the schedule once it comes out.
Right.
I don't understand the value of guessing who's going to be week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That it seems like you're wasting your time
but I
and
also
energy.
think with the way these games start leaking out, that you're going to know a lot of your schedule before the big release. And the fact that there's all this secrecy and all this different, it's all just attention grabbing for the NFL to stay relevant for like the full week.
I have no problem with that.
I just wait till the schedule comes out and then we'll break it down.
Yeah, I agree. I had no problem with them making it entertainment and making it a spectacle. They should. That's good business. What I'm talking about is how we're talking, like, not we, some people on a Monday, who are the Texans playing in week 1 now? Well, who cares? Let's figure. Well, whenever that gets announced, we'll talk about it.
Have you ever watched one of those shows?
Yeah, they're fine.
I don't watch them. I can't. It just takes too long, and they try to. It's like fake drama, and they try to create like who could be the big matchup of week 5. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I care. I don't really care about them talking
the Texans
about
and
it.
who they're playing when I see the full schedule, like you said, to kind of pick out the idiosyncrasies of road, home stretches, things like that. But I don't care who's going to be the biggest of the matchups in week 5 in the NFL.
But at least that's reactive. Like, I'm talking about we're trying to guess and predict what's going to be on the Texans schedule. Like, I don't understand.
We did it
the
on
joy.
like the national games. That's all fine because we know that there's a lot of really tough games on the schedule for
I
the
don't even
Texans.
love that.
But yeah, because you're not going to do it. And I mean, I don't know why you're disappointed if you don't get it right. I think now everybody's going to focus on Thanksgiving. They want the Cowboy game on Thanksgiving. There'll be a whole lot of disappointed fans.
Sure,
if
but
they
what's
don't
the
get
point of
Thanksgiving.
right now on a Monday guessing if you get it or not?
There is none.
What's the joy there? I just don't understand. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox. 713-780-3776. You can tell me how much of an idiot I am. Houston Stressens on Twitter. Great Twitter follow. Great social media presence. He asked this question the other day, so I'm bopping it. Who's the most underrated player on the Texans?
Let me answer it now.
Yes, I do.
In my opinion-
713-780-3776.
In my opinion, it's Christian Harris.
Okay.
Damn,
All
you
right.
stole
Jumping
my
on the
answer.
Christian Harris
Yeah.
train.
Well,
I like
I
it.
stole my
I
answer,
sold
Joel.
you on
But-
Christian
but-
Harris the
no,
other
but
day.
from the time he was drafted, I was a big fan of Christian Harris. And then he was injured early. It took him to, week 6 to get on the field.
Yeah.
And then he kind of had an up and down rookie season. And then maybe it was D'Amico. Maybe it was just, finally feeling like the game slowed down, whatever. He was really good last year, and I think he's going to be better this year. So I would say that Christian Harris, for me, would be the first name that came to my mind.
I'm all on the Christian Harris train. I started to get there like last 4 games ish last year. I think he's really stinking good. I think he's one of the better linebackers in the NFL. Now some people back a baseball card. He hadn't done it long enough. I'm talking about you go out, you play a football game tomorrow. Where does Christian Harris stack up? I think he's pretty close to the top. I think he's probably a top 10 linebacker in the NFL. So that's a good one. I responded to Stressens and said that mine was John Weeks, the greatest long snapper in the history of the NFL. That's a
Ring of Honor.
Harris is a really good one. He stole yours. Do you have a secondary one?
I was trying to think of one on the fly. I guess
think you can look at this 2 different ways too. Like if you're looking at this nationally, Nico Collins might be on there because I don't think Nico Collins gives the love nationally as some receivers that are in his echelon. Locally, I think he's totally appreciated enough, and I think he's going to get a contract extension here pretty soon.
Diehard fantasy football players know Nico Collins
they
real
do,
well
but
nationally.
I would say the fantasy football players like Tank Dell more than they do Nico Collins. At least from the fantasy football players I hear, that they're more in on Tank Dell than they are Nico Collins.
It's changed a little bit since the shooting. Tank has been dinged a little bit with his ADP because of that.
I think a
'cause
lot
there's
of
little
national guys, whether they just don't pay enough attention, they sleep on it or whatever, but I think more fantasy football people are dialed in on Nico.
Guess Nico's ADP right now. The biggest fantasy football drafts going on right now in best ball community.
I would say wide receiver. Well, you want to go first, Joel?
No, go ahead. You guys are
wide receiver 24.
Blankers
27.
15. Ooh. So like the fantasy community
Okay,
respects Nico Collins. Where do you think Diggs is?
31.
Oh, I think it's better than that. I'll go wide receiver 17.
Nailed it. 17. Where do you think Tank is?
31.
15.
27.
Okay.
Tank's been dinged because of the concern about the
Yeah, there must have been
shooting.
a market shift then since the shooting.
The market has shifted.
And we
Tank
still
a little
don't know what actually
and I
where
think
it was.
anytime there's uncertainty with a player and you don't get definitive news, a player is going to drop because I mean these are stocks. Like these are like whenever you're drafting a guy, it's a stock in the guy. So I think that Nico's appreciated. I think it could be Derek Stingley. Like, whenever we talk about a corner in the NFL that's like elite, that's very young, it's immediately Sauce Gardner, right? I don't think Stingley is necessarily better than Sauce Gardner. I think that he is in the conversation. I think he's in the ballpark. And nationally, I don't think that most people think Stingley is. So for me, I would go Derek Stingley.
That's a good call. I would also throw in, because especially this is another guy that started his rookie year hurt, didn't get into the starting lineup until, I don't remember exactly what it was, maybe 6 or 7, but Juice Scruggs, I don't think anyone nationally is talking about Juice Scruggs, but I think we're all pretty high on him, especially as a center. Less so as at left guard, but I think Juice Scruggs is a pretty quality center that I don't think anyone nationally is really talking about.
I need to see him at center, though. Like, that's the
fair.
hang up. And
That's
I do
fair.
think that center is his better position and where he needs to be long term, but he's played 0 games at center. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
that's
like,
fair.
how can I say that? All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Eric the driver, y'all have me convinced that Harris is a dude to pay attention to. I mean, look at the last few games last year.
I even go back to the one that everybody paid the most attention to when D'Amico kind of tipped him off and told him, "Hey, same read, it's coming to you," and he picked it for the pick. It was a pick six? Was that in the playoff game?
Yeah, where he
came over and said, "I told you, man, I told you."
Yeah.
I think under D'Amico, especially too in his defense, I think he's going to flourish.
There was a lot of players last year that flourished under D'Amico. Like Stingley, I would say it was more because of injury. But remember, Harris had trouble like starting early in the year, and then all of a sudden, Christian Harris is one of your better defenders.
Well, they were 2-0-2-0 and him were lumped into as guys that could fill in and stuff. And then all
so
of a sudden,
disrespectful.
Yeah, it was. But remember, because 2-0-2-0's IQ was his football IQ and everything like that.
I think that is
instincts.
true. I think that is true.
But just overall ability, Christian Harris was a better football player.
To'o, I think it's all he has going for him. I think he's a very I don't even think he's an average athlete. I think it's all upstairs when it comes to To'o. We're going to give away some Greek Fest tickets in a little while. How long? 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, 20, 30 minutes.
Maybe. It might even be an hour. You don't know. You just got to keep listening to the Killer Bees. But we'll give them away a little bit later, and we'll do something with the show to you have an opportunity to win. 8004 Omega Man and Humble. He says, how old is Branham? Guess. I want you to guess, Omega Man, and then I'll tell you after we guess. Also, when we come back, our Mailbag Monday. Ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you tired of repairing potholes? Of course you are. Potholes are annoying. They're terrible. They're awful. Fix those for good. You can also get your parking lots done, fix the parking lots, ranch road, lay down yard, truck parking, whatever you need, anything that you have that you used to use asphalt for, stop doing it. Use mechanical concrete and use it with Third Rock Renewables. Third Rock Renewables patented technology called mechanical concrete is the only low-cost, industrial-strength, sustainable base that turns these old end-of-life tires into a virtually indestructible building product. They'll make the best parking lots. They'll make the best ranch roads, best lay-down yards, best truck parking. They'll fix these potholes for good, and they'll do it much cheaper. They'll do it at 75% less of the cost. And also, if you mention Third Rock Renewables that you heard about it at ESPN 97.5, they'll give you an additional 20% off. So find out how mechanical concrete can fix these problems for you for good. Do it by calling 713-305-0507. Cut these maintenance costs by 75% or more. You lower your carbon emissions so you can be green while saving green. And again, mention ESPN 97.5, 20% off additional on top of what you're already saving. 713-305-0507. Find out how mechanical concrete is for you or visit them online. Learn more there. ThirdRockRenewables.com, ThirdRockRenewables.com, and fix those annoying potholes for good. All right, what are you asking the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. 4133, who is the best coach / manager in Houston sports history?
I'm going to be biased on this one. It's Rudy Tomjanovich.
That was my guess, too. No, or not my guess, my answer.
I love Rudy T, the back-to-back championships, the underrated gold medal, and all the things he did with Team USA as well.
Is there another answer, really? That could be at number one. I mean, there's other guys we could talk about, like, deserve mention, but at number one?
I think Bill O'Brien's in the mix.
Is he?
I'm kidding.
I mean, I think people would...
Is it Dusty over AJ?
That's tight. I would have Dusty slightly ahead of AJ if you're going strictly resume, yes.
Dusty and AJ will be mentioned. I'm sure Bum Phillips would be mentioned, but I don't think you could put anyone but Rudy T number one.
Whenever we have these conversations, I always put a heavy bias in winning at a high level. Like when we talk about greatest players ever, Akeem and Altuve are easily in my top tier, and no one else is close. Team sports, big three. So if I'm going to have that bias, I have to be consistent with that bias. And if I'm being consistent with that bias, the answer is Rudy T. The answer is Rudy T.
My buddy and I were having this conversation today earlier today about because I'm always the hot button is criteria. I think like when you get into Hall of Fames too, it's individual statistics, and the tiebreaker becomes team championships.
Yeah, see, I put a bias
so
on team
Van
championships.
Chancellor.
I can't put Robert Horry in the Hall of Fame.
No, you have to have a certain baseline of value. You have to have a certain baseline of production. Robert Horry didn't have the baseline of production to even get into the conversation.
Like T-Mac had the individual honors, never had any team awards. He got in. Draymond Green's the guy that's going to have all the team accolades, but will his statistics be good enough to get him in?
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Killer Bees? Oh, I'm 38 years old. 38 years old.
You didn't say that confidently.
I forgot if I had my birthday or not this year, but I am 38 years old.
Aren't you a Gemini?
No.
You're not?
I'm a Cancer.
You guys know your signs?
Yeah, I just said I'm a Cancer.
Well, I mean, a lot of people have said you're a Cancer. I didn't know if you were saying your sign, though.
I refrained.
Well
You
played.
went.
Well
I
played.
just said, I always know I'm a Gemini.
I almost said it, so I'm glad that you did. It would make it better. The joke is better with you saying it than me. Tip my cap. Well played. Eric the driver, what was y'all's least favorite vacation as a kid?
Man, for me, anything camping.
You're what do they call it? You like glamping?
Not even that.
You
My dad,
city folk.
yeah,
Joel?
my dad had one of those pull behind campers, pop up campers, where it just folds out and all that. And it used to sit in our backyard all year, and then all of a sudden he'd start washing it off and cleaning it. And I'm like,
he's coming.
Oh no, there's
so
going to be a
like
camping
even
trip.
camping like outside. You were inside like a.
Oh no. We're driving somewhere where there's a lake or
But you're sleeping
in the
inside.
country.
You're sleeping in.
You're sleeping in the camper.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's
Is that
not
still
a tent.
camping?
Huh?
Is that still camping though?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's me, but to me, camping comes with sleeping outside. It can be in a tent.
Yeah, but you're outside in a pop-up camper.
Yeah, I think it's closer to camping than it is glamping, but I think it's it's somewhere in the middle of the range.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it glamping. I just wouldn't call it camping either, though.
Yeah, I'm not a huge camper myself.
Yeah,
I don't blame you for that. I don't think we ever went on a vacation that I was like not happy to go on though. I can't think of one. Anyways, 713-780-ESPN. Question for the Bees. 2422. When did you finally get rid of Spencer? And thank you. He made me turn the station. When the suits upstairs realized that he only scored one touchdown in his NFL career, they realized, okay, we shouldn't.
He's lippy and snarky for a guy that's resume didn't deserve
it. Somebody said it's totally glamping to have a roof. So maybe a camper is glamping.
It's not camping.
See, we had a cottage too when
That
I
sounds
was
fancy.
younger.
Sounds cottage.
Yeah, we had a cottage way up in northern Wisconsin for a while,
What was
and
this,
then my
1920s?
parents sold it because we never used it, and I hated doing that too. But the camper was worse, and it was outside, and it's a roof, but it's like a what do you call it? Like a canvas. It's the same material as a tent. It's just a pop-up camper.
Yeah, we know what pop-up campers are.
Some do, some don't.
713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, you're in the Hive. What's your question for the Bees? Is that bad?
No, Penny's always got
guys?
one of
So
these.
with all this rain,
You sounded
I just
disgusted.
want to know what natural disaster fears y'all the most. Thank you. Have a great day.
Oh, that's a good question.
What natural disaster would scare us the most?
Mine's easy. Mine's a tornado.
I was going to say, I've
Bingo.
lived through a couple of them.
Bingo.
And they ain't fun, but they were never like direct hits. And when you see the aftermath of a direct hit, I don't know how you can't be
Because you can't
scared.
plan for it. Like hurricanes suck, but you can plan for it to some degree.
Unless you're in
Tornadoes,
the
like you got
1910s in Galveston.
tornadoes, you got maybe 2 minutes. Good luck.
Even then.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what if it hits you in the middle of the night?
And
You're
that's
toast.
and the other thing is there's no safe place, right? There's no safe zone. Like
you have like a cellar, but
supposed to get in
you
the
don't have
middle
that
of
in
that.
Texas
Yeah.
because we can't have basements.
yeah, we had basements in the Midwest, but even still, I mean, if the house gets ripped apart, depending on the wind and the velocity and everything like that, what they used to say, stand in the doorway by the bathroom with no windows. Good luck to you.
Build a house like that's
Go
gonna,
lay in the bathtub until something falls on your ass. And then
better
you
than
switch.
next to the window, but yeah, still not good.
I mean, it's all chance. Like,
No
I
question.
mean, the roof falls inward. I mean, I understand the tornado's coming in; it's going to suck it up and try to blow it away. But that's instead, like, you might have this giant like stud in your house that just falls right on you.
Yeah, the archway of the bathroom may still be standing. You might not be because with the wind and everything falling on top of you, like go lay in the bathtub is ridiculous because something's going to fall on top of you.
Yeah, they say you're supposed to like do that with like a mattress on top of you. But I'm terrified of tornadoes. Tornadoes scare me because of the randomness of it. Like, you have zero chance to really, like, prep. And, I mean, we had one that went through our neighborhood the other day. I had no idea. I had no idea until I woke up the next morning.
How much damage did it do?
In the front of the neighborhood, it did quite a bit of damage.
Wow.
Yeah, like, fences were all destroyed. Trees were down.
How close was it to you?
I thought, because I did wake up that middle of that night. I don't know, mile and a half. And there's some tornadoes that went through Oklahoma, like the one that went through Moore.
I was just gonna say,
it was a mile wide. Mile wide.
Was it Oklahoma and Oklahoma City in particular? Was like Tornado Alley.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
Kansas
bad
and
boys
Nebraska.
there, you don't want to have to endure.
A mile wide. A mile wide tornado. Are you kidding me? A mile. Think of a mile. Like, think of running a mile. And that's how wide the stinking tornado was. It's insane.
And these idiots that do this tornado chasing, when they chase it with the car.
Yeah, I do watch those,
Hey,
though.
when that bad boy turns a little bit.
I do like to watch those.
You gonna go see Twisters?
There's no, I don't care about the movie. There's this one guy who does it on. He used to do it on YouTube, maybe, and he would go through and he was nuts, man. There was multiple times where his feed went out, and like he's dead, he's no longer with us, and then it'd pop back up. Like, oh, there he is.
Oh, his feed. I thought you meant his feet went out.
I heard feet too.
No, his feed.
I heard
Well,
feet
feet
too.
probably did as well. 3311 Blankers. If you had to start a team with Vernon Maxwell or Kenny Smith, who are you picking?
Vernon Maxwell. Vernon Maxwell, especially in
That was
today's game.
quick.
Toughness. Oh, my God. I think that Vernon Maxwell probably was as good a shooter as Kenny Smith. And Kenny Smith, to me, was his biggest attribute. Vernon Maxwell was a dog. Vernon Maxwell would talk it with you. He would tough it with you. He would physical you. He could play defense. He was fast. He could create plays. Vernon gets a bad rap because of the off-the-floor stuff. Vernon Maxwell, that's an easy choice.
Hey, I would go Vernon. Not that I was asked, but I would go Vernon
No,
too.
but yeah, I mean,
his ceiling was higher.
I used to think that, and Jason Kidd maybe had took this title at some point, end to end with a basketball in your hand. There was hard to find a guy quicker, faster up and down the floor than Vernon Maxwell.
Yeah, he was fun. I don't want to ask that one. That one's boring. Blank, do you get upset when Wisconsin football's okay? Does Blank get upset more when Wisconsin football stinks or Wisconsin basketball? So who do you care for more, the Wisconsin
Football,
Badgers
because
or basketball?
I assume that the Badgers are always just going to be They're going to be decent, but when the tournament comes, except for the 1 year with Sam Decker and Frank the Tank, that they don't recruit the right way, and the basketball has already disappointed me enough that I never have high expectations. Football, I've always had higher expectations, and now with this coach, I believe in a year or two that they're going to be all right.
Wheat straw, drums, or flats? He's talking wings here.
Drums.
Drums.
Flats. You guys are noobs if you're going
Bad
drums.
No.
If you like drums as a wing,
it's a personal
you're not
preference.
a wing connoisseur. You're not a wing.
I really am
purist.
not.
I don't want to
anyway,
do the
but
work.
if I go
of
wings,
flats.
I'm doing drums.
It's a lazy take more than anything else. I don't want to do the work of flats.
Flats way better than drums. It's not much work. You just pick it apart right at the wishbone. It's not even a wishbone. Or some people do the little claw thing. I haven't mastered that. That's gross too. You seen people do the claw?
I
do
don't
the
want to
flats?
see that.
They
Yeah,
like
that seems
it's
real
kind, they
gross.
like use their fingers like a rake, and they kind of rake out the chicken meat from the bone. It's not. I don't
I
do
always
that.
feel like that there's more meat on the drummies anyway.
I don't think so. I don't think you're eating the flats right. Somebody needs to.
I've seen you
learn
devour wings. I'm not a connoisseur. You're right.
Yeah, flats are. I like flats better. All right, last one. 6761. Better football season, A&M or Texas?
Texas.
I mean, you know where my vote is.
Yeah.
I'm going to use half of my. I don't know how to describe this. My business mind. And go with Texas A&M because
Really?
ESPN 97.5 is the home of the fighting Texas Aggies. I think Texas has the better football team, though.
And they, I believe in their quarterbacks and their coach has been there and established.
That's kind of where
I do like Elko. I think Elko is going to be a good hire, though.
That's what I'm saying. But for next year,
I would
right
go,
away.
Yeah, I'm going Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, I said Texas has the better roster. Philip 68. I lied. Do you two ever have a real argument on air?
God, you don't listen much, Philip. I thought you used to listen all the time.
Do we ever have a real argument in error?
Any day ending Y come to mind?
How many arguments do you think we have in a week?
Real arguments?
Yeah.
Where you're both mad?
Yeah.
2.
I don't think I get mad.
I don't.
I know that's why the number's low.
I think 2's high in a week.
I think 2 is probably accurate.
Because you're never mad. We have disagreement.
But yeah, more like.
Where one of you gets mad, there's a lot, but where both of you get mad, it's not that often.
I don't think it's 2. I would say like 2 a month. Where we're both
agree.
Okay, yeah, I'd probably set the number 2 high.
8576 favorite crawfish spot. My crawfish boil that I have once a year. If crawfish shack in Crosby, Louisiana style, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm
now
allergic to crawfish, so I'm out.
If you go on a weekend though, you're going to be waiting for hours. That's how good it
Really?
is.
Like a barbecue place?
No, it's Crawfish Shack. It's not
I'm
a barbecue
saying
place.
it's like the
crawfish
similar
place.
that you're
Oh,
waiting in line.
Yeah.
Wow.
You go to that place on a Friday or a Saturday, it's right there in Crosby, which is crawfish country, baby.
Just right over the bridge?
Right over the bridge. Now, it's pretty far down. What is that road that takes you to Crosby off of 1960? I forget the road.
90?
It goes over to like Newport Golf Club where they used to hold women's
I forget the street
golf
names.
tournaments.
I forget the street names, yeah.
Best crawfish in the city. But get it Louisiana style so they don't put the dry seasoning on top of the crawfish once it's boiled. You put dry seasoning on top of crawfish once it's been boiled, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Got to get Louisiana style. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Do the Rockets have to make a move? With what they have on this roster, with the third pick in the NBA draft, doesn't it feel like the Rockets have to make a move? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, all the whiskey drinkers, this one is for you. You know I love X Golf and Katie. I think it's the best golf simulators in the Houston area, maybe the best golf simulators out there. But now X Golf Katie is hosting a bourbon and bunkers whiskey tasting event coming up this Friday. It's May the 17th. Grab your buddies, enjoy some incredible bourbon from all around the world, and play in a closest to the pin contest at X Golf Katie. And those simulators, they're all world. They're accurate. They chart everything, the spin, the direction, the distance. You get to play the most accurate golf simulators and the technology that goes with it. And you get to taste some unbelievable bourbon all under one roof at one time for one cost. Don't wait. Space is limited. You got to get going now and reserve your spot. Visit X Golf Katie online. Make your reservations today. While you're there, especially if you're a golfer, you're going to love this place because it is perfectly located. It's right off 99 and I-10, so there's a lot of traffic that can get you there quickly. It is the best combination of sports bar and golf simulators under one roof. 8 of the best golf simulators you're ever going to try, and the putting and the chipping is accurate, as well as a great sports bar location, great TVs, great food, great beverage, and a phenomenal environment. Check them out today and tell them I sent you by. Chris and his staff do a phenomenal job of making sure everyone's happy and everybody has fun. Visit X Golf Katie online and make your reservations today.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Doesn't it feel like the Rockets have to make a move? They have all these young players on their roster, young nucleus. They have a couple of high-priced veterans they're giving a lot of money to. And now they pulled the number 3 pick. Now, that's good. Like, no one's upset that they pulled the number 3 pick. You wish you would have gotten lucky in the lotto maybe last year.
Oh, that was Wemby, yeah.
But, beggars can't be choosers. 3rd pick's better than the 9th pick that you were projected to have. But with all of this, the young nucleus, the 3rd pick, doesn't it feel like the Rockets have to do something, whether it's a collection of young players, picks, contracts, to try to kind of like compress the talent, maybe upgrade it?
I completely agree. I think that it's the perfect storm of, and it's really weird that it worked out last year with CJ, but for a lot of these drafts, especially with the Rockets, it always seems like, and even when the Texans were getting the number 1 overall pick or fighting for it in years past, it always seems like Houston teams get the draft that's not the highest rated draft when they have a top pick or the highest pick. But I don't think this draft is full of guys that are going to knock your socks off and be franchise-changing players. There's a ton of guys with potential, and I think you got enough of those guys on your roster. I think that this is the move to make for a team that's a little bit more desperate, whether there's a team that wants to move up, but more in particular, a team that maybe wants to change their fortunes. They need some new blood energized on a veteran-laden team to possibly catch a guy that under a cheap contract might be able to help them more. The Rockets have too many young players in my mind. I think that we've seen Udoka rumors out there that he'd like to add another veteran player. I think this is the best way you can do it. You got a top 3 pick, which is advantageous to any team in the league to at least inquire about. And if you throw in 1 or 2 of your young players and you can get a player that upgrades your roster that's still young enough to do it for the future, but specifically for this next year, I think you should do it.
The issue, it's not so much an issue. I guess the pushback that I would have is, like, is that player out there? Is that player even out there that's attainable this offseason? Like, some people have fantasized about Donovan Mitchell. Does he want to leave Cleveland? Like,
the way they're playing right now, I don't think they let him walk.
Like, and it seems like watching some of their games and just listening to his interviews, he actually seems like he's enjoying his time in Cleveland.
I agree.
He was talking up Mobley after their big playoff win for the effort that he gave defensively. Like, he doesn't seem to me like he's a disgruntled star that wants to leave. Other names that we've seen that are disgruntled is like Kevin Durant, who's in his late 30s. I don't really think that that's an option of like packaging young players and picks for. And then the other name that was floated around earlier today is Brandon Ingram. Like, is that a significant enough piece to move, a good chunk of this foundation and or picks for Brandon Ingram? So, like, who is that star? Because that's what everybody's saying. I've heard everybody say, well, package it together, move it for a star. Package it together, move it for this player, move it for that. Who are those players?
I'll throw one out there. I think Zion Williamson's still going to be out there.
See, they're saying that they're going to trade Ingram because they want to keep Zion.
Well, depending on what they do and if they're going to do it, I don't think they would tear it down again. But if they did to move both of those guys, Zion would be a guy that I'd be interested and intrigued by to come here with a young nucleus and the other guys that they have, because he's kind of a piece that they don't have per se that could fit right in with all the other pieces that they do. And so I think he would be a guy that would be interesting and intriguing to me to see if there's something you could work out there. Brandon Ingram, to me, he's better than the Brooklyn trade they were thinking about last year in terms of at least he's got legitimate all-star capabilities. But Brandon Ingram, to me, is kind of like, I mean, he used to always get compared to Kevin Durant. He's never going to be Kevin Durant.
No, I like his game, but it's not to the point where if you bring him in, like, oh yeah, Rockets are like serious team. They're serious team in the way. I think his game's nice. I think he's a good piece on an already built team. I don't think that he comes in and he's your best player on this playoff team. I like him as a nice piece.
Yeah.
I don't like him as the number 1 player on your team, though.
No, absolutely. And when you think about it, the other guys, I don't want Zach LaVine. I don't want DeMar DeRozan. I don't want, guys that are high volume shooters that are just trying to get numbers, but isn't a guy that's going to fit in a system like Udoka runs to try and make this whole team better. Yeah, you could add 20 some points a game, but at the sacrifice of what? A ton of guys not getting shots and not running the offense and defense that you want to run. I'm not in for all that.
See, I think I'm with you on those guys. Ingram, to me, I like Ingram's game. Like, Ingram averaged 21 on 16 shots. He averaged 25 2 years ago on 18 and a half shots. Like, I think he's pretty efficient scorer. He's a good 3-point shooter, can knock down the three pretty nicely. He's a good rebounder. You might be able to. I mean, he's a solid rebounder. You might be able to. He's a 3, but maybe you can play him a little bit stretch 4. But again, if he's your best player, your team's not that good.
Nope, it's not.
So he's a good piece. He'd be really good in LA again. Like, he's the third piece next to
the
LeBron
Lakers?
and Anthony
Yeah.
Davis.
Mhm.
But as a star, no. I'm with you on Zion. If Zion was the guy that they were trading instead of Ingram, it doesn't seem like that's the case. But if it was, okay, let's talk. And I understand that I'm rolling the dice there because of Zion's injury concerns. But it feels like when you have the third pick, you have pick swaps coming up, you have more first-rounders coming up, you have Fred Van Vliet, you have Dylan Brooks, you have the young players like Amin, Jabari, Jalen, Eason, Şengün, Cam Whitmore. It feels like you're going to have to make a tough decision and roll the dice at some point.
You got a surplus.
Now, I don't want to do that unless the player is there. Like, I don't want to, hey, we have a surplus and we must make a move this summer, because if you go in with that attitude, you're going to end up trading it for Brandon Ingram. You're going to trade it for a player that isn't the best player on a good team.
Yeah.
He's the best player on a mediocre team.
What was the kid from Brooklyn that there were rumors
Bridges,
about?
Mikal
Bridges.
Bridges.
Mikal Bridges to me isn't that guy. I don't want that caliber guy. If I'm making a move, I want a guy that's going to be a dude for you for the next 3-4 years. I think Zion fits that mold beautifully. I think he's that guy. I heard Julius Randle's going to be shopped in the offseason. I don't want anything to do with Julius Randle. I heard he can be a bad apple. I think that he's already ceilinged out, and he's a guy that's again needs a lot of shots and wants to be a scorer. And I don't think that's what this team needs. I think Zion's capable of fitting in within the system. He can take over if he's got the right matchups. But I also think that he can do other things to help a roster that has what the Rockets have. I think I'm looking for that type guy. And he's young enough that we might not have seen his ceiling yet because he's been banged up.
My concern is the guy that they're going to, that would be attracted to them isn't going to be available. Like, I don't see the scenario where a guy the Rockets are attracted to will be available this offseason.
See, I think the Rockets are like OKC light right now, where OKC is just so inundated with picks and young players that at a certain point they have to do this. They have to start figuring out, of the two Jalen Williams, and of all the young players that they have, how can we get rid of a few of those guys and give SGA some legit veteran help that we need? I think the Rockets are on the path to that right now, and they need to kind of get ahead of this to try and see who might be out there. We don't know, like, the disgruntled stars that might be available. And I think the biggest caveat, too, is they have to be available and they have to be the right characteristics, right? I don't want Damian Lillard. I don't want guys. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm pushing the envelope at Donovan Mitchell's age for saying I want a guy that can fit in, still got plenty left in the tank, that fits in with this roster, because KD doesn't fit that mold.
No. And that's where I'm at. Like, the player pool of what you just described, I think, is pretty limited. And then of that limited pool, how many are going to be available? And my prediction is they're not going to be.
And the thing is, too, you don't want the kind of guys, too, that might be out there as well. If Minnesota, if they fall short, they're going to try and move either Karl Anthony Towns or Rudy Gobert, in my mind. I don't want either guy. They're overpaid for what they bring to the game.
Yeah, but if you're moving a bad contract, like if you're moving a Dylan Brooks and you're getting a Gobert.
Oh, if you can do that, but I don't think Minnesota's up for that.
Probably not. But that's why I wouldn't slam the door on a Gobert. I would listen to that conversation because he does change the game defensively.
Defensively, he does. Offensively, he's somewhat of a liability.
Huge liability.
Yeah.
But he changes the game defensively, and this team desperately needs a rim protecting 5. And look, I'm not trading all of my young pieces for a Rudy Gobert, but if I can trade Dylan Brooks, a future pick for Rudy Gobert, I'm having the conversation.
Well, that's you owe it to your entire franchise to at least talk, if that's all it takes, because he gives you something you don't have. But I don't think the expectations are as high as if you bring in a Julius Randle. If you bring in a Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns has disappeared in those last 2 games, and Karl Anthony Towns to me is not, and Julius Randle from what I've heard, aren't great locker room dudes either. And that's not what you need either. That can kind of screw up what you got going with the group of young players you have.
See, I just don't know if that guy's out there. 713-780-ESPN. What do you want the Rockets to do this offseason? We'll put our feet into Rafael Stone's shoes as well. Rafael Stone did talk to the media yesterday. Early thoughts about moving number 3. And then Woj, he mentioned the Rockets might be eager to move that pick. Before we do all that, though, let's give away some tickets to the Greek Fest. It's coming up this week, May 16th through 18th, Greek Fest. You can win a pair of tickets right now if you're the first caller, 713-780-3776, and you tell us who Blanker's most underrated Houston Texan is. He told you earlier who he thinks is the most underrated Texan. Who was that guy? 713-780-3776. Who should the Rockets be looking to in the draft, and what should they be looking for at number 3? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. I love these guys because they are unbelievable at what they do. If you're looking for great, high-quality windows and siding at affordable prices, do yourself a favor. Call Houston's expert windows, siding, and door company, Allstate Windows and Siding, because they are the best. They just replaced my old windows. Their unbelievable customer service is what gets you from the jump. But then after that, when you realize how they've been doing this a long time, their expertise is invaluable. The fact that it's family owned and operated. They've been dedicated to Houston sports teams, to ESPN radio. They've been around a long time. Mary runs everything from the headquarters. Her brother gets out there and can actually give you the free estimates. And I said free estimates right now to see how they can help you protect your biggest investment. For most of us, that's our house. They can get involved and you can have a difference maker. 30% off all windows right now, $2,500 off a complete siding job. That just gets the ball rolling. All you need to do is pick up the phone and call them for a free estimate. They come out to see you. They tell you what they can do. Tell them if you're interested in one or both, windows, siding, or a complete package, and they've got tons of deals going on. It starts with discounts for senior citizens, military, and first responders. It goes a long way past that with the way that they're willing to help you. But the good thing is you are in the hands of experts that are going to treat you the right way. The windows that I got done changed the entire value, look, and curb appeal of my house. But then when I got into it with Mary and I realized how much I'm going to save in terms of my energy bills, how efficient they are at keeping the elements out and the temperature right in my house, it was a no-brainer. Check them out today, 832-204-1936 for a free estimate. 832-204-1936. You can always catch them online, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
8693 saying a couple years ago that argument over Davis Mills was intense. I'll never forget it. That was probably one of our better ones. We had a pretty good one with Tua.
We did have a good Tua one.
Good one with Davis Mills.
The Davis Mills one was like, what was
I think I quit.
ceiling?
I think something very nuanced, and I was giving up on him super early.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, it's too soon to give up on him, which you were probably right. It probably was too soon, but, I can get a little bit.
I can remember that one guy.
I can get a little pretentious at times. Who said that? Chris? I think Chris and Sam Houston said that. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. And then Philip said, tell Joel that I listen every day. Like, you don't read the text line. You couldn't see it yourself. 0315 draft Zach Edney and Moose Shingun to the 4 spot.
Edie?
He said
how slow do you want to be in the post?
Siri. Yeah, that would be.
You want a scary proposition? Today from the Combine, they showed Zach Edey knocking down threes.
I saw that.
Ugh.
Very slow release.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a mock where Edey went late first.
I can't see him going anywhere in the top 15. I think he slides out of the 15.
Didn't you say last week you see him going in the top 15? Okay, I must have heard you wrong.
Maybe he can hover in the middle of the draft. I think he can be a first-round pick, but I don't think he's – people here, it's always, he was the college player of the year 2 years in a row. So what? It doesn't translate to the NBA game.
Yeah, I'm not very high on him.
I got 2 names that I like.
Let's get to those in a second.
Yeah.
Here was Woj talking about the Rockets' likeliness of trading the number 3 pick.
The Houston Rockets at number 3, Rafael Stone, their general manager, has always shown an inclination to be willing to trade out of his draft spot, to bring in an impact veteran player. They have drafted well in Houston, and they've blended it with some good veterans. So I think there'll be a lot of conversations with Houston. I think that pick will be available.
So there was Woj saying the pick would be available. And here's Rafael Stone talking in Chicago after he landed from overseas. I think he was in France. Anyways, here he was talking to the media about the possibility of trading the pick.
I think the caveat to it always was we'd be willing to move it if we got something that was worth us moving it, but at the same time valuing the player we think we'd bring in. So probably at least a slightly better chance that we'll like the player more at 3. Probably a much better chance that we'll like the player more at 3, or at least we'll. Sometimes that's not true. A higher likelihood that we'll be very interested in a player at 3. That's probably the better way of saying it. But also potentially maybe others will too, and so maybe other teams will be more aggressive in trying to trade in for that.
He's so long-winded, Rafael Stone. Now he does give you information. Like he kind of tells you what he's thinking as he's thinking it. The wheels are in motion, and he is describing the wheels that are in motion.
Yeah, I think it's as he's like reviewing the scenario in his dome piece, it just starts coming out, because I think he knows the right thing to say is we're probably going to like the draft pick more than anybody that offers us anything, just to make sure that people are willing to offer him a good deal. But I think in his heart of hearts, if he's playing poker, he ain't tipping his hand to you, and the fact that they would probably like to move it for in a package to get him a veteran.
Yeah, I mean he's playing poker there a bit, because he's talking about this is a very valuable pick. The top 5 picks are incredibly good. Yeah, I mean he's selling it, which you have to do. So who are the 3 names that you like?
2.
They said 3.
Connect from Tennessee.
3's too high for him.
Yeah, but let me finish though. That's what I was going to say. I don't like him at 3, but I think if Rafael said trade scenarios, there could be a trade scenario where you trade down. I think you could get him in and around 5, 6. Detroit might want to move up. There are teams that are probably going to be trying to get into that top 3 or 4 with eyes on players because they need a young player. I think he's a guy that could, if you don't find a veteran, that's a guy that has multiple different skill sets that could work within your offense. And the shooting guard from Kentucky,
Reed Sheppard.
I think Sheppard is young. I think Sheppard has a really good jump shot, but he's got good handles. I think he can give you versatility and a shooter that they desperately need. And again, I don't think he's going to go at 3. I think you could trade down, still get one of those 2 guys. I think those are the kind of fit players if they use the pick or they trade down, get something else, and still are looking for a young player. I'm looking for a versatile guy that can shoot. I think those 2 guys kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, they definitely are the best shooters in this draft. I don't think that Connect is a fit for Ime Udoka. Like Ime Udoka likes defense.
Defense?
Yeah, and Connect is a poor defender.
Is that right?
Yeah, very, very, very. He's not quick at all. Pretty underwhelming athlete. He doesn't seem like a fit for Ime Udoka if they're valuing defense, and I feel like Ime Udoka always values defense. Sheppard, I've talked myself into Sheppard, I've talked myself out of Sheppard, and I've talked myself back into Sheppard. I would really be curious to have a drink with Ime Udoka, and if we're having a drink at Chino Ben, and to get his true thoughts on Reed Sheppard, because I could see the conversation with Reed Sheppard being not great lateral movement, little bit underwhelming athletically, although he had a 42-inch vertical today, so it's like maybe he is more athletic than we're giving him credit for, because he's, looks like a white schoolboy. His defense really wasn't very good at Kentucky. People, Branham, he had a lot of steals. Steals doesn't mean great defender. Like, it doesn't mean you're a great on-ball defender. Sometimes it means that you're cheating and you're gambling and you're going for some steals that some coaches don't want you doing. So steals is never a correlation with, like, great defender. You know who has a bunch of steals and is a bad defender? Steph Curry. So that doesn't – I'm curious what they think about his defense. Now, the fact that he's jumping 42 inches shows you that the athleticism's there, and the shooting is for real. I was reading something today where they They correlate your college numbers to what they expect your NBA numbers to be. And the best shooter by projected stats only is Reed Sheppard. And they say that his numbers project better than anybody else from college to the NBA, or from international or G League to the NBA. That's going just strictly based on numbers and not looking at like measurements, all the combine stuff.
The biggest concern I have with him, because he's got the bloodlines. His dad played guard at Kentucky. His dad was a really, really good knockdown shooter.
Well, if you're going bloodlines, you should take Bronny James.
Well, right, but that's ridiculous. That's Daryl's move just to piss everybody off. I think that the one thing that I would be worried about is, with as good as he was this freshman year, and he won some games for them, when the stage got big and the lights got bright and they needed him the most, he disappeared in the tournament. And I think he was awful.
He was.
And I think that's something that bothered me a little bit. Like, hey, I don't care how old you are, especially because you had results throughout the year. This is where the cream rises to the top. You're supposed to step up in these moments. And that concerned me about Sheppard. I think from Connect's standpoint, he's long, he's versatile. I think he's a good shooter. I think he brings a lot of offensive elements.
See, I don't think he's versatile, though. I think he's a shooter, and that's it.
I think he plays. I think he can play the wing, and I think the other thing is, I think as long as he learns how to play team defense, I think he can be fine defensively if he's coachable. I don't know if he's coachable that way.
Yeah.
Under Rick Barnes,
I would imagine that he was under Barnes. Yeah. But I wonder about his lateral quickness. I don't see it.
I think that's kind of maybe Tari Eason is too close to him in that maybe you think you already have something like that. I think offensively he can fill it up. I think that he can score, he can finish. He's got good touch. But yeah, I like Sheppard throughout the late parts of the season, looking at him going, that's a guy that kind of the Rockets really could use.
His shooting can play. I wonder if they feel like he is good enough at defense to play in an Ime Udoka team, quite frankly. Because, Cam Whitmore wasn't good enough defensively the first half of last year. And is he a better on-ball defender than Reed Sheppard? He
learned a lot.
You would certainly think so. I don't know if that's why I wonder. That's why I wonder in Sheppard. All of these top prospects I've talked myself into and I've talked myself out of. John Hollinger, who covers the basketball of the NBA for The Athletic. He also New York Times, et cetera,
covered it
et cetera.
so well. He got a very high job in the Memphis front office for a couple of years.
Did he really?
He got general manager of the Grizzly and stuff for a couple of years coming off ESPN.
So his number one player, this is the only place where I've seen this guy as the number one player, Ron Holland from the G League. He
over the kid from Australia that's coming on the heels of Wemby.
So there is a heavy bias to American players from Hollinger's big board. I've noticed, because it goes Holland, Castle, UConn guy, Klingon, guy,
yeah.
Sheppard, Sarr, Tupac, Buzulis, Dillingham, Filipowski, Devin Carter. So there's a lot.
Sarr is the overwhelming favorite to go
number one.
Yeah.
Which Sarr intrigues me. Because I think Sarr has the biggest upside in this draft, because he's a big man who can chew bubble gum and run at the same time. He's long. He's a good rim protector, but he's incredibly weak.
Yeah,
he's incredibly weak, and he can defend the perimeter a bit too. Best case scenario, he turns into Rudy Gobert. Worst case scenario, he's who was the very tall guy that the Rockets had back. You were probably still working there.
Which one?
I don't remember his name.
Tall.
That's why I'm asking for help.
Tall guy, but what position? He
center.
played 4.
He's center. No, he was 7'3", 7'2", 7'3", long, really, really skinny. Never played much.
Hasheem Thabeet?
Yeah. Worst case scenario, he's him. Best case scenario, he's Rudy Gobert. But he has perimeter skill on defense. He doesn't have any skill offensively. So he's interesting. I hope that he goes in the top 2, so the Rockets aren't presented with the question of, should we take this guy? Holland's got the best NBA body, but he wasn't a great shooter in the G League. Good defender. I wonder if that's what attracts the Rockets to Udoka. Castle,
who's
solid.
The kid from Chicago that played for the G League team in the rookie sophomore challenge or whatever they call it now, and played really, really well. He's supposed to be a top 5 pick. He played in the G League this last year. He's intriguing as hell, but again, he's super young. He's 18, 19 years old.
You're talking about Buzulis?
Yeah. Yep. He's a guy that I think has got a massive upside, and he handles it well. He shoots it well. I could see him being a guy, if you're rebuilding, that's a great kid to have on your team. But the Rockets already have enough of that.
Yeah, I wonder if his skill set might be a little bit different, though, because he's a little bit more of a playmaker. He's a good passer, not an elite athlete, but a good enough athlete.
I'm probably giving him too much credit. He's kind of Dirkish, though, in terms of...
Oh, that's way too much credit. Yeah, he didn't shoot it very good in G League.
Well, in that game against NBA players, he was knocking down shots, fadeaways, and he had some good touch to where I was like, okay, I see this kid as a guy that you could possibly develop. Because a lot of these guys come out, like, I don't think they have a use for Klingon. I don't think that with some of these guys that are going to be in the top 5 around where the Rockets pick, they've already got those players on their roster.
I don't know if they have a Klingon, though.
I mean, if you're going to have Alpi as your 5, Klingon's a better defender.
It's the opposite of Alpi.
Yeah, Alpi's definitely a better offensive player.
Yeah, Klingon would be your future rim protector. Like, maybe never as a starter, but he's your future rim protector.
And are you burning a top 5-ish pick on that?
But you can't look at that way this year.
Well, especially if we're talking about Shepard being the shooter that they need.
Yeah, you can't be like, well, we have a top 3 pick. But you have to evaluate the draft for what it is.
I think
not
trading
a great
down
draft.
is a legit option as much as trading out.
I could see them trading for future picks more than trading down.
Really? Not trading down in the lottery at all?
Because if you're trading from 3, why would you trade down from 3? Like, if you don't love this draft enough at the top, why are you going to love it, in the middle? I think they'd be more, especially when you have a young nucleus. I think they'd be more likely to trade this pick for future picks.
Yeah, I could see the only reason. See, if this was a stronger draft, I think you could do a pick swap and still get a player.
But it's not a stronger draft, so that's part of the calculus.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's going to limit what you can get in return if you're trying to trade down and still get a player and something else. But I think the way the conversation started is the way they should look first and foremost. They should be looking legitimately, if they're going to trade out, to get a player that can help them now and blend with the young talent that they have that's a little bit older, but has a lot more ability.
Should be a fun offseason. See what they do.
Absolutely.
5240 says a pure knockdown shooter. If you want pure knockdown shooter, I think it's Reed Shepherd. And hopefully Reed Shepherd's good enough a defender where Udoka signs off on him, because I think that'd be a lot of fun. And Shepherd's got a high basketball IQ. You're right, he disappeared in the tournament, which don't love that. But Brandon Miller disappeared in the tournament a couple years ago too.
Yep.
So, maybe that's not always an apples to apples. Not that I like to see it, though. You're right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Speaking of these trades, would you entertain trading Ryan Presley? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, look, the dog days of summer are right around the corner. We know it's going to get super hot, super quick, and it's going to stay that way. And you need to make sure your AC unit is ready and prepared for it. And the best people to go to, Vanderford Air. They're locally owned and operated. They're a family-run business, and they're dedicated to Houstonians. You know I love that. They're going to take care of you every step of the way. They're going to do a complete system check for you. If you need a full HVAC system or just a part or two, they're going to make sure that everything is guaranteed, because there's some things that I really love, and I think that's the reason why I speak for them. One, within 24 hours of you calling them, they're going to be at your door, no matter how busy they are, no matter how hot it is. That's one of the guarantees you get. And the other one is the 100% satisfaction guarantee, or your money back on everything that they do. Top to bottom, from parts to a complete new system, everything from their work and their craftsmanship in the way that they do it to the parts and the services and the systems themselves, guaranteed. That's why I recommend you go there. I recommend you put this number in your phone now, because you never know when you're going to need them, and you know you're going to need your air conditioning. 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL, or go to VanderfordAir.com. Check them out, because they will not let you down. Dedicated to the Houston area, they're always going to give you that 100% money-back guarantee, and they're going to make sure that your back is covered once you decide that they're the ones that you want to do the work, and they're the best in the business. They got everything that you need under one roof: plumbing, air conditioning, heating, you name it, they can do it, and they'll always guarantee it. That's why I love them. VanderfordAir.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank and Branham, Bees, ESPN 97.5. Would you entertain trading Ryan Pressly? Real quick before that, Joe Espada said Jose Abreu is doing well. He's getting 6-7 at-bats per day in West Palm Beach. He's facing live pitching. What does that day look like? Like you wake up whenever you want, drive down to the facility, maybe get loose, maybe you go face these single-A pitchers, you get 6-7 at-bats. How long does that take you? Maybe an hour? And then maybe you go get a lift in, and then you're done for the day? Jose Abreu is in West Palm Beach on semi-retirement.
He's got a house down there, too.
Yeah, I think I don't know where it's at.
Super close because he's staying there, according to, I think Dana Brown said that. But, like, you think about that, too. 6 at-bats a day on live pitching. So you're just kicking it, and then you get a guy that throws you, like, what, an inning or two worth where you get 6 plate appearances. I'm good.
Like, what do you think that day looks like? He probably goes in around 9, 10, and he's probably done, like, maybe gets a lift. I'm sure he gets a lift.
But they don't want him to lift as much.
Yeah, but he gets his workout in.
Sure.
Like, light weights, lean muscle. I bet you he's out of there by 1. Maybe he has a lunch. Maybe he has lunch there at the facility.
I mean, I think that they probably are doing, because of bat speed stuff, he's off the machine where they're cranking up the velocity on pitches a little bit and working on some things that way. I think that you're probably doing your normal hitting drills. At a certain point, you're getting the live pitching and getting these 6 at-bats. Yeah, I think it's a couple hours max.
Sounds like a fun job.
And you're getting $19 million a year to do it.
It sounds like a really fun job. Also, in the pregame, Joe Espada said that Javier will start Thursday. And that Hunter Brown will get a start against Milwaukee. So 6-man rotation for the Houston Astros. So Javier, no IL. He's going to start Thursday's game in the series finale against the Oakland Single A's. I guess I can't call him that.
I hope there's some miracle adjustment that gets him way better than he was Saturday night.
So would you entertain trading Ryan Pressly? Also in Nightingale's article in the USA Today, the Baltimore Orioles privately realized they are going to have to find a closer for the pennant stretch with Craig Kimbrell melting down. They have their eyes on St. Louis Cardinals' Ryan Helsley, Toronto Blue Jays closer Jordan Romano, and Astro reliever Ryan Pressly if their teams become deadline sellers. Pressly does have another year in his deal. It has to hit 50 innings for a mutual option to become a full guarantee. He does have a no-trade clause. But if you're the Houston Astros, would you entertain trading Ryan Pressly?
In my mind, it's a no-brainer. I think that where this team is and the fact that they have a surplus in that area of the bullpen, and you know that your closer of the future is Josh Hader, you know that your setup guy more than likely is going to be Brian Abreu. The fact that you know that he's at most going to be with you for one more year probably, there's no doubt in my mind I'm shopping him. And the no trade is something that he's got to waive, but the conversations that I'm willing to have until we get to that point just to see what I could possibly get for him, that intrigues me because I need this roster to be better now. And if I'm looking for ways to be better now, and also because you've had a depleted farm system for quite a few years now, the fact that you could actually get some assets back for a guy that within a year or so's time is probably going to be gone anyway, and he's not your closer anymore, the role that he had grown into establishing for himself here. There's no doubt in my mind I'm having those conversations.
If you can get a really good prospect back for Ryan Pressly today, anywhere through July 31st, I'm doing it. Replenish your farm system a little bit, even though it's probably not going to be a super prospect. It's not going to be like Jackson Holiday. But if you can get a really good prospect for Ryan Pressly and you're not selling low on a pitcher who's actually gotten off to a poor start, entertaining the idea of that, no doubt. And probably looking to do that. Secondly, he's on the hook for $14 million next year. Let's keep in mind that Josh Hader's already on the books for $19 million, and Rafael Montero's making $11.5 million. So you have all this money spent on your bullpen. Ryan Pressly's going to be 36 years old next year. Your farm system ain't great. Pressly's not your closer. He's your 8th inning guy. Probably should be your 7th inning guy because Brian Abreu is better. If I can get a solid prospect for Ryan Pressly, I'm making the trade right now. I'm not even waiting until July.
The big thing, too, because take the bullpen out of it, and you're also probably burning 19 on Abreu no matter what happens, too, for more money that's tied up. If you can free up his salary so that if there's any way possible you can use it and repurpose it to try and get a player or two in here when you are trying to make an impact next season, I'm all for that too. Get that money off the books, get a prospect for the future, but be able to use that money to try and make this roster better when you might be a little bit more handcuffed next year financially.
It helps you on two different fronts. It helps you that you're going to boost the minor league system some. Like, it's not going to – whoever you get back for Ryan Presley isn't going to come in here and make you, a top 10 minor league system, but it's going to replenish the farm a bit. And then the savings, the savings of money. Now, maybe you could go out and spend that in the offseason for a position of need. You already have Hader in the 9th, and Brian Abreu can easily transition into the 8th. You don't want to spend tons of money on middle relief pitching, and the Astros have already spent a whole lot of money on relievers. So, yeah, I'm in on this, and I'm not even really batting an eye, thinking twice. Question does have to become, would Ryan Presley accept a trade somewhere else? I don't know if he's in love with Houston anymore, especially if he can be a closer on a contender.
That's the thing. If he wants, I think in his heart of hearts, I think we would all be in the same position of saying, hey, look, I was a closer for years and I was a damn good one. That's what I want to do. If I have a chance to go to a team like Baltimore, it's going to be in the pennant chase. That's going to have a chance to establish a role for me because look, Kimbrel wasn't a long-term solution anyway. Now they're getting the big boy back that they lost.
Bautista.
Is
he coming back this year?
I don't know. I'm not saying for this year, but I'm saying in terms of closer role in the future, that either you establish yourself to where other teams are going to want you as their closer if he hits free agency, and or if you find a fit with Baltimore and they say, hey, we like you better than Bautista, or we want you to stick around, that maybe you establish yourself for your future with a winning ball club. I have to at least entertain that because I know that as much as I'm a Texas guy and I like Houston, I'm not going to be the closer for the next 5 years on this team.
And let's remember, too, Baltimore general manager Mike Elias, former assistant general manager to Houston, and was the assistant general manager when they traded for Ryan Presley from Minnesota. So maybe it's an old, guy from, his past that he really likes that he wants to bring into Baltimore. 1459, if you're a good GM, I think you have to consider everyone except for Altuve, Yordan, and Diaz. If this season keeps going the way it's going, why not get some good prospects to keep the window open for a couple more years? I agree with that logic, but even if I'm a contender, I'm still looking to trade Ryan Presley.
I agree.
That to me, being in the race isn't going to be the reason that I keep Ryan Presley. In fact, the savings alone would be reason to trade Ryan Presley. Now, if you're in the race in July and you're trading Presley for a prospect to Baltimore, you probably need to be in the mix for another decent reliever
somewhere in another
that
trade or
can fill the innings.
Yep.
Yeah, that he's not going to be Presley equivalent. Like, you're getting more for Presley than you're giving up for the other reliever. But if you are in the race, I wouldn't want to lose the arm completely. So you add another arm.
I'd also warn that listener in terms of saying to keep the window open. You're losing. If you're trading all those guys, you're losing the talent that has to be replenished in order for you to still be a competitive ball club. So if Bregman goes out the door, if you trade Presley, if you're trying to trade everybody but the guys that you mentioned, you're going to have to find quality players to replace them, too, if you want that window to stay open with a chance to win it all instead of just being a winning team.
I think you can have a new window and trade those guys, though, because your foundation isn't awful. You have Yainer Diaz, whether he's a future catcher or not. You have Yainer Diaz either as your catcher or your first baseman. You probably have to include Altuve in the next window because he's under contract. Jeremy Pena's under contract for a while.
I was going to say,
Yordan Alvarez is under contract for a while. Jake Myers is under contract for a while. Chas McCormick's under contract for a while. Now it gets a little bit, dicey there. Kyle Tucker is not. You'd have to make a decision there, like either pay him or trade him. And then your starters, Fromber would be a free agent after next year. You have to make a decision with Fromber. Either you extend him or you trade him. I would trade him. Javier's under contract, but he doesn't look great. The pitching that you have under contract is not
Garcia
fantastic.
and Javier are two guys you're banking on for the future.
Urquidy has a couple of years. Lance has a few years left on his deal, believe it or not.
Yeah, but how many of those can
And then you have Abreu and you have Hader. Like, your foundation of what you have under club control isn't bad. It's not what the Astros have been in the past, but it's not bad. It's better than a lot of other major league teams.
But if you can knock off Bregman's salary, Presley's salary, if you can start knocking off some big numbers too, then you can replenish the roster to some degree by getting what you need to out in the open market if you're savvy with it. And if the Crane Gang's in charge, I have concerns.
Smart money over big money for me. 0588, I would trade Hader before Presley. Hader has been hot garbage.
Ain't nobody paying. I don't think anybody's out in the market to trade for Hader at $19 a year.
Hader's been so much better than Presley.
He has been.
Hader's been way better than Presley, whether it's just the
numbers. He has a no trade too, right?
I think he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he does. All right, 713-780-ESPN HR&P listener line. Willa Bits when we come back. You never know what you're going to get, but you know it's going to be great. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Willa Bits is great, just like Gentle Ben is great. I love to tell you about Gentle Ben. Just get some Gentle Ben, try it, and you're going to thank me, and you're never going to look back. Gentle Ben is the best. The vodka, best in the state. The gin, best in the market. Bourbon, the double platinum winner at the prestigious Ascot Awards. Gentle Ben uses their innovative, revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you will ever taste. So smooth, so clean, eliminates the burn. Don't labor through your drink. Enjoy it. Savor it. You can do that with Gentle Ben. You'll love what's not in it, including gluten. Gentle Ben isn't going to brag about that one, though, because all spirits are naturally gluten-free. Change your life and get Gentle Ben. You're going to love it so much. You can get it at Minute Maid Park. Just stop by the Gentle Ben bar just to the left of the Crawford boxes on your way to watch some baseball. Head to the tasting room in Alvin. Stop at your favorite liquor store. Pick up a bottle. When you're at the restaurant, when you're at the bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Or just head to gentleben.com. You can learn the incredible story, the incredible legacy. But you can also order straight from the website. Yeah, gentleben.com. Order straight from the site. Gentle Ben, highest craft, softest sip.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Grade the Call.
All right, we're grading the call. You know what what's happening today on the Astros A's broadcast, right?
Yes, I do.
First ever. How do you phrase this? First ever game that's being called by female play-by-play. I almost said guys. By female play-by-play broadcasters for each team. Julia Morales is going to call the play-by-play for the Astros, and then I forget the Oakland A's lady that does it. She, of course, will call the play-by-play for the Oakland A's.
Oh, I didn't. When you were like first time, I was like, there's been females that have called baseball games before.
First time for both teams.
That's very cool.
Yeah, so Julia Morales will be on the call today on the Shin, and then the Oakland A's play-by-play. I need to find her name.
TK goes to sideline.
Yeah, he's going to be
reporter.
the sideline girl.
Yeah, and Blummer doesn't change.
Julian Morales is going to be the play-by-play guy, and TK is going to be the sideline girl for the broadcast tonight.
Of you.
What do you mean?
Just come across as
Ginny Kavnar is the broadcaster for the A's. Which do we know if they travel or not?
They better. They were doing that as a COVID thing, and then they tried to extend it because they're so cheap.
There was still one Major League Baseball team that wasn't traveling. I thought it was the Blue Jays, though. I could be wrong on that.
Dan Schulman.
Yeah, there was one.
Were the Orioles cheap for a while?
Yeah, they're always cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've always been cheap.
And then the one guy
That's my guy, Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
Not the guy who pitched for the Padres.
No.
This guy's much younger. He went to Syracuse with Paul, actually.
That's right.
Kevin Brown did.
Paul's friend, yeah.
I know him from the college basketball circuit.
What did he get reprimanded for or something? He said something on the air
It
that
was
was very,
very
very
mild.
tame,
Yeah.
and they took it very offensively.
It was so tame, I don't remember what he said.
And he got suspended.
Like we got beat, basically. Like the Rays played good baseball, better baseball than we did or whatever. Yeah, anyways, Kavnar is the play-by-play voice for the Oakland Athletics. She'll be, of course, on the call for the A's. And Julia Morales will be on the call for the Astros on the Shin. TK will be the sideline reporter for the game, which he used to do in Tampa Bay. Anyways, the reason that I ask, are the A's on remote, is because there's been a couple of calls this year by Kavnar that have come up. And, some people have the means or ways to listen to the visiting call, like VPN. So maybe some people will be listening to the Oakland A's call. Some people pirate their Astro baseball.
Can't you also, with extra innings, you can get either?
I don't know if you can in the market.
Oh, that's because League Pass for NBA.
Yeah,
you can do that. You're right, except for your own home.
Like you
home
can't.
market.
I have MLB TV. I can't watch MLB TV whenever I'm in Houston. So I wouldn't have the option to listen to Ginny Kavnar tonight. I'll be watching on the Shin.
By the way, I did look it up. The Angels and Blue Jays are not sending their radio teams on the road.
Well, this isn't a great look for Kavnar then.
I Googled radio. I'm not sure about TV.
So Kavnar's been traveling then with these awful calls. So grade the call, our Willa Bits today. We have 2 calls from Ginny Kavnar. So we'll see, how she does today. We'll see how Julia Morales does today. But here was Kavnar with a home run call earlier this year. Let's grade the call.
Well, hello. Okay. Bombs away for Brent Rooker. Man, when he gets a hold of one, he sends it a long ways.
Grade the call, Blaine. Okay. I thought she was Little John for a second.
Oh, my God.
Grade the call.
Joel?
I'm thinking. It's like that wasn't even – that was more like conversational.
It wasn't even really a call.
Okay.
And she's radio?
She's TV.
She's TV. Because so you better have seen that. Because if you're listening to that on radio, that's a Milo call. You have no idea what the hell just happened. You think it was a home run. With Milo, you weren't sure. That was a little too conversational for me. I'll give it 3.
Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't good.
I'm going to give it a 1-3.
Yeah,
I'm going to give the home run call a 1-3.
I'll split the difference 2-2.
Hello.
Yeah, it's just, man, as Joel pointed out, like, if you weren't watching it on TV, you'd have no idea what happened.
That's why I thought she was remote.
Yeah.
Because it's like, sometimes remote, you can you pick it up late. You don't know if it's gone off the bat. It's tough to tell.
Or you're John Sterling.
You're very old. So that one, what'd you give it, Brian?
2-2.
2-2. So we're right around 2.5, I guess, collectively, doing the math off the top of my head. Here's the second call from Ginny Kavnar when the A's in a critical spot tied the game late.
Rooker at second, Blade at first. That's in the air towards right field. Ryan McKenna leaps up to grab it. Over his head it goes, and coming in home. How about we have ourselves an even up game?
It's like follow the bouncing ball.
She's the 180 of Gus Johnson.
I don't know her resume, but was play-by-play her forte to get this job?
I hope.
Because that doesn't sound like someone who's done play-by-play for baseball that often.
How about we have ourselves what'd she say, a level game?
He reaches up to make the play that's over.
Yes, she almost like miscalled it. She like says he makes the catch at one point and then like changes the call.
I was under the impression that the outfielder was going to catch it and maybe there was someone tagging up. And then all of a sudden I got a totally different point of view when she basically described the ball falling down.
Yeah, she graduated Colorado State, worked for TV in Flint, covered high school, college sports.
Where's the play-by-play aspect?
Moved to San Diego in 2007. She was hired in 2007 to do pre- and post-game for the Padres. Then in 2012, she succeeded Rizzo as host of the pregame and postgame shows for the Rockies. And then Kavner became the first woman to provide color commentary for the National League Baseball game on the radio for KOA. In 18, she filled in as the play-by-play announcer for two Rockies game, first woman to do so since 93. And then in 21, she was the Colorado Sportscaster of the Year. And then February 24 this year, they announced that she will be the lead play-by-play for the Oakland A's.
I don't hear a whole lot of play-by-play experience. Yeah.
It sounds like she's done 2 games.
Yeah, she's done studio and stuff. And then she gets a chance to do play-by-play. It's an art form.
Served on the broadcast team for both men's and women's college basketball games on Pac-12 Network and Fox Sports.
That sounded like an in-studio host doing play-by-play.
It really did. That's why I was going to ask you about Julia. I know that they've given Julia chances to fill in before, but does Julia have play-by-play in her background? Because, look, you're here to attest to it better than anybody, but the fact is that is an art form, that is a skill, and it takes a lot of practice to be able to paint the picture with your vocal cords. That wasn't what I just heard.
So what would we grade that call?
That was a
worse.
1. You think it was worse?
That was a 1.
0.8.
You think it was worse?
Yeah.
I thought it was worse than the home run call.
I thought it was worse than the home run call.
Okay. I'll give it I'm going to go 0.8.
Are you copying me?
Can you imagine? I didn't even hear that you said 0.8. Can you imagine all of these dozens and dozens of Oakland Athletic fans that have to watch Ginny Kavnar every night? I feel bad for the dozens of people that have to do that.
I gotta follow up. It would not be good.
Well, you can't tease us like that.
You can't say the you got to say it, or don't
Is
tease
that
it.
why the A's hired her, so that the A's fans will say just that they don't like it, so they can move to Vegas?
I don't know. You think she makes it to Vegas with them?
Ooh.
Or you think they bring in a new TV person?
Brent Musburger's there. He might still have a few years left.
I'll probably leave her in Sacramento.
Like the Raiders did. The Raiders. Huh?
He might not be alive by the time they get to Vegas. What is that, 3 years, 4 years?
Well, they could do like Weekend at Bernie's. He still could be the guy.
That's not going to be very good. Not going to be very good on air. So they're in Sacramento
you
for 2 years.
You are looking live.
Something like
I am
that.
dead.
I don't think they take Kavnar to Vegas.
That's not. It's a small sample size. But that's from what I've heard, is all I can go on. That ain't very good.
I think she does this year, the 2 years in Sacramento, and then they bring in
Lisa
somebody
Byington, who does Bucks basketball, does a very good job. She also does TNT, and
she's a little boring.
This girl's voice is annoying to me.
The best women's broadcaster I've ever heard is Doris Burke. I think Doris Burke is phenomenal.
Yeah, she does.
But she's color. But she's fantastic. I think
she's pretty white.
I think Beth Mowins has grown on me. I never used to like her, but at least her tempo and her voice is not like nails on a chalkboard.
What do you think of Mendoza?
Jess Mendoza, I like Jess Mendoza as an analyst.
I think she's okay. Doris Burke is easily the best.
Oh, Doris Burke's fantastic.
And I'm sure Julia Morales will be great. But yeah, the first ever both team female broadcaster, and I think Julia will be better than Ginny Kavnar.
Is that the only female? That's the only female regular full-time play-by-play.
I think so.
Announcer.
They said it was the first time
in baseball.
They said it was the first time since like the 90s or whatever.
Because what's her name? Susan does
Susan Waldman.
Waldman does the Yankees
Rogers
radio.
and George's box
of all the dramatic things.
Roger. So you can hear Susie Waldman on ESPN 97.5 every single day. Every single day.
How?
She's one of the bump bags for the gag show.
Oh.
Yeah, where she says, George. Yeah. She's on one of the rejoins. I've heard it. And every single time. All right. Car wreck of the day. Maybe Ginny Kavnar. Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for our car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Killer Bees. ESPN 97.5. ESPN 92.5. Y'all, if y'all haven't joined the club at Texas Star Grill Shop, you're missing out. Head to 975grills.com right now to join, or just mention the club when you go to any of the Houston locations. As a member of the club, you'll enjoy special in-store discounts that can't be found anywhere else. The best products in the outdoor cooking world at Texas Star Grill Shop. And they're giving you prices you won't see anywhere when you join the club. From Traeger to Weber to Napoleon, they have it all. Wood pellet, charcoal, gas, everything. Outdoor pizza ovens, flat top grills, whatever you want, and they'll beat any price for a club member. Stop falling for these tricks of walking into the big box stores, purchasing the first grill you see. Shop at Texas Star Grill Shop and educate yourself in the grill game. If you're going to buy a grill in this town, you want to talk to them first. Full free installation. Don't have to worry about 100 pieces in assembly. A box unloaded on your driveway can be annoying. You get full free assembly and delivery for club members. From start to finish, Texas Star Grill Shop will be there for you. And you got to get your hands on the Weber Slate rust-resistant griddle going on right now. These are how restaurants cook their cheeseburgers, their hamburgers. You got to get a Weber Slate rust-resistant griddle. Cook your burgers so you can be the hero of Memorial Day. Outdoor Kitchens, 975grills.com as well. They're the best in the business when it comes to the outdoor kitchen game. Fantastic. You'll want to check it out. Join the club, 975grills.com, for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blanker stepped out. He had to leave a little early, family duty, daughters, etc. This sounds like somebody's going to get offed when we play this. In fact, that's what happened to Blankers. I offed them.
I mean, Spencer Arrighetti might get offed in a few weeks when Jose Urquidy comes back.
That's what I was thinking, too. How long until Arrighetti's offed? And then we have to
with
play
the fishes.
3311 says, do you think Ace fan is listening to Julia's Doobie Do It? Remember, Doobie Do It.
I would take Doobie Do It over what we heard from the A's.
I would too.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably the 3 Ace fans are listening to Julia's Doobie Do It. Yeah, that many. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound tonight for the Astros he got lit up at Yankee Stadium. 0-4, 8.44 ERA. And Ross Stripling goes for the A's. 1-6, 5.14 ERA. So two pitchers who are awful. I bet you see like a 3-2 game. You expect a high-scoring game with these two on the mound.
Was it 2 starts ago that Arrighetti actually had a pretty good one at home?
Yeah, he was okay.
It was like 5 2/3, 2 earned runs,
he had like
something
7
like that.
Ks.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you can see some things. And then he got lit up in Yankee Stadium. Maybe he'll pitch well tonight at home. I think the home road splits are pretty big with him, so maybe that'll be good. Coming up after us, it'll be Soccer Matters, of course, on a Monday. Premier League, Dynamo pros and cons ahead of Austin FC, and then Copa America tickets coming up. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. That's a transition there. I liked it. All right. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day, Brian?
First one, I'm sure you saw this, but it was on the tail end of the Paul Skeens debut on Saturday. But the Pirates, in one inning, Jeremy, one inning. This is not over the full game. This is not over a series. One inning, walked in 6 runners. They had, after Skeens got pulled, I think he got pulled in the 5th, and there was even a rain delay mixed into this that broke it up. But at one point in one inning, they walked in, not allowed 6 runs, but walked in 6 earned runs.
That's rough.
Yeah, that apparently it's an MLB record. I wouldn't have known that, what the MLB record was before I saw this this morning. But 6 earned runs walked in by Pirates relievers on Saturday.
That's Little League. Like, that's bad high school baseball. Like, you can't get it over and you're just walking everybody. That's almost like a Looney Tunes. Remember the Bugs Bunny where, like, they're marching around the bases?
Yeah, they're doing, like, the conga around the base pass. Yes.
That's brutal. I didn't notice that. I hadn't seen that. That's unheard of. I can't believe their bullpen's that bad. My car wreck of the day nomination, Tyson Fury's father. I'm sure you saw this. John Fury headbutted someone from Alexander Usyk's team.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you say it? Usyk,
yeah.
They have a fight on Saturday night, so they were doing some promotional stuff. John Fury, the father of Tyson Fury, went up to somebody and they were talking trash, and he headbutted him, and he got busted open.
He went full Goldberg?
Yeah.
Headbutting the door on the way out?
He was like Brian Cushing, except the other guy didn't have a helmet.
Oh, my God.
And he busted himself up. These guys are lunatics. The Fury family they're all lunatics.
Yeah, Tyson Fury's family, it's almost like the movie. Have you seen the movie Snatch?
No.
With the people in I don't know what the term would be now. Some of the terms now are I don't think seen as PC, but basically living in caravans. Basically if you've seen what was the movie or the show on Netflix? I'm forgetting the name now. Gypsies, basically. They come from gypsy background. So yeah, they come off as absolute wild man, as you said.
They're insane. Josh from Seabrook, car break of the day. The third iteration of the Arena Football League. Cash running out. Several games have been canceled, and a few teams have already folded. I didn't know that.
I didn't even know they were playing.
I didn't know they were playing either.
I mean, I knew about the UFL, but I didn't know the Arena Football League was still going.
I didn't either.
I actually went to a few Arena Football games way back when we had the
Thunder
Thunder
Bears?
Bears, and we also had the Texas Terror.
I think Blank oversaw that.
Did he?
I think he oversaw the broadcast.
Did he really?
I think he did.
Okay, well, I mean, it was at Compact Center, so that makes sense.
Didn't Les Alexander own him?
Probably. It was in his building.
Yeah, I think that Blankers did oversee that.
Yeah, I went to a couple of those games. They were fun.
I never did. 9240 car wreck of the weekend. My bank account after my wife's birthday on Saturday and Mother's Day on Sunday. Rest in peace, your bank account. I wish that bank account well. Christian Javier needs to be nominated.
Oh, of course.
Well.
I mean, isn't he the winner?
Could be the decision makers that brought him up. Who's winning? Who's going to win? Javier going to win?
I think I'd vote Javier.
Yeah, I'm going to vote Javier too. Congratulations, Christian Javier. You won something. Maybe not the game, but you won the car wreck of the day on the first radio show since. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He was Blankers. I am Branham. Coming up next, Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, let's get after it here tonight. Really looking forward to getting going here tonight on the heels of the Killer Bees. Joel and Jeremy, hope all you mothers out there had a great weekend celebrating your day. Remember, we can't do it without you. Soccer Matters, as always, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Now, the call-in number, as always, is 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-ESPN. We got a boatload of tickets to give away here tonight, including Copa America, including Leo Messi, Inter Miami versus Tigres, including Houston Dash, and including Houston Dynamo. Of course, the Dynamo will take on FC Dallas on Saturday here at Shell Energy Stadium. On Friday night, the Dash, after winning on the road again at Angel City. I love that. Sticking it to We Are Angel City. Enough of Angel City. Way to go, Dash. Late goal. Paige Nielsen, who used to be on We Are Angel City, to further confuse you. So that was a big road win. Both their wins have been on the road. They get Portland, who was in a goal fest in their past game this weekend. So we'll talk a little bit about that tonight here. There's a lot of winners this weekend. There's a lot of losers in world football. We got that rare double, Dynamo and Dash, on the road. We're going to do a deep dive on matches tonight, pros and cons, bringing you perspective and balance, analysis, data, opinion. It's all here, even a little bit of entertainment. Streaming at ESPN975.com. Jesse Marsh has been named the new manager of Canada. He knows a bit about U.S. players, and now, he knows a bit about the U.S. national team. I like this. Or do I? I think he wants to get one over on Greg Berhalter, number one. Number two, is Jesse a traitor, Guillermo? He's a traitor. He's going to coach the Canucks. Come on.
I would definitely say so.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what? You know what that also signifies? The advancement of the American soccer coach. Because Jesse Marsh did take chances. Red Bull Salzburg, Red Bull Leipzig, right? Leeds. You do have to give him credit. He pioneered. Bob Bradley did some of that before him. But I don't know. I'm not sure Jesse's allowed back in New Jersey ever again. 713-780-3776. When did you fall in love with soccer? When? And what was it that got you to fall in love with soccer? 713-780-3776. Could be a team, could be a player, could be a moment, could be the first time you kicked the ball. What is yours, Guillermo?
I got to say 2010 World Cup. Before that, I used to watch it with my family and stuff like that, but it wasn't until that World Cup that I knew that this was going to be it.
So, that's one of the main responses I've got on social media, at Twitter, at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. Same thing on Instagram. So Lucas said, Spain's incredible golden age, hustle town, and the silky smooth style of one Josep Guardiola. How about that? Here's one, along the lines of yours. A lot of people mentioned the World Cup. So when we put that in the context of the fact that we have the World Cup in 2026, these types, you can only imagine the amount of people that are going to be saying something like this. Their opening to the game is going to be the World Cup in 2026. And very much so from a local standpoint, it will be here as long as people can get to the games. From the standpoint of getting tickets. But you're going to get more and more of this because the World Cup, I think, is the big it's the detonator of the love of the game. It's the detonator. Here's Wrexham Texan. For me, the same tournament, stuck overseas in Russia for work. 98 World Cup was on every screen, every bar. I had to learn all about the sport from all the other folks around me. Brian says, the first U.S. men's national team I attended with my grandpa at Featherstone Field in Torrance. We beat Canada 2-0 with goals from Bruce Murray and Dante Washington. I played against Bruce Murray. Man, that's a long time ago. Vicente says, apart from the incredible Barcelona team under Pep's mastermind, the unbelievable Venezuelan run in 2011 Copa America, where they reached the semifinals, that was our best result in history. I never forget how the entire country felt the tournament. What else we got? We got a few more. mid-'80s. No, in the mid-'90s, Southeast Oklahoma. This is from Bar Down Bully. I didn't know what soccer was. We didn't have cable. It wasn't on TV. My mom signed me up, and when I was 5. I didn't watch a game on TV until I was in high school. I organically fell in love with the game, then naturally attached to pro teams as a fan. So there's somebody who just literally the playing side of the game is how they fell into it. So I'm sure there's a lot of those out there. All right, let's get to some Liga MX here real quick. Chivas. Victor Guzman scoring versus Toluca ends up being the deciding goal as they advance on aggregate 1-0 over Toluca.
Todos, Cowell mete primera, segunda y tercera. Lo hace bien, rescata. Otro recentro. Volpi se pasa, viva la pelota. ¿Quién le pega?
By the way, Cade Cowell, the American on Chivas, came off the bench in both of those legs, so he's been used as a sub. 90+1, Cruz Azul sealing the victory over Pumas. They would go on aggregate over them 4-2. That was a Mexico City derby. This is Faravelli.
Para Vini, recorta bien para Vini, apoyando en Gutiérrez, después de pegar a Alexis, la deja ahí para Cándido, servicio. ¡Gol! De la máquina, Lolo.
Jordi Cortizo sealing it for Rayados in the big Rayados-Tigres matchup. This has made my producer very, very happy. It's been a good week for him. 59th minute, they would advance on aggregate 3-2 over Tigres.
¿Qué sombrerito le hizo? Ahora Jordi le pega. No. Vamos a ver a Canales. Este le va a pegar. ¡Canales! ¡Palo, Jordi! ¡Gol!
And we won't play this audio, but Julian Quinones scored 90+4 for Club America. They get past Pachuca. America goes through to their position in this table. It's another one of those real weird Mexican League rules, but they finished higher, so they advance, even though it was 2-2 on aggregate. So Julian Quinones. So you got Club America, Chivas, and then you've got Rayados. And who we got? Rayados and
Cruz Azul.
And Azul. Man, my friend loves Cruz Azul, Rodrigo de Luna. All right, so who are you picking in these two?
I got to go for Rayados, between the Rayados Cruz Azul. Non-biased. I just think throughout the entire season and these playoffs and these last matches, we've been a really good defensive team. I think we will pull it over Cruz Azul. And then on the other side, America is just more dangerous than Chivas in these kinds of situations. Chivas struggled against Toluca, ended up winning 1-0 from the first leg, so I'm taking America.
Okay. You're on record, Guillermo. All right, so we are going to get to the Dynamo and Sporting Kansas City tonight. I got a lot of pros and cons on this, and I think I have some different takes. I am noticing that, we win one game and now everything's great again. It's the up and down nature. A lot of times of fans. I do want your takes on it tonight, 713-780-3776. So it was all gloom and doom after the defending Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup champions got knocked out of the Open Cup. Maybe it was a couple hundred people down at Shell Energy. That was really disappointing to me as a defending champions, but that's a whole nother issue. So there's a comedian, John Glazer, who I know absolutely nothing about. I don't know who this guy is. He ends up on Jimmy Fallon, so he's got to be somebody that's followed a lot in comedy. The only guy I follow is Sebastian Maniscalco. I cover a couple. There's a couple others, I guess. So Glazer goes on Jimmy Fallon, and he's got all this Detroit City gear on, including his socks, and he basically sticks it to Houston. Here's what he does.
I grew up in the suburbs of Detroit. This is Detroit City FC. It's the local soccer club. They're a league below MLS. And as everyone out here knows, DCFC just had a huge win in the U.S. Open Cup, beating the reigning champs MLS team, Houston Dynamo. So up yours, Houston.
I don't like that guy. I don't like John Glazer, whatever his name is. I was about to call him Joey Gallo. How did I come up with that? John Glazer. So John making a name. You always wonder about these things. Now, maybe he really is a fan, but, you always question whether this is done just for the optics and to grab some other listeners and piss the market off and fire up energy, because there is a lot of baiting going on. But it really sounds like he is a big Detroit City FC fan. And celebrities are definitely hooking and getting attached to a lot of teams. We're going to wait on my non-soccer take for sure, because there's something even more important. But, hey, I guess it's all good. Interesting. I don't like John Glazer, man. Don't be busting on my city DH. I came here in '84. I've denounced my citizenship to New Jersey. I'm a Texan in H-Town through and through now. And I've earned that by being here a long time, being faithful to my city, my community, my soccer community, which I love here. It's the best. It's the best. Okay. Leandro Trossard scoring for Arsenal. They get a very important 1-0 victory over Manchester United.
Havertz. Evans and Trossard arrives at the near post in front of a fretful Stretford end to give Arsenal an oh-so-important lead.
So if Arsenal beat Everton on Sunday and Man City drop points in either of their two final games, and Arsenal maintain a superior goal difference, they could still win it. But the big key is going to be tomorrow, I think, watching Spurs, who obviously is not going to want to see Arsenal win a title in the Premier League. Spurs taking on Man City. So there's going to be a interesting day tomorrow. I don't think any question. Today, 3-3, Liverpool was in action here today with Aston Villa. I'm hoping Villa gets one of the Champions League spots. I think they've had a good year, but that was a bit dicey. And then as we head to break, this is called I've Been Thinking About You by London Beat. I do want to remind you that Christian Pulisic scored a brace for Cagliari. 5-1 victory. So he's had a great season for Milan. Right now, and I mean tonight is a big night for ticket drop. I think I'm going to start big. Let's go Colombia, Paraguay. A pair of tickets to Colombia, Paraguay. We got a great base of Colombian fans. I'm sure we got some Paraguayan fans in Houston. There's no question. Caller number 4 at 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, you get a pair of tickets courtesy of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment for the Colombia-Paraguay Gold Cup match in June.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
You know, Glenn does have other opinions outside of the matters of soccer.
Wait, really?
Yes, he does.
Time now for Glenn's non-soccer take.
All right, I'm going to talk about graduation. My producer, Guillermo Lazo Romero, graduated. We're going to talk about that in a minute. So I went up to Dallas, Southern Methodist University. My niece was graduating. Family moment, needed to be there. Drove up. And it was so refreshing to be around not only the excitement and the happiness and the promise of youth, but just happy people. People that were seeing the accomplishment of a family member, the possibility, the growth, the maturity. It's just nice, honestly, to be around a big crowd full of happy people. Parents, grandparents, college graduates, their family. And it was exciting for me to see my niece graduate. Great young woman. But just a wonderful day, and it was a reminder to me when I was driving home just to seek out positive people, those people that are happy, those people that are reasonable, comfortable in their skin, have something to offer to you. Because I got news for you, I'm done with the baiters. I'm sick of them, whether it's in social media or the media, wherever. And the world is full of them, sadly. So seeking out people that really are in a great positive place, that are happy, reasonable, comfortable, and enjoying life. That's what it's all about. All right, that is that. All right, Guillermo, congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you. Means a lot.
Prideful moment, right?
Yeah, 100%. You know, how you said, like having my family there, you know, just watch me walk across the stage, watch me chase my dreams, watch me complete this degree. It's really a great moment.
Yeah, it really is. And it's something nobody can ever take away from you, the hard work. And I mean, I was waiting for my niece because they're running a lot of people through. But I was enjoying watching other college graduates going through and seeing the reactions from their family. It was really something special. I never got to walk from my graduation. So I left to play pro soccer, so I missed it. You think they'd welcome me back as an older person to walk it?
I don't see why not.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. All right, 713-780-3776. I'm going to hit you up right now. 4-pack of Houston Dash Portland for Friday. 4-pack. 713-780-3776. 4 tickets to the Dash Portland. World-class soccer players. 713-780-3776. What did I say? Caller number 4?
Yeah, for a 4-pack.
Yep, 4 for a 4-pack right now. And I'm looking at the board. I don't see anybody calling, and I'm going to do this again. I am going to shame you, Houston Dash fan. I am going to shame you unless you start calling in and somebody wins these tickets, because it's embarrassing. We got to get more people down there and fans. And, of course, the Dash have to earn it, but they are coming off a road win. Okay, so now we got a couple of callers calling in. There we go. That's good. Why do I have to shame you? Why can't you just call in? They're free tickets, for crying out loud. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776 is the number. All right, Dynamo defeat Sporting Kansas City 2-1. Oh, you know what? Before I get to that, I do want to put this quote out. Think about this for a second. This is from the legendary Brazilian Cafu. Cafu said recently, Brazilians, as in their players, should join La Liga rather than the Premier League. That's Cafu. He said, quote, I am afraid the more we have Brazilians moving to the Premier League, the fewer the chances for Brazil to win the World Cup. And there's been around a while, that thought process, because the creative flair of the Brazilian. To some people, they say, well, you play in Europe, you're going to lose some of that. I don't know how you quantify that. I don't know how you validate that. But I think that's a pretty strong statement from Cafu. No question. By the way, Brazil will be here at Kyle Field on the campus of Texas A&M. What a moment that's going to be. That's in June. I believe that's June 8th, 7th or 8th. Tickets at lsse.net, lsse.net for tickets to that. But you can see the famous canary yellow. There will be no Neymar for that. But there will be Endrick, who's a 17-year-old superstar. He's supposed to be the next superstar. Okay, now we get to the Dynamo. They get a third road win. They defeat Sporting Kansas City 2-1. Hector Herrera started it off in the 31st minute. Now, this was a short corner. Poorly defended by Sporting. That said, this is a remarkable finish from Herrera. Bends it into the far side netting. 61st minute, Daniel Shallowy picked the ball up in what they call, I believe, the green zone or the green area, which is that little pocket of space above the 18. If I'm correct, they're coming up with new terms for different areas of the field. 61st minute, it's Shallowy. And then the 78th minute, Aliou would get the game winner when Griffin Dorsey drove the ball forward and then found Aliou with a good run. And Aliou making a run, that is one that's going to put him in a position to have a lot of goal to look at. And this all happened in transition. So it's a big week. Austin FC on Wednesday, then home Saturday to FC Dallas. I'll give some of those tickets away shortly. Let's get to the facts here. 7th in the West right now at 5-4-2. Now, it's interesting how, based on the result now after the Open Cup, the mood of this club is altered. Yes, winning and losing are mood enhancers or mood killers. This was a needed win, no question. By the way, Steve Clark again on the road. You will not have gotten points in any of these games, Minnesota, Colorado, and this game against Sporting, without Steve Clark. And let's make that very, very clear. He played out of his mind in both Minnesota and Colorado, and he pulls off a huge save on Agata at the end of this game, okay? So, you don't get those results because of goalkeeping. You're in a whole different place right now. So that's the woulda, shoulda, coulda. That happens. You win games where sometimes you don't dominate. The Dynamo were better against Sporting in this. I don't think any question. This was the most controlled win, though, for me out of those three. And again, Steve Clark was brilliant. You don't win in Minnesota or Colorado without Clark. Can you complain as a fan, support, or a spectator after a win? Or should you just be quiet because we won and everything's good? I sometimes look at some of the reaction of the fan base. There's people, oh, we won, be quiet. You can't be critical. You be quiet, shut up, you can't be critical. We took 3 points. I don't know about that. Does that make you a fan or a spectator? No, a fan may want to break it down deeper. A spectator, you may be the one watching the 3-minute highlight and that's all you watch. Maybe you're not invested as deep. I think fans always want things perfect, and we understand there's all different types of fans and or spectators. I think the 3-minute highlight person is dangerous, though. At least when it comes to being realistic about breaking a game down. I don't think they're dangerous if they pay for a seat and buy tickets. That's okay. That's okay. So here are the pros. The Dynamo break a 3-game losing streak and goalless streak. Third multi-goal game. One of them comes off a short corner. Dynamo did look dangerous on the corners. Griffin Dorsey returned to bringing in product with the box-to-box play, although, that run he made and then hit Aliou, no doubt, wonderful energy. But, let's be honest here. Sporting Kansas City, where the blank is your midfield? Seriously. Nobody's going to foul him. Memo Rodriguez kind of let him go. And by the way, that's one of the best games I've ever seen Memo Rodriguez play. Now, here's the thing about Dorsey, and this is what sets him apart. And this is what sets apart great athletes. But this is why Griffin Dorsey is the right back for the Dynamo. It's because with his fitness level, being at peak, he can make more of those types of runs. So all credit to him, because by making that run, he tested a team that didn't have the fortitude, the concentration to deal with his persistent driving the ball forward for this team. The volume of runs he makes is enhanced because the man is fit. So guess what? You can get other right backs in MLS. They're not going to make as many of those runs forward, with or without the ball, as Griffin Dorsey, because the man is a fitness machine. So the more of those you get, the better your chances something good is going to happen. Now, we finally saw him bringing end product again. He had a period there where he wasn't bringing end product. I never forget this. I was talking to my brother. My nephew is a great spear fisherman, and he would, it's this free diving, spear fishing, blue water. It's crazy stuff, right? Big fish. You got to get the fish up quick. Sharks come in, bull sharks. It's not for the faint of heart. But he would enter all these tournaments, and he kept winning them. I said to my brother, I'm like, how's this guy win? He goes, look, he's in better shape than everybody else, and he can do more dives. So his volume, the more dives, the more the chances are you're going to nail a big fish and win the tournament. It's pretty simple. More runs, more chances for success. Griffin Dorsey proven that. Better play in the final third, you would have had 4 or 5 goals. Let's be honest. Real chances were missed. Bossy, Kowalczyk. There was hesitancy. I look at some of the missed chances by those two, and again, I'm not blaming them because they're not expected really to be finishers. Let's be fair to them. They're excellent soccer players, but they're not finishers. If there were finishers, a real number 9 in those positions that they had, you would have had more goals. Kowalczyk had a beautiful one set up by Dorsey. Bossy had one. And again, I don't put it on those two, but they do not have a history of finishing. They are a stopgap right now until they figure it out. After the Open Cup, you Dynamo fan, you battered Aliu. Don't batter my guy. He's only 22. He's your leading scorer with 4 goals. He responded. And I don't think he had his best game on this night against Sporting, but he came up with a goal, and that makes it a good night for him. And I was happy for him. But we spoke about his movement, the need to get central, originate runs from differing areas, test defenses, and not hug the left sideline like crazy all the time and cut into 3 or 4 players. He has to move in order to set up the wider stuff, I think. But he got one in transition. This was a fantastic first touch by him, by the way, which made him a favorite to score the goal, and then the razor-sharp finish. I love him. Now, can you imagine him with a legit experienced center forward? He would thrive even more. That said, the need for the striker, we can bring it up. That's not going away just because there was a win. And by the way, strikers who score goals put people in the seats. And if we want a full stadium, like we always hear people saying, we want to play in front of a full crowd, well, they're not going to come organically. Goals are one way to bring them from the competitive side of things. Hector Herrera, great goal off the short corner, pure class. If you go back and look at that play, I don't know if he had a deal with Alan Pulido, but Alan Pulido was absolutely asleep. Coco, bad giveaway in this game, and then made an unbelievable recovery to block it. And Hector, there was a couple times Hector really lost the ball in bad areas. That was very uncharacteristic for him. But he got 70-plus minutes, so it's good. If 54% of the possession for the Dynamo, 12 shots, 6 on goal. That's good on the road. 7 crosses. Sporting had 23. Steve Clark had 5 saves. All right, let's get to the audio of the coaches because this is really important. I got to get this in this segment. Let's start off first from let's get Ben Olsen on the post-match victory.
Staff challenged ourselves and we challenged the group to be a better team and do a lot of little things to make sure we were, resembling the team that had so much success last year. And in a lot of ways, this was, I think, our most complete performance. Brave on the ball. The way we built was really thoughtful and smart. When we were out of possession, it was a kind of a renewed commitment from this group and looking after each other, hard work, physical. We made a lot of little plays in the box down the stretch. But really, it's our defensive effort that we hung our hat on last year. And, so again, a little bit of a renewed making sure that that's there at the minimum. And then if it's a day where our soccer is good and the goals come, those are the days you can really get your results.
I like that from Ben Olsen, especially from the perspective of the box defending. Sporting really didn't get in the box much, although Agata got in for a header late in the match. Shallowy got turned at the top of the box and scored. Now, what I do want to say is this was not, to me, a very good Sporting Kansas City. And I don't think the coach thought it was either. You still have to beat those teams. Now, let's contrast what Ben Olsen just said with Peter Vermees. Now, this is as real as it gets when it comes to a coach in MLS. Here's Peter Vermees on his team.
And I would say first, the 2 goals we gave up, they're atrocious, in my opinion. And look, I'm the head coach, so I have to take responsibility for it. But the organization is always put together on set pieces. Simple situation for us to give up that goal the way we did. Amateur, at best. The second goal, lack of effort. And it's really easy to see who those people are. Lack of effort to get back there because their player ran by a couple of ours. That's not Sporting Kansas City mentality. It's not. And I have a real problem with that aspect of it, and I'll be dealing with that like very quickly because that's just unacceptable to me. If there's one thing that I can't put up with, and that is the lack of effort on plays. And then the other thing is we have a responsibility to our fans when they come into this place to leave your heart on the field.
Okay, so there's one part from Peter Vermees. Let's move on to more from him because I think this is great to show the perspective of both coaches here. By the way, you take advantage of a team and their lack of commitment and effort when you have it. And that's what Ben Olsen and the Dynamo had on this night. So here's more from Vermees.
And you can't step into the field and you miss the most important ingredient in it is effort. If you don't have that, you're not willing to outwork your opponent. Because I know soccer is 11v11, but at the end of the day, especially the players, they're 1v1. There's 10 guys. They're 1v1. They play against the same guy a lot in the game. Yeah, sometimes you play against another guy, sure. But you have an individual duel with the guy that you really see through in the game. We all don't dominate those environments, and you have to. You have to do it physically, you have to do it mentally, and then you have to do it technically and tactically as well. You have to do that, and that's not being done.
The one criticism I would have is, unfortunately, Sporting was not on. The Dynamo coughed the ball up in their third of the field a number of times, and were fortunate not to get punished. Hector a couple times, Coco Carrasquilla I mentioned, but man, I mean, you talk about recovering after making a bad play. He recovered and then blocked the shot, but it's interesting. All right. Shout out to Cactus Music. Get over to Cactus Music. Best in vinyl selection, both new and used CDs, books, everything music, rock and roll. It's like a music history lesson. Cactus Music. Copa America coming up June 22nd, June 24th, July 4th. We got a quarterfinal here. LSSE.net for tickets. And by the way, this summer, if you don't go to these games, you want to watch it in the best of bar atmospheres. Pitch 25, Beer Park. We had Brian Ching on the other day. Got a soccer field in there, over 100 beers. You'll get the full vibe with everybody in, uniforms and the real passion for the game. I do have to mention this real quick. Again, it's Chivas and Club America Wednesday and Saturday, and then Rayados and Cruz Azul, same thing. We'll come back. I'm going to mention a little bit of Bayer Leverkusen. We're going to have, we're going to get a little bit from the Verde up in Austin with the Dynamo going to Austin to play Austin FC on Wednesday, turning around then with Dallas on the weekend. So let me just say right now, I got a pair of tickets to Houston Dynamo FC Dallas. Caller number 4 right now. Houston Dynamo FC Dallas, 713-780-3776. I'll tell you what, another pair for caller 6. So 4 and 6 right now. You get a pair of tickets. Houston Dynamo, light these phones up. Don't make me shame you out there, Dynamo fan. Light these phones up. Caller 4 and 6, a pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo. We come back. I got a little Bayer Leverkusen talk and a couple of more interesting comments before we get into learning about Austin FC.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Shallowy Dorsey driving forward. Slides it through for Aliyu! Amazing counterattack with lightning pace and precision. Finished by Aliyu. And Houston have a 2-1 lead.
Good chance this is in. The service bounces all the way through and in! Oh, wow! Paige Nielsen against her former team! You never could have written that. You really couldn't. On the last kick of the game.
You got to love it, a defender winning it, Paige Nielsen, especially coming over from Angels. Enough of Angel City, and we are Angel City. I think we got a bag on them a lot. We got a bag on Angel City. And as far as that comedian, what was his name again? I don't know what his name was.
John Glasser.
Yeah, I'm not going to remember John's name. John, don't be busting on the H, okay? That can come back and bite you in a big way. All right. It's all fun. It's all in fun, and we're having fun. I do have to remind you about Bayer Leverkusen. And people are calling them Bayer never losing. This is unbelievable. I think it's 50 matches now. Final match day, they're going to be home to Augsburg, who's going to try to play the spoiler with the undefeated record. They've already won the Bundesliga. Xabi Alonso's stock has risen like the rising of a phoenix. 64-plus goal differential. 87 goals scored, 23 against, well below conceding one a game. So I just want to remind you, I don't think this is a story that gets talked about a lot. And people don't know the names because it's not Bayern Munich, it's not Dortmund. So here's who's scoring some of the goals for Leverkusen. By the way, a lot of people are scoring goals for them. Victor Boniface, 13, the Nigerian international. Now, every one of these guys is an international player. Florian Wirtz, German national team, he's got 11. Alejandro Grimaldo, Spanish national team, has 10. He's actually an outside back. Patrick Schick, Czech Republic, 7 goals. By the way, he's got 18 for his country. He's a goal scorer. Jonas Hoffmann has 5, German national team. So it is a remarkable, remarkable story. Leverkusen will play in the Europa League final against Atalanta May 22nd in Dublin, Ireland. And by the way, that's cool stuff because Atalanta is based on a lot of young players that have come through their system, and they are a great story as well. Parma and Como have been promoted to Serie A. Parma's owner is Kyle Kraus. He also owns the American USL League 2 team called Des Moines Menace. So that's pretty interesting stuff there. Cesena, you remember we had John Aiello on the show a week ago. What an amazing story he is. They've been promoted to Serie B. All right, Dynamo at Austin on Wednesday. There should be some traveling fans up there. Austin FC got over on the Dynamo in the first match. They are currently 4-4-4. They're in 8th place, 1 place behind the Dynamo, who currently locked down 7th. And great friend of the show, Austin Chronicle. He does the Verde Report. He's Eric Goodman. He joins us now. Eric, how are you?
Doing great, Glenn. Really looking forward to it. Finally got a midweek game. It's a Copa Teos rivalry game. There might be an appearance of Glenn Davis in Austin, Texas, who's to say, but looking forward to that.
Not sure I can get a ticket. I don't know. No. Listen, I think it's exciting. I do like the week. I mean, from the Dynamo perspective, Sporting Kansas City, Austin, and Dallas. I also like it from the standpoint that the Dynamo owe Austin some revenge for their fans. They owe FC Dallas some revenge for the fans. In the short time Austin's existed, do you sense these rivalries are growing a little history with time, Eric?
Yeah, I definitely feel like, at least from what I've seen from the Austin fan base, I do think there's a little bit more vitriol to the FC Dallas rivalry, and I think that might be similar with the Houston fans' perspective as well, which is, ironic because the shortest drive in the state is actually the Austin-Houston drive. So you'd expect there to be a little bit more rivalry, but I just don't think these teams have really been competitive at the same time enough. But that might start. I mean, obviously 7th versus 8th in the West right now, so maybe this is kind of one of those that ignites a little bit more of that rivalry feeling.
One of the storylines ahead of the season, obviously, was Josh Wolf. There was pressure on him. There was some healthy pressure coming from the fans. I don't think there's anything wrong with any of this. Additionally, my question was, what's Austin going to do? Because, you know, after that remarkable season with Sebastian Driussi, the club didn't do a whole lot as far as bringing in some new players. And I kind of think the team got weaker. And to me, that was the time, hey, let's go get a key player. Let's make that one big offseason signing to complement everything else. I don't care what your roster stuff is. That's why you're there, to put a roster together, right? And I kind of feel maybe it's the same thing here with the Dynamo, because everybody was expecting, hey, we need a striker. Where's the striker? We need a goal scorer. Even the guy who turned into the striker left, Corey Baird. Do you get the sense that that's a fair comment that I'm making? And do you feel like they've done better this year with their off-season transactions?
Well, yeah, you're 100% right, Glenn, and I think everybody at Austin FC would admit it. And kind of this all goes back to the fact that at that time, that pivotal offseason coming off the Western Conference Final, the sporting director was Claudio Reyna, and that was obviously the summer of the 2022 World Cup, the winter, where everything was just completely out of whack with Claudio and with his relationship with the club, with his relationship with U.S. Soccer. We all remember that debacle. And it did hurt Austin FC. It cost them. There were deals that we know were not completed, that were on the table, that would have improved the club. And, obviously the club had to then part ways with Reyna, and then that shoehorned Josh Wolf into more of a front office role, which is not where he's most comfortable, obviously. So, yeah, I mean, that was a big setback. And now with Rodolfo Borrell in charge coming from Manchester City and Liverpool, there's clearly a plan in place, but that plan's still very much in the early stages. So it's, this is still very much an Austin team in flux, but they've been able to kind of scratch and claw some decent results, including that you mentioned that win on the road at Houston, which was, one where they were definitely, it was against the run of play, but they got the one goal. And that's, right now stands up as their only road win of the season.
By the way, that was the best game of the month for the Dynamo as far as the actual playing of their game, controlling a match. And then, of course, it was a big mistake that cost the game with Fadri cutting across the face of Hector Herrera, who didn't attack a long ball, and he flicked it on. And it led to an unbelievable goal from Rigoni, of all people. But, going back to what Austin FC did after that amazing season, very similar to the Dynamo, amazing season last year. It's a little stunning to me that at that point you don't realize we are close to being MLS Cup winners. Let us do something big. This is the year to try and win it because of the fact that teams are put together in 3-year cycles. Go for it. You got to go get that big player somehow. And the fans aren't going to want to hear, well, we're cap tied or, because at the end of the day, come on, that's really your job, right?
Yeah, and another reality of this Austin club is, first of all, they hit a grand slam with Sebastian Driussi, that the third of 3 designated players that they brought in. He's obviously been phenomenal, had that MVP runner-up campaign. But apart from him, you look at their DP record. It started with Cecilio Dominguez that had a lot of off-the-field issues that resulted in him leaving the club. Then it was Tomas Pochettino, who barely made a dent in his time in Austin. So, they were hamstrung by just completely whiffing on some of those big moves. Rodney Redes was a U22 player.
Yeah.
You've seen a lot of those. Ali U's a U22 player that's made a big impact for Houston. But, Austin's gotten very little out of those high leverage spots, and it's hurt them. And in a way, some of what they've accomplished has been impressive given that context. You have found the diamonds in the rough of Brad Stuver. Ethan Finley has been, really great. They wouldn't have necessarily expected. But now with Burrell, I am expecting them to swing big either this summer or the upcoming winter. Once they get Rigoni's contract off the books, he's another complete whiff that they've had. Is apart from that game winner at Houston, has really not impacted the club at all. It's almost amazing that Austin's still in that playoff conversation given all of those setbacks. But that's where they are, and Josh Wolf, I think, deserves some credit that he doesn't always get from the fans for overcoming that.
Fair point. And you wrote an article recently, Austin FC proving the critics weren't wrong. At that point, that was a 2-0 win over LA, and they had taken 4 out of 5. Okay, so they're coming into this one losing to Dallas. Here's a quote from Josh Wolf I want to read for the listeners, and I think you know this one. And here's Josh Wolf. He says, "It's 10 games into the season, so we don't get carried away. When you guys are slaughtering us earlier this year, I don't get too bummed out. You got to pump out the headlines, and you got to get readers. I understand it. Whether I agree, that's what you guys choose to do." I found that kind of interesting from a number of perspectives.